sale to the general public all together today. Ann Thompson takes a look at what happened.
I love you guys so much.
A stunner from Ticketmaster, canceling public sale of Taylor Swift concert tickets because of extraordinarily high demand and insufficient remaining ticket inventory. The cancellation follows a week of controversy her fans can't shake off.
I am totally in shock.
The Swifties, as the fans are known, furious over long wait times, website crashes, and for some, an online queue that went nowhere in this week's pre-sale.
You can't! You don't have a code!
A code system designed to help fans backfired in confusion and broken hearts. Critics blaming Ticketmaster's stranglehold on the concert industry. Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar pointing to the more than decade-old merger of Live Nation and Ticketmaster, sending a letter to the CEO, writing the problem suggests Ticketmaster continues to abuse its market positions. Ticketmaster's largest shareholder on CNBC.
Despite all the challenges and the breakdowns, we did sell over 2 million tickets that day. We could have filled 900 stadiums.
Tennessee's Attorney General also looking into the meltdown.
We are concerned about this very dominant market player.
For the Swifties, all they want is a fair shot and tickets to one of their idols' 52 upcoming shows. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
There's a whole new generation finding out now about the ticket industry.
Yes.
Just littered with frustration and high prices.
Makes you not even want to try. It's
Yeah,
so sad.
yeah, it is.
All right, now some weekend plans for you to consider. A new movie hits theaters today that's ripped right from the headlines.
People have tried to write this story before. He kills it every time.
Harvey adamantly denies any allegation of assault.
He played people. He was a master manipulator.
She Said is a new movie from Universal Pictures that follows New York Times reporters as they cover the explosive Harvey Weinstein allegations. Or if you'd like to stay on this weekend, the long-awaited sequel to Enchanted makes its debut today on Disney+. Amy Adams reprises her role as Giselle, but this time she's disenchanted.
And for you sports fans out there, you can watch some football. The top 3 teams in college football, they're all getting tested tomorrow just before rivalry week. Number 1 Georgia, they are on the road against the Kentucky Wildcats. Both Michigan and Ohio State battle Big Ten foes before those two square off against each other next week. And in Bozeman, they will host the Brawl of the Wild between Montana and Montana State, both of them in the top 15 of the FCS rankings. Plus, 4 of the Pac-12's best will clash after the sun goes down. Have a great weekend. Be safe. We hope we see you on Monday.
Buffalo is bracing for what's expected to be one of the worst storms ever recorded, with up to 5 feet of snow predicted in some areas. A state of emergency has been declared in many counties, and forecasts include thunder, snow, and lightning.
The autopsy and what police are now saying about the grisly deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. Who else was in the house, and where is the killer?
This morning, we know more about the 22-year-old behind the wheel of that SUV that crashed into a class of law enforcement recruits without braking.
A 10-year-old boy is followed home from school by a stranger. Find out how he saved himself from a potential kidnapping.
And the Taylor Swift concert ticket controversy is now headed to Congress with potential hearings not out of the question. Welcome to Friday. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Corey Coffin.
And I'm Philip Mena. A historic winter storm, which could be one of the top 10 most severe blizzards in Buffalo's history, is underway at this very hour. Intense lake effect snow is walloping states from Michigan to New York. A state of emergency was declared in Buffalo, where the worst of the storm is expected to hit. Right now, snow is falling at a rate of up to 3 inches per hour there, and 4 to 5 feet could blanket the region by Sunday. The NFL announcing that Sunday's matchup between the Bills and the Cleveland Browns is going to be moved out of Buffalo to Detroit. The last time snow forced Buffalo to move an NFL game was in 2014. New York Governor Kathy Hochul declared a state of emergency for 11 counties and has deployed the National Guard on standby. Travel is snarled across the region. The New York State Thruway placed a ban on commercial trucks until further notice. Bus service in Erie County has been canceled today, but the Metro Rail does remain in operation. Lightning and thunder snow also striking parts of the state. Home surveillance video captured here flashes in Kenmore. Let's get more now on the storm's path. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman joining us now on this Friday. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, this is a big one. We're going to continue to watch it over the next several days. Buffalo, no stranger to snow, but this is a lot of snow and will be historical. It's going to rival the storm of 2014. So taking a look at radar, you can see the snow is still falling. We've been watching it for 24 to 36 hours, and we're going to continue to watch it through Sunday. So it's a prolonged event. We're going to see paralyzing conditions, crippling conditions, really tough to impossible travel. And where you're seeing the lighter blues, the whites, that's where we're seeing the heaviest snow. So you can see how localized this is, where those bands set up. Erie, Buffalo, Watertown seeing that heavy snow. Also expecting heavy snow in portions of western Michigan and also portions of Wisconsin. So we do have winter alerts stretching from Wisconsin through Michigan and also downwind of the Great Lakes, including Watertown, Rome, New York, Buffalo, and also Jamestown. And we're looking at a lot of snow. We could see up to 4 to 5 feet of snow in Buffalo. We're concerned about the infrastructure with that heavy snow falling. We're concerned about traveling on the roadways and also in the air. So that's going to be really troublesome as we go throughout the next couple of days. We'll talk more about this and also talking about the coast-to-coast cold, feeling more like January in spots. We'll talk about that coming up.
All right. See you in a few, Michelle. Thanks.
Came quickly. All right. We'd want to turn now to the investigation surrounding the deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. This morning, we're learning new details of the autopsies on the students, as well as the search for suspects as it continues. NBC's Gotti Schwartz has more for us.
More questions as investigators race to find a suspect in the gruesome murder of 4 college students in Moscow, Idaho.
It's pretty traumatic when there's 4 dead college students who have been stabbed to death in one location.
The coroner saying autopsies have been completed and the victims suffered extensive wounds after being stabbed multiple times with a large knife. Investigators now working to determine if the victims had defensive wounds or may have gotten the suspect's DNA on their bodies.
Well, looking to see if there are some clues that are on them, some of the suspects' blood perhaps, or something under somebody's fingernails.
The coroner saying the autopsies have found the time of death sometime after 2 a.m.
Cool. Thank you.
Investigators now reviewing this video, which they say shows 2 of the victims at a food truck just hours before the murder. Police also confirmed 2 other roommates were home and unhurt at the time of the murder and are actively cooperating with the investigation.
We're not just focusing just on them, we're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
Authorities say there was no sign of forced entry at the home. They think this was a targeted attack and are still searching for the murder weapon.
We cannot say that there's no threat to the community.
Meanwhile, a community in mourning.
Just because there's so many people here in this area who know them and love them, and we just want to shine a light on them.
While a mass murder is still on the loose. Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
The California man accused of injuring 25 Sheriff's Academy recruits when his car rammed into them has been released from jail without charges, despite the fact that authorities think he did it on purpose. These pictures just in of 22-year-old Nicholas Joseph Gutierrez returning to his house in Diamond Bar, California. LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva explained that the case needs to be investigated further.
We conclude it was a deliberate act. We are actually going to provisionally release him until we can have the case ironclad, iron-proof, and submit it to the DA for filing consideration.
The Sheriff's Department this morning adding that if the DA files charges, Gutierrez will be rearrested. 25 recruits were hurt. 2 still in the hospital with critical injuries. One of them is on life support, and at least 1 person lost limbs.
In Pennsylvania, 10-year-old's quick thinking may have saved him from a potential kidnapping. Sammy Green was walking home from school when a woman tried to lure him into her car. Now, he ran to a local store and asked for help. Karen Waugh of our NBC station in Philadelphia has the story.
It's a video of 2 quick-thinking kids acting on their feet. 10-year-old Sammy Green ducked into the Danny B store after he says a woman was following him home from school. You see him whisper into a worker's ear. 17-year-old Hannah Daniels.
And he's like, tell them that I'm, like, you're my mom.
Hannah recognized Sammy as a regular at the plant shop, fitting for a boy with the last name Green.
This store just makes me feel safe.
In the surveillance video, you can see the woman hanging in the doorway. Sammy says the woman told him she knew his family and said she'd get him anything he wanted at Wawa. Hannah, a senior at Pottstown High, locked the door and the woman ran away. Police say they've since tracked the woman down.
I've always been really strong about teaching him about stranger danger and what to do.
Sammy's dad is proud of his son for remembering what he was taught, and like many, is now praising Hannah as a hero.
I've been telling everybody that I honestly just showed up to work that day and I diffused a possibly dangerous situation. Sammy's the hero here.
Wow, our thanks to Karen for that report.
Taylor Swift fans, brace yourselves for more trouble when you log in. It was already impossible for some of you to get advance tickets, and now Ticketmaster is canceling the sale to the general public altogether today. Ann Thompson takes a look at what happened.
I love you guys so much.
A stunner from Ticketmaster, canceling public sale of Taylor Swift concert tickets because of extraordinarily high demand and insufficient remaining ticket inventory. The cancellation follows a week of controversy her fans can't shake off.
I am totally in shock.
The Swifties, as the fans are known, furious over long wait times, website crashes, and for some, an online queue that went nowhere in this week's pre-sale.
You can't, you don't have a code.
A code system designed to help fans backfired in confusion and broken hearts. Critics blaming Ticketmaster's stranglehold on the concert industry. Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar pointing to the more than decade-old merger of Live Nation and Ticketmaster, sending a letter to the CEO, writing the problem suggests Ticketmaster continues to abuse its market positions. Ticketmaster's largest shareholder on CNBC.
Despite all the challenges and the breakdowns, we did sell over 2 million tickets that day. We could have filled 900 stadiums.
Tennessee's Attorney General also looking into the meltdown.
We are concerned about this very dominant market player.
For the Swifties, all they want is a fair shot and tickets to one of their idols' 52 upcoming shows. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Well, Taylor Swift not the only celebrity feeling the heat from fans. A new class action lawsuit takes aim at the stars who endorsed a popular crypto company now in ruins. The FTX meltdown has wreaked havoc on the cryptocurrency market. Bitcoin down 70% off its all-time highs. Jake Ward has the story.
You know what? I'm in.
Tom Brady, Gisele Bündchen,
Are you in?
Larry David, Naomi Osaka, and Steph Curry are among the celebrities accused in a class action lawsuit of being part of a, quote, fraudulent scheme designed to take advantage of unsophisticated investors that led to $11 billion in damages.
It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
I don't think so.
All stemming from their involvement in promoting crypto exchange FTX. FTX's founder and CEO Sam Bankman-Fried was until recently the darling of the crypto community. His company, once valued at more than $32 billion, is now seeking bankruptcy protection.
We're talking about one of the larger bankruptcies we've seen in a long time.
The FTX founder, also named in the lawsuit, resigned as CEO as his company collapsed. He did not reply to NBC's request for comment, but in a direct message exchange with a reporter wrote, "F regulators, they make everything worse." We also did not hear back from representatives for celebrities named in the lawsuit for appearing in ads like this.
With FTX, I have everything I need to buy, sell, and trade crypto safely.
But the lawsuit calls FTX's platform a Ponzi scheme and says of the defendants, none performed any due diligence.
These celebrities all should have known that when they took this risk, that if these are unregistered securities, they're looking at liability for all of the damages.
Bankman-Fried has been accused of moving billions in customers' funds without their permission to another one of his companies. His exchange then faced what was akin to a run on the bank, and now customers can't get their money out.
That money I had put aside for my granddaughter so I can use for Christmas, and now I have to figure out another way to do it.
The new lawsuit now calls for accountability from FTX's big-name endorsers. Jake Ward, NBC News, San Francisco.
A lot more follow-up to come from that. All right, let's go back to Michelle. She's got a lot to talk about with today's weather. Hello again, Michelle.
Hi there, guys, and we're talking about the cold too. Coast to coast cold, temperatures well below normal for this time of year. Many spots feeling like January as opposed to November. We do have freeze warnings this morning. 17 million people impacted from the Carolinas to the southeast. Also the Gulf Coast states where you see the pink, those are the freeze warnings. And we're looking at temperatures at or below freezing in so many spots, just 31 in Atlanta. And that cold weather stretches far beyond that. We're looking at harsh warnings right now, just 11 degrees in Rapid City. It feels like 10 below zero, feeling like 6 16 in Chicago. So it's a cold morning. It's going to be a cold afternoon as well. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, temperatures remain really cold across the country, especially in the northern plains, the Intermountain West, the Rockies. Temperatures in the teens, also the 20s. And that chilly air extends down to the southeast. Temperatures in the 50s in Montgomery and Atlanta. All right, your weekend forecast is coming up.
Cannot wait. Michelle, thanks. In today's Quick Hits, it is Judgment Day for Elizabeth Holmes. The Theranos founder will be sentenced today in her fraud trial. She could face up to 20 years in prison if found guilty.
Somebody sedate me. After 19 seasons, Ellen Pompeo is saying goodbye to Grey's Anatomy. Now, we're not going to reveal any spoilers, but we'll tell you that she does thank all of her fans for their support.
And a cop is born. Bradley Cooper is set to play San Francisco cop Frank Bullitt in the newest thriller for Steven Spielberg. Bullitt is about the classic character who was played by Steve McQueen in 1968. Looks like it'll be fantastic to have that reprisal. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Mira que fácil te lo voy a decir, ABC, 1, 2, 3. Mira que fácil te lo voy a decir, que estamos tomando de beso.
Moto Mommy Rosalia rocked the crowd at last night's Latin Grammys. She won 4 awards, including Album of the Year. And from doctor to Oscar winner and Latin Grammy winner, Jorge Drexler won 6 Grammys, including Song of the Year. He performed alongside Elvis Costello. And history was made at 95 years old. Angela Alvarez won Best New Artist. She tied with singer Silvana Estrada for that award. An incredible night.
All right, let's turn now to the end of an era in Congress. Nancy Pelosi, the only woman to ever serve as House Speaker, loses that role as Republicans take over the chamber. And now, after 2 decades, she's going to step aside and no longer lead the Democrats either. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. So the Democrats say that they are making way for a new generation now.
That's right. Good morning, Philip. Well, Speaker Pelosi is not the only one to give up a leadership position. The congressmen in the number 2 and 3 positions are also making room for new voices. House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer says he will not seek a leadership job, and the Democratic whip, Jim Clyburn, indicated he plans to have an advisory role. Pelosi acknowledged a changing of the guard in her speech.
Now we must move boldly into the future, grounded by the principles that have propelled us this far and open to fresh possibilities for the future. For me, the hour's come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect.
Pelosi has not said who she would like her replacement to be, but Hoyer and Clyburn have endorsed Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Clyburn also endorsed Catherine Clark of Massachusetts and Pete Aguilar of California for the number 2 and 3 spots. Now, if Jeffries does become the next Democratic leader, that would make him the highest-ranking black lawmaker in history. The House Democrats will hold their leadership elections on November 30th. Philip.
All right, both parties seeing changes coming up next year. All right, Bree, thank you.
Still to come, gal pals go for the GOAT. The Hollywood icons hit the road to see Tom Brady in a hilarious new movie.
And Judge Judy makes her ruling, who she says should play her in a Hollywood biopic.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods. What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go to the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl is no place for 4 old women. This could be Tom's last one. He's almost 40. That's like 80 in people years. Yeah, we're 80 in people years.
Check out that all-star cast in 80 for Brady. Jane Fonda, Sally Field, Rita Moreno, and Lily Tomlin play 4 aging friends plotting to attend the 2017 Super Bowl as die-hard Tom Brady fans. A 7-time Super Bowl winning quarterback produced and stars in the film. He hits the theaters February 3rd.
I feel like it's such a throwback because obviously he doesn't play for them anymore. But 2017 wasn't that long ago. But, you know, what a look back. Looking forward to that.
That looks fun. It's a different time.
Yeah. Well, our lives were a lot different in 2017, weren't they? All right. There could be a new judge in town. Judge Judy Shineland says that she would choose Reese Witherspoon to portray her in a biopic. In an interview, the 80-year-old said of Reese, "We're friends and she gets me," calling Witherspoon a great actress and a fabulous lady. While there is currently nothing official in the works, the judge does currently host Amazon's Judge Judy Justice series. What do you think? Could she play her?
Yes, because Reese Witherspoon went to law school. Well,
I see it. Yeah,
I think that's
done.
where Judge Judy got the idea.
Yeah, for the whole series, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Michelle's got your weekend weather forecast coming up next.
And President Biden's last-ditch effort to save his student debt relief program.
celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back on this Friday. You're going to need the layers this weekend because we are looking at that coast-to-coast cold, bitterly cold throughout the northern plains into the central plains, and it's chilly too in the southern plains and northeast New England. Portions of the mid-Atlantic. Lake effect snow continues along the Great Lakes Saturday and also Sunday. That prolonged event does continue. And we're looking at that snow showers on Sunday. Milder, though, throughout the central and southern plains. Still chilly and cool, but not the 40s that we're seeing on Saturday. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thanks. Have a great weekend. Our top stories are next, including the exodus of many remaining Twitter employees after an ultimatum.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods. What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big. When we're talking about November,
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
In today's top stories, the White House throws a legal Hail Mary for student debt relief. The Biden administration has asked the Supreme Court to step in and reverse an injunction issued by a lower court earlier this week. President Biden's plan to cancel up to $20,000 in student debt for millions of Americans has hit several legal roadblocks. And they are also asking the high court to put a hold on a decision by a Texas judge to strike down the program as illegal.
Another wave of employees at Twitter are flying the coop after an ultimatum from the new boss. Elon Musk told workers they would need to be willing to commit to a, quote, hardcore work environment with long hours and high intensity, or else they could resign and receive 3 months of severance. Well, according to internal Slack messages shared with CNBC, a deluge of employees chose option B, the severance. The chat was filled with dozens of goodbye messages. Amid the chaos, Twitter has also said that it's closing all offices until Monday. Musk joked about the situation, tweeting, "How do you make a small fortune on social media? Start with a large one." He spent $44 billion to acquire the social network last month.
In Philadelphia, a cash grab caught on camera. This here was at a McDonald's drive-thru. The armed burglar reaches into the window, grabs the register, he pulls the entire thing out of the wall, and then he gets back into the red SUV. Police say there were other people in that car. They are now searching for the suspects.
In an attempt to save salmon habitats, the largest dam removal in American history has been approved. The U.S. Federal Energy Regulatory Commission says that 4 dams across the California-Oregon border will be decommissioned. The hydroelectrical dams are currently in the way of salmon swimming upstream to spawn. It's a major victory for several native tribes whose ancestral lands span the area. The removal is expected to cost around $450 million.
Week 11 in the NFL has kicked off in Green Bay, where a little bit of Titans trickery caught the Packers off guard.
Out of the pistol this time. And he's going to throw, Henry's going to throw it, and it's Austin Hooper.
Everybody thought Derrick Henry was going to run it hard right into the end zone. Instead, he jumped up, threw that jump pass to Austin Hooper to give Tennessee a commanding lead. Hooper would score again in the fourth quarter, and that would pretty much put the game out of reach. The Titans get the better of the Packers at Lambeau Field, 27-17.
How about to baseball now? The American League MVP that made fans rise all season long. We're talking about Yankee slugger Aaron Judge. Well, he ran away with his first MVP award, beating out Angels phenom Shohei Ohtani. Judge's 62 home runs is a American League season single season record. And in the NL, St. Louis first baseman Paul Goldschmidt took home his first MVP award as well. Congratulations to both.
Have a great weekend, everyone. See you Monday. Be safe. Snowfall averaging 3 inches per hour combined with thunder and lightning, plus 0 visibility and up to 5 feet of snow. All of it adds up to a state of emergency in the Buffalo area.
Our Gotti Schwartz has the latest on the 4 Idaho college students brutally killed in their home, while 2 other students were also present, plus new details about the autopsies.
Chaos in the crypto world, where Bitcoin is down over 70% from its peak, and new lawsuits, including some well-known names.
Elon Musk laid down an ultimatum for his remaining Twitter employees, and now reports of a mass exodus of workers brings out Musk's dark humor.
And a brave first responders caught on camera running towards a burning car to help rescue the injured. We've got a busy Friday ahead for you. Early today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Corey Coffin. Happy you're with us this morning. A historic winter storm, which could be one of the top 10 most severe blizzards in Buffalo's history, is underway at this very hour. Intense lake effect snow is wreaking havoc from parts of Michigan to New York. A state of emergency was declared in Buffalo, where the worst of the storm is expected to hit. Snow is falling right now at a rate of about 3 inches per hour, and up to 4 to 5 feet could blanket the region by Sunday. The NFL announcing that Sunday's matchup between the Bills and the Cleveland Browns is going to be moved out of Buffalo to Detroit. New York Governor Kathy Hochul declared a state of emergency for 11 counties and has deployed the National Guard on standby. Travel is snarled across the region. The New York State Thruway placed a ban on commercial trucks until further notice. Bus service in Erie County has been canceled today, but the Metro Rail remains operational. Lightning and thunder snow is also striking parts of the state. This home surveillance here video showing flashes, and that is out of Kenmore. So for more on all of this, let's go over to meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's tracking that storm for us. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Great to see you. And that thunder snow just telling us how much energy this system has. And we are seeing 3 inches per hour. And we're going to see that over a prolonged period of time. That's part of the problem. It's a prolonged event. That's why we're seeing the crippling conditions. So taking a look at radar, we're seeing the snow is still falling. It's going to continue to fall over the next several days. The most intense snowfall, though, coming today. And where you see the lighter blues, the whites, that's where we're seeing the heaviest snowfall. So it's really localized downwind of the lakes. You can see those bands setting up Buffalo, Erie, Watertown, even seeing some lake effect snow in Wisconsin, also Michigan. We could see 1 to 2 feet in some spots there, but it's really Buffalo that's going to get the bullseye of this really heavy snow, 4 to 5 feet of snow. So we have winter alerts stretching from Wisconsin through Michigan and also downwind of the lakes in upstate New York. And we're looking at a lot of snow, up to 2 feet in some spots, up to 4 to 5 feet in Buffalo. So that's why we're expecting those crippling conditions. We're going to winds gusting near 40 miles per hour. It's going to cause some power outages. Roofs could be also damaged from all the snow. We'll talk more about this. Also talking about bitterly cold air coast to coast. We'll talk about that too coming up.
All right, sounds good, Michelle. Thanks. Let's turn now to the end of an era in Congress. Nancy Pelosi, the only woman to ever serve as House Speaker, loses that role as Republicans take over that chamber. And now, after 2 decades, she will also step aside and no longer lead the Democrats. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. The Democrats say they are making way for a new generation now.
Good morning. That's right, Philip. Well, Speaker Pelosi is not the only one that plans to give up a leadership position. The congressmen in the number 2 and 3 positions are also making room for new voices. House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer says he will not seek a leadership job. And the Democratic whip, Jim Clyburn, indicated he plans to have an advisory role. Pelosi acknowledged a changing of the guard in her speech.
Now we must move boldly into the future, grounded by the principles that have propelled us this far and open to fresh possibilities for the future. For me, the hour's come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect.
Pelosi has not said who she would like her replacement to be, but Hoyer and Clyburn have endorsed Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Clyburn also endorsed Catherine Clark of Massachusetts and Pete Aguilar of California for the number 2 and 3 spots. If Jeffries does become the next Democratic leader, that would make him the highest-ranking black lawmaker in history. The House Democrats will hold their leadership elections on November 30th. Philip?
We got a new dynamic coming next year in Congress. All right, Bree, thank you.
The man suspected of driving his SUV into a group of LA County Sheriff's Academy recruits has been released from jail without charges, despite the fact that authorities think he did it on purpose. These pictures just in of 22-year-old Nicholas Joseph Gutierrez returning to his house in Diamond Bar, California. Sheriff Alex Villanueva explained that the case needs to be further investigated.
We conclude it was a deliberate act. We are actually going to provisionally release him until we can have the case ironclad, ironproof, and submit it to the DA for filing consideration.
Now, the Sheriff's Department this morning adding that if the DA files charges, Gutierrez will be rearrested. 25 recruits were hurt. 2 of them are still in the hospital with critical injuries. 1 of them is on life support, and at least 1 person lost limbs.
We turn now to the investigation surrounding the deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. We're learning more details on the autopsies on those students as the search for the suspect continues. NBC's Gotti Schwartz has more.
More questions as investigators race to find a suspect in the gruesome murder of 4 college students in Moscow, Idaho.
It's pretty traumatic when there's 4 dead college students who have been stabbed to death in one location.
The coroner saying autopsies have been completed and the victims suffered extensive wounds after being stabbed multiple times with a large knife. Investigators now working to determine if the victims had defensive wounds or may have gotten the suspect's DNA on their bodies.
Well, looking to see if there are some clues that are on them, some of the suspects' blood perhaps, or something under somebody's fingernails.
The coroner saying the autopsies have found the time of death sometime after 2 a.m.
Cool. Thank you.
Investigators now reviewing this video, which they say shows two of the victims at a food truck just hours before the murder. Police also confirmed two other roommates were home and unhurt at the time of the murder and are actively cooperating with the investigation.
We're not just focusing just on them, we're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
Authorities say there was no sign of forced entry at the home. They think this was a targeted attack and are still searching for the murder weapon.
We cannot say that there's no threat to the community.
Meanwhile, a community in mourning.
Just because there's so many people here in this area who know them and love them, and we just want to shine a light on them.
While a mass murder is still on the loose. Gadi Schwartz, NBC News.
There is growing chaos across the cryptocurrency markets this morning. Bitcoin is down more than 70% from its all-time high. And now a new class action lawsuit is taking aim at the stars who endorsed a popular crypto company now in ruins. Jake Ward has the details.
You know what? I'm in.
Tom Brady, Gisele Bundchen,
Are you in?
Larry David, Naomi Osaka, and Steph Curry are among the celebrities accused in a class action lawsuit of being part of a, quote, fraudulent scheme designed to take advantage of unsophisticated investors that led to $11 billion in damages.
It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
I don't think so. All stemming from their involvement in promoting crypto exchange FTX. FTX's founder and CEO Sam Bankman-Fried was until recently the darling of the crypto community. His company, once valued at more than $32 billion, is now seeking bankruptcy protection.
We're talking about one of the larger bankruptcies we've seen in a long time.
The FTX founder, also named in the lawsuit, resigned as CEO as his company collapsed. He did not reply to NBC's request for comment, but in a direct message exchange with a reporter wrote, "F regulators, they make everything worse." We also did not hear back from representatives for celebrities named in the lawsuit for appearing in ads like this.
With FTX, I have everything I need to buy, sell, and trade crypto safely.
But the lawsuit calls FTX's platform a Ponzi scheme and says of the defendants, none performed any due diligence.
These celebrities all should have known that when they took this risk, that if these are unregistered securities, they're looking at liability for all of the damages.
Bankman-Fried has been accused of moving billions in customers' funds without their permission to another one of his companies. His exchange then faced what was akin to a run on the bank, and now customers can't get their money out.
That money I had put aside for my granddaughter so I can use for Christmas, and now I have to figure out another way to do it.
The new lawsuit now calls for accountability from FTX's big-name endorsers. Jake Ward, NBC News, San Francisco.
The Biden administration is moving to shield the Saudi crown prince from a lawsuit over the murder of Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi. In a filing made by the Justice Department, they argue that because Mohammed bin Salman was recently made the Saudi prime minister, he qualifies for immunity as head of state. In a tweet, Khashoggi's fiancée, who filed the lawsuit, called it an injustice, tweeting, "Jamal died again today." President Biden has been criticized by human rights advocates for his handling of Khashoggi's death, especially after fist-bumping bin Salman back in July. A judge will now decide whether to grant that immunity.
In Philadelphia, a cash grab caught on camera. This was at a McDonald's drive-thru. The armed burglar reaches into the window and just grabs the register, yanking it right out of the wall. Before leaping back into a red SUV, police say there were others in that car as well. They are now searching for those suspects.
Let's get back to Michelle now for more on today's extreme weather. Hello again, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. You need to bundle up because we're looking at cold temperatures once again. Daytime highs are going to be 10, 20, 25 degrees below normal for this time of year, feeling more like Christmas than Thanksgiving, and 17 million people waking up to freeze warnings. That's in the Carolinas, the southeast along the Gulf Coast, where you see the pink. That's where we're looking at the freeze warnings. And temperatures are at or below freezing in many spots, below freezing in Atlanta this morning. Also Birmingham, Montgomery, Jackson, Mississippi, looking at 27 degrees. But it's cold, too, to the north, really cold. We're looking at temperatures in the teens. It feels like below zero in some spots. Chicago right now feeling like the teens. Feels like 25 in Louisville. Feels like below freezing in Little Rock. So it is chilly everywhere. We're looking at chilly afternoons, so you want to layer up. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, the cold air continues. We're looking at temperatures in the 20s and 30s. Some temperatures in the teens, too, in the Rockies, the northern plains, into the upper Midwest. And that chilly air extends down to the south. Temperatures only in the 40s in Memphis. All right, finally Friday, guys. We're going to look at that weekend outlook in just a bit.
All right.
Looking forward to that very much so. Right, Michelle, thanks. Do you have what it takes to be the chief of cheer this holiday season? Well, CableTV.com is offering $2,500 to anyone who is, well, someone, I should say, not anyone, someone who is willing to watch 25 holiday movies in 25 days and talk about how the films make them feel. The acceptable movies, all on a list that has been checked twice, is on the company's website, along with the application. The winner will be chosen by December 6th.
Nice job, especially for some Christmas money. All right, Early Today is back in just 1 minute with the groundbreaking new treatment to fight diabetes.
And the unbelievable video as police race into action to save a woman from a burning car.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Leading the news, a terrifying moment captured on video as Kansas police raced to save a woman trapped in her burning car.
We got it, we got it, we got it. Pull, pull, pull. Pull, pull, pull.
Dramatic body cam video shows fire and police crews lifting that vehicle. They did eventually free that woman. A preliminary investigation showed that the driver failed to stop at an intersection, hitting another car and a tree. The 51-year-old was the only person injured, but is expected to make a full recovery.
Well, the FDA has approved the first ever therapy drug to delay the onset of type 1 diabetes. Tzield from Prevention Bio and Sanofi is a monoclonal antibody given through intravenous injection once a day for 14 days straight. Now, it works by deactivating the immune cells that attack insulin production while boosting the immune system. The FDA calls it, quote, an important new treatment option for at-risk patients. In clinical trials, it was shown to delay full-blown diabetes by 2 years on average.
The crypto contagion sparked by the FTX collapse is spreading now to NFTs, and one of the best examples here might be Justin Bieber. At the start of the year, the pop star spent over $1 million in crypto to nab a Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT, and now that same piece is now worth about $70,000. That's according to the NFT price floor. Non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, they're essentially a digital asset that you can own. Bored Apes were one of the most successful digital art collections.
All right, now to a mystery that is partially solved at Yellowstone National Park. A dead man whose foot was found in a hot springs has been identified. The Park Service says Ilhan Rowe of Los Angeles died in an incident in the early morning of July 31st. Then his foot was found floating in a shoe on August 16th. Investigators say how he died is not clear, but they do not suspect foul play. The Abyss Pool is one of Yellowstone's deepest hot springs and is around 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Visitors are warned to use extreme caution.
Still to come, Bradley Cooper teams up with Steven Spielberg to step into one of Steve McQueen's most iconic roles.
And chaos in 280 characters or less. Our Steve Sedgwick will tell us what sparked another wave of resignations at Twitter.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man, it's okay.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
In today's Quick Hits, it is Judgment Day for Elizabeth Holmes. The Theranos founder will be sentenced today in her fraud trial. She could face up to 20 years in prison if found guilty.
And somebody sedate me. After 19 seasons, Ellen Pompeo is saying goodbye to Grey's Anatomy. We are not going to reveal any spoilers, but we'll tell you she is thanking her fans for all their support.
And a cop is born. Bradley Cooper is set to play San Francisco cop Frank Bullitt in the newest thriller for Steven Spielberg. Bullitt is about the classic character who was played by Steve McQueen in 1968.
All right, now to the latest in the Twitter saga that seems to have pitted the employees against the new boss after he dropped an ultimatum on the remaining staffers who survived the first wave of layoffs. Here with the details, sort all this out for us is CNBC's Steve Sedgwick. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Philip. Good morning, Corey. If only I could. I'm afraid it's beyond me. What I will do is tell you what we think's going on, and that is that apparently there are lots of internal Slack messages that have been shared with our organisation, CNBC, that shows engineers and other employees showing goodbye messages and in a water cooler chat group, which basically has been running up until yesterday as well. Now, this follows the fact that Elon Musk has said, look, guys, you've got to sign up to a new hardcore working environment, saying you've got to work long hours at high intensity. intensity and followed up with a pair of emails saying what employees should and shouldn't do as well. But apparently some employees have been asked to come back because they are so short of staff. So Musk asking some top engineers who had opted to resign to consider staying because they just need those engineers to keep the company going. Others are saying that actually the offices are now closed until Monday because they just haven't necessarily got enough employees to keep the place functioning. So it is a stunningly confusing picture of what is going on at the moment. Safe to say the old environment has very much been replaced potentially by this new high intensity environment. Nobody actually knows what that really means, but it is once again a very confusing picture over at Twitter. Back to you both of you.
Maybe the employees at Tesla and SpaceX could give them a little insight on what that means. All right. Steve, thank you. Have a great weekend.
Coming up, Michelle has your weekend forecast. It's going to be chilly coming next.
And Taylor Swift knows it all too well now. The latest tour disappointment from Ticketmaster. That's coming up.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back on this Friday. You need to bundle up this weekend for many of us. We're looking at temperatures well below normal once again on Saturday. Bitterly cold through the northern plains, the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes. Also really chilly in the central and southern plains. Looking for some rain and storms in Texas, also Louisiana. Lake effect snow that continues along the Great Lakes and will continue into Sunday as well. Still cool, but not quite as chilly in the central and southern plains. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Michelle. TGIF. It is going to be a cruel summer for many lovers of Taylor Swift. We'll explain the Ticketmaster debacle.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
we're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods. What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Taylor Swift fans, get ready for more trouble when you log in. It was already impossible for some of you to get advance tickets, and now Ticketmaster is canceling the sale to the general public altogether today. Ann Thompson takes a look at what happened.
I love you guys so much.
A stunner from Ticketmaster, canceling public sale of Taylor Swift concert tickets because of extraordinarily high demand and insufficient remaining ticket inventory. The cancellation follows a week of controversy her fans can't shake off.
I am totally in shock.
The Swifties, as the fans are known, furious over long wait times, website crashes, and for some, an online queue that went nowhere in this week's pre-sale.
You can't! You don't have a code!
A code system designed to help fans backfired in confusion and broken hearts. Critics blaming Ticketmaster's stranglehold on the concert industry. Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar pointing to the more than decade-old merger of Live Nation and Ticketmaster, sending a letter to the CEO, writing the problem suggests Ticketmaster continues to abuse its market positions. Ticketmaster's largest shareholder on CNBC.
Despite all the challenges and the breakdowns, we did sell over 2 million tickets that day. We could have filled 900 stadiums.
Tennessee's Attorney General also looking into the meltdown.
We are concerned about this very dominant market player.
For the Swifties, all they want is a fair shot and tickets to one of their idols' 52 upcoming shows. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
There's a whole new generation finding out now about the ticket industry.
Yes.
Just littered with frustration and high prices.
Makes you not even want to try.
Yeah,
So sad.
yeah, it is.
All right, now some weekend plans for you to consider. A new movie hits theaters today that's ripped right from the headlines.
People have tried to write this story before. He kills it every time.
Harvey adamantly denies any allegation of assault.
He played people. He was a master manipulator.
She Said is a new movie from Universal Pictures that follows New York Times reporters as they cover the explosive Harvey Weinstein allegations. Or if you'd like to stay on this weekend, the long-awaited sequel to Enchanted makes its debut today on Disney+. Amy Adams reprises her role as Giselle, but this time she's disenchanted.
And for you sports fans out there, you can watch some football. The top 3 teams in college football, they're all getting tested tomorrow just before rivalry week. Number 1, Georgia, they are on the road against the Kentucky Wildcats. Both Michigan and Ohio State battle Big Ten foes before those two square off against each other next week. And in Bozeman, they will host the Brawl of the Wild between Montana and Montana State, both of them in the top 15 of the FCS rankings. Plus, 4 of the Pac-12's best will clash after the sun goes down. Have a great weekend. Be safe. We hope to see you on Monday.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Kathy Park. Joe and Savannah have the morning off. Right now in Morning News Now, on alert, breaking overnight, North Korea test fires a new missile, one that has the range to hit the U.S. mainland. It landed in the waters of Japan, but the move has officials worldwide on alert. We have the latest developments on this tense situation. Plus, welcome to winter, bitter temperatures and several feet in snow. The calendar may say it's still fall, but millions of Americans are dealing with what feels and looks like a brutal change in season this morning. A massive snowstorm on the march through the upper Midwest and Northeast. In western New York, up to 5 feet of snow expected this weekend. Full coverage this morning, including meteorologist Michelle Grossman with what to expect ahead. And also this morning, end of an era. Nancy Pelosi, the first female House Speaker, is stepping down from House leadership after 2 decades at the helm.
And with great confidence in our caucus, I will not seek re-election to Democratic leadership in the next Congress.
We'll tell you what's behind Pelosi's decision to step back and who could take over her post. Plus, you're on your own, Swifties. After days of website errors and long lines, Ticketmaster cancels the general sale for tickets to Taylor Swift's highly anticipated tour. The chaos leaving millions of fans feeling all too unwell. The legal backlash Ticketmaster could soon face, and the action fans want to see next.
I've been so impressed with working those song titles into these scripts with Taylor, but people are so upset about this.
They're very upset. I mean, I'm a Swiftie, but you know, I didn't even get into the fight. I didn't even try to get tickets.
Smart move.
Yeah.
We'll have more on that.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, we begin this morning with breaking news out of North Korea, with that country launching another ballistic missile into the Sea of Japan.
Yeah, but this morning, a chilling announcement from South Korean and Japanese officials. They believe this missile, which landed just 130 miles off the Japanese coast, had the capability to hit anywhere in the United States, and that it was also designed to carry nuclear warheads. This is just the latest in a series of escalations by the North, and comes just a day after it held a smaller missile launch. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now, and he's been looking at this story recently with the latest. So, Raf, these tensions are growing in the region, and this latest test is just adding to the concerns that North Korea could be preparing to resume testing on nuclear weapons. So what do we know about that ballistic missile that they launched today?
Yeah, Stephen, good morning. This is the latest in what's been a pretty unrelenting barrage of missiles from the north. They fired more than 30 this month alone. I was in South Korea 2 weeks ago. They were basically firing missiles every day. Here's what we know about today's launch. It was fired early Friday morning, local time, from the Pyongyang area. The missile, as you said, fell off the coast of Japan, and all indications are it is an ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic missile. We don't know exactly which one, but we do know the North's most advanced weapon, the Hwasong-17, is capable, in theory, of hitting anywhere in the United States. So Los Angeles, D.C., New York, all in theory in range, all in theory could be hit with a nuclear weapon. Now, we are waiting to see, is this barrage of missile tests just the beginning of something bigger, and may we see the North Koreans go back to testing nuclear weapons for the first time since 2017? Stephen.
Quite alarming, these implications, Raf. So Vice President Kamala Harris is attending the APEC summit in Thailand and held an emergency meeting with other leaders over this missile launch. So what are their reactions to this? And is there any talk of more sanctions against North Korea over this latest launch?
Yeah, so the vice president is in the region. She's there a couple of days, of course, after President Biden was in Bali at the G20. This is the White House really trying to signal the American commitment to the Indo-Pacific region. We heard basically universal condemnation from that summit of leaders in Bangkok. We heard from the prime ministers of New Zealand, Canada, South Korea. Take a listen to what the vice president had to say.
This conduct by North Korea most recently is a brazen violation of multiple UN security resolutions. It destabilizes security in the region and unnecessarily raises tensions.
Now, Stephen, she talks about UN Security Council resolutions there. The North is clearly violating these resolutions, but the reality is the West has very few good options in terms of enforcing those resolutions without help from China. It's really only the Chinese who can turn the screws on North Korea. And right now, because tensions are so high between the U.S. and China over Taiwan and other issues, there's really not a whole lot of cooperation there.
Lots of complications for sure. And just quickly here, Ralph, how is South Korea and Japan, how are they responding to today's launch?
So they've actually both conducted joint military exercises with the U.S. today, and the South Korean test was particularly pointed. South Korean fighter jets blew up a mobile missile launcher target, which is a very clear message to Kim Jong-un that the South, along with its American allies, is capable of attacking the kinds of weapons platforms the North would use to launch these missiles. Stephen.
All right, Ralph Sanchez, thanks so much.
And now to the extreme winter storm that is slamming the Midwest. This morning, millions of people are waking up to several inches of snow, making it feel more like Christmas than Thanksgiving. Now, officials are warning another 12 hours of dangerous conditions are ahead, with up to 3 inches of snow an hour expected in some areas. Meanwhile, the Northeast is bracing for the worst as lake effect snow begins.
This is considered an extreme event, an extreme weather event. That means it's dangerous. It also means it's life-threatening.
Several states have already declared a state of emergency ahead of the storm. We have meteorologist Michelle Grossman standing by with more on what to expect this weekend. But first, NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra is in Buffalo, New York, where the lake effect snow warning is in effect until Sunday. So, Marissa, good morning to you. It looks like winter has come early there in Buffalo where you are. So walk us through what you're seeing on the ground.
Yeah, so one thing I will say, the lake effect snow is unpredictable. If you had come out to me just maybe 1 minute ago, it looked like we were standing in the middle of a snow globe, but this is the definition of lake effect snow. I can see another band coming our way, so maybe at the end of our hit, you'll see us get bombarded by snow. But listen, we just got the latest snow totals in our area in the Erie County. We're seeing that most areas are seeing at least a foot of snow. Some are seeing upwards, probably closer to 2 feet, and we could get upwards of 4 feet. So when we talk about the concerns here, it's of course the roads are a big concern. They can not only get slick, but when these bands come through, Kathy, it is so hard to see. It's upwards of maybe zero visibility in some places at some points. But it's not just a matter of what happens on the roads. They're also worried about people being safe and smart when they're inside their homes. If they have a place to go to, of course, they have shelters and emergency places set up so that people can go into places. But when it gets really cold and people turn on those generators, they want to make sure people don't get carbon monoxide poisoning and practice safety measures with that. And then lastly, depending on how much snow we get, there's always the risk for roof collapse if too much snow accumulates on those structures.
Yeah, Marissa, so this is going to be serious snow stuff, and the snow is already impacting locals with a driving ban in place in Erie County. It's also impacting the Buffalo Bills football game set for Sunday. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so they moved the Bills game on Sunday all the way to Detroit before we even saw the first snowflake here. And then you mentioned the driving ban. So a little further north, they changed that to a driving advisory. But here and further south, they still have that driving ban in effect. They've had that since 9 o'clock last night. And we mentioned how they're really not messing around here. Well, safety officials have stressed over and over and over what they don't want to see is a repeat of 2014. It was November of 2014 when the area saw roughly a dozen people die as a direct result of this snowstorm then. So emergency officials are saying now, they've said this multiple times, they don't want to see a repeat of that.
And Marissa, talk about bad timing. The storm comes just days before Thanksgiving and the holiday travel rush. So do officials see the storm impacting flights right now?
I mean, looking into the crystal ball, it's a little hard to say. I think it just depends on how much worse this gets. We've seen so many flights get canceled. I know that I was on one of the last flights to make it into Buffalo. And just anecdotally, I noticed there were people on my flight and people at the airport who were changing their travel plans as a result of the snowstorm, saying they wanted to get to where they needed to be ahead of Thanksgiving so they could hunker down and be with their family. So I think it's really just going to depend. Obviously, we're just going to have to wait this out and see for ourselves.
All right, and this is just the beginning. Marissa Parra, thank you. Stay warm.
All right, let's turn now to meteorologist Michelle Grossman with the latest on where that storm is and where it's headed.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. Happy Friday. And yeah, it's going to be a rough go for people in Buffalo, Watertown, New York, because we're looking at this prolonged event. It started yesterday. It really started 36 hours ago. And we're still seeing this snow falling. You can see on radar, the blue, that is the snow. It's that swirl right around the Great Lakes where that colder air is going over the warmer waters, producing this lake effect snow band. So very localized. You can see Buffalo, Erie, just north of Erie getting some snow. But if you go a mile, 2 miles, 3 miles outside of this band, they're getting nothing. So this is very localized. Watertown getting a lot of snow right now. Where you're seeing the lighter blues, the whites, that's the heaviest snow. And that's why we're expecting Buffalo to get upwards of 4 feet, 5 feet of snow, rivaling that 2014 snowstorm. Again, this is like a wall of snow. That's why they have that driving ban. So if you're out driving, it could be crystal clear, and then you go into these snow bands, and that's why it's so dangerous, down to zero visibility. We do have winter alerts stretching from Wisconsin to Michigan. We are expecting the western portions of Michigan to see some heavy snowfall as well. And then we have alerts stretching from Watertown to Oswego, Buffalo, Erie, also Cleveland. A winter storm watch is there for Cleveland, also Erie. And that's going to depend on where that snow band sets up there. Oswego, you're also under a winter storm watch. So we're expecting the highest snowfall totals in western Michigan, and then downwind of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. That includes Watertown and the southern towns, Buffalo, and also the southern towns there. And we're seeing that snow falling right now. We're going to continue to see this. This is going to take until Sunday before it winds up. So we're looking up, or winds down, I should say, up to 5 feet of snow near Buffalo. That is a lot of snow. I know Buffalo, you're used to the snow, but it's the first one of the season. It gets very, very heavy. You have to stay ahead of that snow so you don't get that heavy snow load on the infrastructures. Extreme lake effect snow today with those intense bands, snowfall rates of 3 inches per hour. That's why it's so tough to be out and about in it. That's why we're going to see those airport delays or closing, major delays. And we're also going to see some trouble on the roadways as well. So we have the cold as well. We have freeze alerts stretching from the Carolinas to the southeast, also along the Gulf Coast. 20 million people impacted this morning by a freeze warning. That is in the pink, and this cold air stretches well beyond that. We're looking at morning lows in below zero tomorrow. So if you're out and about, the soccer games, the flag football games, it's going to be really, really cold. We're looking at parkas recommended still as we go into next week. Look at Bismarck, not much relief as we go into Sunday and Monday, still in the single digits. In the teens in Minneapolis on Saturday, just 12 degrees, 8 degrees on Sunday. Monday, looking at 17 degrees. Pittsburgh, you're cold too. Temperatures right around 20 degrees as you're waking up tomorrow morning. 17 degrees on Sunday and only 20 on Monday. So it is chilly everywhere. We have a big area of high pressure. It's funneling down this Arctic air from Canada. And we're looking at really cool temperatures all the way down to the south. So San Antonio, 55 degrees. That's 18 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. New Orleans, 57. Notice the 20s and teens. Omaha, just 26. That's 22 degrees below average. Burlington, Vermont, 39. 50 degrees in Charlotte. And it's going to feel more like winter, too, as we go throughout tomorrow. So feeling more like January as opposed to November. D.C. only in the 40s. Minneapolis, just 17 degrees tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Oof. Painful. Just
I know.
Right.
I love how our banner said parkas recommended. I think all of mine are now out for the season.
Good call.
Scarves and hats.
That's right.
Perfect.
Michelle, thanks. Well, Thanksgiving is now less than a week away, and holiday travelers are already showing signs that they're ready to hit the road early this season, with airports already showing heavily booked flights ahead of next week's festivities. It all comes as transportation officials warn that Turkey Day this year will be the third busiest travel season in more than 20 years. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from LaGuardia Airport here in New York with more on that. So, Ron, good morning to you. AAA predicting around 55 million people will be traveling for Thanksgiving. So what can they expect when they hit the door?
Well, that depends on where you're going and when you're going. If you're going somewhere today, it's pretty normal here. Everything is moving along. There are no delays here, at least in this part of New York. If you're trying to travel to Buffalo, you probably have a big problem up there. So the thing is that travel is getting back to normal. You know, we're past the worst of the COVID situation, and so airports are busy, the roads are going to be busy, and AAA and everyone else are advising, as always, to be patient and travel off peak and plan ahead and expect delays and all that. We spoke to the TSA administrator about what to expect at airports in terms of wait times, and here's some of what he had to say about that. Take a listen. apparently we're having a problem with that somewhat. Bottom line, though, Steve, is that it's going to be a very intense holiday season. People are anxious to get back to normal, to spend time with family, friends, and loved ones. And so the roads are going to be packed, the airports are going to be packed, and as they always say, pack your patience when you're traveling. Steve?
We love to say that on the news, pack your patience. So, Ron, that AAA report also showed that 49 million people are expected to drive to their destinations, showing road trips are up, I think, about 0.5% from last year. So what should we know about this?
Well, again, it's the same thing. You know, Thanksgiving is a busy driving holiday. People tend to drive to relatives' homes and so forth, and it's a rather compacted period. So again, there's going to be a lot of traffic out there, travel off-peak. Gas prices are down from where they were, so that's probably going to add to the traffic on the roads as well. So AAA is saying that, again, the numbers are going to be close to where they were pre-pandemic levels, so take it easy. Again, today, if you can get off work, if you can keep your children out of school the first couple of days of next week, that will help, of course, and you can get on the road earlier, or you can book flights earlier as well. But again, the bottom line is things are going to be pretty much like they used to be, which is great news, but again, it's going to be challenging getting where you want to get to.
Things going more back to normal, but normal had plenty of frustrations as well. So, Ron, I did want to ask about other forms of transportation, buses, trains, cruises. Have they seen an increase in bookings? What can you tell us about that?
Everything has. There have been increases in travel. Everything is, again, sort of back to where it used to be, the good old days, pre-pandemic, or approaching that level. I guess we'll see, you know, once we get into the holiday. We're still, you know, Thanksgiving is, you know, still almost a week away. So we've got a long run-up period to all this to look at everything. Of course, travel is looked at closely and microanalyzed. The bottom line is that the TSA at airports like this one, they're trying to get ready for this. They're trying to increase their staff. They say it is easier for them to deal with a period of intense travel like over Thanksgiving, more so than like through a longer extended period like through the summer. So again, everyone knows this is coming, everyone sees it coming, but again, the bottom line is be patient. There's going to be a lot of traffic on the roads, a lot of traffic at airports. Hopefully the weather will hold up. If you get a storm like as is happening in Buffalo and other parts of the country, that of course is going to complicate things, but at the moment things are moving well. If you can leave early, leave early. But it's going to be a typical sort of Thanksgiving holiday crush as we used to know, which is great news, but again, not so good news, depending on where you're going and when you're going. Steve?
That makes sense. Some good tips there. Lots of deep breaths for folks. Ron, thank you.
To Washington now, and the end of an era on Capitol Hill. Yesterday, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announced she will step down from her leadership position in the Democratic caucus when Congress begins its new term.
With great confidence in our caucus, I will not seek re-election to Democratic leadership in the next Congress. For me, the hour's come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect. And I'm grateful that so many are ready and willing to shoulder this awesome responsibility.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with more on the changing of the guard. Ryan, good morning to you. So Pelosi has been in a leadership role with the Democrats for 2 decades now. Talk to us about how Pelosi came to this decision and more about her farewell yesterday.
You know, Kathy, none of us knew for sure what her plans were until the moment she delivered them on the House floor yesterday. There's, of course, been a lot of speculation about what her plans were going to be. And I think a lot of it depended on whether or not the Democrats were going to be able to upset the trends of midterm elections and hold on to their House majority. When it became clear that that wasn't going to happen, that's when everyone started wondering whether or not Nancy Pelosi was going to move on. And then the question became, would she just leave leadership or would she leave the Congress altogether? And she's chosen to take the unique step of not leaving Congress, but just leaving her leadership position. And she talked on the floor yesterday about why she believes it is important to hand over the leadership baton to a new generation here in Washington.
New day is dawning on the horizon, and I look forward, always forward, to the unfolding story of our nation, a story of light and love, of patriotism and progress, of many becoming one. and always an unfinished mission to make the dreams of today the reality of tomorrow. And now we owe to the American people our very best to deliver on their faith, to forever reach for the more perfect union.
And so the role that she's going to play here, as I said before, will be unique. She obviously has so many admirers, so many people that look to her for guidance. And so the fact that she's still going to be here while other people will take over the job that she had before could be helpful, but it also could be a distraction. So we'll have to see how this plays out once Republicans take the majority on January 3rd.
And Ryan, it wasn't just Pelosi, but Maryland Congressman Steny Hoyer, who currently holds a #2 leadership position, says he's also not seeking a leadership role. What's next for Democrats going forward, and who can potentially, can we expect to see in these new roles coming soon?
Right. Steny Hoyer, right. Also, Jim Clyburn, the #3 ranking Democrat, all of them octogenarians, all saying that they're going to stay in Congress but hand things over to a new crop of leaders. The name that everybody keeps looking back to is Hakeem Jeffries. He is a young congressman from New York City. He is a rising star in the Democratic Party. He is someone who seems to have consolidated the support of Democrats and seems poised to become the next Democratic leader. He'll be joined, it appears, by Catherine Clark, a Democrat from Massachusetts, who announced just this morning that she is seeking the Democratic whip position. And then Pete Aguilar from California, who served on the January 6th Select Committee and is likely going to be the next caucus chair. These are much younger members of Congress, but people that still have a certain degree of experience. And what is also most remarkable about them is how diverse they are. Hakeem Jeffries would be the first black leader of any party in Congress, both the House and Senate. So if he is successful, that would indeed be historic.
Yep, some big changes ahead. Ryan, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, coming up, Ukraine bracing for more attacks on its infrastructure.
That includes the capital of Kyiv. The city, like most parts of the country, is without power, all as they head into a cold winter. What the blackouts mean for the fighting on the ground. Next. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We're back now with the latest on the war in Ukraine. Russia is not letting up on its attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure. The result could be a serious humanitarian crisis with millions threatened by power outages right at the start of Ukraine's long winter. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now with more on this. So, Richard, let's talk about these strikes on Ukraine's energy infrastructure. A Kremlin spokesman says the blackouts are a result of Ukraine's refusal to negotiate an end to the war. How could this complicate the fighting on the ground there?
Well, Russia now seems to have a very clear strategy, which is to try to bring this country to its knees by starving the people out, and there's been a lot of attacks on food warehouses, and now attacking the power grid just as the harsh winter is setting in. We had the first snowfall in Kyiv, in the capital here, and according to President Zelensky, 10 million people in this country are without power. That's roughly a quarter of the population. So there are widespread power outages. That means there's no heat. That means it's difficult to pump and move water. In the city where I am right now, there is no running fresh water. People have to go find buckets, go to communal taps, fill up water. If they have running water in their home at all, it's salt water. So there is a very difficult humanitarian situation in this country all across Ukraine. And when Russia comes and says it's actually Ukraine's fault for not negotiating, Ukrainians will come back and say it's actually 100% Russia's fault because Russia is bombing the infrastructure. And Ukraine says it is open to diplomatic negotiations, but it does not want those diplomatic negotiations to come at the price of surrendering large parts of Ukrainian territory. And currently, Russia occupies about 20% of this country.
And more headlines out of that region. President Zelensky seems to be dialing back his assertions that Ukraine was not responsible for the missile that killed 2 people in Poland earlier this week. He made that video appearance at an event yesterday. Zelensky sounded more uncertain about who actually launched it. So where do things stand in that investigation?
Well, I think this cross-border incident is now receding into the background here. It got a lot of headlines for a couple of days because NATO allies, including the United States, got very spun up because it was unclear what had happened. The initial speculation after President Zelensky quickly accused Russia was that Russia had, by accident or for another reason, fired across the border into Poland, a NATO country. But Poland now says it believes that it was actually Ukrainian missile defense system that misfired and accidentally launched a missile over the border and killed 2 farmers in Poland. The United States shares that assessment. So what we're seeing now is Zelensky trying to dial back his initial accusations against Russia.
And Richard, last week, the big headlines out of Ukraine, they were able to recapture Kherson. So we're now hearing the UN has launched an investigation into allegations of Russian torture happening there. What more do we know about this?
So, and this has happened each time that Ukrainian forces have pushed into an area that was held by Russian troops. They find, and we've seen several of these ourselves, houses where interrogations and torture took place. Often they find mass graves. And they found another, according to local authorities in Kherson, torture house in the city. Investigators went through it. Prosecutors have been talking to witnesses, survivors, and are trying to build a case. All across this country, Ukrainians, journalists, activists are gathering names, taking photographs, trying to build a body of evidence so that one day they hope the people who carried out atrocities, murders, rape, torture, that they can be held accountable.
So many months now, those allegations have been going on. Richard Engel, thank you.
Now to an NBC News exclusive, taking us inside the operation to try to stop the pipeline of illegal drugs, guns, and human trafficking into the U.S. by cutting it off at the source.
Yeah, NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley takes us to South America for the critical and dangerous mission.
In Colombia, a critical and dangerous mission. The U.S. trying to stop drugs, weapons, and migrants from reaching the southern border. We're getting an exclusive look, traveling with Americans from Homeland Security Investigations, or HSI, and the Colombian police they're training.
We're listening in on a tactical briefing between Colombian National Police, the Colombian military, and HSI from the Department of Homeland Security just before they go out to a number of high-value targets.
For their safety, we are not revealing the identity of these officers. Colombian police heading out to an alleged drug cartel leader. We arrive at this Medellin apartment complex. U.S. officials say synthetic drugs produced by these gang leaders were seized in Miami. 2 suspects are placed in handcuffs.
They've been going through their belongings as police look for more evidence of crimes committed in Colombia and linked to the United States.
In all, Colombian police confiscated over 650 vials of ketamine.
I'm from Bogota.
Nicolas Barrios is with the Colombian National Police.
How long had these guys been operating?
Around 2 years. They are doing too many things like smuggling, trafficking in weapons, and almost homicides too.
Brendan O'Brien is America's second highest diplomat here.
I think Colombians have seen the benefits of U.S. security cooperation. They've seen the number of murders go down. They've seen crime go down.
The next day, we're on a U.S. Black Hawk, headed to a base built by the U.S. government near the Panamanian border. Officials tell us the Clan de Golfo gang controls the drug trade and profits off migrants by extorting them as they head north to the U.S.
These are leaders of a human smuggling network who have been taking migrants across Colombia into Panama, and they've been arrested here today by Colombian National Police with the help of the Americans at HSI.
The alleged cartel suspects could now face extradition to the U.S.
It's one organization that's been taken off, disrupted, and dismantled. Will others pop up? Maybe, but not this one.
And our thanks to Julia Ainsley for that story. In the last year, there were a record number of illegal border crossings, and nearly 15,000 pounds of fentanyl have been seized coming into the U.S.
And coming up on Morning News Now, Judgment Day.
Yeah, disgraced Theranos CEO Elizabeth Holmes will be sentenced on her fraud and conspiracy charges today. She faces up to 20 years behind bars, but there's new pressure now to give her a lighter sentence. We'll explain why that is coming up next.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. Disgraced former tech CEO Elizabeth Holmes is set to be sentenced in a federal court later today, nearly a year after she was first convicted of fraud.
Yeah, Holmes was found by a California jury to have misled investors in her now infamous biotech startup Theranos. She's now facing decades behind bars. For more on this, we're joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Danny, thanks for being with us this morning. So, an important bit of background here. Holmes is about to have her second child and is now asking for a maximum sentence of just 18 months under house arrest. Well, prosecutors, they're pushing for that 15 years in prison and a payment of $800 million in restitution. So, are we expecting any leniency for her here?
Leniency is a weird word because of the bizarre state of federal sentencing law. I'll give you an example. The statutory maximum here is 20 years. The federal sentencing guidelines are supposed to calculate some kind of reasonable, I guess, sentence. But in this case, the federal sentencing guidelines, if you calculate them, yield a sentence that is beyond the statutory maximum. In other words, the guidelines ask for an illegal sentence. So if we're talking about who's being reasonable, you could say the government's being reasonable because they're asking for a lot less than 20 years. On Holmes's side, I got to say, I don't know what happened between client and lawyer, but I totally sympathize. It may be unreasonable for them to ask for such a light sentence. But look, when you're talking to your client doesn't want you to go in there and say, oh, give my client 5 years. They want to shoot the moon. They want zero. They want to be home. So they want to pay you to get up there and ask the judge for the lightest possible sentence, sometimes even if it's not realistic.
So, Danny, she still has some allies. More than 100 letters have been filed in support of Holmes, including one from New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, who described her as a friend who, quote, holds on to the hope that she can make contributions to the lives of others and that she can, despite mistakes, make the world a better place. So how much sway do these types of letters of support, especially from powerful people like Senator Booker, usually have in a judge's sentence?
After all this time of doing this, my answer to that is, who knows? I really don't know, because it's certainly not one of the critical factors under Section 3553. It's not one of the important factors that the judge considers. But is it important? Is it better to have Cory Booker write you a letter of recommendation than dear old mom? Well, of course it is. I mean, it's all about who's influential, saying that you're a good person and you deserve a light sentence. But after all this time doing this, I really am not sure how valuable having 100 letters versus 5 really good letters, depending on who they're from. It's really hard to say whether these letters have any effect. But look, if you can get Cory Booker to write you a letter for your sentencing hearing, bravo on you.
Yeah, certainly can't hurt. So, Danny, home sentencing, this is all coming at a time when other tech startups, tech founders are in the hot seat. Just yesterday, we spoke to you about a lawsuit filed against FTX, that controversial crypto exchange, not to mention everything that, of course, going on with Twitter right now. So what kind of precedent could these cases together going forward set when it comes to big tech accountability?
Yeah, the case you were just talking about in the news is not really the same as the Elizabeth Holmes case. They're similar, but I think what we're seeing here is a moving trend towards, look, if you're a hot new startup person, a young entrepreneur, and you have people invest millions or billions of dollars into this high-risk business, well, it seems that you have to be very careful that you don't mislead investors or people on your management team to get your job done. I think that this is a tale of don't let greed get in the way of doing the right thing.
And a good life lesson in general. All right, Danny Cevallos, thank you.
And staying on tech, cybersecurity experts are sounding the alarm over a concerning new trend called check washing. Criminals are now erasing information off stolen checks and cashing them for big money, draining victims' accounts of thousands of dollars. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez explains how this scam works.
Police say this is what check phishing looks like. A bold thief brazenly stealing envelopes from a mailbox in New York City.
When they get a check, it's a jackpot for them.
A jackpot, investigators say, because the crooks use chemicals like nail polish remover to wash away the writing on the check, replacing it with their own.
It's extremely frustrating.
Maureen McGovern says one fake check in her name almost cost her $7,000.
So this is not your handwriting?
No, it is not.
And this one, $2,700. Even though she'd only written it for $246, someone had erased her handwriting.
She says she dropped the checks off at these mailboxes right outside the post office. But days later, she got a call from her bank. What went through your head?
I really couldn't imagine what was going on.
In addition to thieves grabbing envelopes from mailboxes, experts say they're also stealing keys from mail carriers.
We know that there are organized crime groups working on this issue.
David Maimon, a cybercrime researcher at Georgia State University, leads a team that has been tracking about 3,000 stolen checks per week nationwide. He estimates the money lost in the past 6 months totals between $15 and $33 million.
If your check has been stolen, you should be very active in trying to protect not only your bank account, but your identity as well.
The Postal Service recommends drop off checks inside the post office, or if you use blue collection boxes, do so before the last pickup time of the day. Never leave checks in your home mailbox overnight, and if you're out of town, put a hold on mail delivery.
It feels very intrusive and invasive to my privacy, and it's an awful lot of work to have to unravel everything that had been done to my accounts.
Maureen McGovern says she's also considering something she's resisted until now: online banking. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News, Merrick, New York.
Times change.
Yeah, no kidding.
Wow. Well, coming up, a Chicago area woman is choosing to live out of her car despite actually having a home.
Yeah, she joins us next with the important cause she's raising awareness for as she camps out in the bitter temps of the Midwest.
Ooh.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Welcome back. The granddaughter of President Biden is about to join an elite club.
Yeah, tomorrow, Naomi Biden and her fiance, Peter Neal, will become just the 19th couple in American history to tie the knot at the White House.
And for more, we are joined by NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. Michael, thanks so much for being with us this morning. I planned a wedding not too long ago, so this is a fascinating topic for me. There have been 18 other weddings at the White House, but this one will mark some historic firsts. So what can you tell us about that?
Well, you have a president who's in office who is also going to be 80 years old at the time of this wedding, plus his granddaughter, plus this happens during the first term. You know, the first wedding that ever happened in the White House was the sister of Dolly Madison, 1812. And you'd think, Kathy, that, you know, in this place there'd be, you know, hundreds of weddings, you know, presidential families and so forth. But just as you and Stephen are saying, there really have only been a few. Usually relatives of a president. For instance, Tricia Nixon in 1971. The daughter of President Nixon was married in the Rose Garden, and Nixon looked back on that day as the last happy day he had in the White House, because the next day was the controversy over the Pentagon Papers, which led to Watergate. So it was one happy day, and they had some of the best meteorologists in the government making sure that there would be no rain. It was a very close call.
Very handy to have meteorologists on standby like that.
Right.
So
Not
Michael,
everyone does.
That is so true. Michael, a few first daughters, as you mentioned, have had weddings at the White House. Even one sitting president had their big day at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So which other weddings stand out to you?
Well, the biggest one should have been in 1886 when Grover Cleveland, who was president, he was 49 years old. He married Frances Folsom, a family friend, and guess what, guys? She was 21. Now, a 21-year-old woman marrying a 49-year-old president might even be a pretty big story in 2022, but think what that would have been like in 1886. They handled it perfectly. It was a private wedding, only a few dozen people. They went on a honeymoon. They had 2 quiet receptions, and she was one of the most beloved first ladies in history. No one blinked an eye.
So Michael, the White House is a pretty elite wedding venue. I can't imagine what the photos are going to look like.
Right.
So what goes into planning an event like this at the White House?
It basically has to be perfect. You know, all the rest of us, you know, we have weddings and we attend weddings, and, you know, I think it's almost more human if there are a few glitches and everything is not absolutely perfect. But of the White House, it's expected that everything go according to plan. Nixon thought that if this wedding in the Rose Garden of his daughter began and it started raining, it would be a disaster. It would show that the White House and the president were not very much in charge. The other thing that Nixon did that day, by the way, was Nixon always had this thought that presidents do not dance in public, only candidates for sheriff or dog catcher. He thought it was demeaning. But for the occasion of his daughter's wedding, he danced with his wife, Pat. It was the year before an election. It was a way to get a little extra popularity.
Sounds like a very fun weekend at the White House.
Yeah, right before the Pentagon Papers.
Yeah.
Always love those historical facts that you give us. Michael Beschloss, thanks for that.
Thank you so much. Glad to be here.
All right, financial headlines now, and fresh turmoil at Twitter temporarily closing its offices after an ultimatum from Elon Musk.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, it's just no lack of drama at Twitter. Apparently, hundreds of employees are estimated to have quit following a deadline by new owner Elon Musk. In an email, he had asked them to commit to, quote, long hours at high intensity or leave. Musk says employees who don't opt in to be, quote, extremely hardcore will be given 3 months of severance. Now, some staffers have been posting farewells on Slacks. Twitter says its offices will be temporarily closed and badge access suspended until Monday. Meantime, Facebook is notifying users it's removing some information fields from their profiles starting next month. They include religious and political views, addresses, and the interested in field, which indicates a user's sexual orientation. Facebook spokesperson says the reason behind the move is to make the social network easier to use. Those specific fields are not offered on other major social media platforms. Instagram and TikTok have simple bios on users' profiles. And the SEC has finalized new rules requiring internet service providers to display labels to help consumers comparison shop. The labels look similar to the nutrition labels on food products. They require ISPs to display prices, speeds, fees, and data limits. The labels were first unveiled as a voluntary program back in 2016. But, the best part is an ISP, no calories. So it's not fattening to use.
Very good point.
Yeah, my favorite part.
All right, Bert.
Right?
Thank you.
Well, a woman from Chicago is going to extremes to help raise money for some of the most vulnerable members of society.
Yeah, such a fascinating idea here. Veronica Horton is living out of her car until she's able to raise $35,000 to support homeless families. And for more on this, we're joined now by Veronica herself. Veronica, thanks so much for being with us this morning. This is a very personal mission for you. So tell us how you became involved with this and what your overall goal is here.
Oh, well, thank you for having me. My personal involvement was 13 years ago. I found myself homeless, and I woke up in the morning and was making breakfast, and by evening I was touring a homeless shelter, and the next day moving in. I became involved with Sleep Out Saturday when I became a case manager with Bridge Communities. So this is my first year. And I knew I wanted to do something that would be big to raise awareness and also continue to bring in the funds that we use to support and change lives at Bridge.
Now, you've been living out of your car for about 2 weeks now, and, we've been monitoring the weather over there in that region. Temps are below freezing with that winter blast hitting the Midwest. How difficult, how challenging has this experience been for you?
The cold adds a whole different dynamic when you're trying to stay warm. And, if you can cocoon underneath mini blankets and layers, that's not so bad. But when you have to come out from underneath of them to get out of your shelter or your car, it's definitely you feel it. It's crisp and it's cold, and it just adds another challenge to families.
Yeah, a great point there. And so what do you want people to know about people who are struggling with homelessness, and what can we do to pitch in and help this cause?
I think viewers need to realize it's not just the people that's on the street that you see. It is your neighbors, it's your friends, it's your family, and it happens so fast. And, most families are one paycheck away from a disaster. And those are the families that we see. And a good number of them, they're fleeing domestic violence. And I think the best way that people can help, they can go to the sleepoutsaturday.org /Hope Under the Stars, and they can donate and help support Bridge Communities and all the work that we're doing to support our families and make generational changes for them.
Such an important message, Veronica. You doing this voluntarily, putting a spotlight on this. So we really appreciate you being with us this morning.
Well, thank you so much.
And straight ahead, Taylor Swift fans hoping to take advantage of today's general ticket sale will only find a blank space.
Ooh, this backlash is bad. Ticketmaster has canceled today's sale to the general public after the pre-sale for Swift's tour crashed their site. We'll show you what drove Ticketmaster to make that call and how Swifties are reacting this morning.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back now with more heartbreak and outrage from millions of Taylor Swift fans, and it's probably safe to say they're never, ever getting back together with Ticketmaster. I did not sing that.
I know, you should have. You should have.
Can't do it.
Well, the bad blood comes after the company canceled today's general public sales for Swift's upcoming tour, just days after the initial pre-sale overwhelmed the website. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has more on the chaos that Swifties now know all too well.
Taylor Swift fans' wildest dreams cut short this morning after Ticketmaster canceled today's public sale for her first tour in nearly 5 years. In a tweet, the company blaming extraordinarily high demands on ticketing systems and insufficient remaining ticket inventory.
I didn't think this Taylor Swift ticket situation could be any worse.
The development leaving diehard fans heartbroken.
No, tell me right now this is a joke.
After a pre-sale rush forced many to wait for hours, only to encounter error messages that sent them to the back of the virtual line.
The Eras Tour has become the Errors Tour.
Despite requiring pre-registration to weed out resellers, Ticketmaster admits it was not ready for the unprecedented traffic that quadrupled its previous peak, even crashing its website.
The biggest ticket platform in the world, working for the biggest concert promoter in the world. And they can't handle one of the biggest artists in the world. What does that say?
Ticketmaster's largest shareholder sitting down with CNBC Thursday.
Despite all the challenges and the breakdowns, we did sell over 2 million tickets that day. We could have filled 900 stadiums.
The fiasco has brought renewed scrutiny to the industry giant and its merger with concert promoter Live Nation more than a decade ago. Senator Richard Blumenthal tweeting, "Your anti-competitive behavior has been no love story for Taylor," and calling on the Department of Justice to investigate. Tennessee's Attorney General also vowing to look into the meltdown.
There's an incentive there for the company to profit twice off the sales of these tickets. And I'm not saying it happened, but we're going to make absolutely sure it didn't.
In recent months, live music has roared back to life with a 37% increase in concert tickets compared to pre-pandemic shows.
Must be exhausting, always rooting for the anti-hero.
Breaking Billboard and Spotify records, few artists come close to Taylor Swift's out-of-this-world reach. Even astronaut Scott Kelly tweeting his frustration, "Swifties, rise up and protest."
There's no one better positioned to force this kind of change than Taylor Swift.
Looks like everyone's weighing in. Thanks to Emily Aketa for that report. So Taylor Swift has already increased tour dates once, and some fans are hoping she'll do it again after yesterday's abrupt announcement from Ticketmaster.
Ooh, more to come on that one,
Yeah,
that's for sure.
yeah.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. And I'm Kathy Park.
A lot going on Morning News Now. Beginning with a cold snap, a massive snowstorm affecting millions of Americans this morning. A lake effect snow warning is in place for western New York, with a state of emergency in effect as several feet of snow expected in the Buffalo area, and local officials are calling on all drivers to hit the brakes for now.
Decided that in the best interest of the public that we would institute a driving ban for all of Erie County.
We'll be on the snow-covered streets of Buffalo with the latest on the dangerous conditions heading into the weekend. And within range, breaking this morning, North Korea fires another ballistic missile, which Japanese officials say could have reached the United States mainland. We've got all the reaction to the dramatic day of heightened tensions on the Korean Peninsula. And Twitter employees are flying the coop after new boss Elon Musk set an unpopular work ultimatum. Why hundreds of staffers quit overnight from the under-pressure social media platform, and what the CEO, Elon Musk, is making of that mass exodus. Plus, tying the knot at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. President Biden's oldest granddaughter is getting married at the White House this weekend. What to expect from that ceremony, and the others who were part of that exclusive club to say "I do" on the South Lawn. A lot of exciting stuff going on there. Great to be with you, Kathy Park.
Yeah, likewise. I'm excited for this big wedding at the White House.
I know, yeah, one of the brighter spots to talk about this morning. We do, though, begin this hour with the winter blast that is already hitting the Midwest.
Yeah, blizzard-like conditions hit states like Ohio and Michigan, bring up to 3 inches of snow per hour. And this morning, the extreme weather is heading straight for the Northeast, prompting state leaders to declare a state of emergency. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the latest from Buffalo, New York.
The plows have already come through here in downtown Buffalo, but a driving ban still in effect in this city, which is under a state of emergency. What you're looking at right now is really just the low. We may not yet be halfway through this snowstorm, and New York, not the only state being hit by this early storm.
This morning, an early taste of winter's worst has Buffalo at a complete standstill. Overnight, western New York hit with thunder snow, part of an hours-long lake effect storm shutting down Buffalo public schools.
Our biggest enemy here for the next 48 to 72 hours is a lack of common sense.
Please never run a generator inside your house or inside your garage.
I wasn't expecting this. This is big.
But by Monday, the total could be a crippling 5 feet. The intense storm forcing the Bills and Cleveland Browns to move their Sunday matchup out of Buffalo to Detroit. But parts of Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania are also blanketed in white, with some areas seeing almost 1.5 feet of snow on the ground.
What we're talking about is a major storm. This is considered an extreme event.
All of this earlier than expected mess thanks to lake effect snow, which happens when moisture from the Great Lakes' relatively warm waters collides with Arctic air blasting over the Midwest and Northeast. Low visibility and rapid accumulation will make some roads and airport runways harder to reach less than a week before Thanksgiving.
Be mindful of the travel advisories. Stay home if you can.
Even if you don't see snow, you may not be in the clear. The northern plains and upper Midwest are expecting high temps in the 20s, with some overnight lows plummeting into single digits. And at least 20 million people are facing freeze alerts into tomorrow morning from Texas to Virginia. Back in Buffalo, the storm's bullseye, this is a weekend to stay in.
You are an obstacle to our plow trucks when you're on the road. And when you get on the road and you get stuck, our plows can't get past you.
Officials here say that people seem to have largely heeded their warnings to stay off the roads, which is a good thing. Of course, another concern is making sure to get snow off of your roof as quickly as possible, while it is easier to move it so that you minimize the risk of a roof collapse. We are expecting possibly 4 feet of snow in some areas by Sunday, according to officials. Back to you.
All right, our thanks to Jesse Kirsch for braving the elements for us. So we continue with the latest on this powerful storm and what you could expect this weekend. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joining us now. Good morning, Michelle. The storm really ramping up.
Yeah, it is.
It is. Yeah, hi there, guys. Great to see you. And we're going to see that snow really intensify today. And we're going to see it still falling tomorrow and also Sunday. So this is a prolonged event. We've been seeing it falling for the past 36 hours. And we're going to see up to 4 feet, maybe 5 feet of snow downwind of Lake Erie. Also a lot of snow in water Watertown, New York. That's downwind of Lake Ontario. So this is the outlook for today. Lake effect snow, that's the big weather headline, of course. And then the second big weather headline is that Arctic air that's prompting this lake effect snow. But that Arctic air extends all the way down to the south. We're looking at frigid temperatures in the northern plains, the central plains, and then really chilly air into the southern plains. Temperatures only in the 50s. Notice the Rockies, you're in the 20s. Some spots in the teens. It's cool and dry in the southeast. Even Florida, a little cool for this time of year, but still 70s, doing much better than most of us. Southern California are also looking temperatures in the upper 60s, low 70s. So here's that lake effect snow. We're looking at radar where the blue is. That's where the snow is falling. You can see that swirl right around the Great Lakes. So Wisconsin, Michigan, portions of Ohio into Pennsylvania, and certainly western New York seeing that snow falling. And as we zoom in a little closer, you see the lighter colors, the lighter blues, the whites. That's where the heaviest snow is falling. It's really localized. You can see that banding. You don't have to go far out of the bands to be in the crystal clear, and that's why it's so dangerous. So if you're driving, you're seeing clear conditions, you could hit this wall of snow and have reduced visibilities down to zero. So that's why they have that ban on the roadways, along with all that snow that will be falling. Buffalo, you're going to see a lot of snow. Watertown also, and then towns south of both of those cities will see lots of snow as well. We have winter alerts stretching from Wisconsin through Michigan, western Michigan. You're expecting heavy snow as well. And then Watertown to Oswego, Buffalo, Erie, and also Cleveland, Ohio. You're going to see some snow as well. The heaviest snow will fall downwind of the Great Lakes, especially Erie and Ontario. And we're going to see up to 4 feet of snow. This is going to rival what we saw in 2014. We could certainly see up to 5 feet, and that's generally what they saw in 2014. So I know in Buffalo you're used to the snow, but you need to stay ahead of it. It's a really heavy load on all the infrastructures, and that could cause some damage to some of the roofs and cause some power outages as well. So then 10 spans today, east of the Great Lakes, we're going to see snowfall rates of 3 inches per hour. And that's a lot, but it's extended. So it's hour after hour after hour, and that's where we get that buildup of snow, and that's why we're expecting so much snow. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, strong winds, drifting snow, that's going to limit travel once again. So we'll have to see what they do about that travel ban. And then also thunder snow, possible outages possible. When you see that thunder snow, that just means there's a ton of energy with these storms, really cold, strong updrafts. And that's where we're seeing essentially thunderstorms in the winter. So freeze alerts, 20 million people impacted. Where you see the pink in portions of the Gulf Coast into the southeast, that's going to extend into tomorrow morning. And this is why we're looking at temperatures right around 6 degrees in Bismarck tomorrow morning, 12 in Minneapolis. It's going to feel like 3 below zero, 17 in Grand Island, and it's going to feel like 5. So feeling like the single digits in so many spots, feeling like below zero in a lot of spots. We have some wind chill advisories. You have to be careful as you head out in that type of weather. And we're going to keep those parkas close, hats, scarves, and mittens as we go into next week, because we're looking at temperatures into the teens to start out our morning. Saturday morning in Minneapolis, just 12 degrees, 8 degrees on Sunday. Same story in Pittsburgh, also Nashville, St. Louis. We're chilly there, 19 degrees in the teens on Sunday morning. So it is chilly everywhere, feeling more like Christmas and Thanksgiving, feeling more like December, January than November. And we're going to see temperatures 10 to 20, even 30 degrees below normal for this time of year. So Fargo, 19 degrees, that's 17 degrees below average. Chicago, 26. Cold in Memphis, too, just 43, right around the freezing mark in Oklahoma City today, 35. That's 25 degrees below average, 57 in New Orleans. And it's cold, too, on the East Coast. Burlington, 39. Charlotte, 50 degrees. We're going to keep it cold once again tomorrow. Temperatures in the 30s. Rapid City, Salt Lake City, Kansas City, right at the freezing mark. D.C., 46. And notice those temperatures still really chilly down to the south. Houston, 50 degrees, and Mobile, 55. So you guys, it's going to be cold and snowy weekend, and it's going to look to extend into next week, too, with that cold. Back to you.
Yikes, that does look like January, Michelle. Not a fan.
It does. Yeah. Everyone's going to be shivering this weekend.
Yeah. All right.
Or
Michelle.
just stay inside, bundle up on the couch.
I love that advice. I'm reading it. All right, Michelle, thank you. We are turning to some breaking news this morning out of North Korea, with that country launching a ballistic missile. And while the missile did fall into the Sea of Japan, South Korean and Japanese officials believe it had the capability to hit the U.S. mainland. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer has the latest.
Kathy and Stephen, good morning. This missile flew 620 miles west toward Japan at a high speed and a lofted trajectory, meaning it was fired up instead of out, deliberately to avoid overflying neighboring countries. And officials say that given the data they're collecting on this, it could be North Korea's most powerful intercontinental ballistic missile yet, an ICBM capable of reaching the United States. Now, this is the second time this month that North Korea has fired an ICBM. The earlier one failed. Experts believe they may be testing a new type of weapon. And it comes just a day after North Korea fired a short-range ballistic missile and warned of fiercer military responses if the U.S. continues to boost its security presence in the region. So that has set off all sorts of alarm bells. The U.S. and South Korea today conducted Air Force firing drills after the launch. As well, the U.S. and Japan held a joint military drill over the Sea of Japan. In Thailand, where leaders are gathering for the APEC summit, several leaders convened an emergency meeting about North Korea and called the missile launch a brazen violation of UN Security Council resolutions. Now, earlier in the week at the G20 summit in Bali, President Biden reaffirmed the U.S. commitment to defend South Korea and Japan with a range of options, including nuclear arms. And that prompted a statement from North Korea's foreign ministry that said Washington was, quote, taking a gamble it will regret. Now, China is coming under increasing pressure to use its leverage with North Korea, especially at the UN Security Council, where until now, China and Russia have blocked any moves to try to sanction Pyongyang. This has been a record year for North Korean weapons tests. There have been dozens of missile launches. Hundreds of rounds of artillery have been fired. And this is all the backdrop to the expectation of what is next, and that is a seventh nuclear test by Kim Jong-un. He hasn't done one since 2017. Intelligence reports and satellite imagery suggest that all of the preparations are in place. So this latest launch is boosting the tension level in the region, and it seems like North Korea doesn't feel like talking.
A lot to be alarmed about there. Janice, thank you.
To Washington now, where a changing of the Congressional Guard is underway as House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announces she's stepping down from Democratic leadership after 2 decades. It comes, of course, after Republicans were projected to gain control of the House, setting the stage for a divided Congress for the next 2 years of the Biden administration. NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with more on this. Ryan, good morning.
Kathy, good morning to you. Nancy Pelosi is, of course, a legend. The first female House Speaker. She stood toe-to-toe with some of the most powerful men in the world and never backed down. That made her a hero among her Democratic colleagues and, for Republicans, enemy number one.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi passing the torch on Capitol Hill.
For me, the hours come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect.
Pelosi was the first and only female Speaker of the House.
When I first came to the floor at 6 years old, never would I have thought that someday I would go from homemaker to House Speaker.
An icon to Democrats and a villain to Republicans, Pelosi was a polarizing figure who spent 2 decades as the House Democratic leader, and many Republicans are happy to see her go.
One-party Democrat rule in Washington is finished. We have fired Nancy Pelosi.
She took the Speaker's gavel for the first time in 2007, and in her farewell address paid homage to the presidents she worked with.
I have enjoyed working with 3 presidents.
She notably left one out, Donald Trump, who she clashed with, pointing him down during a cabinet meeting, sauntering out of the West Wing in sunglasses, and tearing up a copy of his State of the Union from the dais in the House chamber. Her move comes just weeks after her husband Paul was assaulted inside their San Francisco home. Pelosi thanking the audience for their support in the aftermath. Her exit opens the door for a new crop of leaders. Chief among them, New York's Hakeem Jeffries, who's the favorite to take over as Democratic leader. Jeffries would be the first black leader of either party in Congress and will face a Republican majority ready to take direct aim at the Biden White House.
This is an investigation of Joe Biden, the President of the United States.
All this while Pelosi takes on an emeritus role, still serving in Congress, guiding her successors. The Speaker reflecting on her historic career in 2019 with Savannah.
You probably are the most powerful woman in government.
In the United States, you know.
Yes.
That's true.
Do you think about that as a personal accomplishment?
No, I think of it as a responsibility.
And Democrats will pick their new leadership team on November 30th. And this, of course, is going to be a very difficult job. The margins in the House of Representatives are going to be so tight that every single vote will count. And that means keeping all Democrats together as they oppose the new Republican majority. And of course, Kathy, that was Nancy Pelosi's specialty.
All right. Ryan Nobles from Washington. Ryan, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Russia is ramping up airstrikes across Ukraine, targeting the nation's energy infrastructure, which could, of course, knock out power just as the cold weather starts to set in there. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has more.
Russia renewed its attacks against Ukraine's power grid overnight, just as the harsh winter weather here is setting in. Russia is apparently trying to freeze Ukraine into submission and pounded infrastructure again overnight. For the last 3 days, Ukrainian officials say Russia has carried out some 200 missile strikes. President Zelensky this morning says 10 million people, about a quarter of the population, are without power. But that's not the only damage being done. Ukrainian troops recaptured Kherson this month, ending Russia's 8-month occupation. Alina Dotsenko is the director of the city's Fine Art Museum. She just returned and greets her staff. She braces herself to go inside. With her are Ukrainian prosecutors. Most of the art had been in storage in the basement. That's where they focused their search. The prosecutors break through doors and find just frames. The Russians looted the museum.
And here is the vault where many of the more important paintings were kept. The Russians did leave some paintings behind. In fact, they didn't seem very interested in Soviet-era artwork. Lenin didn't go with them. But over here, it's just rack after rack, all of these empty vaults. They'd been full of paintings. It's all gone.
Dotsenko has been the museum director for 35 years.
What is it like for you to see these empty spaces?
I was gathering this collection all my life, she says. She tries to keep her composure. She doesn't want to cry on camera.
Do you know how many pieces were looted from here?
We thought it was around 10,000, but now with what I and my staff are seeing, it looks like more, she says. Before Russia's invasion, the museum had one of the richest collections in Ukraine, with works from painters from all across Europe.
What are we talking about in terms of value?
Hundreds of millions of dollars, she says. Museum staff say the Russians stole the paintings just weeks before pulling out. Ukrainian partisans, working in secret under the occupation, captured this photograph that appears to show the Russians loading art onto a truck. The images were verified by museum staff. The director believes she's tracked down some of the paintings to a Russian-run museum in the city of Simferopol. She compared the theft to Nazi looting of art during World War II.
Wow, Richard Engel, thank you. Well, now to the latest turmoil at Twitter and a new wave of resignations for the company.
Yeah, this comes after an ultimatum from the company's owner, Elon Musk, who sent an email to employees asking them to commit to a, quote, extremely hardcore work environment or submit their resignations. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the latest.
Hey there, Musk sent an email to his remaining employees on Wednesday telling them they had until 5 p.m. Thursday to sign on to his vision for what he calls Twitter 2.0. Now, after weeks of layoffs and resignations, the future of the popular social media platform hangs in the balance. This morning, the doors at Twitter are locked amid fresh turmoil and a mass employee exodus. Employees told the company's offices will be temporarily closed and badge access will be restricted through Monday, according to CNBC. On Thursday, a fresh wave of resignations rocked Twitter again after billionaire boss Musk sent an email to employees detailing his vision for Twitter 2.0. It read in part, "We will need to be extremely hardcore. This will mean working long hours at high intensity. Only exceptional performance will constitute a passing grade." The ultimatum, a 5 p.m. deadline on Thursday. Respond yes if you decide to stay. If not, Musk writes, anyone who has not done so will receive 3 months of severance.
This kind of hardcore
make your decision if you're going to stay or go. Not something that Twitter people are accustomed to.
That email from Musk prompted hundreds of employees to step down, according to the New York Times, citing 2 people with knowledge of the situation. Some employees who quit tweeting the salute emoji, meant to convey the message, "Thank you for your service." Adding to the confusion, Musk now backtracking on his hardline remote work policy. After initially telling employees it was no longer allowed, he now says all that is required for approval is that your manager takes responsibility for ensuring that you are making an excellent contribution. The latest wave of resignations coming after Musk already laid off thousands of staff when he officially took over the company. Melissa Ingle worked as a senior data scientist at Twitter. She says she was fired just days before Musk delivered his latest ultimatum, but has coworkers who resigned yesterday. She believes Twitter's future is hanging in the balance.
It just seems that with current staff levels, it cannot, and that's just flat out cannot be saved.
Musk has been tweeting overnight, posting a skull and crossbones flag, a meme seeming to show Twitter in the grave, and telling his followers, quote, "How do you make a small fortune in social media? Start out with a large one." It's not clear exactly how many workers opted for the severance package, but reports put the number in the hundreds, possibly much higher. It comes after Musk already cut 50% of Twitter's workforce in that mass layoff when he took over the company. NBC News has reached out to Twitter on this story, but has not heard back. Guys?
All right, more to come on that one. Stephanie, thanks. Well, coming up, new information this morning about the disturbing quadruple homicide in Idaho.
Yeah, we've got the latest on the investigation into those mysterious killings next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We're back with new developments in a quadruple homicide investigation near the University of Idaho. The bodies of 4 students found dead near campus have now been released to their families, and a coroner is revealing that all 4 victims were stabbed to death. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz joins us now from Moscow, Idaho, with the latest on this. Good morning, Gadi.
Hey, good morning, Stephen. There has been so much speculation about those 2 roommates that were inside this home when this attack happened and were able to survive. So I want to show a little bit of the layout of the house for some context. This is actually a 3-story house. You've got 2 bedrooms on the top floor, 2 bedrooms on the second floor, and then 2 bedrooms right here on the first floor. And then there is a front door right here on the first floor. There's another door on the back side that is on the second floor. That's where investigators have been spending a lot of time, but so far officials haven't even said whether these 2 roommates were asleep or awake during the time of the attack, and they have not offered any explanation as to why it took 9 hours for the first 911 call to come in.
As investigators search for a suspect and the murder weapon in the vicious killings of 4 college students in Moscow, Idaho, those who knew and loved them are struggling with a sudden loss.
My heart is broken for all 4 of the victims and for their families and close friends.
Partial autopsy reports for the 4 friends released on Thursday. The county coroner indicating the time of death was sometime after 2 a.m.
It's pretty traumatic when there's 4 dead college students who have been stabbed to death in one location.
The autopsies also showing all 4 victims were killed by what was described as a bigger knife. They had extensive injuries from multiple stab wounds, and that the wounds varied, including different places people were stabbed and the amount of times. The coroner did not say where in the home the victims were found or whether they had defensive wounds, showing they attempted to fight back. Investigators are now working to determine whether the suspect's DNA might have been left at the scene.
Well, looking to see if there are some clues that are on them, some of the suspects' blood perhaps, or something under somebody's fingernails.
2 other female roommates who were not being named at this time were home at the time of the attack, police say, but they were not harmed. While investigators haven't ruled out anyone, the county district attorney telling Savannah and Hoda Thursday those roommates are not under suspicion.
Anybody who might have knowledge is considered persons of interest at this point. As far as suspects, I don't believe so.
Authorities insist this attack was targeted and isolated, but have given no hints on motive and warned that a killer is still at large, telling a frightened community to remain vigilant.
And one of the fathers of the victim, Xana Kernodle, was speaking out last night saying that he thinks that the autopsy shows that his daughter fought back because there were bruises. We asked the coroner about bruises on the bodies. They said that there are bruises on some of the victims, but at this point it is still too early to tell whether those bruises are because of defensive wounds or not. Stephen, back to you.
Deeply disturbing stuff there. Gadi, thank you.
Turning now to a miracle delivery. One Missouri 10-year-old is being hailed a hero this morning after stepping up to help deliver her younger sister when her mother unexpectedly went into labor. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders has that story.
In St. Louis County, Missouri, delivering this baby 3 weeks early took a miracle.
Fire an ambulance address of the emergency.
Hi, I think my mom was in labor.
Thankfully, an older sister, yes, named Miracle, was there to help.
She said call 911, and then I called, and then that's when she had the baby.
On the other end of that phone, and with an ambulance on the way.
My head is here.
Okay, I understand that. I'm going to help you deliver the baby, okay?
Dispatcher Scott Stranghoner.
I learned pretty quick that we had a serious situation. We have a set of protocols that we follow, and she followed all of my instructions to a T and did an amazing job. And a few minutes later, we had another baby girl in the house.
At only 10 years old, Miracle kept her cool.
Is the baby breathing?
Yeah, she's breathing. I think she's crying now.
Okay, all right.
Are you okay?
You're doing a really good job.
And helping mom Viola through the whole process.
It was definitely a miracle because once I had the baby and she came out, I couldn't really like grab her or pick her up or nothing. So then Miracle came and she was trying to wrap her up in a towel. She kind of rubbed her back a little bit so she can cry. So she was real helpful. I am very thankful.
By the time the ambulance arrived, baby's sister Jayla was in Miracle's arms.
Just picked baby up first thing, wrapped her in a blanket, yelled happy birthday. It was good. We love seeing good outcomes for families and stuff like that. We do see a lot of bad things, but one of these special moments is the best. This is what we do it for.
The older sister now celebrated as a hero.
Wonderful job. So we're so proud of you.
But Miracle's focus remains on that little sister in her arms.
She's really cute. She doesn't cry a lot, and I get to hold her a lot.
Kerry Sanders, NBC News.
Man, she's
Wow.
already a great big sister.
Yeah, incredible daughter, incredible sister. Can't beat that.
Yeah. Well, coming up, saying I do at the White House.
Yeah, also can't beat this. President Biden's granddaughter joins a select group of people to tie the knot there. This happening on the South Lawn. What to expect from this weekend's ceremony. That's coming up next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland?
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here?
But our top story tonight.
You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen?
How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. Georgia's high-stakes Senate runoff is just weeks away now, and Senator Raphael Warnock and his Republican challenger Herschel Walker are making their final push to win over those crucial swing voters.
NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster joins us now. So, Shaq, both Senators Warnock's and Herschel Walker's campaigns have released new ads this week. So walk us through their runoff messaging to Georgians right now.
Good morning. And yes, we look at those ads because that is how campaigns are spending money to speak directly to voters. And you see from Senator Warnock, his campaign releasing 2 new ads of this cycle, one of them targeting so-called split ticket voters, those voters who sided with Governor Kemp, the Republican, in his race over Stacey Abrams, but either voted for Warnock or just didn't vote, left that line off the ballot in the general election. He has an ad of someone saying that Warnock is someone that people, even moderate or Republicans, can agree with and can side with, and that he's the better option over the perceived flaws with Herschel Walker. And then Walker's campaign also releasing a new ad trying to soften Walker's image. We know much of the conversation before the general election was focused on the scandals and accusations against Herschel Walker. Well, in this ad, they have essentially a character witness saying that Herschel Walker is someone who has small town values, who is a good person, who has a heart of gold and a heart of servitude. You really see the campaigns trying to get beyond what we saw in the messaging of the general election and try to talk about the individuals as they head into the runoff.
And Shaq, I know you've had a chance to speak to some voters on the ground there. So how are they feeling? What are they thinking going into this runoff? Is there any sort of burnout from this long midterm season?
And you certainly can see how there is that potential for burnout. Not only was there the general election, now there's the runoff election coming up, and we had this same exact situation happen just 2 years ago with the presidential and then the Senate runoff there for 2 races. So that was a question that I was asking Democratic voters after a Raphael Warnock event yesterday. Listen to what they said when I asked, are they feeling a little burnt out or fatigued with all this voting?
If I have to crawl, see, I got this thing here, if I have to walk. But I do absentee, the very first day the voting starts, my ballot is, I walk it in. And I'm just looking forward to December 6th to see the outcome. But I'm already sure he's gonna win.
I'm gonna take more than I took the first time. This time around, it's a serious matter. And we need a man that's a man for the people. The common people of Georgia.
Now, I'll tell you, Republican voters, they have a challenge as well. This race is no longer one that is going to determine control of the U.S. Senate. We know after the Nevada race was called that Democrats will have control of the chamber, so this would be an added seat if Democrats win. So trying to get Republican voters to care about this race and turn out again, that is also a challenge. You see the uphill battle that both parties are facing with this runoff election.
And Shaq, there's a hearing set for this morning in that lawsuit filed by Senator Warnock and the Democratic Party of Georgia to expand early voting before the runoff. So what do we expect from this?
And look, I don't want to overplay what we can see from this 11 a.m. hearing, but this could have the potential of adding an extra early voting day in the state of Georgia. Here's the issue. The lawsuit is being filed because the Secretary of State released some guidance saying that on next Saturday, the Saturday after Thanksgiving, that is not an option for counties to have an early voting day, essentially because it's too close to the holiday. If that is not an early voting day, well, that's the only Saturday on the calendar that would be potentially an early voting day. They said that state law prohibits that day from being early voting, essentially because it's too close to the holiday. But Democrats and Senator Warnock's campaign is saying that's a misinterpretation of the reading of the law. That restriction doesn't apply, in their words, to runoff elections. That's only for regularly scheduled elections. So it's a conflict potentially of 2 different laws, and a judge will hear both sides today, as I mentioned, at around 11 a.m. If the judge sides with Warnock and his campaign, you can see that extra day of early voting added to some counties.
All right, time's ticking down. Shaq, thank you.
Well, the granddaughter of President Biden is about to join an elite club.
Yeah, tomorrow, Naomi Biden and her fiancé, Peter Neal, will become just the 19th couple in American history to tie the knot at the White House. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now for more on this. Good morning, Kristen.
Hey, guys, good morning to both of you. Naomi Biden, daughter of Hunter Biden, is about to join a very small club of brides who've gotten married here at the White House. As you say, only 18 other couples have said I do here, but this will be the first wedding on the South Lawn. Now, Naomi is incredibly close with her grandfather, who she calls Pop. It's a wedding fit for a first granddaughter in the ultimate venue. Instead of saying hail to the chief, They're saying, here comes the bride at the White House this weekend. 28-year-old Naomi Biden, the first granddaughter of the president and first lady, is about to say I do to her longtime love, 25-year-old Peter Neal. The bride-to-be revealing on social media the venue will be the South Lawn. Michael LaRosa is the former press secretary to First Lady Jill Biden.
It's going to be a wedding infused with a lot of love, a lot of laughter and traditions.
White House weddings are rare, only 18 in U.S. history. The last time an immediate member of the first family got married here was more than 50 years ago.
On the arm of her father, both smiling very happily.
When Tricia Nixon Cox, daughter of former President Richard Nixon, said I do in the Rose Garden. But it was Alice Roosevelt Longworth's wedding in 1906 that's considered the greatest in White House history, attended by more than 1,000 people and dominating headlines for weeks. Decades later, in 1967, another unforgettable affair when Linda Bird Johnson Robb, daughter of LBJ, tied the knot in the East Room, wowing her 500 guests in her satin gown, her groom in his military uniform.
They say that home weddings are the nicest, and if home happens to be the White House, so much the better.
In 2008, today's Jenna Bush Hager, who married her love Henry Hager in Texas, celebrated with a White House reception a month later. But you don't have to be related to the first family to get married here. About a decade ago, Pete Souza, the official Obama White House photographer, held his nuptials in the Rose Garden. Anita McBride, the former chief of staff to former First Lady Laura Bush, says a White House wedding is always an event to remember.
No matter how you may feel about a particular administration, you can't help but be happy for a couple who's starting their lives. And to have it happen at the White House, that's a very unique and special part of history.
Well, the Bidens are celebrating a lot this weekend. President Biden turns 80 on Sunday. Now, as for the wedding, the Bidens are paying for all of the festivities. And perhaps the best part, guys, Naomi and Peter don't have to travel very far because they already live right here at the White House.
Oh, how
Wow.
convenient.
Lots of advantages there. All right.
A birthday and a wedding, a big weekend.
Big weekend indeed, guys. Good to see you.
All right, good to see you, Kristen. Thank you. Well, coming up, a new warning from the FBI about an app a whole lot of us use each and every day.
Yeah, why the government is sounding the alarm on TikTok and what they want American users to know the moment they open the app. You're watching Morning News Now. We'll be right back.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. As TikTok's user base continues to grow, worries about privacy from top U.S. officials are following suit.
Yeah, that's right. The FBI is now speaking out about the app, saying they're, quote, extremely concerned that your data might fall into the wrong hands. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more.
Social media app TikTok has seen dance trends come and go since it took the U.S. by storm 5 years ago.
I am on my phone all the time. I'm on social media all of the time.
But one trend that isn't showing any signs of slowing down is the growing number of users on the platform, with more than 100 million Americans scrolling and TikToking every month. For some, it was the app that helped share their talent with the world.
Everything that has helped me in my career from TikTok has been things that in the moment I'm like, I like this song, I want to do this. I'm literally putting zit stickers on my face. I want to sing this song right now. Like, just don't overthink it. It's fun. It's a little game.
But now the same app that got so many through the pandemic and even launched a few music careers is finding itself in the hot seat.
We do have national security concerns, at least from the FBI's end, about TikTok.
This week, FBI Director Christopher Wray making it clear in front of members of the House Homeland Security Committee, the agency is concerned user information is being collected and highly vulnerable in the hands of the app's parent company in China, ByteDance.
Chinese companies are required to basically do whatever the Chinese government wants them to in terms of sharing information or serving as a tool of the Chinese government. And so that's plenty of reason by itself to be extremely concerned.
This is a new report by the Senate Homeland Security Committee also shows the social media app, along with DHS and the FBI, are not doing enough to address the proliferation of domestic terrorism, especially white supremacy and anti-government extremists. A TikTok spokesperson saying in a statement, "We believe maintaining a safe and trusted platform is critical to our long-term success, which is why we are dedicated to identifying and removing content that incites or glorifies violence or promotes violent extremist organizations." In a statement, the FBI said it is agile and adjusts resources to meet the latest threats, while DHS said that addressing domestic violent extremism is a top priority for the department.
We're looking at TikTok. We may be banning TikTok.
This isn't the first time we've heard concerns about TikTok.
It is a sophisticated tool for harvesting this data. And one thing that we do know is that right now the CCP is running one of the most, widespread data gathering operations out there.
FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr saying he thinks Google and Apple should remove TikTok from their app stores.
And our thanks to Morgan Chesky for that report. It's important to know TikTok was not the only social media company mentioned in that new Senate report. The company has since responded and says that it's open to federal data privacy legislation, although it made it clear that it should apply to all social media companies. Well, turning now to some financial news. If you own a Tesla Model X car, you might want to go to your closest dealership.
Yes, CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, Kathy and Steve. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says that Tesla is recalling certain Model X vehicles for an airbag issue. More than 29,000 cars from 2021 to 2023 model years are affected by that recall. Tesla says the front passenger airbag could potentially deploy incorrectly. The company says the issue will be fixed with an over-the-air software update. Meantime, for Amazon workers, could be a tense holiday holiday season. Amazon CEO says that more layoffs are in the works, but employees will not find out until the new year. In a blog post on Amazon's corporate site, CEO Andy Jassy says that while the company confirmed it was cutting jobs in the devices and books business, an unknown number of layoffs affecting other teams are still to follow. He says the cuts are the most difficult decision he's had to make since taking over for Jeff Bezos last year. Meantime, Google is rolling out an updated version of Maps for iPhones and Android devices with several new features. These include the option to search for electric vehicle stations with fast chargers that are compatible with your plug-in car. There's also an augmented reality tool that displays more information about local points of interest in the real world around you. Although I don't know, if people start looking down, they're already looking down on their phones if they're going around different sites, just looking on their phones, especially on the streets of New York during the holidays. I don't recommend it.
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Wow, all the options.
Look up. Take
Right?
the sight and sound. It's so pretty right now.
Good point. All right, Bertha, thank you.
Exactly.
Our churchgoers in Louisiana have a new reason to rejoice. Their place of worship has finally reopened its doors after an arsonist burned it down 3 years ago. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah has more.
This newly opened sanctuary is flowing with praise. Over 3.5 years after this historically black church was set on fire.
Take me back to April 4th, 2019.
It's just a heartbreaking experience to see. The church was burned to the ground. God brought us through.
Yes, he did.
Reverend Gerald Toussaint pastors Mount Pleasant Baptist, one of 3 churches burned spring 2019 around St. Landry Parish, Louisiana. The perpetrator charged with 3 counts of arson and sentenced to 25 years with parole.
How did it feel today getting to preach in your new...
Feel like fire. Well, this kind of fire is a spiritual fire.
But for the other churches, the journey from ashes is far from finished.
How much more construction is left?
Well, we're working on the exterior.
Reverend Kyle Sylvester of St. Mary Missionary Baptist hopes to reopen the doors soon.
You have to trust God that, hey, you're going to allow us to get back to where we'll have what we lost.
As for Mount Pleasant, members young and old returning to their sanctuary.
When you're outside the church, things happen that you have no control over. But when you're in here, you're protected.
Zincle Esamoah, NBC News, Opelousas, Louisiana.
Great to see them whole again.
Yeah, incredible.
Coming up, too good to miss.
Yeah, we've got all the new movies and shows you should watch this weekend, including a little something for all you Disney lovers out there. That's coming up next.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Now, earlier this week, we told you about the fabled Christmas Story house that's up for sale. And now another nostalgic homestead could be yours. The house from the 1985 cult classic The Goonies is on the market for a cool $1.6 million, located in Astoria, Oregon. The two-story Victorian offers panoramic views of the Pacific coastline and the not-so-fictional cinematic town of the Goondocks back in 2015. Around 15,000 Goonies fans have come to visit this house to celebrate the film's 30th anniversary. Although the attic may not have any hidden treasure maps since it's been converted into an additional bedroom. Treasure hunting is still fully encouraged, though.
Wow.
That doesn't seem too bad for an iconic house like that.
Wow.
Right? I thought it'd be more.
That awoke so many memories of that movie.
I know. I have to rewatch it. I know. I was going to say. All right. And now the moment we've all been waiting for on this Friday morning. Get your popcorn ready. Here's everything you should be watching this weekend.
Yeah, People TV's Jeremy Parsons joins us now on set with a sneak peek of this week's People magazine cover, hitting newsstands today. A lot going on today, Jeremy. So first, let's talk about the movies that are going to come out this weekend.
I want the Goonies house, by the way.
Yeah.
I know, don't we all?
Really cool. Let's talk about this. The Menu. It's a horror comedy. It stars Nicholas Hoult and Anya Taylor-Joy. This is kind of a wild story of two foodies who go to an exclusive island for a very exclusive culinary immersive experience, and then they meet the chef, who is a real wild man, played by Ralph Fiennes. There's more on the menu than meets the eye, as it turns out, and then it sort of spirals into horror, comedy, mayhem. Anya Taylor-Joy has said that she absolutely loved this script. It was a page turner. She reads a lot of scripts. She never knew what was going to happen. Lots of twists and turns. So you can check that out, a horror comedy. Then we move on to Bones and All. Listen to this. Variety called it the year's sexiest cannibal love story. So if that's not a hook, I don't know what is. Timothy Chalamet, Taylor Russell star in this. They fall in love, this young couple fall in love as they drive across the country doing what cannibals do. It's bizarre.
Very dark.
It's getting a lot of attention because Timothy Chalamet is partnering here with Luca Guadagnino. He's the director from Call Me By Your Name, which made Timothy a star a few years back, got Oscars attention, all that. Anyway, somehow in this bizarre framing, it ends up being a sweet coming-of-age love story.
Okay, wow.
So a little different there. And how about we move on to this? A documentary, Bad Acts. It surrounds a close-knit Asian-American family living in rural Michigan. The filmmaker is David Siv. It's his family. He's the younger brother in the family, and it surrounds some of the challenges they went through as 2020 and the chaos of the world and the pandemic erupted. Them trying to keep their their restaurant alive, dealing with the racism in the area they lived and some of the generational scars of the family. Really unpacks a lot here. 96% on Rotten Tomatoes. This is definitely one to watch as well. It's gotten a lot of South by Southwest Film Festival attention. People are loving it, so check that out as well. A lot of variety there in those three.
Okay, a lot of good picks. So I am sure you heard there's a big snowstorm that's coming. Everyone's going to be staying indoors. They want to stay warm and cuddly and probably stream something. So what are some of those options?
Well, you could stream The People We Hate at the Wedding. It's a new one on Prime Video. Allison Janney, Ben Platt, and Kristen Bell. The New York Times said it's drunk people with secrets. I think that kind of sums it up. It's a funny, lighthearted comedy. These three, Allison, Kristen, and Ben, go to London to their stepsister's wedding. And people start drinking, and secrets come out, and things get awkward and weird. It really takes on dysfunctional families, how to work through it, and the things that can go wrong. And I think that's appropriate right before Thanksgiving.
Very relatable.
Right? Yeah. You need to deal with that. Kristen Bell has said that she loved working with Ben Platt. She's been a longtime fan and hopes to definitely work with him again. And we hope that they work together again, too. But you can check this out on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, and real quickly, I wanted to ask about Disenchanted, the sequel to Enchanted. What can you tell us?
Star-studded. First of all, it's been 15 years since Enchanted. Can you believe it's been that long? So this is the sequel to Enchanted. Right? Me too. Amy Adams, Patrick Dempsey, Idina Menzel, Maya Rudolph. The cast filmed in Ireland. They loved it. Here's what's going on in the story this time. They are in their suburban life, Amy and Patrick. They are in suburbia. They have kids. Amy's having a hard time kind of adjusting, and she accidentally has a wish come true. There's a special magic wand. She makes a wish that her life would be like a fairy tale, and so then fairy tale tropes start to make their way into her suburban life in a way that only Disney can do. I love the first one. If you've seen the first one, which you know what Enchanted is, you get the tone, sort of this irreverent, fun poke at all the Disney fairy tales. So there you go.
By the way, no one has aged. All the stars.
That's true,
right? 15 years, they all look the same.
That one's on Disney Plus too, by the way.
Okay, very cool. Something to watch. Jeremy, thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
All right, and that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Kathy Park. Joe and Savannah have the morning off. Right now in Morning News Now, on alert, breaking overnight, North Korea test fires a new missile, one that has the range to hit the U.S. mainland. It landed in the waters of Japan, but the move has officials worldwide on alert. We have the latest developments on this tense situation. Plus, welcome to winter, bitter temperatures and several feet in snow. The calendar may say it's still fall, but millions of Americans are dealing with what feels and looks like a brutal change in season this morning. A massive snowstorm on the march through the upper Midwest and Northeast. In western New York, up to 5 feet of snow expected this weekend. Full coverage this morning, including meteorologist Michelle Grossman with what to expect ahead. And also this morning, end of an era. Nancy Pelosi, the first female House Speaker, is stepping down from House leadership after 2 decades at the helm.
And with great confidence in our caucus, I will not seek re-election to Democratic leadership in the next Congress.
We'll tell you what's behind Pelosi's decision to step back and who could take over her post. Plus, you're on your own, Swifties. After days of website errors and long lines, Ticketmaster cancels the general sale for tickets to Taylor Swift's highly anticipated tour. The chaos leaving millions of fans feeling all too unwell. The legal backlash Ticketmaster could soon face, and the action fans want to see next.
I've been so impressed with working those song titles into these scripts with Taylor, but people are so upset about this.
They're very upset. I mean, I'm a Swiftie, but you know, I didn't even get into the fight. I didn't even try to get tickets.
Smart move.
Yeah.
We'll have more on that.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, we begin this morning with breaking news out of North Korea, with that country launching another ballistic missile into the Sea of Japan.
Yeah, but this morning, a chilling announcement from South Korean and Japanese officials. They believe this missile, which landed just 130 miles off the Japanese coast, had the capability to hit anywhere in the United States, and that it was also designed to carry nuclear warheads. This is just the latest in a series of escalations by the North, and comes just a day after it held a smaller missile launch. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now, and he's been looking at this story recently with the latest. So, Raf, these tensions are growing in the region, and this latest test is just adding to the concerns that North Korea could be preparing to resume testing on nuclear weapons. So what do we know about that ballistic missile that they launched today?
Yeah, Stephen, good morning. This is the latest in what's been a pretty unrelenting barrage of missiles from the north. They fired more than 30 this month alone. I was in South Korea 2 weeks ago. They were basically firing missiles every day. Here's what we know about today's launch. It was fired early Friday morning, local time, from the Pyongyang area. The missile, as you said, fell off the coast of Japan, and all indications are it is an ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic missile. We don't know exactly which one, but we do know the North's most advanced weapon, the Hwasong-17, is capable, in theory, of hitting anywhere in the United States. So Los Angeles, D.C., New York, all in theory in range, all in theory could be hit with a nuclear weapon. Now, we are waiting to see, is this barrage of missile tests just the beginning of something bigger, and may we see the North Koreans go back to testing nuclear weapons for the first time since 2017? Stephen.
Quite alarming, these implications, Raf. So Vice President Kamala Harris is attending the APEC summit in Thailand and held an emergency meeting with other leaders over this missile launch. So what are their reactions to this? And is there any talk of more sanctions against North Korea over this latest launch?
Yeah, so the vice president is in the region. She's there a couple of days, of course, after President Biden was in Bali at the G20. This is the White House really trying to signal the American commitment to the Indo-Pacific region. We heard basically universal condemnation from that summit of leaders in Bangkok. We heard from the prime ministers of New Zealand, Canada, South Korea. Take a listen to what the vice president had to say.
This conduct by North Korea most recently is a brazen violation of multiple UN security resolutions. It destabilizes security in the region and unnecessarily raises tensions.
Now, Stephen, she talks about UN Security Council resolutions there. The North is clearly violating these resolutions, but the reality is the West has very few good options in terms of enforcing those resolutions without help from China. It's really only the Chinese who can turn the screws on North Korea. And right now, because tensions are so high between the U.S. and China over Taiwan and other issues, there's really not a whole lot of cooperation there.
Lots of complications for sure. And just quickly here, Raf, how is South Korea and Japan, how are they responding to today's launch?
So they've actually both conducted joint military exercises with the U.S. today, and the South Korean test was particularly pointed. South Korean fighter jets blew up a mobile missile launcher target, which is a very clear message to Kim Jong-un that the South, along with its American allies, is capable of attacking the kinds of weapons platforms the North would use to launch these missiles. Stephen.
All right, Raf Sanchez, thanks so much.
And now to the extreme winter storm that is slamming the Midwest. This morning, millions of people are waking up to several inches of snow, making it feel more like Christmas than Thanksgiving. Now, officials are warning another 12 hours of dangerous conditions are ahead, with up to 3 inches of snow an hour expected in some areas. Meanwhile, the Northeast is bracing for the worst as lake effect snow begins.
This is considered an extreme event, an extreme weather event. That means it's dangerous. It also means it's life-threatening.
Several states have already declared a state of emergency ahead of the storm. We have meteorologist Michelle Grossman standing by with more on what to expect this weekend. But first, NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra is in Buffalo, New York, where the lake effect snow warning is in effect until Sunday. So, Marissa, good morning to you. It looks like winter has come early there in Buffalo where you are. So walk us through what you're seeing on the ground.
Yeah, so one thing I will say, the lake effect snow is unpredictable. If you had come out to me just maybe 1 minute ago, it looked like we were standing in the middle of a snow globe, but this is the definition of lake effect snow. I can see another band coming our way, so maybe at the end of our hit, you'll see us get bombarded by snow. But listen, we just got the latest snow totals in our area in the Erie County. We're seeing that most areas are seeing at least a foot of snow. Some are seeing upwards, probably closer to 2 feet, and we could get upwards of 4 feet. So when we talk about the concerns here, it's of course the roads are a big concern. They can not only get slick, but when these bands come through, Kathy, it is so hard to see. It's upwards of maybe zero visibility in some places at some points. But it's not just a matter of what happens on the roads. They're also worried about people being safe and smart when they're inside their homes. If they have a place to go to, of course, they have shelters and emergency places set up so that people can go into places. But when it it gets really cold and people turn on those generators, they want to make sure people don't get carbon monoxide poisoning and practice safety measures with that. And then lastly, depending on how much snow we get, there's always the risk for roof collapse if too much snow accumulates on those structures.
Yeah, Marissa, so this is going to be serious snow stuff, and the snow is already impacting locals with a driving ban in place in Erie County. It's also impacting the Buffalo Bills football game set for Sunday. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so they moved the Bills game on Sunday all the way to Detroit before we even saw the first snowflake here. And then you mentioned the driving ban. So a little further north, they changed that to a driving advisory. But here and further south, they still have that driving ban in effect. They've had that since 9 o'clock last night. And we mentioned how they're really not messing around here. Well, safety officials have stressed over and over and over what they don't want to see is a repeat of 2014. It was November of 2014 when the area saw roughly a dozen people die as a direct result of the snowstorm then. So emergency officials are saying now, they've said this multiple times, they don't want to see a repeat of that.
And Marissa, talk about bad timing. The storm comes just days before Thanksgiving and the holiday travel rush. So do officials see the storm impacting flights right now?
I mean, looking into the crystal ball, it's a little hard to say. I think it just depends on how much worse this gets. We've seen so many flights get canceled. I know that I was on one of the last flights to make it into Buffalo. And just anecdotally, I noticed there were people on my flight and people at the airport who were changing their travel plans as a result of the snowstorm, saying they wanted to get to where they needed to be ahead of Thanksgiving so they could hunker down and be with their family. So I think it's really just going to depend. Obviously, we're just going to have to wait this out and see for ourselves.
All right, and this is just the beginning. Marissa Parra, thank you. Stay warm.
All right, let's turn now to meteorologist Michelle Grossman with the latest on where that storm is and where it's headed.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. Happy Friday. And yeah, it's going to be a rough go for people in Buffalo, Watertown, New York, because we're looking at this prolonged event. It started yesterday. It really started 36 hours ago. And we're still seeing this snow falling. You can see on radar, the blue, that is the snow. It's that swirl right around the Great Lakes where that colder air is going over the warmer waters, producing this lake effect snow band. So very localized. You can see Buffalo, Erie, just north of Erie getting some snow. But if you go a mile, 2 miles, 3 miles outside of this band, they're getting nothing. So this is very localized. Watertown getting a lot of snow right now. Where you're seeing the lighter blues, the whites, that's the heaviest snow. And that's why we're expecting Buffalo to get upwards of 4 feet, 5 feet of snow, rivaling that 2014 snowstorm. Again, this is like a wall of snow. That's why they have that driving ban. So if you're out driving, it could be crystal clear, and then you go into these snow bands, and that's why it's so dangerous, down to zero visibility. We do have winter alerts stretching from Wisconsin to Michigan. We are expecting the western portions of Michigan to see some heavy snowfall as well. And then we have alerts stretching from Watertown to Oswego, Buffalo, Erie, also Cleveland. A winter storm watch is there for Cleveland, also Erie. And that's going to depend on where that snow band sets up there. Oswego, you're also under a winter storm watch. So we're expecting the highest snowfall totals in western Michigan, and then downwind of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. That includes Watertown and the southern towns, Buffalo, and also the southern towns there. And we're seeing that snow falling right now. We're going to continue to see this. This is going to take until Sunday before it winds up. So we're looking up, or winds down, I should say, up to 5 feet of snow near Buffalo. That is a lot of snow. I know Buffalo, you're used to the snow, but it's the first one of the season. It gets very, very heavy. You have to stay ahead of that snow so you don't get that heavy snow load on the infrastructures. Extreme lake effect snow today with those intense bands, snowfall rates of 3 inches per hour. That's why it's so tough to be out and about in it. That's why we're going to see those airport delays or closing, major delays. And we're also going to see some trouble on the roadways as well. So we have the cold as well. We have freeze alerts stretching from the Carolinas to the southeast, also along the Gulf Coast. 20 million people impacted this morning by a freeze warning. That is in the pink, and this cold air stretches well beyond that. We're looking at morning lows in the below zero tomorrow. So if you're out and about, the soccer games, the flag football games, it's going to be really, really cold. We're looking at parkas recommended still as we go into next week. Look at Bismarck, not much relief as we go into Sunday and Monday, still in the single digits in the teens in Minneapolis on Saturday, just 12 degrees, 8 degrees on Sunday. Monday, looking at 17 degrees. Pittsburgh, you're cold too. Temperatures right around 20 degrees as you're waking up. Tomorrow morning, 17 degrees on Sunday and only 20 on Monday. So it is chilly everywhere. We have a big area of high pressure. It's funneling down this Arctic air from Canada. And we're looking at really cool temperatures all the way down to the south. So San Antonio, 55 degrees. That's 18 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. New Orleans, 57. Notice the 20s and teens. Omaha, just 26. That's 22 degrees below average. Burlington, Vermont, 39. 50 degrees in Charlotte. And it's going to feel more like winter, too, as we go throughout tomorrow. So feeling more like January as opposed to November. D.C. only in the 40s. Minneapolis, just 17 degrees tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Oof. Painful.
I know.
Right.
I love how our banner said parkas recommended. I think all of mine are now out for the season.
Good call.
Scarves and hats.
That's right.
Perfect.
Michelle, thanks. Well, Thanksgiving is now less than a week away, and holiday travelers are already showing signs that they're ready to hit the road early this season, with airports already showing heavily booked flights ahead of next week's festivities. It all comes as transportation officials warn that Turkey Day this year will be the third busiest travel season in more than 20 years. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from LaGuardia Airport here in New York with more on that. So, Ron, good morning to you. AAA predicting around 55 million people will be traveling for Thanksgiving. So what can they expect when they hit the door?
Well, that depends on where you're going and when you're going. If you're going somewhere today, it's pretty normal here. Everything is moving along. There are no delays here, at least in this part of New York. If you're trying to travel to Buffalo, you probably have a big problem up there. So the thing is that travel is getting back to normal. You know, we're past the worst of the COVID situation, and so airports are busy, the roads are going to be busy, and AAA and everyone else are advising, as always, to be patient and travel off peak and plan ahead and expect delays and all that. We spoke to the TSA administrator about what to expect at airports in terms of wait times, and here's some of what he had to say about that. Take a listen.
It's going to be busy. What I would say is that we're going to meet our throughput standards throughout the Thanksgiving holiday period. And for us, that's if you're a standard passenger, you can expect to wait 30 minutes or less on average. And if you're a pre-check passenger, generally 10 minutes, oftentimes 5 minutes or less.
Bottom line, though, Steve, is that it's going to be a very intense holiday season. People are anxious to get back to normal, to spend time with family, friends, and loved ones. And so the roads are going to be packed, the airports are going to be packed, and as they always say, pack your patience when you're traveling. Steve?
We love to say that on the news, pack your patience. So, Ron, that AAA report also showed that 49 million people are expected to drive to their destinations, showing road trips are up, I think, about 0.5% from last year. So what should we know about this?
Well, again, it's the same thing. You know, Thanksgiving is a busy driving holiday. People tend to drive to relatives' homes and so forth, and it's a rather compacted period. So again, there's going to be a lot of traffic out there, travel off peak. Gas prices are down from where they were, so that's probably going to add to the traffic on the roads as well. So AAA is saying that, again, the numbers are going to be close to where they were pre-pandemic levels, so take it easy. Again, today, if you can get off work, if you can keep your children out of school the first couple of days of next week, that will help, of course, and you can get on the road earlier, or you can book flights earlier as well. But again, the bottom line is things are going to be pretty much like they used to be, which is great news, but again, it's going to be challenging getting where you want to get to.
Things going more back to normal, but normal had plenty of frustrations as well. So, Ron, I did want to ask about other forms of transportation, buses, trains, cruises. Have they seen an increase in bookings? What can you tell us about that?
Everything has. There have been increases in travel. Everything is, again, sort of back to where it used to be, the good old days, pre-pandemic, or approaching that level. I guess we'll see, you know, once we get into the holiday. We're still, you know, Thanksgiving is, you know, still almost a week away. So we've got a long run-up period to all of this to look at everything. Of course, travel is looked at closely and microanalyzed. The bottom line is that the TSA at airports like this one, they're trying to get ready for this. They're trying to increase their staff. They say it is easier for them to deal with a period of intense travel like over Thanksgiving, more so than like through a longer extended period like through the summer. So again, everyone knows this is coming, everyone sees it coming, But again, the bottom line is be patient. There's going to be a lot of traffic on the roads, a lot of traffic in airports. Hopefully the weather will hold up. If you get a storm like as is happening in Buffalo and other parts of the country, that of course is going to complicate things. But at the moment, things are moving well. If you can leave early, leave early. But it's going to be a typical sort of Thanksgiving holiday crush as we used to know, which is great news. But again, not so good news, depending on where you're going and when you're going. Steve?
That makes sense. Some good tips there. Lots of deep breaths for folks. Ron, thank you.
To Washington now, and the end of an era on Capitol Hill. Yesterday, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announced she will step down from her leadership position in the Democratic caucus when Congress begins its new term.
With great confidence in our caucus, I will not seek re-election to Democratic leadership in the next Congress. For me, the hours come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect. And I'm grateful that so many are ready and willing to shoulder this awesome responsibility.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with more on the changing of the guard. Ryan, good morning to you. So Pelosi has been in a leadership role with the Democrats for 2 decades now. Talk to us about how Pelosi came to this decision and more about her farewell yesterday.
You know, Kathy, none of us knew for sure what her plans were until the moment she delivered them on the House floor yesterday. There's, of course, been a lot of speculation about what her plans were going to be. And I think a lot of it depended on whether or not the Democrats were going to be able to upset the trends of midterm elections and hold on to their House majority. When it became clear that that wasn't going to happen, that's when everyone started wondering whether or not Nancy Pelosi was going to move on. And then the question became, would she just leave leadership or would she leave the Congress altogether? And she's chosen to take the unique step of not leaving Congress, but just leaving her leadership position. And she talked on the floor yesterday about why she believes it is important to hand over the leadership baton to a new generation here in Washington.
New day is dawning on the horizon, and I look forward, always forward, to the unfolding story of our nation, a story of light and love, of patriotism and progress, of many becoming one, and always an unfinished mission to make the dreams of today the reality of tomorrow. And now we owe to the American people our very best to deliver on their faith, to forever reach for the more perfect union.
And so the role that she's going to play here, as I said before, will be unique. She obviously has so many admirers, so many people that look to her for guidance. And so the fact that she's still going to be here while other people will take over the job that she had before could be helpful, but it also could be a distraction. So we'll have to see how this plays out once Republicans take the majority on January 3rd.
And Ryan, it wasn't just Pelosi, but Maryland Congressman Steny Hoyer, who currently holds a #2 leadership position, says he's also not seeking a leadership role. What's next for Democrats going forward, and who can potentially, can we expect to see in these new roles coming soon?
Right. Steny Hoyer, right. Also, Jim Clyburn, the #3 ranking Democrat, all of them octogenarians, all saying that they're going to stay in Congress but hand things over to a new crop of leaders. The name that everybody keeps looking back to is Hakeem Jeffries. He is a young congressman from New York City. He is a rising star in the Democratic Party. He is someone who seems to have consolidated the support of Democrats and seems poised to become the next Democratic leader. He'll be joined, it appears, by Catherine Clark, a Democrat from Massachusetts, who announced just this morning that she is seeking the Democratic whip position. And then Pete Aguilar from California, who served on the January 6th Select Committee and is likely going to be the next caucus chair. These are much younger members of Congress, but people that still have a certain degree of experience. And what is also most remarkable about them is how diverse they are. Hakeem Jeffries would be the first black leader of any party in Congress, both the House and Senate. So if he is successful, that would indeed be historic.
Yep, some big changes ahead. Ryan, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, coming up, Ukraine bracing for more attacks on its infrastructure.
That includes the capital of Kyiv. The city, like most parts of the country, is without power, all as they head into a cold winter. What the blackouts mean for the fighting on the ground. Next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back now with the latest on the war in Ukraine. Russia is not letting up on its attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure. The result could be a serious humanitarian crisis with millions threatened by power outages right at the start of Ukraine's long winter. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now with more on this. So, Richard, let's talk about these strikes on Ukraine's energy infrastructure. A Kremlin spokesman says the blackouts are a result of Ukraine's refusal to negotiate an end to the war. How could this complicate the fighting on the ground there?
Well, Russia now seems to have a very clear strategy, which is to try to bring this country to its knees by starving the people out, and there's been a lot of attacks on food warehouses and now attacking the power grid just as the harsh winter is setting in. We had the first snowfall in Kyiv, in the capital here, and according to President Zelensky, 10 million people in this country are without power. That's roughly a quarter of the population. So there are widespread power outages. That means there's no heat. That means it's difficult to pump and move water. In the city where I am right now, there is no running fresh water. People have to go find buckets, go to communal taps, fill up water. If they have running water in their home at all, it's salt water. So there is a very difficult humanitarian situation in this country all across Ukraine. And when Russia comes and says it's actually Ukraine's fault for not negotiating, Ukrainians will come back and say it's actually 100% Russia's fault because Russia is bombing the infrastructure. And Ukraine says it is open to diplomatic negotiations, but it does not want those diplomatic negotiations to come at the price of surrendering large parts of Ukrainian territory. And currently, Russia occupies about 20% of this country.
And more headlines out of that region. President Zelensky seems to be dialing back his assertions that Ukraine was not responsible for the missile that killed 2 people in Poland earlier this week. He made that video appearance at an event yesterday. Zelensky sounded more uncertain about who actually launched it. So where do things stand in that investigation?
Well, I think this cross-border incident is now receding into the background here. It got a lot of headlines for a couple of days because NATO allies, including the United States, got very spun up because it was unclear what had happened. The initial speculation after President Zelensky quickly accused Russia was that Russia had, by accident or for another reason, fired across the border into Poland, a NATO country. But Poland now says it believes that it was actually a Ukrainian missile defense system that misfired and accidentally launched a missile over the border and killed 2 farmers in Poland. The United States shares that assessment. So what we're seeing now is Zelensky trying to dial back his initial accusations against Russia.
And Richard, last week, the big headlines out of Ukraine, they were able to recapture Kherson. So we're now hearing the UN has launched an investigation into allegations of Russian torture happening there. What more do we know about this?
So, and this has happened each time that Ukrainian forces have pushed into an area that was held by Russian troops. They find, and we've seen several of these ourselves, houses where interrogations and torture took place. Often they find mass graves. And they found another, according to local authorities in Kherson, torture house in the city. Investigators went through it. Prosecutors have been talking to witnesses, survivors, and are trying to build a case. All across this country, Ukrainians, journalists, activists are gathering names, taking photographs, trying to build a body of evidence so that one day they hope the people who carried out atrocities, murders, rape, torture, that they can be held accountable.
So many months now, those allegations have been going on. Richard Engel, thank you.
Now to an NBC News exclusive, taking us inside the operation to try to stop the pipeline of illegal drugs, guns, and human trafficking into the U.S. by cutting it off at the source.
Yeah, NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley takes us to South America for the critical and dangerous mission.
In Colombia, a critical and dangerous mission. The U.S. trying to stop drugs, weapons, and migrants from reaching the southern border. We're getting an exclusive look, traveling with Americans from Homeland Security Investigations, or HSI, and the Colombian police they're training.
We're listening in on a tactical briefing between Colombian National Police, the Colombian military, and HSI from the Department of Homeland Security just before they go out to a number of high-value targets.
For their safety, we are not revealing the identity of these officers. Colombian police heading out to an alleged drug cartel leader. We arrive at this Medellin apartment complex. U.S. officials say synthetic drugs produced by these gang leaders were seized in Miami. 2 suspects are placed in handcuffs.
They've been going through their belongings as police look for more evidence of crimes committed in Colombia and linked to the United States.
In all, Colombian police confiscated over 650 vials of ketamine.
I'm from Bogota.
Nicolas Barrios is with the Colombian National Police.
How long had these guys been operating?
Around 2 years. They are doing too many things like smuggling, trafficking in weapons, and almost homicides too.
Brendan O'Brien is America's second highest diplomat here.
I think Colombians have seen the benefits of U.S. security cooperation. They've seen the number of murders go down. They've seen crime go down.
The next day, we're on a U.S. Black Hawk, headed to a base built by the U.S. government near the Panamanian border. Officials tell us the Clan de Golfo gang controls the drug trade and profits off migrants by extorting them as they head north to the U.S.
These are leaders of a human smuggling network who have been taking migrants across Colombia into Panama, and they've been arrested here today by Colombian National Police with the help of the Americans at HSI.
The alleged cartel suspects could now face extradition to the U.S.
It's one organization that's been taken off, disrupted, dismantled. Will others pop up? Maybe, but not this one.
And our thanks to Julia Ainsley for that story. In the last year, there were a record number of illegal border crossings, and nearly 15,000 pounds of fentanyl have been seized coming into the U.S.
And coming up on Morning News Now, Judgment Day.
Yeah, disgraced Theranos CEO Elizabeth Holmes will be sentenced on her fraud and conspiracy charges today. She faces up to 20 years behind bars, but there's new pressure now to give her a lighter sentence. We'll explain why that is coming up next.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods. What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Welcome back. Disgraced former tech CEO Elizabeth Holmes is set to be sentenced in a federal court later today, nearly a year after she was first convicted of fraud.
Yeah, Holmes was found by a California jury to have misled investors in her now infamous biotech startup Theranos. She's now facing decades behind bars. For more on this, we're joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, thanks for being with us this morning. So, an important bit of background here. Holmes is about to have her second child and is now asking for a maximum sentence of just 18 months under house arrest. Well, prosecutors, they're pushing for that 15 years in prison and a payment of $800 million in restitution. So, are we expecting any leniency for her here?
Leniency is a weird word because of the bizarre state of federal sentencing law. I'll give you an example. The statutory maximum here is 20 years. The federal sentencing guidelines are supposed to calculate some kind of reasonable, I guess, sentence. But in this case, the federal sentencing guidelines, if you calculate them, yield a sentence that is beyond the statutory maximum. In other words, the guidelines ask for an illegal sentence. So if we're talking about who's being reasonable, you could say the government's being reasonable because they're asking for a lot less than 20 years. On Holmes's side, I got to say, I don't know what happened between client and lawyer, but I totally sympathize. It may be unreasonable for them to ask for such a light sentence. But look, when you're talking to your client doesn't want you to go in there and say, oh, give my client 5 years. They want to shoot the moon. They want zero. They want to be home. So they want to pay you to get up there and ask the judge for the lightest possible sentence, sometimes even if it's not realistic.
So, Danny, she still has some allies. More than 100 letters have been filed in support of Holmes, including one from New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, who described her as a friend who, quote, holds on to the hope that she can make contributions to the lives of others and that she can, despite mistakes, make the world a better place. So how much sway do these types of letters of support, especially from powerful people like Senator Booker, usually have in a judge's sentence?
After all this time of doing this, my answer to that is, who knows? I really don't know, because It's certainly not one of the critical factors under Section 3553. It's not one of the important factors that the judge considers. But is it important? Is it better to have Cory Booker write you a letter of recommendation than dear old mom? Well, of course it is. I mean, it's all about who's influential, saying that you're a good person and you deserve a light sentence. But after all this time doing this, I really am not sure how valuable having 100 letters versus 5 really good letters, depending on who they're from. It's really hard to say whether these letters have any effect. But look, if you can get Cory Booker to write you a letter for your sentencing hearing, bravo on you.
Yeah, certainly can't hurt. So, Danny, home sentencing, this is all coming at a time when other tech startups, tech founders are in the hot seat. Just yesterday, we spoke to you about a lawsuit filed against FTX, that controversial crypto exchange, not to mention everything that, of course, going on with Twitter right now. So what kind of precedent could these cases together going forward set when it comes to big tech accountability?
Yeah, the case you were just talking about in the news is not really the same as the Elizabeth Holmes case. They're similar, but I think what we're seeing here is a moving trend towards, look, if you're a hot new startup person, a young entrepreneur, and you have people invest millions or billions of dollars into this high-risk business, well, it seems that you have to be very careful that you don't mislead investors or people on your management team to get your job done. I think that this is a tale of don't let greed get in the way of doing the right thing.
And a good life lesson in general. All right, Danny Ceballos, thank you.
And staying on tech, cybersecurity experts are sounding the alarm over a concerning new trend called check washing. Criminals are now erasing information off stolen checks and cashing them for big money, draining victims' accounts of thousands of dollars. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez explains how this scam works.
Police say this is what check phishing looks like. A bold thief brazenly stealing envelopes from a mailbox in New York City.
When they get a check, it's a jackpot for them.
A jackpot, investigators say, because the crooks use chemicals like nail polish remover to wash away the writing on the check, replacing it with their own.
It's extremely frustrating.
Maureen McGovern says one fake check in her name almost cost her $7,000.
So this is not your handwriting?
No, it is not.
And this one, $2,700. Even though she'd only written it for $246, someone had erased her handwriting.
She says she dropped the checks off at these mailboxes right outside the post office. But days later, she got a call from her bank. What went through your head?
I really couldn't imagine what was going on.
In addition to thieves grabbing envelopes from mailboxes, experts say they're also stealing keys from mail carriers.
We know that there are organized crime groups working on this issue.
David Maimon, a cybercrime researcher at Georgia State University, leads a team that has been tracking about 3,000 stolen checks per week nationwide. He estimates the money lost in the past 6 months totals between $15 and $33 million.
If your check has been stolen, you should be very active in trying to protect not only your bank account, but your identity as well.
The Postal Service recommends drop off checks inside the post office, or if you use blue collection boxes, do so before the last pickup time of the day. Never leave checks in your home mailbox overnight, and if you're out of town, put a hold on mail delivery.
It feels very intrusive and invasive to my privacy, and it's an awful lot of work to have to unravel everything that had been done to my accounts.
Maureen McGovern says she's also considering something she's resisted until now: online banking. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News, Merrick, New York.
Times change.
Yeah, no kidding.
Wow. Well, coming up, a Chicago area woman is choosing to live out of her car despite actually having a home.
Yeah, she joins us next with the important cause she's raising awareness for as she camps out in the bitter temps of the Midwest.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The granddaughter of President Biden is about to join an elite club.
Yeah, tomorrow, Naomi Biden and her fiance, Peter Neal, will become just the 19th couple in American history to tie the knot at the White House.
And for more, we are joined by NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. Michael, thanks so much for being with us this morning. I planned a wedding not too long ago, so this is a fascinating topic for me. There have been 18 other weddings at the White House, but this one will mark some historic firsts. So what can you tell us about that?
Well, you have a president who's in office who is also going to be 80 years old at the time of this wedding, plus his granddaughter, plus this happens during the first term. You know, the first wedding that ever happened in the White House was the sister of Dolly Madison, 1812. And you'd think, Kathy, that, you know, in this place there'd be, you know, hundreds of weddings, you know, presidential families and so forth. But just as you and Stephen are saying, there really have only been a few. Usually relatives of a president. For instance, Tricia Nixon in 1971. The daughter of President Nixon was married in the Rose Garden, and Nixon looked back on that day as the last happy day he had in the White House, because the next day was the controversy over the Pentagon Papers, which led to Watergate. So it was one happy day, and they had some of the best meteorologists in the government making sure that there would be no rain. It was a very close call.
Very handy to have meteorologists on standby like that.
Right.
So
Not
Michael,
everyone does.
That is so true. Michael, a few first daughters, as you mentioned, have had weddings at the White House. Even one sitting president had their big day at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So which other weddings stand out to you?
Well, the biggest one should have been in 1886 when Grover Cleveland, who was president, he was 49 years old. He married Frances Folsom, a family friend, and guess what, guys? She was 21. Now, a 21-year-old woman marrying a 49-year-old president might even be a pretty big story in 2022, but think what that would have been like in 1886. They handled it perfectly. It was a private wedding, only a few dozen people. They went on a honeymoon. They had 2 quiet receptions, and she was one of the most beloved first ladies in history. No one blinked an eye.
So Michael, the White House is a pretty elite wedding venue. I can't imagine what the photos are going to look like.
Right.
So what goes into planning an event like this at the White House?
It basically has to be perfect. You know, all the rest of us, you know, we have weddings and we attend weddings, and, you know, I think it's almost more human if there are a few glitches and everything is not absolutely perfect. But of the White House, it's expected that everything go according to plan. Nixon thought that if this wedding in the Rose Garden of his daughter began and it started raining, it would be a disaster. It would show that the White House and the president were not very much in charge. The other thing that Nixon did that day, by the way, was Nixon always had this thought that presidents do not dance in public, only candidates for sheriff or dog catcher. He thought it was demeaning. But for the occasion of his daughter's wedding, he danced with his wife, Pat. It was the year before an election. It was a way to get a little extra popularity.
Sounds like a very fun weekend at the White House.
Yeah, right before the Pentagon Papers. Yeah. Always love those historical facts that you give us. Michael Beschloss, thanks for that.
Thank you so much. Glad to be here.
All right, financial headlines now, and fresh turmoil at Twitter temporarily closing its offices after an ultimatum from Elon Musk.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, it's just no lack of drama at Twitter. Apparently, hundreds of employees are estimated to have quit following a deadline by new owner Elon Musk. In an email, he had asked them to commit to, quote, long hours at high intensity or leave. Musk says employees who don't opt in to be, quote, extremely hardcore will be given 3 months of severance. Now, some staffers have been posting farewells on Slacks. Twitter says its offices will be temporarily closed and badge access suspended until Monday. Meantime, Facebook is notifying users it's removing some information fields from their profiles starting next month. They include religious and political views, addresses, and the interested in field, which indicates a user's sexual orientation. Facebook spokesperson says the reason behind the move is to make the social network easier to use. Those specific fields are not offered on other major social media platforms. Instagram and TikTok have simple bios on users' profiles. And the FCC has finalized new rules requiring internet service providers to display labels to help consumers comparison shop. The labels look similar to the nutrition labels on food products. They require ISPs to display prices, speeds, fees, and data limits. The labels were first unveiled as a voluntary program back in 2016. But, you know, the best part is an ISP, no calories. So it's not fattening to use.
Very good point.
Yeah, my favorite part.
All right, Bertha.
Right?
Thank you.
Well, a woman from Chicago is going to extremes to help raise money for some of the most vulnerable members of society.
Yeah, such a fascinating idea here. Veronica Horton is living out of her car until she's able to raise $35,000 to support homeless families. And for more on this, we're joined now by Veronica herself. Veronica, thanks so much for being with us this morning. This is a very personal mission for you, so tell us how you became involved with this and what your overall goal is here.
Oh, well, thank you for having me. My personal involvement was 13 years ago. I found myself homeless, and I woke up in the morning and was making breakfast. And by evening, I was touring a homeless shelter, and the next day moving in. I became involved with Sleep Out Saturday when I became a case manager with Bridge Communities. So this is my first year. And I knew I wanted to do something that would be big to raise awareness and also continue to bring in the funds that we use to support and change lives at Bridge.
Now, you've been living out of your car for about 2 weeks now, and, you know, we've been monitoring the weather over there in that region. Temps are below freezing with that winter blast hitting the Midwest. How difficult, how challenging has this experience been for you?
The cold adds a whole different dynamic when you're trying to stay warm. And, you know, if you can cocoon underneath mini blankets and layers, that's not so bad. But when you have to come out from underneath of them to get out of you know, your shelter or your car, it's definitely you feel it. It's crisp and it's cold, and it just adds another challenge to families.
Yeah, a great point there. And so what do you want people to know about people who are struggling with homelessness, and what can we do to pitch in and help this cause?
I think viewers need to realize it's not just the people that's on the street that you see. It is your neighbors, it's your friends, it's your family, and it happens so fast. And, you know, most families are one paycheck away from a disaster. And those are the families that we see. And a good number of them, they're fleeing domestic violence. And I think the best way that people can help, they can go to the sleepoutsaturday.org /Hope Under the Stars, and they can donate and help support Bridge Communities and all the work that we're doing to support our families and make generational changes for them.
Such an important message, Veronica. You doing this voluntarily, putting a spotlight on this. So we really appreciate you being with us this morning.
Well, thank you so much.
And straight ahead, Taylor Swift fans hoping to take advantage of today's general ticket sale will only find a blank space.
Ooh, this backlash is bad. Ticketmaster has canceled today's sale to the general public after the pre-sale for Swift's tour crashed their site. We'll show you what drove Ticketmaster to make that call and how Swifties are reacting this morning.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with more heartbreak and outrage from millions of Taylor Swift fans, and it's probably safe to say they're never, ever getting back together with Ticketmaster. I did not sing that.
I know, you should have. You should have.
Can't do it.
Well, the bad blood comes after the company canceled today's general public sales for Swift's upcoming tour, just days after the initial pre-sale overwhelmed the website. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has more on the chaos that Swifties now know all too well.
Taylor Swift fans' wildest dreams cut short this morning after Ticketmaster canceled today's public sale for her first tour in nearly 5 years. In a tweet, the company blaming extraordinarily high demands on ticketing systems and insufficient remaining ticket inventory.
I didn't think this Taylor Swift ticket situation could be any worse.
The development leaving diehard fans heartbroken.
No, tell you right now this is a joke.
After a pre-sale rush forced many to wait for hours, only to encounter error messages that sent them to the back of the virtual line.
The Eras Tour has become the Errors Tour.
Despite requiring pre-registration to weed out resellers, Ticketmaster admits it was not ready for the unprecedented traffic that quadrupled its previous peak, even crashing its website.
The biggest ticket platform in the world, working for the biggest concert promoter in the world. And they can't handle one of the biggest artists in the world. What does that say?
Ticketmaster's largest shareholder sitting down with CNBC Thursday.
Despite all the challenges and the breakdowns, we did sell over 2 million tickets that day. We could have filled 900 stadiums.
The fiasco has brought renewed scrutiny to the industry giant and its merger with concert promoter Live Nation more than a decade ago. Senator Richard Blumenthal tweeting, "Your anti-competitive behavior has been no love story for Taylor," and calling on the Department of Justice to investigate. Tennessee's Attorney General also vowing to look into the meltdown.
There's an incentive there for the company to profit twice off the sales of these tickets. And I'm not saying it happened, but we're going to make absolutely sure it didn't.
In recent months, live music has roared back to life with a 37% increase in concert tickets compared to pre-pandemic shows.
Must be exhausting, always rooting for the anti-hero.
Breaking Billboard and Spotify records, few artists come close to Taylor Swift's out-of-this-world reach. Even astronaut Scott Kelly tweeting his frustration, "Swifties, rise up and protest."
There's no one better positioned to force this kind of change than Taylor Swift.
Looks like everyone's weighing in. Thanks to Emily Ikeda for that report. So Taylor Swift has already increased tour dates once, and some fans are hoping she'll do it again after yesterday's abrupt announcement from Ticketmaster.
Ooh, more to come on that one,
Yeah,
that's for sure.
yeah.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. Happy Friday. I'm Kathy Park.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are off today. Right now on Morning News Now, cold snap. A massive snowstorm affecting millions of Americans this morning. A lake effect snow warning is in place for western New York with a state of emergency in effect as several feet of snow are expected in the Buffalo area. And local officials are calling on all drivers to hit the brakes for now.
And it was decided that in the best interest of the public that we would institute a driving ban for all of Erie County.
We'll be on the snow-covered streets of Buffalo with the latest on the dangerous conditions heading into the weekend. Within range, breaking this morning, North Korea fires another ballistic missile, which Japanese officials say could have reached the United States mainland. We've got all the reaction to another dramatic day of heightened tensions on the Korean peninsula. Twitter employees are flying the coop after new boss Elon Musk set an unpopular work ultimatum. Why hundreds of staffers quit overnight from the under-pressure social media platform, and what the CEO Elon Musk is making of that mass exodus. Plus, tying the knot at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. President Biden's eldest granddaughter is getting married at the White House this weekend. What to expect from the ceremony, and the others who are part of the exclusive club to say I do on the South Lawn. A lot of exciting stuff going on there. Great to be with you, Kathy Park.
Yeah, likewise. I'm excited for this big wedding at the White House.
I know, yeah, one of the brighter spots to talk about this morning. We do, though, begin this hour with the winter blast that is already hitting the Midwest.
Yeah, blizzard-like conditions hit states like Ohio and Michigan, bring up to 3 inches of snow per hour. And this morning, the extreme weather is heading straight for the Northeast, prompting state leaders to declare a state of emergency. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the latest from Buffalo, New York.
The plows have already come through here in downtown Buffalo, but a driving ban still in effect in this city, which is under a state of emergency. What you're looking at right now is really just the low. We may not yet be halfway through this snowstorm, and New York, not the only state being hit by this early storm.
This morning, an early taste of winter's worst has Buffalo at a complete standstill. Overnight, western New York hit with thunder snow, part of an hours-long lake effect storm shutting down Buffalo public schools.
Our biggest enemy here for the next 48 to 72 hours is a lack of common sense.
Please never run a generator inside your house or inside your garage.
I wasn't expecting this. This is big.
But by Monday, the total could be a crippling 5 feet. The intense storm forcing the Bills and Cleveland Browns to move their Sunday matchup out of Buffalo to Detroit. But parts of Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania are also blanketed in white, with some areas seeing almost 1.5 feet of snow on the ground.
What we're talking about is a major storm. This is considered an extreme event.
All of this earlier than expected mess thanks to lake effect snow, which happens when moisture from the Great Lakes' relatively warm waters collides with Arctic air blasting over the Midwest and Northeast. Low visibility and rapid accumulation will make some roads and airport runways harder to reach less than a week before Thanksgiving.
Be mindful of the travel advisories. Stay home if you can.
Even if you don't see snow, you may not be in the clear. The northern plains and upper Midwest are expecting high temps in the 20s, with some overnight lows plummeting into single digits. And at least 20 million people are facing freeze alerts into tomorrow morning from Texas to Virginia. Back in Buffalo, the storm's bullseye, this is a weekend to stay in.
You are an obstacle to our plow trucks when you're on the road. And when you get on the road and you get stuck, our plows can't get past you.
Officials here say that people seem to have largely heeded their warnings to stay off the roads, which is a good thing. Of course, another concern is making sure to get snow off of your roof as quickly as possible while it is easier to move it so that you minimize the risk of a roof collapse. We are expecting possibly 4 feet of snow in some areas by Sunday, according to officials. Back to you.
All right, our thanks to Jesse Kirsch for braving the elements for us. So we continue with the latest on this powerful storm and what you could expect this weekend. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joining us now. Good morning, Michelle. The storm really ramping up.
Yeah, it is.
It is. Yeah, hi there, guys. Great to see you. And we're going to see that snow really intensify today. And we're going to see it still falling tomorrow and also Sunday. So this is a prolonged event. We've been seeing it falling for the past 36 hours. And we're going to see up to 4 feet, maybe 5 feet of snow downwind of Lake Erie. Also a lot of snow in Watertown, New York. That's downwind of Lake Ontario. So this is the outlook for today. Lake effect snow. That's the big weather headline, of course. And then the second big weather headline is that Arctic air that's prompting this lake effect snow. But that Arctic air extends all the way down to the south. We're looking at frigid temperatures in the northern plains, the central plains, and then really chilly air into the southern plains. Temperatures only in the 50s. Notice the Rockies, you're in the 20s. Some spots in the teens. It's cool and dry in the southeast. Even Florida, a little cool for this time of year, but still 70s, doing much better than most of us. Southern California are also looking temperatures in the upper 60s, low 70s. So here's that lake effect snow. We're looking at radar where the blue is. That's where the snow is falling. You can see that swirl right around the Great Lakes. So Wisconsin, Michigan, portions of Ohio into Pennsylvania, and certainly western New York seeing that snow falling. And as we zoom in a little closer, you see the lighter colors, the lighter blues, the whites. That's where the heaviest snow is falling. It's really localized. You can see that banding. You don't have to go far out of the bands to be in the crystal clear, and that's why it's so dangerous. So if you're driving, you're seeing clear conditions, you could hit this wall of snow and have reduced visibilities down to 0. So that's why they have that ban on the roadways, along with all that snow that will be falling. Buffalo, you're going to see a lot of snow. Watertown also, and then towns south of both of those cities will see lots of snow as well. We have winter alerts stretching from Wisconsin through Michigan, western Michigan. You're expecting heavy snow as well. And then Watertown to Oswego, Buffalo, Erie, and also Cleveland, Ohio. You're going to see some snow as well. well. The heaviest snow will fall downwind of the Great Lakes, especially Erie and Ontario, and we're going to see up to 4 feet of snow. This is going to rival what we saw in 2014. We could certainly see up to 5 feet, and that's generally what they saw in 2014. So I know in Buffalo you're used to the snow, but you need to stay ahead of it. It's a really heavy load on all the infrastructures, and that could cause some damage to some of the roofs and cause some power outages as well. So the intense bands today, east of the Great Lakes, we're going to see snowfall rates of 3 inches per hour. And that's a lot, but it's extended. So it's hour after hour after hour. And that's where we get that buildup of snow. And that's why we're expecting so much snow. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, strong winds, drifting snow, that's going to limit travel once again. So we'll have to see what they do about that travel ban. And then also thunder snow, possible outages possible. When you see that thunder snow, that just means there's a ton of energy with these storms, really cold, strong updrafts. And that's where we're seeing essentially thunderstorms in the winter. So freeze alerts, 20 million people impacted. Where you see the pink in portions of the Gulf Coast into the southeast, that's going to extend into tomorrow morning. And this is why we're looking at temperatures right around 6 degrees in Bismarck tomorrow morning, 12 in Minneapolis. It's going to feel like 3 below zero, 17 in Grand Island, and it's going to feel like 5. So feeling like the single digits in so many spots, feeling like below zero in a lot of spots. We have some wind chill advisories. You have to be careful as you head out in that type of weather. And we're going to keep those parkas close, hats, scarves, and mittens as we go into next week, because we're looking at temperatures into the teens to start out our morning. Saturday morning in Minneapolis, just 12 degrees, 8 degrees on Sunday. Same story in Pittsburgh, also Nashville, St. Louis. We're chilly there, 19 degrees in the teens on Sunday morning. So it is chilly everywhere, feeling more like Christmas and Thanksgiving, feeling more like December, January than November. And we're going to see temperatures 10 to 20, even 30 degrees below normal for this time of year. So Fargo, 19 degrees, that's 17 degrees below average. Chicago, 26. Cold in Memphis, too, just 43, right around the freezing mark in Oklahoma City today, 35. That's 25 degrees below average, 57 in New Orleans. And it's cold, too, on the East Coast. Burlington, 39. Charlotte, 50 degrees. We're going to keep it cold once again tomorrow. Temperatures in the 30s. Rapid City, Salt Lake City, Kansas City, right at the freezing mark. D.C., 46. And notice those temperatures still really chilly down to the south. Houston, 50 degrees, and Mobile, 55. So, you guys, it's going to be cold and snowy weekend, and it's going to look to extend into next week, too, with that cold. Back to you.
Yikes, that does look like January, Michelle. Not a fan.
It does. Yeah. Everyone's going to be shivering this weekend.
Yeah. All right.
Or
Michelle,
just stay inside, bundle up on the couch.
I love that advice. I'm reading it. All right, Michelle, thank you. We are turning to some breaking news this morning out of North Korea, with that country launching a ballistic missile. And while the missile did fall into the Sea of Japan, South Korean and Japanese officials believe it had the capability to hit the U.S. mainland. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer has the latest.
Kathy and Stephen, good morning. This missile flew 620 miles west toward Japan at a high speed and a lofted trajectory, meaning it was fired up instead of out, deliberately to avoid overflying neighboring countries. And officials say that given the data they're collecting on this, it could be North Korea's most powerful intercontinental ballistic missile yet, an ICBM capable of reaching the United States. Now, this is the second time this month that North Korea has fired an ICBM. The earlier one failed. Experts believe they may be testing a new type of weapon, and it comes just a day after North Korea fired a short-range ballistic missile and warned of fiercer military responses if the U.S. continues to boost its security presence in the region. So that has set off all sorts of alarm bells. The U.S. and South Korea today conducted Air Force firing drills after the launch. As well, the U.S. and Japan held a joint military drill over the Sea of Japan. In Thailand, where leaders are gathering for the APEC summit, several leaders convened an emergency meeting about North Korea and called the missile launch a brazen violation of UN Security Council resolutions. Now, earlier in the week at the G20 summit in Bali, President Biden reaffirmed the U.S. commitment to defend South Korea and Japan with a range of options, including nuclear arms. And that prompted a statement from North Korea's foreign ministry that said Washington was, quote, taking a gamble it will regret. Now, China is coming under increasing pressure to use its leverage with North Korea, especially at the UN Security Council, where until now, China and Russia have blocked any moves to try to sanction Pyongyang. This has been a record year for North Korean weapons tests. There have been dozens of missile launches, hundreds of rounds of artillery have been fired. And this is all the backdrop to the expectation of what is next, and that is a 7th nuclear test by Kim Jong-un. He hasn't done one since 2017. Intelligence reports and satellite imagery suggest that all of the preparations are in place. So this latest launch is boosting the tension level in the region, and it seems like North Korea doesn't feel like talking.
A lot to be alarmed about there. Janice, thank you.
To Washington now, where a changing of the Congressional Guard is underway as House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announces she's stepping down from Democratic leadership after 2 decades. It comes, of course, after Republicans were projected to gain control of the House, setting the stage for a divided Congress for the next 2 years of the Biden administration. NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with more on this. Ryan, good morning.
Kathy, good morning to you. Nancy Pelosi is, of course, a legend. The first female House Speaker. She stood toe-to-toe with some of the most powerful men in the world and never backed down. That made her a hero among her Democratic colleagues and, for Republicans, enemy number one.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi passing the torch on Capitol Hill.
For me, the hour's come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect.
Pelosi was the first and only female Speaker of the House.
When I first came to the floor at 6 years old, never would I have thought that someday I would go from homemaker to House Speaker.
An icon to Democrats and a villain to Republicans, Pelosi was a polarizing figure who spent 2 decades as the House Democratic leader, and many Republicans are happy to see her go.
One-party Democrat rule in Washington is finished. We have fired Nancy Pelosi.
She took the Speaker's gavel for the first time in 2007, and in her farewell address paid homage to the presidents she worked with.
I have enjoyed working with 3 presidents.
She notably left one out, Donald Trump, who she clashed with, pointing him down during a cabinet meeting, sauntering out of the West Wing in sunglasses, and tearing up a copy of his State of the Union from the dais in the House chamber. Her move comes just weeks after her husband Paul was assaulted inside their San Francisco home. Pelosi thanking the audience for their support in the aftermath. Her exit opens the door for a new crop of leaders. Chief among them, New York's Hakeem Jeffries, who's the favorite to take over as Democratic leader. Jeffries would be the first black leader of either party in Congress and will face a Republican majority ready to take direct aim at the Biden White House.
This is an investigation of Joe Biden, the President of the United States.
All this while Pelosi takes on an emeritus role, still serving in Congress, guiding her successors. The Speaker reflecting on her historic career in 2019 with Savannah.
You probably are the most powerful woman in government.
In the United States, yeah.
Yes.
That's true.
Do you think about that as a personal accomplishment?
No, I think of it as a responsibility.
And Democrats will pick their new leadership team on November 30th. And this, of course, is going to be a very difficult job. The margins in the House of Representatives are going to be so tight that every single vote will count. And that means keeping all Democrats together as they oppose the new Republican majority. And of course, Kathy, that was Nancy Pelosi's specialty.
All right. Ryan Nobles from Washington. Ryan, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Russia is ramping up airstrikes across Ukraine, targeting the nation's energy infrastructure, which could, of course, knock out power just as the cold weather starts to set in there. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has more.
Russia renewed its attacks against Ukraine's power grid overnight, just as the harsh winter weather here is setting in. Russia is apparently trying to freeze Ukraine into submission and pounded infrastructure again overnight. For the last 3 days, Ukrainian officials say Russia has carried out some 200 missile strikes. President Zelensky this morning says 10 million people, about a quarter of the population, are without power. But that's not the only damage being done. Ukrainian troops recaptured Kherson this month, ending Russia's 8-month occupation. Alina Dotsenko is the director of the city's Fine Art Museum. She just returned and greets her staff. She braces herself to go inside. With her are Ukrainian prosecutors. Most of the art had been in storage in the basement. That's where they focused their search. The prosecutors break through doors and find just frames. The Russians looted the museum.
And here is the vault where many of the more important paintings were kept. The Russians did leave some paintings behind. In fact, they didn't seem very interested in Soviet-era artwork. Lenin didn't go with them. But over here, it's just rack after rack, all of these empty vaults. They've been full of paintings. It's all gone.
Dotsenko has been the museum director for 35 years.
What is it like for you to see these empty spaces?
I was gathering this collection all my life, she says. She tries to keep her composure. She doesn't want to cry on camera.
Do you know how many pieces were looted from here?
We thought it was around 10,000, but now with what I and my staff are seeing, it looks like more, she says. Before Russia's invasion, the museum had one of the richest collections in Ukraine, with works from painters from all across Europe.
What are we talking about in terms of value?
Hundreds of millions of dollars, she says. Museum staff say the Russians stole the paintings just weeks before pulling out. Ukrainian partisans, working in secret under the occupation, captured this photograph that appears to show the Russians loading art onto a truck. The images were verified by museum staff.
The director believes she's tracked down some of the paintings to a Russian-run museum in the city of Simferopol. She compared the theft to Nazi looting of art during World War II.
Wow, Richard Engel, thank you. Well, now to the latest turmoil at Twitter and a new wave of resignations for the company.
Yeah, this comes after an ultimatum from the company's owner, Elon Musk, who sent an email to employees asking them to commit to a, quote, extremely hardcore work environment or submit their resignations. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the latest.
Hey there, Musk sent an email to his remaining employees on Wednesday telling them they had until 5 p.m. Thursday to sign on to his vision for what he calls Twitter 2.0. Now, after weeks of layoffs and resignations, the future of the popular social media platform hangs in the balance. This morning, the doors at Twitter are locked amid fresh turmoil and a mass employee exodus. Employees told the company's offices will be temporarily closed and badge access will be restricted through Monday, according to CNBC. On Thursday, a fresh wave of resignations rocked Twitter again after billionaire boss Musk sent an email to employees detailing his vision for Twitter 2.0. It read in part, "We will need to be extremely hardcore. This will mean working long hours at high intensity. Only exceptional performance will constitute a passing grade." The ultimatum, a 5 p.m. deadline on Thursday. Respond yes if you decide to stay. If not, Musk writes, anyone who has not done so will receive 3 months of severance.
This kind of hardcore, make your decision if you're going to stay or go, not something that Twitter people are accustomed to.
That email from Musk prompted hundreds of employees to step down, according to the New York Times, citing 2 people with knowledge of the situation. Some employees who quit tweeting the salute emoji, meant to convey the message, "Thank you for your service." Adding to the confusion, Musk now backtracking on his hardline remote work policy. After initially telling employees it was no longer allowed, he now says all that is required for approval is that your manager takes responsibility for ensuring that you are making an excellent contribution. The latest wave of resignations coming after Musk already laid off thousands of staff when he officially took over the company. Melissa Engel worked as a senior data scientist at Twitter. She says she was fired just days before Musk delivered his latest ultimatum, but has coworkers who resigned yesterday. She believes Twitter's future is hanging in the balance.
It just seems that with current staff levels, it cannot, and that's just flat out cannot be saved.
Musk has been tweeting overnight, posting a skull and crossbones flag, a meme seeming to show Twitter in the grave, and telling his followers, quote, "How do you make a small fortune in social media? Start out with a large one." It's not clear exactly how many workers opted for the severance package, but reports put the number in the hundreds, possibly much higher. It comes after Musk already cut 50% of Twitter's workforce in that mass layoff when he took over the company. NBC News has reached out to Twitter on this story, but has not heard back. Guys?
All right, more to come on that one. Stephanie, thanks. Well, coming up, new information this morning about the disturbing quadruple homicide in Idaho.
Yeah, we've got the latest on the investigation into those mysterious killings. Next.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back with new developments in a quadruple homicide investigation near the University of Idaho. The bodies of 4 students found dead near campus have now been released to their families, and a coroner is revealing that all 4 victims were stabbed to death. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz joins us now from Moscow, Idaho, with the latest on this. Good morning, Gadi.
Hey, good morning, Stephen. There has been so much speculation about those 2 roommates that were inside this home when this attack happened and were able to survive. So I want to show a little bit of the layout of the house for some context. This is actually a 3-story house. You've got 2 bedrooms on the top floor, 2 bedrooms on the second floor, and then 2 bedrooms right here on the first floor. And then there is a front door right here on the first floor. There's another door on the back side that is on the second floor. That's where investigators have been spending a lot of time, but so far officials haven't even said whether these 2 roommates were asleep or awake during the time of the attack, and they have not offered any explanation as to why it took 9 hours for the first 911 call to come in.
As investigators search for a suspect and the murder weapon in the vicious killings of 4 college students in Moscow, Idaho, those who knew and loved them are struggling with a sudden loss.
My heart is broken for all 4 of the victims and for their families and close friends.
Partial autopsy reports for the 4 friends released on Thursday. The county coroner indicating the time of death was sometime after 2 a.m.
It's pretty traumatic when there's 4 dead college students who have been stabbed to death in one location.
The autopsies also showing all 4 victims were killed by what was described as a bigger knife. They had extensive injuries from multiple stab wounds, and that the wounds varied, including different places people were stabbed and the amount of times. The coroner did not say where in the home the victims were found or whether they had defensive wounds, showing they attempted to fight back. Investigators are now working to determine whether the suspect's DNA might have been left at the scene.
Well, looking to see if there are some clues that are on them. Some of the suspects' blood, perhaps, or something under somebody's fingernails.
2 other female roommates who were not being named at this time were home at the time of the attack, police say, but they were not harmed. While investigators haven't ruled out anyone, the county district attorney telling Savannah and Hoda Thursday those roommates are not under suspicion.
Anybody who might have knowledge is considered persons of interest at this point. As far as suspects, I don't believe so.
Authorities insist this attack was targeted and isolated, but have given no hints on motive and warned that a killer is still at large, telling a frightened community to remain vigilant.
Now, one of the fathers of the victim, Xana Kernodle, was speaking out last night saying that he thinks that the autopsy shows that his daughter fought back because there were bruises. We asked the coroner about bruises on the bodies. They said that there are bruises on some of the victims, but at this point it is still too early to tell whether those bruises are because of defensive wounds or not. Stephen, back to you.
Deeply disturbing stuff there. Gotti, thank you.
Turning now to a miracle delivery. One Missouri 10-year-old is being hailed a hero this morning after stepping up to help deliver her younger sister when her mother unexpectedly went into labor. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders has that story.
In St. Louis County, Missouri, delivering this baby 3 weeks early took a miracle.
Fire and ambulance address of the emergency.
Hi, I think my mom was in labor.
Thankfully, an older sister, yes, named Miracle, was there to help.
She said call 911 and then I called and then that's when she had the baby.
On the other end of that phone and with an ambulance on the way.
My head is here.
Okay, I understand that. I'm going to help you deliver the baby, okay?
Dispatcher Scott Stranghoner.
I learned pretty quick that we had a serious situation. We have a set of protocols that we follow, and she followed all of my instructions to a T and did an amazing job. And a few minutes later, we had another baby girl in the house.
At only 10 years old, Miracle kept her cool.
Is the baby breathing?
Yeah, she's breathing. I think she's crying now.
Okay, all right. You're doing a really good job.
And helping mom Viola through the whole process.
It was definitely a miracle because once I had the baby and she came out, I couldn't really grab her or pick her up or nothing. So then Miracle came and she was trying to wrap her up in a towel. She kind of rubbed her back a little bit so she can cry. So she was real helpful. I am very thankful.
By the time the ambulance arrived, baby's sister Jayla was in Miracle's arms.
Just picked baby up first thing, wrapped her in a blanket, yelled happy birthday. It was good. We love seeing good outcomes for families and stuff like that. We do see a lot of bad things, but one of these special moments is the best. This is what we do it for.
The older sister now celebrated as a hero.
Wonderful job. So we're so proud of you.
But Miracle's focus remains on that little sister in her arms.
She's really cute. She doesn't cry a lot, and I get to hold her a lot.
Carrie Sanders, NBC News.
Oh, man, she's already a great big sister.
Yeah, incredible daughter, incredible sister. Can't beat that.
Yeah. Well, coming up, saying I do at the White House.
Yeah, also can't beat this. President Biden's granddaughter joins a select group of people to tie the knot there. This happening on the South Lawn. What to expect from this weekend's ceremony. That's coming up next.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news. NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news. NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. Georgia's high-stakes Senate runoff is just weeks away now, and Senator Raphael Warnock and his Republican challenger Herschel Walker are making their final push to win over those crucial swing voters.
NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster joins us now. So, Shaq, both Senators Warnock's and Herschel Walker's campaigns have released new ads this week. So walk us through their runoff messaging to Georgians right now.
Good morning. And yes, we look at those ads because that is how campaigns are spending money to speak directly to voters. And you see from Senator Warnock, his campaign releasing 2 new ads of this cycle, one of them targeting so-called split ticket voters, those voters who sided with Governor Kemp, the Republican, in his race over Stacey Abrams, but either voted for Warnock or just didn't vote, left that line off the ballot in the general election. He has an ad of someone saying that Warnock is someone that people, even moderate or Republicans, can agree with and can side with, and that he's the better option over the perceived flaws with Herschel Walker. And then Walker's campaign also releasing a new ad trying to soften Walker's image. We know much of the conversation before the general election was focused on the scandals and accusations against Herschel Walker. Well, in this ad, they have essentially a character witness saying that Herschel Walker is someone who has small town values, who is a good person, who has a heart of gold and a heart of servitude. You really see the campaigns trying to get beyond what we saw in the messaging of the general election and try to talk about the individuals as they head into the runoff.
And Shaq, I know you've had a chance to speak to some voters on the ground there. So how are they feeling? What are they thinking going into this runoff? Is there any sort of burnout from this long midterm season?
And you certainly can see how there is that potential for burnout. Not only was there the general election, now there's the runoff election coming up, and we had this same exact situation happen just 2 years ago with the presidential and then the Senate runoff there for 2 races. So that was a question that I was asking Democratic voters after a Raphael Warnock event yesterday. Listen to what they said when I asked, are they feeling a little burnt out or fatigued with all this voting?
If I have to crawl, see, I got this thing here, if I have to walk. But I do absentee, the very first day the voting starts, my ballot is, I walk it in. And I'm just looking forward to December the 6th to see the outcome. But I'm already sure he's going to win.
I'm going to take more than I took the first time. This time around, it's a serious matter. And we need a man that's a man for the people, the common people of Georgia.
Now, I'll tell you, Republican voters, they have a challenge as well. This race is no longer one that is going to determine control of the U.S. Senate. We know after the Nevada race was called that Democrats will have control of the chamber, so this would be an added seat if Democrats win. So trying to get Republican voters to care about this race and turn out again, that is also a challenge. You see the uphill battle that both parties are facing with this runoff election.
And Shaq, there's a hearing set for this morning in that lawsuit filed by Senator Warnock and the Democratic Party of Georgia to expand early voting before the runoff. So what do we expect from this?
And look, I don't want to overplay what we can see from this 11 a.m. hearing, but this could have the potential of adding an extra early voting day in the state of Georgia. Here's the issue. The lawsuit is being filed because the Secretary of State released some guidance saying that on next Saturday, the Saturday after Thanksgiving, that is not an option for counties to have an early voting day, essentially because it's too close to the holiday. If that is not an early voting day, well, that's the only Saturday on the calendar that would be potentially an early voting day. They said that state law prohibits that day from being early voting, essentially because it's too close to the holiday. But Democrats and Senator Warnock's campaign is saying that's a misinterpretation of the reading of the law. That restriction doesn't apply, in their words, to runoff elections. That's only for regularly scheduled elections. So it's a conflict potentially of two different laws, and a judge will hear both sides today, as I mentioned, at around 11 a.m. If the judge sides with Warnock and his campaign, you can see that extra day of early voting added to some counties.
All right, time's ticking down. Shaq, thank you.
Well, the granddaughter of President Biden is about to join an elite club.
Yeah, tomorrow, Naomi Biden and her fiance, Peter Neal, will become just the 19th couple in American history to tie the knot at the White House. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now for more on this. Good morning, Kristen.
Hey, guys, good morning to both of you. Naomi Biden, daughter of Hunter Biden, is about to join a very small club of brides who've gotten married here at the White House. As you say, only 18 other couples have said I do here, but this will be the first wedding on the South Lawn. Now, Naomi is incredibly close with her grandfather, who she calls Pop. It's a wedding fit for a first granddaughter in the ultimate venue. Instead of saying hail to the chief, they're saying, here comes the bride at the White House this weekend. 28-year-old Naomi Biden, the first granddaughter of the president and first lady, is about to say I do to her longtime love, 25-year-old Peter Neal. The bride-to-be revealing on social media the venue will be the South Lawn. Michael LaRosa is the former press secretary to First Lady Jill Biden.
It's going to be a wedding infused with a lot of love, a lot of laughter and traditions.
White House weddings are rare, only 18 in U.S. history. The last time an immediate member of the first family got married here was more than 50 years ago.
On the arm of her father, both smiling very happily.
When Tricia Nixon Cox, daughter of former President Richard Nixon, said I do in the Rose Garden. But it was Alice Roosevelt Longworth's wedding in 1906 that's considered the greatest in White House history, attended by more than 1,000 people and dominating headlines for weeks. Decades later, in 1967, another unforgettable affair when Linda Bird Johnson Robb, daughter of LBJ, tied the knot in the East Room, wowing her 500 guests in her satin gown, her groom in his military uniform.
They say that home weddings are the nicest, and if home happens to be the White House, so much the better.
In 2008, today's Jenna Bush Hager, who married her love Henry Hager in Texas, celebrated with a White House reception a month later. But you don't have to be related to the first family to get married here. About a decade ago, Pete Souza, the official Obama White House photographer, held his nuptials in the Rose Garden. Anita McBride, the former chief of staff to former First Lady Laura Bush, says a White House wedding is always an event to remember.
No matter how you may feel about a particular administration, you can't help but be happy for a couple who's starting their lives. And to have it happen at the White House, That's a very unique and special part of history.
Well, the Bidens are celebrating a lot this weekend. President Biden turns 80 on Sunday. Now, as for the wedding, the Bidens are paying for all of the festivities. And perhaps the best part, guys, Naomi and Peter don't have to travel very far because they already live right here at the White House.
Oh, how
Wow.
convenient.
Lots of advantages there. All right.
A birthday and a wedding, a big weekend.
Big weekend indeed, guys. Good to see you.
All right. Good to see you, Kristen. Thank you. Well, coming up, a new warning from the FBI about an app a whole lot of us use each and every day.
Yeah, why the government is sounding the alarm on TikTok and what they want American users to know the moment they open the app. You're watching Morning News Now. We'll be right back.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill. Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods. What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it. This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Welcome back. As TikTok's user base continues to grow, worries about privacy from top U.S. officials are following suit.
Yeah, that's right. The FBI is now speaking out about the app, saying they're, quote, extremely concerned that your data might fall into the wrong hands. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more.
Social media app TikTok has seen dance trends come and go since it took the U.S. by storm 5 years ago.
I am on my phone all the time. I'm on social media all of the time.
But one trend that isn't showing any signs of slowing down is the growing number of users on the platform, with more than 100 million Americans scrolling and TikToking every month. For some, it was the app that helped share their talent with the world.
Everything that has helped me in my career from TikTok has been things that in the moment I'm like, I like this song, I want to do this. I I'm literally putting zip stickers on my face. I want to sing this song right now. Like, just don't overthink it. It's fun. It's a little game.
But now the same app that got so many through the pandemic and even launched a few music careers is finding itself in the hot seat.
We do have national security concerns, at least from the FBI's end, about TikTok.
This week, FBI Director Christopher Wray making it clear in front of members of the House Homeland Security Committee, the agency is concerned user information is being collected and highly vulnerable in the hands of the app's parent company in China, ByteDance.
Chinese companies are required to basically do whatever the Chinese government wants them to in terms of sharing information or serving as a tool of the Chinese government. And so that's plenty of reason by itself to be extremely concerned.
This is a new report by the Senate Homeland Security Committee also shows the social media app, along with DHS and the FBI, are not doing enough to address the proliferation of domestic terrorism, especially white supremacy and anti-government extremists. A TikTok spokesperson saying in a statement, "We believe maintaining a safe and trusted platform is critical to our long-term success, which is why we are dedicated to identifying and removing content that incites or glorifies violence or promotes violent extremist organizations." In a statement, the FBI said it is agile and adjusts resources to meet the latest threats, while DHS said that addressing domestic violent extremism is a top priority for the department.
We're looking at TikTok. We may be banning TikTok.
This isn't the first time we've heard concerns about TikTok.
It is a sophisticated tool for harvesting this data. And one thing that we do know is that right now the CCP is running one of the most, widespread data gathering operations out there.
FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr saying he thinks Google and Apple should remove TikTok from their app stores.
And our thanks to Morgan Chesky for that report. It's important to know TikTok was not the only social media company mentioned in that new Senate report. The company has since responded and says that it's open to federal data privacy legislation, although it made it clear that it should apply to all social media companies. Well, turning now to some financial news. If you own a Tesla Model X car, you might want to go to your closest dealership.
Yes, CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, Kathy and Steve. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says that Tesla is recalling certain Model X vehicles for an airbag issue. More than 29,000 cars from 2021 to 2023 model years are affected by that recall. Tesla says the front passenger airbag could potentially deploy incorrectly. The company says the issue will be fixed with an over-the-air software update. Meantime, for Amazon workers, could be a tense holiday season. Amazon CEO says that more layoffs are in the works, but employees will not find out until the new year. In a blog post on Amazon's corporate site, CEO Andy Jassy says that while the company confirmed it was cutting jobs in the devices and books business, an unknown number of layoffs affecting other teams are still to follow. He says the cuts are the most difficult decision he's had to make since taking over for Jeff Bezos last year. Meantime, Google is rolling out an updated version of Maps for iPhones and Android devices with several new features. These include the option to search for electric vehicle stations with fast chargers that are compatible with your plug-in car. There's also an augmented reality tool that displays more information about local points of interest in the real world around you. Although I don't know if people start looking down, they're already looking down on their phones if they're going around different sites, just looking on their phones, especially on the streets of New York during the holidays. I don't recommend it.
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong?
I know.
Wow, all the options.
Look up. Take
Right?
the sight and sound. It's so pretty right now.
Good point. All right, Bertha, thank you.
Exactly.
Our churchgoers in Louisiana have a new reason to rejoice. Their place of worship has finally reopened its doors after an arsonist burned it down 3 years ago. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah has more.
This newly opened sanctuary is flowing with praise. Over 3.5 years after this historically black church was set on fire.
Take me back to April 4th, 2019.
It's just a heartbreaking experience to see. The church was burned to the ground.
God brought us through.
Yes, he did.
Can't love
Reverend
God.
Gerald Toussaint pastors Mount Pleasant Baptist, one of 3 churches burned spring 2019 around St. Landry Parish, Louisiana. The perpetrator charged with 3 counts of arson and sentenced to 25 years with parole.
How did it feel today getting to preach in your new...
Feel like fire. Well, this kind of fire is a spiritual fire.
But for the other churches, the journey from ashes is far from finished.
How much more construction is left?
Well, we're working on the exterior.
Reverend Kyle Sylvester of St. Mary Missionary Baptist hopes to reopen the doors soon.
You have to trust God that, hey, you're going to allow us to get back to where we'll have what we lost.
As for Mount Pleasant, members young and old returning to their sanctuary.
When you're outside the church, things happen that you have no control over. But when you're in here, you're protected.
Zinclea Samoa, NBC News, Opelousas, Louisiana.
Great to see them whole again.
Yeah, incredible.
Coming up, too good to miss.
Yeah, we've got all the new movies and shows you should watch this weekend, including a little something for all you Disney lovers out there. That's coming up next.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing. Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. Now, earlier this week, we told you about the fabled Christmas Story house that's up for sale. And now another nostalgic homestead could be yours. The house from the 1985 cult classic The Goonies is on the market for a cool $1.6 million, located in Astoria, Oregon. The two-story Victorian offers panoramic views of the Pacific coastline and the not-so-fictional cinematic town of the Goondocks back in 2015. Around 15,000 Goonies fans have come to visit this house to celebrate the film's 30th anniversary. Although the attic may not have any hidden treasure maps since it's been converted into an additional bedroom. Treasure hunting is still fully encouraged, though.
Wow.
That doesn't seem too bad for an iconic house like that.
Wow.
Right? I thought it'd be more.
That awoke so many memories of that movie.
I know. I have to rewatch it. I know. I was going to say. All right. And now the moment we've all been waiting for on this Friday morning. Get your popcorn ready. Here's everything you should be watching this weekend.
Yeah, People TV's Jeremy Parsons joins us now on set with a sneak peek of this week's People magazine cover, hitting newsstands today. A lot going on today, Jeremy. So first, let's talk about the movies that are going to come out this weekend.
I want the Goonies house, by the way.
Yeah.
I know, don't we all?
Really cool. Let's talk about this. The Menu. It's a horror comedy. It stars Nicholas Hoult and Anya Taylor-Joy. This is kind of a wild story of two foodies who go to an exclusive island for a very exclusive culinary immersive experience, and then they meet the chef, who is a real wild man, played by Ralph Fiennes. There's more on the menu than meets the eye, as it turns out, and then it sort of spirals into horror, comedy, mayhem. Anya Taylor-Joy has said that she absolutely loved this script. It was a page turner. She reads a lot of scripts. She never knew what was going to happen. Lots of twists and turns. So you can check that out, a horror comedy. Then we move on to Bones and All. Listen to this. Variety called it the year's sexiest cannibal love story. So if that's not a hook, I don't know what is. Timothy Chalamet, Taylor Russell star in this. They fall in love, this young couple fall in love as they drive across the country doing what cannibals do. It's bizarre.
Very dark.
It's getting a lot of attention because Timothy Chalamet is partnering here with Luca Guadagnino. He's the director from Call Me By Your Name, which made Timothy a star a few years back, got Oscars attention, all that. Anyway, somehow in this bizarre framing, it ends up being a sweet coming-of-age love story.
Okay, well.
So a little different there. And how about we move on to this? A documentary, Bad Acts. It surrounds a close-knit Asian-American family living in rural Michigan. The filmmaker is David Siv. It's his family. He's the younger brother in the family, and it surrounds some of the challenges they went through as 2020 and the chaos of the world and the pandemic erupted. Them trying to keep their their restaurant alive, dealing with the racism in the area they live and some of the generational scars of the family. Really unpacks a lot here. 96% on Rotten Tomatoes. This is definitely one to watch as well. It's gotten a lot of South by Southwest Film Festival attention. People are loving it, so check that out as well. A lot of variety there.
I was going to say, a lot of good picks. So I am sure you heard there's a big snowstorm that's coming. Everyone's going to be staying indoors. They want to stay warm and cuddly and probably stream something. So what are some of those options?
Well, you could stream The People We Hate at the Wedding. It's a new one on Prime Video. Allison Janney, Ben Platt, and Kristen Bell. The New York Times said it's drunk people with secrets. I think that kind of sums it up. It's a funny, lighthearted comedy. These three, Allison, Kristen, and Ben, go to London to their stepsister's wedding. And people start drinking, and secrets come out, and things get awkward and weird. It really takes on dysfunctional families, how to work through it, and the things that can go wrong. And I think that's appropriate right before Thanksgiving.
Very relatable.
Right? Yeah. You need to deal with that. Kristen Bell has said that she loved working with Ben Platt. She's been a longtime fan and hopes to definitely work with him again. And we hope that they work together again, too. But you can check this out on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, and real quickly, I wanted to ask about Disenchanted, the sequel to Enchanted. What can you tell us?
Star-studded. First of all, it's been 15 years since Enchanted. Can you believe it's been that long? So this is the sequel to Enchanted. Right? Me too. Amy Adams, Patrick Dempsey, Idina Menzel, Maya Rudolph. The cast filmed in Ireland. They loved it. Here's what's going on in the story this time. They are in their suburban life, Amy and Patrick. They are in suburbia. They have kids. Amy's having a hard time kind of adjusting, and she accidentally has a wish come true. There's a special magic wand. She makes a wish that her life would be like a fairy tale, and so then fairy tale tropes start to make their way into her suburban life in a way that only Disney can do. I love the first one. If you've seen the first one, which you know what Enchanted is, you get the tone, sort of this irreverent, fun poke at all the Disney fairy tales. So there you go.
By the way, no one has aged. All the stars.
That's true,
It's
right?
been 15 years. They all look the same.
That one's on Disney Plus too, by the way.
Okay, very cool. Something to watch. Jeremy, thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
All right, and that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. Happy Friday. I'm Kathy Park.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are off today. Right now on Morning News Now, cold snap. A massive snowstorm affecting millions of Americans this morning. A lake effect snow warning is in place for western New York with a state of emergency in effect as several feet of snow are expected in the Buffalo area. And local officials are calling on all drivers to hit the brakes for now.
And it was decided that in the best interest of the public that we would institute a driving ban for all of Erie County.
We'll be on the snow-covered streets of Buffalo with the latest on the dangerous conditions heading into the weekend. Within range, breaking this morning, North Korea fires another ballistic missile, which Japanese officials say could have reached the United States mainland. We've got all the reaction to another dramatic day of heightened tensions on the Korean peninsula. Twitter employees are flying the coop after new boss Elon Musk set an unpopular work ultimatum. Why hundreds of staffers quit overnight from the under-pressure social media platform, and what the CEO, Elon Musk, is making of that mass exodus. Plus, tying the knot at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. President Biden's eldest granddaughter is getting married at the White House this weekend. What to expect from the ceremony, and the others who are part of the exclusive club to say I do on the South Lawn. A lot of exciting stuff going on there. Great to be with you, Kathy Park.
Yeah, likewise. I'm excited for this big wedding at the White House.
I know, yeah, one of the brighter spots to talk about this morning. We do, though, begin this hour with the winter blast that is already hitting the Midwest.
Yeah, blizzard-like conditions hit states like Ohio and Michigan, bring up to 3 inches of snow per hour. And this morning, the extreme weather is heading straight for the Northeast, prompting state leaders to declare a state of emergency. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the latest from Buffalo, New York.
The plows have already come through here in downtown Buffalo, but a driving ban still in effect in this city, which is under a state of emergency. What you're looking at right now is really just the lull. We may not yet be halfway through this snowstorm, and New York, not the only state being hit by this early storm.
This morning, an early taste of winter's worst has Buffalo at a complete standstill. Overnight, western New York hit with thunder snow. Part of an hours-long lake effect storm shutting down Buffalo public schools.
Our biggest enemy here for the next 48 to 72 hours is a lack of common sense.
Please never run a generator inside your house or inside your garage.
I wasn't expecting this. This is big.
But by Monday, the total could be a crippling 5 feet. The intense storm forcing the Bills and Cleveland Browns to move their Sunday matchup out of Buffalo to Detroit. But parts of Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania are also blanketed in white, with some areas seeing almost 1.5 feet of snow on the ground.
What we're talking about is a major storm. This is considered an extreme event.
All of this earlier than expected mess thanks to lake effect snow, which happens when moisture from the Great Lakes' relatively warm waters collides with Arctic air blasting over the Midwest and Northeast. Low visibility and rapid accumulation will make some roads and airport runways harder to reach less than a week before Thanksgiving.
Be mindful of the travel advisories. Stay home if you can.
Even if you don't see snow, you may not be in the clear. The northern plains and upper Midwest are expecting high temps in the 20s, with some overnight lows plummeting into single digits. And at least 20 million people are facing freeze alerts into tomorrow morning from Texas to Virginia. Back in Buffalo, the storm's bullseye, this is a weekend to stay in.
You are an obstacle to our plow trucks when you're on the road. And when you get on the road and you get stuck, our plows can't get past you.
Officials here say that people seem to have largely heeded their warnings to stay off the roads, which is a good thing. Of course, another concern is making sure to get snow off of your roof as quickly as possible while it is easier to move it so that you minimize the risk of a roof collapse. We are expecting possibly 4 feet of snow in some areas by Sunday, according to officials. Back to you.
All right, our thanks to Jesse Kirsch for braving the elements for us. So we continue with the latest on this powerful storm and what you could expect this weekend. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joining us now. Good morning, Michelle. The storm really ramping up.
Yeah, it is.
It is. Yeah, hi there, guys. Great to see you. And we're going to see that snow really intensify today. And we're going to see it still falling tomorrow and also Sunday. So this is a prolonged event. We've been seeing it falling for the past 36 hours. And we're going to see up to 4 feet, maybe 5 feet of snow downwind of Lake Erie. Also a lot of snow in Water Watertown, New York. That's downwind of Lake Ontario. So this is the outlook for today. Lake effect snow, that's the big weather headline, of course. And then the second big weather headline is that Arctic air that's prompting this lake effect snow. But that Arctic air extends all the way down to the south. We're looking at frigid temperatures in the northern plains, the central plains, and then really chilly air into the southern plains. Temperatures only in the 50s. Notice the Rockies, you're in the 20s. Some spots in the teens. It's cool and dry in the southeast. Even Florida, a little cool for this time of year, but still 70s, doing much better than most of us. Southern California are also looking temperatures in the upper 60s, low 70s. So here's that lake effect snow. We're looking at radar where the blue is. That's where the snow is falling. You can see that swirl right around the Great Lakes. So Wisconsin, Michigan, portions of Ohio into Pennsylvania, and certainly western New York seeing that snow falling. And as we zoom in a little closer, you see the lighter colors, the lighter blues, the whites. That's where the heaviest snow is falling. It's really localized. You can see that banding. You don't have to go far out of the bands to be in the crystal clear, and that's why it's so dangerous. So if you're driving, you're seeing clear conditions, you could hit this wall of snow and have reduced visibilities down to zero. So that's why they have that ban on the roadways, along with all that snow that will be falling. Buffalo, you're going to see a lot of snow. Watertown also, and then towns south of both of those cities will see lots of snow as well. We have winter alerts stretching from Wisconsin through Michigan, western Michigan. You're expecting heavy snow as well. And then Watertown to Oswego, Buffalo, Erie, and also Cleveland, Ohio, you're going to see some snow as well. The heaviest snow will fall downwind of the Great Lakes, especially Erie and Ontario. And we're going to see up to 4 feet of snow. This is going to rival what we saw in 2014. We could certainly see up to 5 feet, and that's generally what they saw in 2014. So I know in Buffalo you're used to the snow, but you need to stay ahead of it. It's a really heavy load on all the infrastructures, and that could cause some damage to some of the roofs and cause some power outages as well. So then 10 spans today, east of the Great Lakes, we're going to see snowfall rates of 3 inches per hour. And that's a lot, but it's extended. So it's hour after hour after hour, and that's where we get that buildup of snow, and that's why we're expecting so much snow. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, strong winds, drifting snow, that's going to limit travel once again. So we'll have to see what they do about that travel ban. And then also thunder snow, possible outages possible. When you see that thunder snow, that just means there's a ton of energy with these storms, really cold, strong updrafts. And that's where we're seeing essentially thunderstorms in the winter. So freeze alerts, 20 million people impacted where you see the pink in portions of the Gulf Coast into the southeast. That's going to extend into tomorrow morning. And this is why we're looking at temperatures right around 6 degrees in Bismarck tomorrow morning, 12 in Minneapolis. It's going to feel like 3 below zero, 17 in Grand Island, and it's going to feel like 5. So feeling like the single digits in so many spots, feeling like below zero in a lot of spots. We have some wind chill advisories. You have to be careful as you head out in that type of weather. And we're going to keep those parkas close, hats, scarves, and mittens as we go into next week, because we're looking at temperatures into the teens to start out our morning. Saturday morning in Minneapolis, just 12 degrees, 8 degrees on Sunday. Same story in Pittsburgh, also Nashville, St. Louis. We're chilly there, 19 degrees in the teens on Sunday morning. So it is chilly everywhere, feeling more like Christmas and Thanksgiving, feeling more like December, January than November. And we're going to see temperatures 10 to 20, even 30 degrees below normal for this time of year. So Fargo, 19 degrees, that's 17 degrees below average. Chicago, 26. Cold in Memphis, too, just 43, right around the freezing mark in Oklahoma City today, 35. That's 25 degrees below average, 57 in New Orleans. And it's cold, too, on the East Coast. Burlington, 39. Charlotte, 50 degrees. We're going to keep it cold once again tomorrow. Temperatures in the 30s. Rapid City, Salt Lake City, Kansas City, right at the freezing mark. D.C., 46. And notice those temperatures still really chilly down to the south. Houston, 50 degrees, and Mobile, 55. So, you guys, it's going to be cold and snowy weekend, and it's going to look to extend into next week, too, with that cold. Back to you.
Yikes, that does look like January, Michelle. Not a fan.
It does. Yeah. Everyone's going to be shivering this weekend.
Yeah.
All right.
Or
Michelle.
just stay inside, bundle up on the couch.
I love that advice. I'm heeding it. All right, Michelle, thank you. We are turning to some breaking news this morning out of North Korea, with that country launching a ballistic missile. And while the missile did fall into the Sea of Japan, South Korean and Japanese officials believe it had the capability to hit the U.S. mainland. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer has the latest.
Kathy and Stephen, good morning. This missile flew 620 miles west toward Japan at a high speed and a lofted trajectory, meaning it was fired up instead of out, deliberately to avoid overflying neighboring countries. And officials say that given the data they're collecting on this, it could be North Korea's most powerful intercontinental ballistic missile yet, an ICBM capable of reaching the United States. Now, this is the second time this month that North Korea has fired an ICBM. The earlier one failed. Experts believe they may be testing a new type of weapon. And it comes just a day after North Korea fired a short-range ballistic missile and warned of fiercer military responses if the U.S. continues to boost its security presence in the region. So that has set off all sorts of alarm bells. The U.S. and South Korea today conducted Air Force firing drills after the launch. As well, the U.S. and Japan held a joint military drill over the Sea of Japan. In Thailand, where leaders are gathering for the APEC summit, several leaders convened an emergency meeting about North Korea and called the missile launch a brazen violation of UN Security Council resolutions. Now, earlier in the week at the G20 summit in Bali, President Biden reaffirmed the U.S. commitment to defend South Korea and Japan with a range of options, including nuclear arms. And that prompted a statement from North Korea's foreign ministry that said Washington was, quote, taking a gamble it will regret. Now, China is coming under increasing pressure to use its leverage with North Korea, especially at the UN Security Council, where until now, China and Russia have blocked any moves to try to sanction Pyongyang. This has been a record year for North Korean weapons tests. There have been dozens of missile launches. Hundreds of rounds of artillery have been fired. And this is all the backdrop to the expectation of what is next, and that is a 7th nuclear test by Kim Jong-un. He hasn't done one since 2017. Intelligence reports and satellite imagery suggest that all of the preparations are in place. So this latest launch is boosting the tension level in the region, and it seems like North Korea doesn't feel like talking.
A lot to be alarmed about there. Janice, thank you.
To Washington now, where a changing of the Congressional Guard is underway as House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announces she's stepping down from Democratic leadership after 2 decades. It comes, of course, after Republicans were projected to gain control of the House, setting the stage for a divided Congress for the next 2 years of the Biden administration. NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with more on this. Ryan, good morning.
Kathy, good morning to you. Nancy Pelosi is, of course, a legend. The first female House Speaker. She stood toe-to-toe with some of the most powerful men in the world and never backed down. That made her a hero among her Democratic colleagues and, for Republicans, enemy number one.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi passing the torch on Capitol Hill.
For me, the hour's come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect.
Pelosi was the first and only female Speaker of the House.
When I first came to the floor at 6 years old, never would I have thought that someday I would go from homemaker to House Speaker.
An icon to Democrats and a villain to Republicans, Pelosi was a polarizing figure who spent 2 decades as the House Democratic leader, and many Republicans are happy to see her go.
One-party Democrat rule in Washington is finished. We have fired Nancy Pelosi.
She took the Speaker's gavel for the first time in 2007, and in her farewell address paid homage to the presidents she worked with.
I have enjoyed working with 3 presidents.
She notably left one out, Donald Trump, who she clashed with, pointing him down during a cabinet meeting, sauntering out of the West Wing in sunglasses, and tearing up a copy of his State of the Union from the dais in the House chamber. Her move comes just weeks after her husband Paul was assaulted inside their San Francisco home. Pelosi thanking the audience for their support in the aftermath. Her exit opens the door for a new crop of leaders. Chief among them, New York's Hakeem Jeffries, who's the favorite to take over as Democratic leader. Jeffries would be the first black leader of either party in Congress and will face a Republican majority ready to take direct aim at the Biden White House.
This is an investigation of Joe Biden, the President of the United States.
All this while Pelosi takes on an emeritus role, still serving in Congress, guiding her successors. The Speaker reflecting on her historic career in 2019 with Savannah.
You probably are the most powerful woman in government.
In the United States, you know.
Yes.
That's true.
Do you think about that as a personal accomplishment?
No, I think of it as a responsibility.
And Democrats will pick their new leadership team on November 30th. And this, of course, is going to be a very difficult job. The margins in the House of Representatives are going to be so tight that every single vote will count. And that means keeping all Democrats together as they oppose the new Republican majority. And of course, Kathy, that was Nancy Pelosi's specialty.
All right. Ryan Nobles from Washington. Ryan, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Russia is ramping up airstrikes across Ukraine, targeting the nation's energy infrastructure, which could, of course, knock out power just as the cold weather starts to set in there. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has more.
Russia renewed its attacks against Ukraine's power grid overnight, just as the harsh winter weather here is setting in.
Russia is apparently trying to freeze Ukraine into submission and pounded infrastructure again overnight. For the last 3 days, Ukrainian officials say Russia has carried out some 200 missile strikes. President Zelensky this morning says 10 million people, about a quarter of the population, are without power. But that's not the only damage being done. Ukrainian troops recaptured Kherson this month, ending Russia's 8-month occupation. Alina Dotsenko is the director of the city's Fine Art Museum. She just returned and greets her staff. She braces herself to go inside. With her are Ukrainian prosecutors. Most of the art had been in storage in the basement. That's where they focused their search. The prosecutors break through doors and find just frames. The Russians looted the museum.
And here is the vault where many of the more important paintings were kept. The Russians did leave some paintings behind. In fact, they didn't seem very interested in Soviet-era artwork. Lenin didn't go with them. But over here, it's just rack after rack, all of these empty vaults. They've been full of paintings. It's all gone.
Dotsenko has been the museum director for 35 years.
What is it like for you to see these empty spaces?
I was gathering this collection all my life, she says. She tries to keep her composure. She doesn't want to cry on camera.
Do you know how many pieces were looted from here?
We thought it was around 10,000, but now with what I and my staff are seeing, it looks like more, she says. Before Russia's invasion, the museum had one of the richest collections in Ukraine, with works from painters from all across Europe.
What are we talking about in terms of value?
Hundreds of millions of dollars, she says. Museum staff say the Russians stole the paintings just weeks before pulling out. Ukrainian partisans, working in secret under the occupation, captured this photograph that appears to show the Russians loading art onto a truck. The images were verified by museum staff.
The director believes she's tracked down some of the paintings to a Russian-run museum in the city of Simferopol. She compared the theft to Nazi looting of art during World War II.
Wow, Richard Engel, thank you. Well, now to the latest turmoil at Twitter and a new wave of resignations for the company.
Yeah, this comes after an ultimatum from the company's owner, Elon Musk, who sent an email to employees asking them to commit to a, quote, extremely hardcore work environment or submit their resignations. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the latest.
Hey there, Musk sent an email to his remaining employees on Wednesday telling them they had until 5 p.m. Thursday to sign on to his vision for what he calls Twitter 2.0. Now, after weeks of layoffs and resignations, the future of the popular social media platform hangs in the balance. This morning, the doors at Twitter are locked amid fresh turmoil and a mass employee exodus. Employees told the company's offices will be temporarily closed and badge access will be restricted through Monday, according to CNBC. On Thursday, a fresh wave of resignations rocked Twitter again after billionaire boss Musk sent an email to employees detailing his vision for Twitter 2.0. It read in part, "We will need to be extremely hardcore. This will mean working long hours at high intensity. Only exceptional performance will constitute a passing grade." The ultimatum, a 5 p.m. deadline on Thursday. Respond yes if you decide to stay. If not, Musk writes, anyone who has not done so will receive 3 months of severance.
This kind of hardcore make your decision if you're going to stay or go. Not something that Twitter people are accustomed to.
That email from Musk prompted hundreds of employees to step down, according to the New York Times, citing 2 people with knowledge of the situation. Some employees who quit tweeting the salute emoji, meant to convey the message, "Thank you for your service." Adding to the confusion, Musk now backtracking on his hardline remote work policy. After initially telling employees it was no longer allowed, he now says all that is required for approval is that your manager takes responsibility for ensuring that you are making an excellent contribution. The latest wave of resignations coming after Musk already laid off thousands of staff when he officially took over the company. Melissa Ingle worked as a senior data scientist at Twitter. She says she was fired just days before Musk delivered his latest ultimatum, but has coworkers who resigned yesterday. She believes Twitter's future is hanging in the balance.
It just seems that with current staff levels, it cannot. And that's just flat out cannot be saved.
Musk has been tweeting overnight, posting a skull and crossbones flag, a meme seeming to show Twitter in the grave, and telling his followers, quote, "How do you make a small fortune in social media? Start out with a large one."
It's not clear exactly how many workers opted for the severance package, but reports put the number in the hundreds, possibly much higher. It comes after Musk already cut 50% of Twitter's workforce in that mass layoff when he took over the company. NBC News has reached out to Twitter on this story, but has not heard back. Guys?
All right, more to come on that one. Stephanie, thanks. Well, coming up, new information this morning about the disturbing quadruple homicide in Idaho.
Yeah, we've got the latest on the investigation into those mysterious killings. Next.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city turned crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
We're back with new developments in a quadruple homicide investigation near the University of Idaho. The bodies of 4 students found dead near campus have now been released to their families, and a coroner is revealing that all 4 victims were stabbed to death. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz joins us now from Moscow, Idaho, with the latest on this. Good morning, Gadi.
Hey, good morning, Stephen. There has been so much speculation about those 2 roommates that were inside this home when this attack happened and were able to survive. So I want to show a little bit of the layout of the house for some context. This is actually a 3-story house. You've got 2 bedrooms on the top floor, 2 bedrooms on the 2nd floor, and then 2 bedrooms right here on the 1st floor. And then there is a front door right here on the 1st floor. There's another door on the back side that is on the 2nd floor. That's where investigators have been spending a lot of time, but so far officials haven't even said whether these 2 roommates were asleep or awake during the time of the attack, and they have not offered any explanation as to why it took 9 hours for the first 911 call to come in.
As investigators search for a suspect and the murder weapon in the vicious killings of 4 college students in Moscow, Idaho, those who knew and loved them are struggling with the sudden loss.
My heart is broken for all 4 of the victims and for their families and close friends.
Partial autopsy reports for the 4 friends released on Thursday. The county coroner indicating the time of death was sometime after 2 a.m.
It's pretty traumatic when there's 4 dead college students who have been stabbed to death in one location.
The autopsies also showing all 4 victims were killed by what was described as a bigger knife. They had extensive injuries from multiple stab wounds, and that the wounds varied, including different places people were stabbed and the amount of times. The coroner did not say where in the home the victims were found or whether they had defensive wounds, showing they attempted to fight back. Investigators are now working to determine whether the suspect's DNA might have been left at the scene.
Well, looking to see if there are some clues that are on them, some of the suspects' blood perhaps, or something under somebody's fingernails.
2 other female roommates who were not being named at this time were home at the time of the attack, police say, but they were not harmed. While investigators haven't ruled out anyone, the county district attorney telling Savannah and Hoda Thursday those roommates are not under suspicion.
Anybody who might have knowledge is considered persons of interest at this point. As far as suspects, I don't believe so.
Authorities insist this attack was targeted and isolated, but have given no hints on motive and warned that a killer is still at large, telling a frightened community to remain vigilant.
Now, one of the fathers of the victim, Xana Kernodle, was speaking out last night saying that he thinks that the autopsy shows that his daughter fought back because there were bruises. We asked the coroner about bruises on the bodies. They said that there are bruises on some of the victims, but at this point it is still too early to tell whether those bruises are because of defensive wounds or not. Stephen, back to you.
Deeply disturbing stuff there. Gadi, thank you.
Turning now to a miracle delivery. One Missouri 10-year-old is being hailed a hero this morning after stepping up to help deliver her younger sister when her mother unexpectedly went into labor. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders has that story.
In St. Louis County, Missouri, delivering this baby 3 weeks early took a miracle.
Fire and ambulance address of the emergency.
Hi, I think my mom was in labor.
Thankfully, an older sister, yes, named Miracle, was there to help.
She said call 911, and then I called, and then that's when she had the baby.
On the other end of that phone, and with an ambulance on the way.
My head is here.
Okay, I understand that. I'm going to help you deliver the baby, okay?
Dispatcher Scott Stranghoner.
I learned pretty quick that we had a serious situation. We have a set of protocols that we follow, and she followed all of my instructions to a T. It did an amazing job, and a few minutes later, we had another baby girl in the house.
At only 10 years old, Miracle kept her cool.
Is the baby breathing?
Yeah, she's breathing. I think she's crying now.
Okay, all right.
Are you okay?
You're doing a really good job.
And helping mom Viola through the whole process.
It was definitely a miracle because once I had the baby and she came out, I couldn't really like grab her or pick her up or nothing. So then Miracle came and she was trying to wrap her up in a towel. She kind of rubbed her back a little bit so she can cry. So she was real helpful. I am very thankful.
By the time the ambulance arrived, baby's sister Jayla was in Miracle's arms.
Just picked baby up first thing, wrapped her in a blanket, yelled happy birthday. It was good. We love seeing good outcomes for families and stuff like that. We do see a lot of bad things, but one of these special moments is the best. This is what we do it for.
The older sister now celebrated as a hero.
Wonderful job. So we're so proud of you.
But Miracle's focus remains on that little sister in her arms.
She's really cute. She doesn't cry a lot, and I get to hold her a lot.
Carrie Sanders, NBC News.
Man, she's
Wow.
already a great big sister.
Yeah, incredible daughter, incredible sister. Can't beat that.
Yeah. Well, coming up, saying I do at the White House.
Yeah, also can't beat this. President Biden's granddaughter joins a select group of people to tie the knot there. This happening on the South Lawn. What to expect from this weekend's ceremony. That's coming up next.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Georgia's high-stakes Senate runoff is just weeks away now, and Senator Raphael Warnock and his Republican challenger Herschel Walker are making their final push to win over those crucial swing voters.
NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster joins us now. So, Shaq, both Senators Warnock's and Herschel Walker's campaigns have released new ads this week. So walk us through their runoff messaging to Georgians right now.
Well, Georgia's high-stakes Senate runoff is just weeks away now, and Senator Raphael Warnock and his Republican challenger Herschel Walker are making their final push to win over those crucial swing voters. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster joins us now. So, Shaq, both Senators Warnock's and Herschel Walker's campaigns have released new ads this week. So walk us through their runoff messaging to Georgians right now.
Good morning. And yes, we look at those ads because that is how campaigns are spending money to speak directly to voters. And you see from Senator Warnock, his campaign releasing 2 new ads of this cycle, one of them targeting so-called split ticket voters, those voters who sided with Governor Kemp, the Republican, in his race over Stacey Abrams, but either voted for Warnock or just didn't vote, left that line off the ballot in the general election. He has an ad of someone saying that Warnock is someone that people, even moderate or Republicans, can agree with and can side with, and that he's the better option over the perceived flaws with Herschel Walker. And then Walker's campaign also releasing a new ad trying to soften Walker's image. We know much of the conversation before the general election was focused on the scandals and accusations against Herschel Walker. Well, in this ad, they have essentially a character witness saying that Herschel Walker is someone who has small town values, who is a good person, who has a heart of gold and a heart of servitude. You really see the campaigns trying to get beyond what we saw in the messaging of the general election and try to talk about the individuals as they head into the runoff.
And Shaq, I know you've had a chance to speak to some voters on the ground there. So how are they feeling? What are they thinking going into this runoff? Is there any sort of burnout from this long midterm season?
And you certainly can see how there is that potential for burnout. Not only was there the general election, now there's the runoff election coming up, and we had this same exact situation happen just 2 years ago with the presidential and then the Senate runoff there for 2 races. So that was a question that I was asking Democratic voters after a Raphael Warnock event yesterday. Listen to what they said when I asked, are they feeling a little burnt out or fatigued with all this voting?
If I have to crawl, see, I got this thing here, if I have to walk, but I do absentee, the very first day the voting starts, my ballot is, I walk it in. And I'm just looking forward to December 6th to see the outcome. But I'm already sure he's going to win.
I'm going to take more than I took the first time. This time around, it's a serious matter. And we need a man that's a man for the people. The common people of Georgia.
Now, I'll tell you, Republican voters, they have a challenge as well. This race is no longer one that is going to determine control of the U.S. Senate. We know after the Nevada race was called that Democrats will have control of the chamber, so this would be an added seat if Democrats win. So trying to get Republican voters to care about this race and turn out again, that is also a challenge. You see the uphill battle that both parties are facing with this runoff election.
And Shaq, there's a hearing set for this morning in that lawsuit filed by Senator Warnock and the Democratic Party of Georgia to expand early voting before the runoff. So what do we expect from this?
And look, I don't want to overplay what we can see from this 11 a.m. hearing, but this could have the potential of adding an extra early voting day in the state of Georgia. Here's the issue. The lawsuit is being filed because the Secretary of State released some guidance saying that on next Saturday, the Saturday after Thanksgiving, that is not an option for counties to have an early voting day, essentially because it's too close to the holiday. If that is not an early voting day, well, that's the only Saturday on the calendar that would be potentially an early voting day. They said that state law prohibits that day from being early voting, essentially because it's too close to the holiday. But Democrats and Senator Warnock's campaign is saying that's a misinterpretation of the reading of the law. That restriction doesn't apply, in their words, to runoff elections. That's only for regularly scheduled elections. So it's a conflict potentially of 2 different laws, and a judge will hear both sides today, as I mentioned, at around 11 a.m. If the judge sides with Warnock and his campaign, you can see that extra day of early voting added to some counties.
All right, time's ticking down. Shaq, thank you.
Well, the granddaughter of President Biden is about to join an elite club.
Yeah, tomorrow, Naomi Biden and her fiancé, Peter Neal, will become just the 19th couple in American history to tie the knot at the White House. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now for more on this. Good morning, Kristen.
Hey, guys, good morning to both of you. Naomi Biden, daughter of Hunter Biden, is about to join a very small club of brides who've gotten married here at the White House. As you say, only 18 other couples have said I do here, but this will be the first wedding on the South Lawn. Now, Naomi is incredibly close with her grandfather, who she calls Pop. It's a wedding fit for a first granddaughter in the ultimate venue. Instead of saying, "Hail to the chief," They're saying, here comes the bride at the White House this weekend. 28-year-old Naomi Biden, the first granddaughter of the president and first lady, is about to say I do to her longtime love, 25-year-old Peter Neal. The bride-to-be revealing on social media the venue will be the South Lawn. Michael LaRosa is the former press secretary to First Lady Jill Biden.
It's going to be a wedding infused with a lot of love, a lot of laughter and traditions.
White House weddings are rare, only 18 in U.S. history. The last time an immediate member of the first family got married here was more than 50 years ago.
On the arm of her father, both smiling very happily.
When Tricia Nixon Cox, daughter of former President Richard Nixon, said I do in the Rose Garden. But it was Alice Roosevelt Longworth's wedding in 1906 that's considered the greatest in White House history, attended by more than 1,000 people and dominating headlines for weeks. Decades later, in 1967, another unforgettable affair when Linda Bird Johnson Robb, daughter of LBJ, tied the knot in the East Room, wowing her 500 guests in her satin gown, her groom in his military uniform.
They say that home weddings are the nicest, and if home happens to be the White House, so much the better.
In 2008, today's Jenna Bush Hager, who married her love Henry Hager in Texas, celebrated with a White House reception a month later. But you don't have to be related to the first family to get married here. About a decade ago, Pete Souza, the official Obama White House photographer, held his nuptials in the Rose Garden. Anita McBride, the former chief of staff to former First Lady Laura Bush, says a White House wedding is always an event to remember.
No matter how you may feel about a particular administration, you can't help but be happy for a couple who's starting their lives. And to have it happen at the White House, that's a very unique and special part of history.
Well, the Bidens are celebrating a lot this weekend. President Biden turns 80 on Sunday. Now, as for the wedding, the Bidens are paying for all of the festivities. And perhaps the best part, guys, Naomi and Peter don't have to travel very far because they already live right here at the White House.
Oh, how
Wow.
convenient.
Lots of advantages there. All right.
A birthday and a wedding, a big weekend.
Big weekend indeed, guys. Good to see you.
All right. Good to see you, Kristen. Thank you. Well, coming up, a new warning from the FBI about an app a whole lot of us use each and every day.
Yeah, why the government is sounding the alarm on TikTok and what they want American users to know the moment they open the app. You're watching Morning News Now. We'll be right back.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful. We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big. When we're talking about November, how many doors do you think you've each knocked on? This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue? What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop. Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Welcome back. As TikTok's user base continues to grow, worries about privacy from top U.S. officials are following suit.
Yeah, that's right. The FBI is now speaking out about the app, saying they're, quote, extremely concerned that your data might fall into the wrong hands. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more.
Social media app TikTok has seen dance trends come and go since it took the U.S. by storm 5 years ago.
I am on my phone all the time. I'm on social media all of the time.
But one trend that isn't showing any signs of slowing down is the growing number of users on the platform, with more than 100 million Americans scrolling and TikToking every month. For some, it was the app that helped share their talent with the world.
Everything that has helped me in my career from TikTok has been things that in the moment I'm like, I like this song, I want to do this. I'm literally putting zit stickers on my face. I want to sing this song right now. Like, just don't overthink it. It's fun. It's a little game.
But now the same app that got so many through the pandemic and even launched a few music careers is finding itself in the hot seat.
We do have national security concerns, at least from the FBI's end, about TikTok.
This week, FBI Director Christopher Wray making it clear in front of members of the House Homeland Security Committee, the agency is concerned user information is being collected and highly vulnerable in the hands of the app's parent company in China, ByteDance.
Chinese companies are required to basically do whatever the Chinese government wants them to in terms of sharing information or serving as a tool of the Chinese government. And so that's plenty of reason by itself to be extremely concerned.
This is a new report by the Senate Homeland Security Committee also shows the social media app, along with DHS and the FBI, are not doing enough to address the proliferation of domestic terrorism, especially white supremacy and anti-government extremists. A TikTok spokesperson saying in a statement, "We believe maintaining a safe and trusted platform is critical to our long-term success, which is why we are dedicated to identifying and removing content that incites or glorifies violence or promotes violent extremist organizations." In a statement, the FBI said it is agile and adjusts resources to meet the latest threats, while DHS said that addressing domestic violent extremism is a top priority for the department.
We're looking at TikTok. We may be banning TikTok.
This isn't the first time we've heard concerns about TikTok.
It is a sophisticated tool for harvesting this data. And one thing that we do know is that right now the CCP is running one of the most, widespread data gathering operations out there.
FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr saying he thinks Google and Apple should remove TikTok from their app stores.
And our thanks to Morgan Chesky for that report. It's important to know TikTok was not the only social media company mentioned in that new Senate report. The company has since responded and says that it's open to federal data privacy legislation, although it made it clear that it should apply to all social media companies. Well, turning now to some financial news. If you own a Tesla Model X car, you might want to go to your closest dealership.
Yes, CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, Kathy and Steve. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says that Tesla is recalling certain Model X vehicles for an airbag issue. More than 29,000 cars from 2021 to 2023 model years are affected by that recall. Tesla says the front passenger airbag could potentially deploy incorrectly. The company says the issue will be fixed with an over-the-air software update. Meantime, for Amazon workers, could be a tense holiday holiday season. Amazon CEO says that more layoffs are in the works, but employees will not find out until the new year. In a blog post on Amazon's corporate site, CEO Andy Jassy says that while the company confirmed it was cutting jobs in the devices and books business, an unknown number of layoffs affecting other teams are still to follow. He says the cuts are the most difficult decision he's had to make since taking over for Jeff Bezos last year. Meantime, Google is rolling out an updated version of Maps for iPhones and Android devices with several new features. These include the option to search for electric vehicle stations with fast chargers that are compatible with your plug-in car. There's also an augmented reality tool that displays more information about local points of interest in the real world around you. Although I don't know, if people start looking down, they're already looking down on their phones if they're going around different sites, just looking on their phones, especially on the streets of New York during the holidays. I don't recommend it.
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Wow, all the options.
Look up. Take in the sights and sounds. It's so pretty right now.
Good point. All right, Bertha, thank you.
Exactly.
Our churchgoers in Louisiana have a new reason to rejoice. Their place of worship has finally reopened its doors after an arsonist burned it down 3 years ago. NBC News correspondent Zincle Asamoah has more.
This newly opened sanctuary is flowing with praise. Over 3.5 years after this historically black church was set on fire.
Take me back to April 4th, 2019.
It's just a heartbreaking experience to see. The church was burned to the ground. God brought us through.
Yes, he did.
Reverend Gerald Toussaint pastors Mount Pleasant Baptist, one of 3 churches burned spring 2019 around St. Landry Parish, Louisiana. The perpetrator charged with 3 counts of arson and sentenced to 25 years with parole.
How did it feel today getting to preach in your new...
Feel like fire. Well, this kind of fire is a spiritual fire.
But for the other churches, the journey from ashes is far from finished.
How much more construction is left?
Well, we're working on the exterior.
Reverend Kyle Sylvester of St. Mary Missionary Baptist hopes to reopen the doors soon.
You have to trust God that, hey, you're going to allow us to get back to where we'll have what we lost.
As for Mount Pleasant, members young and old returning to their sanctuary.
When you're outside the church, things happen that you have no control over. But when you're in here, you're protected.
Zincle Asamoah, NBC News, Opelousas, Louisiana.
Great to see them whole again.
Yeah, incredible.
Coming up, too good to miss.
Yeah, we've got all the new movies and shows you should watch this weekend, including a little something for all you Disney lovers out there. That's coming up next.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that.
Can you update us
on the status of negotiations. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. Now, earlier this week, we told you about the fabled Christmas Story house that's up for sale. And now another nostalgic homestead could be yours. The house from the 1985 cult classic The Goonies is on the market for a cool $1.6 million, located in Astoria, Oregon. The two-story Victorian offers panoramic views of the Pacific coastline and the not-so-fictional cinematic town of the Goondocks back in 2015. Around 15,000 Goonies fans have come to visit this house to celebrate the film's 30th anniversary. Although the attic may not have any hidden treasure maps since it's been converted into an additional bedroom. Treasure hunting is still fully encouraged, though.
Wow.
That doesn't seem too bad for an iconic house like that.
Wow.
Right? I thought it'd be more.
That awoke so many memories of that movie.
I know. I have to rewatch it. I know. I was going to say. All right. And now the moment we've all been waiting for on this Friday morning. Get your popcorn ready. Here's everything you should be watching this weekend.
Yeah, People TV's Jeremy Parsons joins us now on set with a sneak peek of this week's People magazine cover, hitting newsstands today. A lot going on today, Jeremy. So first, let's talk about the movies that are going to come out this weekend.
I want the Goonies house, by the way.
Yeah. I know, don't we all?
Really cool. Let's talk about this. The Menu. It's a horror comedy. It stars Nicholas Hoult and Anya Taylor-Joy. This is kind of a wild story of two foodies who go to an exclusive island for a very exclusive culinary immersive experience, and then they meet the chef, who is a real wild man, played by Ralph Fiennes. There's more on the menu than meets the eye, as it turns out, and then it sort of spirals into horror, comedy, mayhem. Anya Taylor-Joy has said that she absolutely loved this script. It was a page turner. She reads a lot of scripts. She never knew what was going to happen. Lots of twists and turns. So you can check that out, a horror comedy. Then we move on to Bones and All. Listen to this. Variety called it the year's sexiest cannibal love story. So if that's not a hook, I don't know what is. Timothy Chalamet, Taylor Russell star in this. They fall in love, this young couple fall in love as they drive across the country doing what cannibals do. It's bizarre.
Very dark.
It's getting a lot of attention because Timothy Chalamet is partnering here with Luca Guadagnino. He's the director from Call Me By Your name, which made Timothy a star a few years back, got Oscars attention, all that. Anyway, somehow in this bizarre framing, it ends up being a sweet coming-of-age love story.
Okay, wow.
So a little different there. And how about we move on to this? A documentary, Bad Acts. It surrounds a close-knit Asian-American family living in rural Michigan. The filmmaker is David Siv. It's his family. He's the younger brother in the family, and it surrounds some of the challenges they went through as 2020 and the chaos of the world and the pandemic erupted. Them trying to keep their their restaurant alive, dealing with the racism in the area they lived and some of the generational scars of the family. Really unpacks a lot here. 96% on Rotten Tomatoes. This is definitely one to watch as well. It's gotten a lot of South by Southwest Film Festival attention. People are loving it, so check that out as well. A lot of variety there.
I was going to say, a lot of good picks. So I am sure you heard there's a big snowstorm that's coming. Everyone's going to be staying indoors. They want to stay warm and cuddly and probably stream something. So what are some of those options?
Well, you could stream The People We Hate at the Wedding. It's a new one on Prime Video. Allison Janney, Ben Platt, and Kristen Bell. The New York Times said it's drunk people with secrets. I think that kind of sums it up. It's a funny, lighthearted comedy. These three, Allison, Kristen, and Ben, go to London to their stepsister's wedding. And people start drinking, and secrets come out, and things get awkward and weird. It really takes on dysfunctional families, how to work through it, and the things that can go wrong. And I think that's appropriate right before Thanksgiving.
Very relatable.
Right?
Yeah.
You need to deal with that. Kristen Bell has said that she loved working with Ben Platt. She's been a longtime fan and hopes to definitely work with him again. And we hope that they work together again, too. But you can check this out on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, and real quickly, I wanted to ask about Disenchanted, the sequel to Enchanted. What can you tell us?
Star-studded. First of all, it's been 15 years since Enchanted. Can you believe it's been that long? So this is the sequel to Enchanted. Right? Me too. Amy Adams, Patrick Dempsey, Idina Menzel, Maya Rudolph. The cast filmed in Ireland. They loved it. Here's what's going on in the story this time. They are in their suburban life, Amy and Patrick. They are in suburbia. They have kids. Amy's having a hard time kind of adjusting, and she accidentally has a wish come true. There's a special magic wand. She makes a wish that her life would be like a fairy tale, and so then fairy tale tropes start to make their way into her suburban life in a way that only Disney can do. I love the first one. If you've seen the first one, which you know what Enchanted is, you get the tone, sort of this irreverent, fun poke at all the Disney fairy tales. So there you go.
By the way, no one has aged. All the stars.
That's true.
It's
right?
15 years. They all look the same.
That one's on Disney Plus too, by the way.
Okay, very cool. Something to watch. Jeremy, thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
All right, and that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good Friday to you, everyone. Glad you're here with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Kathy Parkin for Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Friday, November 18th. Thunder snow. The Midwest waking up to an intense Arctic blast as plows struggle to keep up with the heavy snowfall, and some cities have banned people from driving.
Turkey travel. Record numbers of Americans are kicking off their holiday travel on the road and in the skies ahead of Thanksgiving on Thursday. We'll tell you the best time to get out of town.
Mass exodus. Twitter's staff is reportedly shrinking by the hundreds after Elon Musk's get hardcore or get out ultimatum. For those who still work there, badge access to the office has been cut off.
Haircuts and healthcare. Two entrepreneurs are opening up barber shops that also offer free healthcare services to help out underserved communities in southern Los Angeles.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Friday, and welcome to you, Kath. It's so good to have you here.
So good to be here, and for a change, I'm indoors.
I know, not
I usually will be out there in Buffalo, right?
Absolutely. We're so glad to have you in studio, but that is where we begin with a major snowstorm hitting in the Midwest and right here in the Northeast.
Yeah, nearly a dozen counties in New York are under a state of emergency. The lake effect snowfall has reached between 2 to 3 inches per hour in just the last 24 hours. People are being told to not drive at all, which is creating a messy start for holiday travel.
We have you covered from every angle. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is at LaGuardia International Airport in New York City. But first, let's head out to NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra, who is near Buffalo, where snowfall could reach up to 4 feet. That's like this tall on me, by the way, by Sunday. So, Marissa, good to see you. Good to have you. We know some of the highways were closed to semi-trucks because of the heavy snowfall. What do we know about road conditions right now?
Well, good afternoon to both of you. Yeah, Kathy, I'm taking the torch for you by standing out here in snowy Buffalo. We're actually in Lackawanna, which is about 10 miles south, give or take, of Buffalo. So when we talk about the status of the travel ban, the travel advisories, it depends on where you are and what time of day, because it's off and on and off and on. So in parts of Buffalo, it was on and then it was off, and now it's on again in South Buffalo. Here in Lackawanna, it is on, and you're about to see why. Our photographer Paul is going to zoom in. What you see is just a mess. It has been like this for about an hour. You see several semi-trucks. They are stuck behind that one in the front that has not been able to move, and this is more or less more of the same of what we are seeing on the roads. This is why that travel ban is in effect to begin with. They don't want this mess on the roads. So they say that actually this morning when they gave a press conference update, they said they're seeing less of these accidents that they're trying to prevent as a result of the travel advisories and bans. But still, we're still seeing spinouts. We saw a couple happening behind us even minutes before our live shots. So, you know, they're doing the best they can to prevent it. it's still happening.
Yeah, Marissa, it's really hard to believe just looking at those pictures right now that this is still the beginning of the snowstorm. So when do they expect things will kind of get better? I know this is supposed to kind of last through the weekend. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the magic question, right? Everyone is wondering the same. And there's a reason why the Buffalo Bills have moved their game from here in the Orchard Park area specifically. They moved it from there to Detroit. That's supposed to happen on Sunday. They canceled their practice today. So I think the question is, when is this supposed to taper off? Well, I think the hope is by the end of the weekend, especially in time for Thanksgiving. We know Thanksgiving holiday travel plans have already been a little impacted. On my flight here, which by the way was one of the very last flights to land here in Buffalo, I had a lot of people that were on my plane saying they changed their travel plans so they could try to get home with their families in time for Thanksgiving. So, I mean, I think everyone's trying to look into their crystal ball to figure out when this is going to be over.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea to get out there early. At one point, though, Marissa, more than 2,000 customers were in the dark. They didn't have power last night. So give us an update on that. Where do things stand? And how are officials gearing up as conditions worsen today?
Yeah, so while I answer that, I want to take a walk. I'm going to have my producer, Alex Rhodes, here hand me a measuring stick. So what I want to show you is why we're seeing thousands of customers without power in certain areas, like the Orchard Park area we were talking about. So obviously this is part of a snowbank, but when we put down the measuring stick in the right direction, it is about 20 inches. That's about 20 inches here. And you got to remember, this is heavy snow, and it's landing on trees that fall. We're talking about branches that fall on power lines. So just remember, if you are without power, keep your generator outside of your house. That is something authorities are trying to remind people of. Back to you guys.
All right, some good tips. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra braving the elements for us. Marissa, thanks.
Well, Kathy, if you are planning to travel for the holidays this year, get ready. You're going to have a lot of company. AAA says almost 55 million Americans are hitting the road or they'll be flying the skies for Thanksgiving. This will be the third busiest Turkey Day travel season on record. Joining us now from LaGuardia Airport in New York City is NBC News correspondent Ron Allen. Ron, good to have you with us. AAA is predicting airports are going to see about 5 million travelers next week. So what do we need to know? What do folks need to know if they're heading to the airport for Thanksgiving?
Well, it's that old cliche that we say again and again, pack your patience, because we're getting back to pre-pandemic levels of travel. Travel's been picking up for the past couple of years or so, and the expectation is that it'll be just like old times. Lots of crowds, lots of delays perhaps. Hopefully no weather like we're experiencing up in Buffalo, although I've seen some long-range forecasts that suggest that the East Coast could have some dodgy weather or questionable weather towards the later part after Thanksgiving. Nonetheless, the TSA says they're prepared here at airports, at the checkpoints. Here's some of what they said that you can expect when you get to an airport somewhere in the country. Take a listen. Basically, what they're saying is that you can expect wait times of about 30 minutes or so, that they have extra staff, and that they can handle a 5-day or so period around Thanksgiving, a really compacted holiday travel schedule, unlike during the summer, which is a longer period of time. But they say they can handle it. They're, of course, ready for this, gearing up. So, again, all this is going to depend on the weather. It's going to depend on where you are in the country. Get ready for delays. But, of course, again, things are getting back to what used to be the old normal.
Yeah, Ron, I heard the TSA administrator saying earlier to Savannah that they are going to be fully staffed. At least you're not going to see those empty queues and wondering, why are we in this long line? Where are the TSA staff? What about folks who are driving, Ron? They could have it even worse. AAA is saying nearly 50 million Americans are going to be driving. So they actually do a calculation and tell you the best and worst times to leave. Fill us in.
They do, and here is that. Basically, it's a lot of numbers, but basically leave early in the morning or late at night if you can, because the rest of the time the roads are going to be congested. Thanksgiving is mostly a driving holiday. I think some 90% of the people who travel are actually traveling on the roads. The other thing you're going to have to contend with, of course, are high gas prices. I've seen some expectations, some predictions that gas prices around $3.60 or so, $3.70 a gallon are going to be the highest in recent memory for a Thanksgiving holiday. So there's that as well. So again, we say it again and again, be patient. you'll get there, be safe, and enjoy the holiday. And it's going to be like old pre-pandemic times. Vicki?
And if you're always hungry like me, pack snacks, especially if you have the kids. All right, NBC's Ron Allen at LaGuardia Airport in NYC. Thank you, Ron.
And now to the ongoing investigation of the mysterious deaths of 4 young college students at the University of Idaho. A local coroner officially ruling their deaths homicides and confirming they were in fact stabbed to death. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz has been following this for us.
As investigators search for a suspect and the murder weapon in the vicious killings of 4 college students in Moscow, Idaho, those who knew and loved them are struggling with the sudden loss.
My heart is broken for all 4 of the victims and for their families and close friends.
Partial autopsy reports for the 4 friends released on Thursday. The county coroner indicating the time of death was sometime after 2 a.m.
It's pretty traumatic when there's 4 dead college students who have been stabbed to death in one location.
The autopsies also showing all 4 victims were killed by what was described as a bigger knife. They had extensive injuries from multiple stab wounds, and that the wounds varied, including different places people were stabbed and the amount of times. The coroner did not say where in the home the victims were found or whether they had defensive wounds, showing they attempted to fight back. Investigators are now working to determine whether the suspect's DNA might have been left at the scene.
Well, looking to see if there are some clues that are on them. Some of the suspects' blood, perhaps, or something under somebody's fingernails.
2 other female roommates who were not being named at this time were home at the time of the attack, police say, but they were not harmed. While investigators haven't ruled out anyone, the county district attorney telling Savannah and Hoda Thursday those roommates are not under suspicion.
Anybody who might have knowledge is considered persons of interest at this point. As far as suspects, I don't believe so.
Authorities insist this attack was targeted and isolated, but have given no hints on motive and warn that a killer is still at large, telling a frightened community to remain vigilant. Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
We want to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Is your wallet feeling a little thinner? Well, you are not alone. A recent report shows 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck just as we hit the peak shopping season.
CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So Deirdre, folks are really feeling the financial squeeze right now. So how is this impacting folks during the holiday shopping season?
So basically, it means that more people are trying to spend less this year. In separate surveys, roughly half of respondents said that they will buy fewer things. 1/3 plan to use coupons and look for sales, and 1/4 expected to buy more practical gifts. But consumers are also increasingly turning to credit cards, which can be an expensive choice with interest rates continuing to rise. Meanwhile, Americans will not be spending a lot of money at Sears stores this holiday season. 30 years ago, it was the world's biggest retailer, but now, after finally wrapping up bankruptcy proceedings, it has fewer than 2 dozen full-size stores and an uncertain future. And guys, even as dating is getting more expensive, the Tinder app reports a 7% jump in paid users. A dating and relationships expert tells CNBC's Make It that paying for an app signals you're interested in a committed relationship and increases the chances that you'll find someone who isn't just dabbling. So I guess, guys, set your filters. You got to look for those paid users because they're serious.
Okay, that is good advice.
And you can't put a price on love.
No, you can't. We're 2 married birds,
Exactly.
so we don't know.
Happily married.
Me too. I'm the messenger.
Love it. All right, CNBC's Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, thank you. The Taylor Swift Eras Tour turns into the Errors Tour thanks to the pre-sale tickets drama inside the latest setback Swifties are trying to shake off. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
More screaming, crying, perfect storms for Taylor Swift fans. Just days after the initial pre-sale crashed Ticketmaster's website, the company is canceling today's sale to the general public. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more on the ticket turmoil.
I love you guys so much.
A stunner from Ticketmaster, canceling public sale of Taylor Swift concert tickets because of extraordinarily high demand and insufficient remaining ticket inventory. The cancellation follows a week of controversy her fans can't shake off.
I am totally in shock.
The Swifties, as the fans are known, furious over long wait times, website crashes, and for some, an online queue that went nowhere in this week's pre-sale.
You can't! You don't have a code!
A code system designed to help fans backfired in confusion and broken hearts. Critics blaming Ticketmaster's stranglehold on the concert industry. Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar pointing to the more than decade-old merger of Live Nation and Ticketmaster, sending a letter to the CEO, writing the problem suggests Ticketmaster continues to abuse its market positions. Ticketmaster's largest shareholder on CNBC earlier.
Despite all the challenges and the breakdowns, we did sell over 2 million tickets that day. We could have filled 900 stadiums.
Tennessee's Attorney General also looking into the meltdown.
We are concerned about this very dominant market player.
For the Swifties, all they want is a fair shot and tickets to one of their idols' 52 upcoming shows.
And that was our Ann Thompson reporting.
Well, Twitter staff is once again shrinking. Employees reportedly resigned en masse. That means a bunch of them at the same time after billionaire boss Elon Musk presented them with an ultimatum. He said, get hardcore or get out.
Yeah, now the company's office buildings are closed and badge access suspended, even for those who still work there. NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins is joining us now. So, Ben, obviously, Elon Musk has been making a lot of noise in the past couple of days. Was this Musk's vision of Twitter 2.0?
I have no idea at this point. Also, a memo just came out from Elon saying anybody who can write code, please report to an office space by 2 p.m., even though this office is closed. So who knows what the plan is here. If it's to completely gut this website of its staff and engineering staff, that would be that plan is working out. But it is really fully unclear what the plan is for Twitter 2.0 at this point.
Ben, let's talk about Musk's tweet. He said, what's the best way to make a small fortune in social media? Start with a large one. So Musk seems to be making light of all of this turmoil. Do they honestly think he wants Twitter to fail? I mean, what would he gain if Twitter goes down?
He would gain a world with a lot less scrutiny for his other projects. He would gain a lot of revenge on his political enemies. He would make it so it's much harder to criticize him in public. However, I don't think that was the initial plan. I think the initial plan was to make it successful. Otherwise, it would have started differently a couple weeks ago. That said, I wouldn't put it past him at this point if he's seeing the walls crumbling. So it's a very complicated time right now with this company. I don't even think he knows what's about to happen next.
And Ben, you can't forget about Tesla. So could this jeopardize Musk standing with his other venture?
Yeah, Tesla employees are wondering why he's sleeping at a social media site instead of trying to make cars at his much larger and more profitable venture that sells products people want and are driving on the road. So look, it is a cascading series of pretty bad events for him. He might need Twitter to turn around for Tesla to turn around. We're going to find this out together.
Ben, bring us back to Twitter for one moment. We are all on that platform. Yesterday, I saw so many people doing their farewell Twitter messages. What are the chances Twitter goes away entirely?
Entirely, I would say pretty low. But, it may have a really hard time staying online. Infrastructurally, it's not a great website. And it needs engineers to continue to keep going. And also, it doesn't have any way of making money. So I don't think it's going to go away full stop, but it's not going to be what it was before.
All right, NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins, thanks so much. I have a feeling we're going to be hearing a lot more of Elon Musk.
Well, straight ahead, WNBA star Brittany Griner begins serving a sentence in a Russian penal colony. Former inmates call the prison a torture chamber. The new effort to get her back to the U.S., that's just ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
We are back now with an inside look at an operation to stop the pipeline of illegal narcotics, guns, and human trafficking into the U.S. by cutting off that pipeline at the source. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley takes us to South America for an NBC News exclusive.
In Colombia, a critical and dangerous mission. The U.S. trying to stop drugs, weapons, and migrants from reaching the southern border. We're getting an exclusive look, traveling with Americans from Homeland Security Investigations, or HSI, and the Colombian police they're training.
We're listening in on a tactical briefing between Colombian National Police, the Colombian military, and HSI from the Department of Homeland Security just before they go out to a number of high-value targets.
For their safety, we are not revealing the identity of these officers. Colombian police heading out to an alleged drug cartel leader. We arrive at this Medellin apartment complex. U.S. officials say synthetic drugs produced by these gang leaders were seized in Miami. 2 suspects are placed in handcuffs.
They've been going through their belongings as police look for more evidence of crimes committed in Colombia and linked to the United States.
In all, Colombian police confiscated over 650 vials of ketamine.
I'm from Bogota.
Nicolas Barrios is with the Colombian National Police.
How long had these guys been operating?
Around 2 years. They are doing too many things like smuggling, trafficking in weapons, and almost homicides too.
Brendan O'Brien is America's second highest diplomat here.
I think Colombians have seen the benefits of U.S. security cooperation. They've seen the number of murders go down. They've seen crime go down.
The next day, we're on a U.S. Black Hawk, headed to a base built by the U.S. government near the Panamanian border. Officials tell us the Clan de Golfo gang controls the drug trade and profits off migrants by extorting them as they head north to the U.S.
These are leaders of a human smuggling network who have been taking migrants across Colombia into Panama, and they've been arrested here today by Colombian National Police with the help of the Americans at HSI.
The alleged cartel suspects could now face extradition to the U.S.
It's one organization that's been taken off, disrupted, dismantled. Will others pop up? Maybe, but not this one.
Our thanks to NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Kath?
Well, if your Thanksgiving meal includes eggs, you might want to stock up. Eggs are becoming harder to find because of this year's bird flu. It's also causing a sharp rise in price. Johan Marin from our NBC affiliate WOWT tells us how people are dealing with this shortage.
This year, the U.S. has dealt with one of the worst outbreaks of flu ever. So far, about 37 million egg-laying hens have died, accounting for 10% of production.
My family, we love eggs, obviously, and we use it in pretty much every single dish that we make at home.
Tran tells me she had to go to a couple different grocery stores just to find eggs for her Friendsgiving gathering. The ones she did find were expensive.
Sam's Clubs are really expensive. I know that. It's like $7, $8 for a pack.
We went hunting for eggs today at 7 stores. Some had a very small selection, others had no eggs at all. Tran says she might end up making different dishes than she planned.
With baking and everything, and with the holidays rolling around, it is very hard for us to, compensate for that shortage, I guess.
The egg shortage isn't only affecting grocery stores, it's also affecting restaurants. I talked to one restaurant and they say they've had to double their prices.
Had to kind of nudge prices here and there a little bit just because of the high price of the eggs themselves.
Colin Duggan is the owner of Kitchen Table, and he says he normally buys his eggs from local vendors. But inflation, around with the shortage and high prices, he tells me he had to rely on commodity eggs.
The problem with that is that there's never enough local eggs, so you have to dabble into those commodity eggs every now and again just to keep up. And the price is nearly double for commodity eggs.
Despite this, he says his business is still going strong, but hopes egg prices go down soon.
The price of eggs is insane right now.
And that was Johan Marin from our NBC affiliate WOWT reporting.
The first female House Speaker in U.S. history passes the torch. Straight ahead, what Nancy Pelosi's announcement means for the future of the Democratic Party. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us, by the way, free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. You can see us wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back this Friday. Good to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Kathy Park. Making news right now, an alarming missile test from North Korea. A suspected intercontinental ballistic missile is believed to have flown nearly 600 miles from the North Korean capital, landing in Japanese waters. Experts say it had range to strike the entire U.S. mainland. The White House was quick to condemn this launch.
The Biden administration is declaring that Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has immunity from lawsuits over the killing of journalist Jamal Khashoggi due to his high office. It's a major turnaround from Biden's position during his campaign when he denounced the prince's role in the 2018 slaying.
Elizabeth Holmes is facing sentencing today, nearly a year after she was convicted of fraud. A California jury found her guilty of misleading Theranos investors about the company's health. She now faces a maximum of 20 years in prison, but is asking for just 18 months of house arrest. Well, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries of New York announced his bid for House Democratic leader this morning in the wake of Speaker Pelosi's announcement that she is stepping away from the role.
Yeah, it shows House Democrats are looking to pass the baton to a new generation of leaders, a group that is younger and more diverse. NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now from Capitol Hill. Ryan, good to see you. So in addition to Congressman Jeffries, Representatives Catherine Clark of Massachusetts and Pete Aguilar of California, they're seeking the second and third ranking role. So what do we know about this trio, their rise to power, and the support that they're getting?
Well, right now, guys, it seems as though they've consolidated this support, which normally, especially when you have such an iconic leader step away, there's often a scrambling amongst the party as to who's going to take over the leadership role in their wake. But this time around, it seems as though Jeffries, Clark, and Aguilar are well positioned to become this next generation that Nancy Pelosi was talking about last night. They are all pretty experienced legislators. They've been here in Washington for some time, but they are very, very, very much younger than the current crop of octogenarians that currently run the Democratic Party. And that seems to be where the momentum is behind Democrats right now. They want to see a new group of individuals take over the party. And at this point, Aguilar, Clark, and Jeffries seem to be the ones best positioned to do that, so much so that Pelosi herself just put out a statement in the last hour expressing her support for that trio. And you know, from a personal perspective, as a card-carrying member of Generation X, I'm pretty excited to see that Gen X is going to be among the group of leaders here that take over, at least in the Democratic Party in Washington.
Yeah, so Ryan, you kind of touched upon this briefly. It seems like there is a collective understanding within the caucus that this is where the party is heading. Is that a fair assessment that the House Democrats are unified and on the same page moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is such an important question, and there is one thing for them to put out paper statements that kind of illustrate the support, but there is a couple of milestones that they're going to have to cross. The first is the actual elections that they're going to have at the end of November, beginning of December. That's where they'll gather behind closed doors, have a secret ballot, and formally nominate and elect these three as the leaders of their party. And then there comes the actual governing, which won't happen until January. And even though everyone is kind of singing from the same hymnal right now, when you actually get into the business of governing, that's where sometimes there can be some disagreements and where you could see a member or two here drop off when it comes to certain pieces of legislation that could be controversial. And we do know that within the Democratic Party, there are some differences, especially amongst the progressive wing. So right now, everybody seems to be on the same page, but we'll have to see what happens once they actually get to the business of legislating in January.
Yep, more to come. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. Ryan, thanks.
Kathy, we turn now to Russia, where WNBA star Brittany Griner has been relocated to a penal colony in Mordovia. That's about 210 miles east of Moscow. While the Biden administration works to negotiate her release, Griner still has about 8 years left to serve. With us is NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons. Keir, great to have you here. So we have heard the conditions inside these penal colonies. They're incredibly harsh. Prisoners working from dawn until night in what some are calling slave labor conditions. What is the message Russia is sending by putting Brittany Griner, a WNBA superstar known in the U.S., why are they putting her there?
Well, Vicky, effectively, Russia is trying to play hardball in negotiations by using her. Now, she's been sent, as you say, to what's called a penal colony. In fact, frankly, it's a prison. It's called IK2. The conditions are very difficult. You don't want to be sent to a Russian prison. They are woken up in the morning and made to work right the way through the day. It is a very challenging place to be. But what really is happening here is that the Russians are demonstrating in their mind that their legal system is a legal system that is applied to everybody. But then I think that we will then begin to see some efforts at negotiation, some more efforts at negotiation, because so far the Russians have been pretty silent on that.
You know, Keir, Griner's lawyers did have a chance to visit her earlier this week. What did they say about what they saw? And more importantly, how is she doing? How is she doing mentally and emotionally?
I don't think she's doing brilliantly, honestly. Her legal team say she's doing as well as can be expected, and I think you can read between the lines on that. They describe it as challenging. We've mentioned before, you know, she's very tall. She stands out. You know, she's not going to be used to this kind of treatment. And because she is American in a prison that will be almost entirely Russians, of course, that again will mean that she will stand out. We don't know, of course, what impact that will have, whether that will make a slightly more positive impact on the way she's treated or a more negative one. But certainly the message from her lawyers is that this is very hard for her and that she needs to get out of there.
Keir, before I let you go, where do things stand right now between the Biden administration and Russia and the efforts to get her out?
It's been incredibly hard to understand what's been going on with the Russians. They appeared to indicate that they were interested in some kind of a prisoner swap. Then they seemed to not really respond to any outreach from the Biden administration that has really gone out on a limb in many ways and said it would be interested in something like that. Now, though, we have comments from the Deputy Foreign Minister of Russia who seems to be indicating a more positive approach. Maybe that's because the legal process is now over. He appears to be indicating that a prisoner swap would be a possibility. The Russians want to get this prisoner, Russian prisoner in America, Victor Bout, back to Russia. That's a possibility, I think. Maybe Paul Whelan, too, another American, of course, being held in Russia, would be part of some kind of prisoner swap negotiations. My suspicion is that we will see something looking ahead, but how long that will take, that's a different question.
All right. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons. Keir, thank you.
Well, imagine getting a medical checkup at the same place you get your haircut for free. Well, two entrepreneurs made that a reality, opening 5 barbershops across Los Angeles that also offer complimentary health care services in underserved communities. NBC's Steve Patterson got a first-hand look.
It's 2 o'clock on Friday, and St. Julian's Barbershop in Compton, California is open for business. You can get a buzz.
Hey, man, I look like Tracy McGrady again.
A shape-up, and even a checkup.
Your heart rate went a little faster.
Healthcare at the barbershop is all part of a program called Trust, Research, Access, and Prevention, or TRAP Medicine.
We're gonna get you vaccinated.
The program began with Charles Drew and UCLA medical student Jamil Lacey. He had a big idea and an even bigger goal to make a difference and help save lives.
Barbershops really can be leveraged to address some of the disparities that we see in our communities.
He began TRAP 6 years ago, building a network of 5 barbershops across South Los Angeles that offer free health services.
How does TRAP partner with barbershops to provide, safe space for people to get health care?
So we train barbers. We also bring services into the shop. We do HIV testing. We have conversations around mental health. We also have the capacity to be able to link people to resources in the communities.
For Lacey, the issue is deeply personal.
I used to be one of those people who had, health insurance and hadn't seen a primary care physician because I was afraid of what I would be told. Oftentimes what we hear in the barbershop is like people are just fearful of what they might find out.
Jamil is not alone. A recent Harris poll funded by Johnson & Johnson showed that nearly half of adults in urban areas delayed health care in the last year. And while the leading barrier was COVID-19, 20% of Black adults said they tried to receive care but were unable to. 21% said they didn't have adequate transportation to get to appointments, others noting they were too nervous or didn't even know where to start when it came to finding a provider. To help address those problems, Jamil took inspiration from his own childhood barber who offered health education alongside his haircuts.
What is it about barbers, you think, that makes people feel so comfortable?
Well, your barber's like your cousin, right? So if you trust somebody with your hairline, you can tell them a little bit about what might be going on in your life, you know what I'm saying?
And barbers like Steve Ellis in South LA see the impact too. Many customers come in for a haircut and leave with medical care and advice.
You've got 10 people here who get tested, then they go back and tell 10. It just spreads. It just spreads.
So we're in Compton. Here we are.
Lacey is counting on accessibility. I joined him to see how the program works firsthand.
Any and everybody can just do this.
Anybody.
It's just like a regular checkup you'd receive at a doctor's office, including blood pressure checks, glucose and cholesterol level screenings. I was even offered take-home COVID-19 tests. Then there's the main draw. Patients who participate in the medical screening get a free haircut.
Why do you think people feel more comfortable in a barbershop than they would in a hospital or a clinic?
It's just a comfort zone for us. It's like the man cave,
Lacey estimates TRAP has helped serve over 10,000 people at barbershops and pop-up medical tents across Los Angeles. He hopes to graduate by 2025 and take his program nationwide, ultimately pursuing a career in community psychiatry to keep helping people everywhere.
The vision for healthcare is that it should be accessible to everybody whenever they need it. That is where we should be headed. And I think the only way to do that is through organizing and by showing people that it can be done.
Good.
Great program and great haircut, Steve.
I know, Steve. Way to get in on that.
That was our Steve Patterson reporting.
Well, World Cup fever sweeps the globe with 5 billion soccer fans set to watch the games. Just ahead, why it's still a hard sell right here in the U.S. More NBC News Daily right after this.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Well, the World Cup kicks off this weekend, usually played during the summer. This year's games have been pushed back because of the heat in host country Qatar.
Team USA is looking to make their first deep run in more than 90 years, but will Americans be watching? NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo takes a closer look.
The world's population is now at 8 billion people, according to the United Nations. And FIFA estimates that 5 billion of them will watch the 2022 World Cup in Qatar. But with major U.S.-based sports in full swing, will Americans actually tune in?
It's the world's biggest event. It's the biggest sporting event. I know that it might not, be the biggest in the U.S. yet, but I think that day is coming.
Especially last couple of years, the game is, takes leaps and bounds.
The possibilities in the United States are going to be endless.
Ernie Stewart represented the United States at 3 World Cups. In 2019, he was appointed sporting director of the U.S. Soccer Federation.
When I look at our country and the amount of people that we have living here, the opportunity for growth is there.
Plenty of investors agree.
The biggest player to ever sign with a Major League Soccer team. Perhaps more.
In 2007, David Beckham's surprise move to the Los Angeles Galaxy included an option to purchase a future Major League Soccer franchise for $25 million. In recent years, new franchises have paid fees as high as $325 million. Beckham's new team joined the league in 2020 as Club Internacional de Fútbol Miami. There are signs that soccer could soon challenge the traditional major sports in America. It's the most popular sport among Hispanic Americans, which is the nation's fastest growing demographic, and it has a higher percentage of fans under 45 than any other American sport. According to Nielsen ratings, MLS viewership has increased each year for most of the last decade. And the league just signed a 10-year, $2.5 billion deal with Apple TV, the platform that found a smash hit with the show Ted Lasso.
We are close to hosting a World Cup in the United States in 26. I think the potential is there for this league to really blow up in the next few years.
Chris Henderson was one of Ernie's teammates in the 90s. Today, he's the sporting director at Inter Miami, where he's confident that soccer mania is on the rise.
This market, it's so international. You look around and there's pockets of different nationalities all over.
Beckham and fellow owners, the Florida-based Mas family, are investing an estimated $1 billion in a new stadium and training complex in Miami. Until then, the team plays at Drive Peak Stadium in Fort Lauderdale, which hosts games all year, like this one between the U.S. women's team and Germany.
The United States has such a diverse population. Does that diversity play into your long-term planning for
Absolutely.
U.S. soccer?
Yeah. America is multicultural, and that is who we are, and we need to make sure to catch all these cultures in one.
While the men's team has never won a World Cup, the women have won 4. Their success has been instrumental in growing the popularity and visibility of soccer in the U.S.
I don't feel like I was able to watch the women's national team play as often as girls do nowadays. Whether they're coming to men's national team game, women's national team game, Inter Miami game, they just love the game for what it is. That's all we want.
Meanwhile, in Qatar and on home soil in 2026, the men will look to build on that progress and inspire more Americans to embrace the world's favorite sport.
You look at any kid in America, and I think they can find a story that they can relate with a person on the team. Hopefully it causes them to get their soccer ball out and train a little bit more.
Yeah, this World Cup in Qatar is generating a lot of controversy. We're now hearing a reversal that no beer will be served at the country's stadiums during the games. And the country facing more criticism regarding human rights issues for treatment of women and LGBTQ plus people. A lot to watch as the games get underway other than just what's happening on the fields.
Yeah, truly. Thank you to Stephen Romo. Well, the D.C. Attorney General is suing the Washington Commanders. The suit claims that since 1996, the team cheated fans out of deposits for season tickets and actually used that money for its own purposes.
Yeah, it's a second suit brought by the Attorney General in the past week. A spokesperson for the Commanders responded, saying an outside law firm found, quote, no evidence that the team intentionally withheld security deposits.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It is one of the most memorable plays in college football history, simply known as The Play.
Yeah, NBC News correspondent Harry Smith spoke to those who created the iconic moment in honor of its 40th anniversary tomorrow.
Let us set the scene. Time is running out.
He's got to get this one. Looks way downfield.
Stanford quarterback John Elway has engineered a Heisman-worthy drive. The majority of those present believe will win the game.
Here's the snap. Here's the kick. It is long enough. It is good.
Were you confident at that point that Stanford had won?
I think I was. I went and sat on the bench, and I felt pretty good about the situation.
It had been everything a rivalry game should be. High drama, huge plays. But the finish, that must be seen to be believed.
How much time is left?
4 seconds.
We are at Memorial Stadium in Berkeley. Kevin Moen should know. He played for Cal. Also aware, Cal radio play-by-play legend Joe Starkey.
Big crowd, late afternoon in November. A lot of excitement around the game.
And Stanford band trombone player Gary Terrell.
We focused a lot on fun, some on music, just bringing the funk to the funkless.
He did say funk to the funkless. Remember, 4 seconds left.
All right, here we go with the kickoff.
Kevin Moen fields the squib kick.
Initially, when I got the ball, I was thinking, okay, I'm going to score. And looked up and saw a bunch of Stanford guys.
But Moen tosses the ball across the field, and somehow Cal keeps the play alive. Yet, the ball ends up back in the hands of Kevin Moen.
I really just kind of put my head down and ran.
In celebration, Kevin encounters Gary.
I see this Cal player running off the field through the band. Oh, he has the ball. Boom, I'm down.
It was actually a random act of celebration. I've told him, when you're on the field, you got to be ready to play. He wasn't ready, so I got him.
For Cal, sweet, sweet victory. Or was it?
There were flags all over the place. We don't know who won the game.
40 years ago, there were no video reviews.
From your perspective, did it look like he had been downed?
You had to have absolute proof that he should not get away with that. But he did get away with that, we're happy to say.
Everybody's milling around on the field. The Bears have won. The Bears have won.
Touchdown. Cal. Game over.
It was really a bad time to be a Stanford band member in Berkeley.
Stanford, the Cardinal faithful, were certain they had been robbed.
It seemed like such a ripoff.
This was actually the game ball.
Walking across the field, the memories come to life. Those 4 ticks left on the clock turned into 23 seconds of the most rapturous refrain of...
All the band is out on the field. He's going to go into the end zone. He's going to go into the Bears. The Bears have won.
It ain't over till it's over.
Oh, my God.
How long did it take for you to make peace with the outcome?
I'm still not at peace with it. No. No, I think it's nice to be a part of history.
The most amazing, sensational, dramatic, heart-rending, exciting, thrilling finish in the history of college football. California has won the big game over Stanford. Oh, excuse me for my voice, but I have never seen anything like it.
I love it. Love when the announcers lose control,
I
too.
know.
They're so excited.
It's a little too excited. And that was NBC News correspondent Harry Smith reporting.
Well, here is what is trending right now. You know him. He's Marvel's strongman, Chris Hemsworth. He's opening up about a major medical scare. The 39-year-old Thor star reveals he has the gene linked to an increased risk of Alzheimer's disease. Hemsworth made the discovery when he underwent genetic testing for an episode of his National Geographic series, Limitless.
A 95-year-old Cuban grandmother is proving you're never too old to chase your dream. Angela Alvarez tied for a win in the Best New Artist category at the Latin Grammy Awards last night. Her grandson actually produced the album and joined her on stage to celebrate. Alvarez played her first professional concert at the historic Hollywood nightclub Avalon at the age of 90.
Proves it's never too late.
Never too late.
Best new artist at 95 years old. I love it.
What a great moment for both of them.
I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Kathy Park. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey everyone, good Friday to you. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Kathy Parkin for Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Friday, November 18th. Snow siege. Parts of the Midwest and Northeast are being buried by up to 4 feet of snow as millions of Americans plan to hit the road for Thanksgiving.
Theranos Saga, the infamous founder and CEO Elizabeth Holmes will be sentenced today. She faces a potential maximum of 20 years in prison for misleading investors about her failed blood testing company.
A bigger knife. New details are emerging in the quadruple homicide investigation of 4 University of Idaho students. As autopsies of the victims have now been completed, police are still on the hunt for a suspect.
Plus, Swifties shut down after an overwhelming pre-sale of Taylor Swift's tour on Ticketmaster. The company is now canceling today's ticket sales to the general public.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Friday. Good to have you with us. Good to have you, Kathy.
Yeah, it's great to be here on a big news day.
I know. You were the first person, by the way, I want to say, who welcomed me to NBC News, one of the very first correspondents I met, and you were so warm and kind. So it's really nice to be sitting here with you today.
I know. Look at us now.
Yeah,
this is so nice to be with you. Yeah.
It's warm and kind in here, but we got to start with that mega snowstorm. It is wreaking havoc in the Midwest and the Northeast.
The lake effect snow is causing heavy accumulations in the area, and it is so bad there are even driving bans in effect for some places because it's just too dangerous to drive. All of this is creating a messy start for holiday travel.
Our NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is at LaGuardia International Airport in New York City. But first, we head to NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra, who is near Buffalo, where snowfall could reach up to 4 feet by Sunday. Marissa, I see you have the goggles on now. The conditions look really rough there. Roads have been closed. Bring us up to speed. What's happening where you are now?
Hey guys, so I think the theme of the day here is everything is changing minute by minute. I mean, 1 minute it might be clear, and then 5 minutes later we've got gusts of wind and it's hard to see. And right now it seems to be slowing down a little bit more than it was even seconds ago, right before you guys came out to me. But, you know, we're seeing a lot of changes happening minute by minute out here. You talk about the ban and the advisory, right? That really is changing very fast. You have to stay up to date on Twitter to really keep up with that. Around here, so we're maybe about 10 miles south of Buffalo, and that's where they're really seeing the hardest hit areas. So we have a lot of emergency vehicles that have been out here because cars have been spinning out, they've been getting stuck, and that's exactly why those travel bans and advisories are in place. They're trying to keep people off of the roads. And that's another reason why when it comes to the Buffalo Bills, you just mentioned it yourself, they went ahead and moved the Sunday game to Detroit just as a precaution before snow even started. However, one family was already on their way here. They said they found out that the game was moved, and they just kind of had to roll with it and make the best of it.
We're out of town, and we're here from Virginia. Our kids have never experienced snow like this before. We grew up. We came for the Bills game that was moved to Detroit, of course. So we're making the most of it. We knew enough to bring, you know, all the snow pants and boots and gear. So we're making the most of it.
And by the way, some places like Hamburg, like Orchard Park, where the Bills play, have seen up to 40 inches of snow. Guys?
Wow, Marissa Parra, I have to say, you are doing this snowstorm right. You got the goggles on, you're bundled up. Please stay warm, but also safe as well.
All right. Thanks, Marissa. Kathy, if you are traveling for the holidays this year, make sure you pack your patience. We tell you every year. And you want to plan ahead, too. AAA says Thanksgiving travel is at 98% pre-pandemic levels. This will be the 3rd busiest Turkey Day travel season on record. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from LaGuardia Airport in New York City. Ron, good to have you. So AAA saying almost 50 million people will be traveling next week. So if they're flying to their destination, what do they need to know?
They need to know that it's going to be quite a holiday weekend. You know, already here at LaGuardia Airport, we're seeing families, so kids who should perhaps be in school and people who should perhaps be at work. But they're getting a jump start on the travel thing this holiday season because the word is out there that things are going to be back like they were back in 2019 before the pandemic, with big crowds and delays potentially and weather delays and all kinds of chaos perhaps. Hopefully not, though. The TSA says it's prepared. They will be fully staffed at the checkpoints and fully staffed at the airports to prevent any kind of big problems, hopefully. Here's what the TSA says you can expect at airports. Take a listen.
It's going to be busy. What I would say is that we're going to meet our throughput standards throughout the Thanksgiving holiday period. And for us, that's if you're a standard passenger, you can expect to wait 30 minutes or less on average. And if you're a pre-check passenger, generally 10 minutes, oftentimes 5 minutes or less.
So hopefully they will stick to those throughput standards. Quite bureaucratic. But anyway, just hope it means that you can get where you're going as fast as possible.
You know, my parents are flying out of JFK on an international flight, and they actually did get through TSA in 30 minutes. So if that's, you know, a data point for you. Ron, we know the majority of people, tens of millions of people, will actually be driving. So tell us when and where drivers can expect the worst traffic this holiday.
Actually, I think it's like 90% of people traveling on this particular holiday drive. It's so family driven. People drive relatively close distances because it's usually just a 5-day travel period, but it's obviously been extended here. And there are all sorts of measurements of the best time to drive, when there'll be congestion on the roadways. Take a look at some of these graphics. It's a lot of information, but the bottom line is that Wednesday is going to be the busiest day to drive, and the best times to drive are early in the morning or later at night, after 5 or 6 p.m. in the evening, if you can do that. Of course, that causes other problems or potential problems. But the bottom line, as you said at the beginning, as we say again and again and again, it's such a worn-out cliche, you have to be patient with all this. People are anxious to get out there. You know, there's a lot of relief that we're not dealing with COVID anymore for the most part, but still in some places we do see some people who are masked, but many are not. But it's still, of course, a time to be careful, to be cautious if in fact you're feeling any kind of symptoms or anyone in your family or nearby is. So there's still that. And on the roads, the other factor, of course, is going to be gas prices. Gas prices are, I think, going to be as high as ever, or certainly in recent memory. But I don't know that that's going to curtail people because there's a real pent-up desire to just celebrate things that we have to be thankful for, which are so many things. And hopefully that will be the story of the holiday and not airport chaos or anything else.
An important perspective and some great data points for us. NBC's Ron Allen at New York's LaGuardia Airport. Ron, thank you.
A new wave of resignations hitting Twitter yesterday after owner Elon Musk asked his employees to commit to an extremely hardcore work environment or leave. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss has the latest on the turmoil at Twitter.
Hey there, Musk sent an email to his remaining employees on Wednesday telling them they had until 5 p.m. Thursday to sign on to his vision for what he calls Twitter 2.0. Now, after weeks of layoffs and resignations, the future of the popular social media platform hangs in the balance. The doors at Twitter are locked amid fresh turmoil and a mass employee exodus. Employees told the company's offices will be temporarily closed and badge access will be restricted through Monday, according to CNBC. On Thursday, a fresh wave of resignations rocked Twitter again after billionaire boss Musk sent an email to employees detailing his vision for Twitter 2.0. It read in part, "We will need to be extremely hardcore. This will mean working long hours at high intensity. Only exceptional performance will constitute a passing grade. The ultimatum, a 5 p.m. deadline on Thursday. Respond yes if you decide to stay. If not," Musk writes, "anyone who has not done so will receive 3 months of severance."
This kind of hardcore, make your decision if you're going to stay or go, not something that Twitter people are accustomed to.
That email from Musk prompted hundreds of employees to step down, according to the New York Times, citing 2 people with knowledge of the situation. Some employees who quit tweeting the salute emoji, meant to convey the message, "Thank you for your service." Adding to the confusion, Musk now backtracking on his hardline remote work policy. After initially telling employees it was no longer allowed, he now says all that is required for approval is that your manager takes responsibility for ensuring that you are making an excellent contribution. The latest wave of resignations coming after Musk already laid off thousands of staff when he officially took over the company. Melissa Ingle worked as a senior data scientist at Twitter. She says she was fired just days before Musk delivered his latest ultimatum, but has coworkers who resigned yesterday. She believes Twitter's future is hanging in the balance.
It just seems that with current staff levels, it cannot, and that's just flat out cannot be saved.
Musk has been tweeting overnight, posting a skull and crossbones flag, a meme seeming to show Twitter in the grave, and telling his followers, quote, "How do you make a small fortune in social media? Start out with a large one." It's not clear exactly how many workers opted for the severance package, but reports put the number in the hundreds, possibly much higher. It comes after Musk already cut 50% of Twitter's workforce in that mass layoff when he took over the company. NBC News has reached out to Twitter on this story, but has not heard back. Guys?
Stephanie Goss, thank you. Yeah, it's interesting because it's private. We don't know what the numbers really are.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we're going to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. When it comes to investing, is it better to put your money in stocks or in alternative investments like real estate? Well, 3 in 4 young, wealthy Americans say the latter, real estate, but some experts disagree.
CNBC reporter Frank Holland is joining us now. So, Frank, why do some financial experts say stocks are actually better than homes to invest in?
Well, financial experts tell our CNBC Make It brand that a lot of those alternative investments, including real estate that those young millionaires are talking about, they aren't for everybody because the minimums are simply too high. And even if you could follow their lead, you'd be taking on a lot of risk and paying some pretty high fees. For long-term investors, financial pros, they often recommend consistent purchases in low-cost index funds, like an index fund for the S&P 500, because they have a proven track record of returns. Also today, home sales fell for the 9th straight month in October as higher interest rates kept many would-be buyers out of the market, but the 5.9% drop for previously owned homes is not as high as expected. Back over to you.
All right, CNBC's Frank Holland. Thank you, Frank.
Well, Christmas gifts stolen by scammers. Police now sounding the alarm about check phishing. How you can protect yourself this holiday season. You're watching NBC News Daily.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
The site Cybersecurity experts are voicing concerns over a recent surge in stolen check scams. Criminals are washing out information and cashing in those fraudulent checks for big bucks. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez explains.
Police say this is what check phishing looks like. A bold thief brazenly stealing envelopes from a mailbox in New York City.
When they get a check, it's a jackpot for them.
A jackpot, investigators say, because the crooks use chemicals like nail polish remover to wash away the writing on the check, replacing it with their own.
It's extremely frustrating.
Maureen McGovern says one fake check in her name almost cost her $7,000.
So this is not your handwriting?
No, it is not.
And this one, $2,700. Even though she'd only written it for $246, someone had erased her handwriting.
She says she dropped the checks off at these mailboxes right outside the post office. But days later, she got a call from her bank. What went through your head?
I really couldn't imagine what was going on.
In addition to thieves grabbing envelopes from mailboxes, experts say they're also stealing keys from mail carriers.
We know that there are organized crime groups working on this issue.
David Maimon, a cybercrime researcher at Georgia State University, leads a team that has been tracking about 3,000 stolen checks per week nationwide. He estimates the money lost in the past 6 months totals between $15 and $33 million.
If your check has been stolen, you should be very active in trying to protect not only your bank account, but your identity as well.
The Postal Service recommends drop off checks inside the post office, or if you use blue collection boxes, do so before the last pickup time of the day. Never leave checks in your home mailbox overnight, and if you're out of town, put a hold on mail delivery.
It feels very intrusive and invasive to my privacy, and it's an awful lot of work to have to unravel everything that had been done to my accounts.
Maureen McGovern says she's also considering something she's resisted until now: online banking. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News, Merrick, New York.
Important information. We turn now to the mysterious murder of 4 University of Idaho students. A coroner officially ruling the deaths homicide by stabbing. Local officials are urging the community to remain on high alert as they look for any suspects in this case. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz has been following the case for us.
As investigators search for a suspect and the murder weapon in the vicious killings of 4 college students in Moscow, Idaho, those who knew and loved them are struggling with a sudden loss.
My heart is broken for all 4 of the victims and for their families and close friends.
Partial autopsy reports for the 4 friends released on Thursday. The county coroner indicating the time of death was sometime after 2 a.m.
It's pretty traumatic when there's 4 dead college students who have been stabbed to death in one location.
The autopsies also showing all 4 victims were killed by what was described as a bigger knife. They had extensive injuries from multiple stab wounds, and that the wounds varied, including different places people were stabbed and the amount of times. The coroner did not say where in the home the victims were found or whether they had defensive wounds, showing they attempted to fight back. Investigators are now working to determine whether the suspect's DNA might have been left at the scene.
Well, looking to see if there are some clues that are on them. Some of the suspects' blood, perhaps, or something under somebody's fingernails.
2 other female roommates who were not being named at this time were home at the time of the attack, police say, but they were not harmed. While investigators haven't ruled out anyone, the county district attorney telling Savannah and Hoda Thursday those roommates are not under suspicion.
Anybody who might have knowledge is considered persons of interest at this point. As far as suspects, I don't believe so.
Authorities insist this attack was targeted and isolated, but have given no hints on motive and warned that a killer is still at large, telling a frightened community to remain vigilant. Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Still so many questions. Well, the D.C. Attorney General is suing the Washington Commanders, and the suit claims since 1996 the team cheated fans out of deposits for season tickets and used the money for its own purposes. It's the second suit brought by the AG in the past week. A spokesperson for the Commanders responded, saying an outside law firm found, quote, no evidence that the team intentionally withheld security deposits.
The FDA has approved the first drug that could delay the development of type 1 diabetes. Experts say the new drug marks a new era in treatment, tackling the root cause of diabetes rather than just the symptoms. It works by reprogramming the immune system, and it stops it from destroying the cells that create insulin. According to the CDC, more than 1.6 million Americans suffer from type 1 diabetes.
A basketball star begins her 8-year sentence in a Russian penal colony. We'll have an update on Brittany Griner when we come back. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
College students are nearing the end of their first semester in a post-Roe versus Wade world. NBC's Chloe Atkins spoke to students about how they're navigating this new reality.
This is one of my Plan B stashes.
21-year-old Namisha is a college student in Texas.
For the pregnancy test, we have a card.
She runs the pro-abortion rights group Free Aggies at Texas A&M University, providing students with everything from free condoms to pregnancy tests to Plan B, an emergency contraception pill.
Any day I can have between 1 to 10 deliveries.
Wow. The group says it has already filled more than 100 requests this school year.
Pregnancy test.
The donated products from groups like Jane's Due Process and the American Society for Emergency Contraception are stored under Namisha's bed.
There are a lot of people, and they've expressed to me or to other members that they are worried about their reproductive health and what are they going to do and how are they going to keep themselves healthy and safe in this very restrictive environment.
She's part of a larger student-driven movement nationwide, helping improve access to reproductive health care on campuses post-Roe.
We maintain the upkeep of the Plan B vending machine.
At Boston University, Dylan Tedesco is co-president of the group Students for Reproductive Freedom, which successfully lobbied for a Plan B vending machine on campus.
Having a 24/7 accessible, discrete machine where you don't have to disclose anything you might not be comfortable disclosing is just like an additional resource that we wanted to provide.
The group has the backing of BU's Health Services, which sources the Plan B for the student organization. 25 universities across the country have emergency contraceptive machines. It is a human right. But access is different for every student depending on where they go to school.
The Dobbs ruling has just had a chilling effect nationally. There's a patchwork nationally of laws and policies, rules, regulations.
Massachusetts and California will soon require public colleges and universities to give students access to abortion-inducing medication. But back in Texas, the law SB 8 allows private citizens to sue anyone who helps someone get an abortion. And that's sometimes a concern for health professionals on campus.
Having done OBGYN for 30 plus years, and it being an area that is a high area of litigation risk, if that is something that is very bothersome to you, you just can't do this.
Texas A&M University did not return our request for comment on whether NMISH's work is within their student policies. According to the National Women's Law Center, there are no explicit bans on peer-to-peer distribution of non-prescription emergency contraceptives in Texas. But for NMISH, the concern over being a target remains.
Are you scared? It's definitely scary to be in such an environment where you don't feel like you would be adequately protected. I've had people come up to me and be like, hey, thank you for what you do. I mean, this product is going to save my life. It's worth it.
Our thanks to NBC News investigative reporter Chloe Atkins.
After an arsonist left 3 Louisiana churches in ruins, the sound of prayer is beginning to fill empty pews once again. Here's NBC's Zincle Esamoah.
God is still alive.
This newly opened sanctuary is flowing with praise. Over 3.5 years after this historically black church was set on fire.
Take me back to April 4th, 2019.
It's just a heartbreaking experience to see. The church was burned to the ground. God brought us through.
Yes, he did.
Reverend Gerald Toussaint pastors Mount Pleasant Baptist, one of 3 churches burned spring 2019 around St. Landry Parish, Louisiana. The perpetrator charged with 3 counts of arson and sentenced to 25 years with parole.
How did it feel today getting to preach in your new...
Feel like fire. Well, this kind of fire is a spiritual fire.
But for the other churches, the journey from ashes is far from finished.
How much more construction is left?
Well, we're working on the exterior.
Reverend Kyle Sylvester of St. Mary Missionary Baptist hopes to reopen the doors soon.
You have to trust God that, hey, you're going to allow us to get back to where we'll have what we lost.
As for Mount Pleasant, members young and old returning to their sanctuary.
When you're outside the church, things happen that you have no control over. But when you're in here, you're protected.
Zincle Esamoah, NBC News, Opelousas, Louisiana.
The challenges of college can certainly take a toll on students. Up next, the policies that are standing in the way of mental health on campus. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back this Friday. We are so happy to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Kathy Park. Making news right now. Prosecutors resting their case in the trial of Harvey Weinstein. This comes after nearly 4 weeks of testimony from 44 witnesses. Weinstein is accused of raping 2 women and sexually assaulting 2 others. He's also currently 2 years into a 23-year sentence for a separate conviction in New York.
More violence in Iran as protests rage on. At least 5 people were killed Wednesday, including a 9 or 10-year-old boy whose death has now become the latest rallying cry for demonstrators. This comes more than 2 months after the death of Mahsa Amini sparked protests across the country.
And HBO's The White Lotus is getting a 3rd season. HBO says the 3rd installment of the Emmy Award-winning series will follow a new group of characters in a new setting. This news comes fresh off the release of its 2nd season, which is set to conclude December 10th.
You watching? I keep hearing it's so good.
Yeah, it is very good.
Oh, okay.
You have to tune in.
White Lotus fan here.
Yep.
All right, we're going to move now to Russia, where WNBA star Brittany Griner has been relocated to a penal colony in Mordovia. That's about 210 miles east of Moscow.
Yeah, Griner has about 8 years left on her sentence, and she was caught, you might remember, with cannabis oil at a Russian airport back in February. And joining us now is NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons. So, Keir, talk to us about what the conditions are like in these penal colonies, and do we have any idea how Griner is doing right now?
Well, they're not good. I mean, to be honest, you don't want to be sent to a Russian penal colony, which is really a term to describe a Russian prison. Now, about 5% of the Russian prison population are women, so there aren't as many female prisons, which is the kind of prison that Brittany Griner has been sent to. They are slightly better, by all accounts, than the male prisons in terms of the way that you're treated, but, I mean, it's marginal. They are expected to work right the way through the day. There are reports that if you don't meet your quota for work, that you suffer from abuse. It's not good, and Brittany Griner's legal team are talking about her being kind of okay in the circumstances. I think you can read between the lines of that, and that this is a real challenge. They're saying they're not going to provide updates on an ongoing basis, and I think that's because they are bracing themselves for a very difficult time for Brittany Griner.
Keir, as the Biden administration works to negotiate with Russia, perhaps for a prisoner swap, how is the international community responding right now?
Well, I mean, I think ultimately, of course, this is a focus for the U.S. because these are U.S. nationals. So that's really where the attention is. I do think it's really notable, the comments of the Deputy Foreign Minister in Russia, who's suggesting that some kind of a negotiation for a prisoner swap might be a possibility. We had a very strange period where a prisoner swap was talked about. The Biden administration suggested it would be prepared to do that, which is fairly unusual for Washington. And then there was no response from the Russians. I suspect that's because the Russians wanted the legal process there to finish, if you like, to be completed. They always like to say that Russia has its legal system and you have to respect it. So maybe now with these new comments from the Russian Foreign Ministry, now there may be these negotiations. We may see this Russian Victor Bout exchanged for other prisoners in Russia. We shall see, and I suspect you're going to see the Russians play hardball in these negotiations.
And Keir, before I let you go, what about the other American prisoner you mentioned, Paul Whelan? You know, where does that whole situation stand? And is it possible we could do a 2-for-1?
Yeah, I think a 2-for-1 is unlikely. I suspect, knowing the Russians, that they will be saying, well, it's 1-for-1, so you need 2 Russians for 2 Americans, if you like. Paul Whelan, we mustn't forget, he did get a visit from US officials and Irish officials. He has a number of different citizenships, including Irish and the US, Canadian and British. He did get a visit. His brother, just like in the case of Brittany Griner, is saying that it is very, very difficult for him, but that he is surviving, if you like, learning a few words in in Russian, because clearly most of the folks there around him will be Russian. So again, I mean, for both of these families, they are just hoping and praying that there is some kind of a solution, some kind of an outcome in the months ahead.
Yeah, especially as we get into the holiday season, people thinking about their families. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons, as always, thank you, Keir.
Elizabeth Holmes, the disgraced founder and CEO of the now defunct blood testing startup Theranos, will learn her fate later today. And right now, Holmes is facing a judge in California for sentencing, convicted of multiple counts of fraud. She faces up to 20 years in prison. NBC News correspondent Nyala Charles joins us now. So, Nyala, prosecutors want to lock her up for a pretty long time, but she's trying to get a much more lenient sentence. Any sense on how the judge will rule today?
Right, Kathy, legal experts say it's unlikely Holmes will get the max of 20 years in prison. Right now, she's convicted of 4 counts of criminal fraud for deceiving Theranos' biggest investors, including former Education Secretary Betsy DeVos, who invested $100 million. Holmes' attorneys are requesting no prison time here, saying the media has unfairly villainized her through the years. Prosecutors, though, are recommending 15 years in prison, saying Holmes was not just the face of the lies, but the leader. They say the court should send a clear message here that white-collar crime is serious, pointing to the patients traumatized by Theranos' inaccurate test results. Now, Holmes' probation officer is recommending 9 years in prison. Kathy?
So, Nyala, we should point out that she does have allies. More than 100 letters have been filed in support of Holmes, including from New Jersey Senator Cory Booker. So what are these folks saying, and how could this impact her sentencing?
They're showing her to be someone who is very humanistic and kind. In one of those letters, it's from her husband, hotel heir Billy Evans. In it, he says, as of August, Holmes was pregnant with their second kid in addition to the 1-year-old they have at home. That could have a huge impact on the sentencing decision here, Kathy. He begs the judge to let Elizabeth be free, saying Holmes is honest and selfless. And now there's another letter from Cory Booker. In it, he says Holmes holds on to the hope that she can make contributions to the lives of others and that she can, despite mistakes, make the world a better place. So those letters trying to hone in on what they're trying to prove, that she is kind and that she's honest and that she didn't mean for all of this to happen.
Yeah,
Kathy?
We'll have to see if they'll have any sway today. And Nyala, the tech industry is under a lot of pressure right now. FTX's meltdown is bringing the entire crypto industry to its knees. Layoffs are hitting the whole tech sector pretty hard, and tech stocks are underperforming this year. How will this case impact Silicon Valley as a whole?
Kathy, no word yet on how this will impact Silicon Valley as a whole yet, but they should be spooked here because Elizabeth Holmes was a huge figure. She was once named the youngest female self-made billionaire ever by Forbes. She was a media darling at one point. In a sentencing memo, prosecutors say a significant sentence will serve to rebuild the trust investors must have when funding innovation. Just last year, the Biden Justice Department renewed its focus on white-collar crimes as well. Kathy?
NBC News correspondent Nyala Charles, thanks so much.
Well, today we are taking a closer look at how colleges handle mental health on campus. New reporting from the Washington Post chronicles the complicated process of taking medical leave.
Some universities require students to reapply. Yes, reapply after taking time off, which could mean submitting an essay, securing references, or sitting down for an interview. Licensed therapist Dr. George James joins us now. Thanks so much for joining us, first off. Talk to us about how students can tell when things are starting to get bad enough to take a break, and should they be considering the academic implications of their decision?
You know, overall, it can be really tough for students in college, sometimes being overwhelmed with their mental health in terms of anxiety and depression. And some of the things that students need to think about, if they get to the place where they're unable to function academically, if they find themselves where they are overwhelmed and not even able to engage socially, these are things that might allow them to think about taking a break from school. Sometimes they might be falling behind on their studies more than they are used to, or even get to the place where they're thinking about thoughts of self-harm or suicide. These are things things that might say, I might need to take some time off from school.
Dr. James, really good advice there. What about colleges? What's their role in all of this? Because as Kathy just mentioned, there are sometimes really difficult policies, hurdles for students to kind of climb over if they're trying to get back in. So it can be intimidating to take yourself out if you're already struggling, thinking, man, it's going to be so hard to rejoin my classmates.
Yeah, you know, Vicki, I think that the colleges can do a much better job of making the process easier for students. Sometimes it is necessary to take the break, but it shouldn't be something that is harmful or traumatic to the students. Some universities could do a better job of making it a one-stop shop, or maybe not even the reapplying or the reapplication process. Maybe there's a way to make sure that the student can come back, but that they are supported and get the necessary treatment that they need. Because some of these universities, I think, are making it much harder than it probably needs to be for the students.
So, you know, if it gets to the point where students do need to take that medical leave, how can they make the most of their time away from school?
You know, the biggest thing that students really need to think about is that they need to start or continue treatment with the mental health provider. What that is saying is that they might be at a place where they need skills, they need tools, they need resources, they need ways to deal with whatever might be going on with them. Sometimes they're actually dealing with some things that are very harmful and traumatic that happen to them. So they need to go through that process. They also might need to think about talking to their loved ones of how they can be supported, allowing maybe a little bit more people to be in on what's going on with them so that they don't feel isolated and alone during this process.
Dr. James, are there certain strategies or techniques when you go back in and return to campus, reintegrate yourself? Maybe should you take a lower course load? What are some strategies to be successful when you go back?
You know, just like anything, when we're starting something up again, you know, we might want to make sure that we engage all the people that might be helpful. So one, you want to make sure that they're continuing treatment and still involved with care. Two, they might want to think about a reduced course load because that can help them make the adjustments that they need. The other part is to speak to your professors, advisors, that sometimes, once again, students try to keep themselves isolated, but this is a really good time to make everyone know what's going on and why you're there. You don't have to give the full story, but you can update them so they can support you.
Really valuable advice, as always. Dr. George James, great to see you. Thank you so much for your time. Coming up next, how one small town is showing birthday love to everyone in that town, one card at a time. And by the way, we have some birthday love to share too. There you have it. My co-anchor Morgan is off today celebrating her birthday, and we are wishing a very special birthday as well to Joey Cole. She's our incredible executive producer. You're looking live at her. We are surprising her. This is awesome. Great job by our producers, Marcus and Sean, for getting Joey. This is amazing. I love
that's
this.
a great
I didn't know they were going to be able to take this shot.
What a nice surprise for all
Joey,
of us.
We love you. We truly do. She makes this show possible. Thank you for everything you do, Joey. All right, more NBC News Daily right after this.
on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Love is in the air at the White House. The first granddaughter of President Joe Biden is getting married tomorrow on the South Lawn. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker has more on these pending nuptials.
Instead of saying hail to the chief, they're saying, here comes the bride at the White House this weekend. 28-year-old Naomi Biden, the first granddaughter of the president and first lady, is about to say I do to her longtime love, 25-year-old Peter Neal. The bride-to-be revealing on social media the venue will be the South Lawn. Michael LaRosa is the former press secretary to First Lady Jill Biden.
It's going to be a wedding infused with a lot of love, a lot of laughter and traditions.
White House weddings are rare, only 18 in U.S. history. The last time an immediate member of the first family got married here was more than 50 years ago.
On the arm of her father, both smiling very happily.
When Tricia Nixon Cox, daughter of former President Richard Nixon, said I do in the Rose Garden. But it was Alice Roosevelt Longworth's wedding in 1906 that's considered the greatest in White House history, attended by more than 1,000 people and dominating headlines for weeks. Decades later, in 1967, another unforgettable affair when Linda Bird Johnson Robb, daughter of LBJ, tied the knot in the East Room, wowing her 500 guests in her satin gown, her groom in his military uniform.
They say that home weddings are the nicest, and if home happens to be the White House, so much the better.
In 2008, today's Jenna Bush Hager, who married her love Henry Hager in Texas, celebrated with a White House reception a month later. But you don't have to be related to the first family to get married here. About a decade ago, Pete Souza, the official Obama White House photographer, held his nuptials in the Rose Garden. Anita McBride, the former chief of staff to former First Lady Laura Bush, says a White House wedding is always an event to remember.
No matter how you may feel about a particular administration, you can't help but be happy for a couple who's starting their lives. And to have it happen at the White House, that's a very unique and special part of history.
Kristen Welker, NBC News.
Well, there is nothing worse than not getting a shout out on your birthday. Now, one group of friends is working to make sure that doesn't happen. Reporter Sam Olson from our affiliate station in Portland, Maine, shows us how they're doing it one card at a time.
So I have 12-1. Anybody interested in the beginning of the month? Sure. These are all birthday cards in here.
Cards celebrating another year around the sun. Twice a month, this Sullivan Circle of Friends makes it its mission to handwrite cards to people in town for upcoming birthdays.
We usually write a little message inside. And if we know the people, sometime we can say a little something that will make them smile or laugh.
One of the organizers, Candy Eaton, began this birthday card project because she thinks there's nothing quite like getting a signed, sealed, delivered letter in the mail.
Oh, I like that.
Well, the thing is, you get to match them up to the people if you know who they are.
Right, that's why I like the different cards.
Yeah. This way, all of a sudden, somebody out of the blue sends you a birthday card, and it's like, wow, somebody cares about me.
And that's a feeling she hopes every adult in Sullivan gets on their birthday, thanks to the town's treasurer, who has every registered voter's birthday on file.
I get a lot of comments in the office from people coming in saying, we don't know who sent it, but it made our day extra special.
Writing birthday cards may be a small and simple thing, but to some in town, it may be the only birthday wish they get.
I think when I write the cards, there are some people who may not have anybody else.
And as a simple reminder that someone is thinking of you on your birthday, a card signed by Sullivan Circle of Friends will do the trick.
How long do you hope this goes on for?
Forever.
I love that concept.
Me too. Can I sign up?
Right?
I'd like to have a card too. All right, and that was our NBC affiliate reporter, Sam Olsen, reporter. Thanks so much for that story.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester. What was
So it's been a very tough week for Taylor Swift fans. After 2 tumultuous pre-sales, Ticketmaster has canceled the general public ticket sale scheduled for today, catching the attention of lawmakers and crushing fans' wildest dreams.
Taylor Swift fans and Ticketmaster now have bad blood.
The CEO and heads of Ticketmaster are highly to blame for this.
The site tweeting they're canceling the public ticket sale for her tour, quote, due to extraordinarily high demands on ticketing systems and insufficient remaining ticket inventory to meet that demand.
I was, speaking to someone in the office. I start crying. I'm like, hold on, I literally pause. I'm like, I need a minute. I step into a room. I'm like, you're kidding.
Many Swifties had been waiting for that ticket drop at 10 a.m. Friday after a disastrous pre-sale left millions of fans empty-handed.
The line has stopped moving. I'm not getting them. Just to spend so much time on something and so much money and it's really frustrating when you just don't get any benefit out of it and you're just at the end of the day left more disappointed from when you started.
The chair of Live Nation, which merged with Ticketmaster in 2010, telling CNBC 2 million tickets were sold on Tuesday, the most ever in a single day. But the demand even surpassed our wildest dreams.
The site was supposed to be opened up for 1.5 million verified Taylor Swift fans. We had 14 million people hit the site, including bots, another story, which are not supposed to be there.
Just to meet that demand, Ticketmaster says Taylor would need to perform over 900 stadium shows. That's a concert every single night for the next 2.5 years. But Swifties unable to shake it off because a verified fan program didn't prevent scalpers from taking those precious tickets, originally priced around $49 to $450, only to resell them for tens of thousands of dollars.
I'm just mad. I'm upset I can't see her. And I think the part that angers me the most is that someone is reselling these tickets.
It's become such a only if you're rich you can afford this kind of thing where everyone comes together for music. That should be something that's very affordable to everybody.
Look what you made me do.
The ticket turmoil even under investigation by Tennessee's Attorney General, who says the company failed to deliver a product they promised with pre-sale codes.
If it's a consumer protection violation and we can find specifically where the problems are, we can get a court order that makes the company do better.
Even some on Capitol Hill sounding the alarm over Ticketmaster's dominance over the market. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tweeting, quote, daily reminder that Ticketmaster is a monopoly. They need to be reined in. Break them up. Senator Richard Blumenthal adding consumers deserve better than this anti-hero behavior.
I'm the problem, it's me.
Ticketmaster apologetic, but saying they just weren't ready for it.
And I apologize to all our fans. We are working hard on this. And again, building capacity for peak demand is something we attempt to do, but this exceeded every expectation. And the reality is Taylor Swift hasn't been on the road for 3 or 4 years, and that's caused a huge issue.
However, now it appears many of her diehard fans are out of luck and in for a cruel spring and summer.
Watch me strike a match on all my wasted time.
Tears were shed for Taylor this week. Well, Taylor Swift responded to the Ticketmaster chaos with a post on her Instagram story saying, quote, it is really difficult for me to trust an outside entity with these relationships and excruciating for me to just watch mistakes happen with no recourse.
Yeah, she loves her Swifties and they love her. Well, here's what's trending right now. Marvel strongman Chris Hemsworth is opening up about a major medical scare. The 39-year-old Thor star reveals he has the gene linked to an increased risk of Alzheimer's disease. Hemsworth made the discovery when he underwent genetic testing for an episode of his National Geographic series Limitless.
A 95-year-old Cuban grandmother is proving you're never too old to chase your dream. Angela Alvarez tied for a win in the Best New Artist category at the Latin Grammy Awards last night. Her grandson actually produced the album and joined her on stage to celebrate.
Love it.
Alvarez
Huge. Congratulations.
Played her first professional concert at the age of 90.
Never too late, Kathy.
I love that story.
Yeah. Congratulations to her.
And I'm Kathy Park.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You can also watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, November 18th, 2022. Breaking news, here it snows. A historic snowstorm slamming the Northeast at this hour. The crippling effect it's having across several states and how long it's going to last. Unsolved mystery. New details are emerging in the brutal killing of 4 Idaho college students. What the coroner's report is now revealing about the murder weapon. Reorientation, the drastic steps some women on college campuses are taking to keep access to reproductive health care in a post-Roe world. And miracle medication, the new treatment that may delay the onset of type 1 diabetes. It is 11 a.m. in Spokane, 1 p.m. in Bowling Green, and 2 p.m. here in New York City. Kate is preparing for a network special report. We begin with the breaking news out of Washington today. Attorney General Merrick Garland is naming a special counsel to oversee 2 investigations of former President Donald Trump. A senior DOJ official says that special counsel will focus on the Mar-a-Lago documents case and, quote, key aspects of the January 6th investigation. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley is joining us now from Washington. She's been keeping an eye on this. So, Julia, the Attorney General is supposed to speak in about 15 minutes from now. What else do we know about Merrick Garland's decision here?
That's right, Aaron. So in about 15 minutes, we should hear a name of this man or woman who will be appointed to look at both the documents seized at Mar-a-Lago and that case that began with that raid on the Mar-a-Lago estate in August, and also what we understand to be key aspects of January 6th. If you remember, in addition to the large investigation done by Congress, the Justice Department has been investigating January 6th and Trump's role in that, what led to the Capitol insurrection. We understand the special master will be looking over both of these cases. Now, it's important to realize why Merrick Garland is making this decision. Of course, he reports to a Democrat president, one who unseated Trump from the White House. And so it's important for him, and has always been a priority for this Attorney General, to try to show that the Justice Department is independent. And of course, that's hard when you have people who are Republicans and Trump supporters who are going to look at this Justice Department and how heavily they weigh in on any case that has to do with the former president. And it comes 3 days after former President Trump announced that he will make another run at the presidency in 2024. So it's at a key time where it's really critical for Merrick Garland to show that independence. But of course, that won't keep all of the critics at bay, Aaron. There will still be people who say, no matter who is appointed, it's very hard to find someone completely apolitical, completely distant from both of these cases who could make these determinations. And at the end of the day, Merrick Garland will still be receiving a report on these cases and then could possibly decide whether or not to move forward with an indictment based on that reporting. But it's similar to the way Robert Mueller would have been appointed during the Trump era to investigate the 2016 election.
So I'm wondering, Julia, whether we know who this special counsel might be or what sort of person that might be. I know when we looked at the documents case from Mar-a-Lago a couple of months ago, there was a special master who was appointed. It was a former, I believe, a former federal judge, right? Any idea who this special counsel might be in this new iteration?
Right. In that case, it was to try to determine what could be given over to the federal government in discovery. This is really someone who is going to have a lot of prosecutorial experience, understanding what would meet the level in order to move forward with indictment and charges. It could very well be a former judge, a former prosecutor, someone that would be seen as independent and even-handed from both parties, someone who wouldn't want to be weighing evidence evidence against Donald Trump, but rather taking everything into account evenly. And of course, Robert Mueller was the person who stood just that profile, fit just that profile in 2017 when he was appointed to oversee Russia's involvement in the election. He was someone who had been serving under different administrations. They're going to be trying to look for a similar person now.
All right, we'll remind folks that we anticipate an announcement from the Attorney General in the next few minutes here. We'll bring that to you when it happens. Julia Ainsley for us in D.C. Thank you, Julia.
Thank you.
Now to a history-making snowstorm that's hammering the Northeast. Roughly 13 million people are feeling the impact of this powerful storm. Weather alerts are up across nearly half a dozen states. A state of emergency actually remains in effect in Buffalo, New York. That city seeing 2 to 3 inches of snow per hour. Some other places seeing as much as 37 inches of snow. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by with the latest storm track for us. Let's begin with Marissa Parra, who's in Lackawanna, New York for us now, just south of Buffalo, and we can sort of see you there. Marissa, a lot of snow coming down already. Talk to us.
Right. Well, what you can see is just how hard it is to see. There's the visibility problem. And then we're going to pan the camera down a little bit. I'm going to have my photographer, Paul, show the roads here, because this is, as freshly plowed as these roads are getting. This is still causing a lot of cars around here to spin out. We've seen so many of them getting stuck. Look at all of this backup. And by the way, there's a travel ban here. This is not supposed to be happening. So we're going to spin around here so you can see just how backed up it is here. So we talked about travel advisories, travel bans. They really want to make sure that people are staying off the roads so that the plows can come through here and clean them up. So there's a lot of concern over the dangers on the roads, and they're really trying to keep people off of them. But when it comes to how people are feeling in the area, I mean, it's kind of a mixed bag. I want to point you to the direction over here. Before these guys go inside, there is a man who is clearly native here. He's got a short sleeve shirt on. He's got snow on the top of his head. He's giving us a cheers and a toast with his beer in hand. So, it's a mixed bag. They clearly have the right idea. They're hunkered down at home, but there's a lot of people who are stuck on the roads here. We'll give you an update soon with what we're seeing out here. For now, back to you.
All you can do is grab a six-pack and wait it out, I guess, in some cases. Marissa Parra for us in Lackawanna, New York today. Marissa, stay safe. Thank you. Bill Cairns, let's turn to you here. When can we expect this snow system to die down? It's pretty impressive there in upstate New York.
Yeah, that's what 2 to 3 inches of snow per hour looks like in Lackawanna, right there where Marissa was located. So let's get into the snow totals. We already have locations that are now up to about 3 feet of snow. So that's pretty wild. That's 3 feet of snow is going to be all the way up to about here on me. And then as we continue throughout the storm, I mean, we're at halftime right now, so we're easily going to double these totals as we go throughout the next 2 days. That means someone is going to end up with that 6 feet of snow out there. And so, Aaron, again, they're telling people to stay off the roads. I mean, that picture told all you need to know about the Buffalo area, but it's not widespread. If you've ever been to Rochester and heading towards the Buffalo, they only have 2 inches of snow there. So it just depends where you are. And where that reporter was, I mean, that was as hard as it gets.
Wow. All right. Meteorologist Bill Cairns for us today. Bill, thank you. Appreciate it. Now, this wintry weather comes just as we're getting into the Thanksgiving holiday scramble. Next week is expected to be incredibly busy at airports and on the roads. AAA predicting nearly 55 million Americans will be on the move this Thanksgiving, its third highest prediction since 2000. Let's turn to NBC News correspondent Ron Allen. He is at New York's LaGuardia Airport for us today. Ron, we saw a lot of travel chaos at the airports this past summer. Anything the airlines or the TSA is trying to do differently for the upcoming holidays?
Hope for the best, I guess, among other things. The TSA, interestingly, says that it's easier for them to deal with Thanksgiving because it's a shorter period of time than the summer, which is over a period of months to contend with staffing, which is the big thing that they try to control. They can't control the weather. They can't control airline issues, but they can control their staffing here. And they're saying that they are geared up and ready to have staff at the airports in place to get you through security quickly. Here's some of what they had to say about what you can expect at airports around the country. Take a listen.
It's going to be busy. What I would say is that we're going to meet our throughput standards throughout the Thanksgiving holiday period. And for us, that's if you're a standard passenger, you can expect to wait 30 minutes or less on average. And if you're a pre-check passenger, generally 10 minutes, oftentimes 5 minutes or less.
One thing I can tell you, today we've seen a lot of families here, kids, parents, leaving early. Remember, Thanksgiving doesn't really start for another week or so, but people have been here, and they say, we're trying to get ahead of the rush. So they planned early. They're getting on their flights. Things are moving smoothly here. Not in Buffalo, unfortunately, but in this part of New York they are. And the hope is that that will continue. Remember, it's also something of a spread out holiday. So over the next week, there will be ups and downs, but the TSA is trying to do what they can to make things as smooth as possible and hope for good weather across the system. Aaron?
Yeah, what about driving, Ron? What do experts say are the best times to hit the road if you're going to be traveling that way?
Well, the overwhelming majority of travelers are going to be drivers. I think it's as much as 80 or 90% of Thanksgiving during the Thanksgiving season. Here's a graphic that has some of the worst times to drive, Tuesday and Wednesday. The best time seems to be on Monday, but of course, if you have to work, that's not going to work out for you. Or if your kids are still in school through Wednesday, that's going to be a problem as well. Commonsensically, early in the day is better, late in the day is better. Avoid the rush hours. Gas prices are going to be high as well. But the bottom line is, be patient. People are very anxious to get out there and celebrate and spend time with their families for this Thanksgiving, since the COVID pandemic has eased and things are much more calmer. So we'll see, one day at a time as we go through the holiday season. Aaron?
All right, Ron Allen for us at LaGuardia Airport. Ron, thank you. All the uncertainty about student loan forgiveness bringing out the scammers. Let's turn to Brian Sullivan for today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Brian.
Hey, yeah, we'll get to that in a second, Aaron. All right, let's start, though, with an urgent warning from Washington. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration wants all vehicle owners to check if their car has an open Takata airbag recall. Now, you can do it pretty easily at nhtsa.gov, nhtsa.gov. The plea comes after a driver of a recalled 2006 Ford Ranger died because that Takata airbag exploded. Ford says it contacted the owner more than 100 times to get it repaired. The Biden administration is asking the Supreme Court to throw out lower court rulings that are blocking its student loan forgiveness program. The Wall Street Journal reports that in the meantime, scammers, what else, are taking advantage of the rapidly changing legal fight to falsely claim that they can fast-track applications and payments. If you're going to do it, folks, just be careful out there. And with inflation still squeezing many Americans this holiday shopping season, they are charging record amounts to credit cards. Experts warn that with some store cards charging rates as high as 30% a year, it is more important than ever to not go too deep into debt. Aaron, by the way, total credit card debt outstanding in America is nearing $1 trillion, and those rates are going up with interest rates.
Be
careful out there.
Yeah, got to pay attention to those rates for sure. Brian Sullivan for us at CNBC. Brian, thanks. Have a good weekend.
All right, you too.
More on the breaking news this hour. Attorney General Merrick Garland set to name a special counsel to oversee 2 investigations of former President Donald Trump. You're watching NBC News Daily.
news is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We are staying on top of the breaking news from Washington today. We are moments away from a news conference with Attorney General Merrick Garland. Now, we expect the AG is naming a special counsel to oversee 2 investigations of former President Donald Trump. NBC News will have a special report on that announcement as soon as it begins. Turning now to the murder mystery involving 4 University of Idaho students, it is not any closer to being solved. The coroner released her report confirming all 4 of the students were stabbed to death with a large knife. At the same time, police have not found a suspect or the weapon. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz has more now from Idaho.
Yeah, this is now day 5 that investigators have been at this house. And I want to tell you a little bit more about this house because a lot of people are wondering how can 2 people, 2 survivors be in that house when this attack happened and possibly not heard anything. And so when you look at the house, you've actually got 3 different levels. The first level here, that's where the front door is. The second level and the third level, each one of these levels has 2 bedrooms, has a bathroom. They're somewhat separated from each other. And so right now, investigators haven't said if the 2 roommates that were home that survived were sleeping. They have not released any new information in the case. In fact, they just had a briefing with prosecutors and investigators, and they have nothing new to report. So right now, all we know for certain is what we learned yesterday from the autopsy report, the synopsis that was released, and that said that all 4 of the victims died from stab wounds. They are calling this a homicide. As for what's happening here today, we just saw investigators. Again, this is day 5 that they've been here. We just saw investigators go into the backyard, put down some evidence placers, and then pick up what looked like something in the leaves, put them in an evidence bag, and then come to the front yard, pick something up from right over here. So it appears as though they're going through with a fine-tooth comb. But in terms of sharing information, sharing any leads, sharing any suspects, at this point, we still don't know. Back to you.
Gotti Schwartz for us there. We're also getting new details on that tragic shooting at the University of Virginia where a gunman killed 3 UVA football players late Sunday night. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is following that story and joins us now. Priscilla, I understand the chief medical examiner released his report on these deaths today. What did you learn?
That's right, Aaron, and that report confirming a number of things here. One, ruling that those 3 deaths were a homicide, and also saying that those 3 students were tragically shot in the head there. And we know that the suspect was in court earlier this week, and he has not yet entered a plea, but is charged with 3 counts of second-degree murder. Aaron?
Priscilla, I know that there were some other students, 2 other students who were wounded in this shooting as well. Any update on how they're doing at this point?
Yeah, some good news there, Aaron. We are getting pictures from Mike Holland's family from inside that hospital room. They say that he is out of a second surgery that he underwent and is progressing very well. They're hoping to have him out of that hospital bed and taking some steps here in the next several days. And we also know that that second victim who was hospitalized, Marley Morgan, there are reports that they have been released as of Wednesday. Aaron?
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Kate Snow.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air with some breaking news. Just moments from now, we expect U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland to give a news conference to announce the appointment of a special counsel to determine whether former President Trump should face any charges in relation to 2 different investigations, one related to those classified documents found at Mar-a-Lago, the other into Mr. Trump's involvement in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Let's get straight to Hallie Jackson and just set things up before we hear from the Attorney General here. Hallie, where does all this come from?
Well, this comes from the desire from the Department of Justice to try to put some space between Attorney General Merrick Garland and the Biden administration and these investigations that are happening into the conduct of former President Donald Trump. The appointment of an independent prosecutor, a special counsel in this instance, is an effort to do just that. A key thing is going to be who this special prosecutor is, right? Who this person will be. And keep in mind, Kate, you laid out there are a number of investigations now against former President Trump, not just on the state level, but on the federal level as well. We know the DOJ is looking into his handling of classified documents or mishandling of those documents that were then found at his residence at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, as well as the former president's actions up to and on the day of January 6th when insurrectionists stormed the U.S. Capitol here. This is the third appointment of a special counsel in...
To announce the appointment of a special counsel in connection with two ongoing criminal investigations that have received significant public attention. The first, as described in court filings in the District of Columbia, is the investigation into whether any person or entity unlawfully interfered with the transfer of power following the 2020 presidential election or the certification of the Electoral College vote held on or about January 6, 2021. The second is the ongoing investigation involving classified documents and other presidential records, as well as the possible obstruction of that investigation, referenced and described in court filings in a pending matter in the Southern District of Florida. I'm joined today by Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco, U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia Matthew Graves, and Assistant Attorney General for the Criminal Division, Kenneth Polite. Assistant Attorney General for National Security, Matthew Olson, could not be here. He is currently in Germany, representing the department at the G7 Home Affairs and Security Ministerial. U.S. Attorney Graves has been ably leading the investigations into the events leading up to and on January 6. He and dozens of assistant U.S. attorneys and other prosecutors have taken on the monumental task of conducting over 900 prosecutions in defense of our democratic institutions. Criminal Division prosecutors under the able leadership of Assistant Attorney General Polite have played a significant role in those prosecutions. Assistant Attorney General Olson has been ably leading the team responsible for investigating the matter involving classified documents and other presidential records, as well as the possible obstruction of that investigation. All of the career prosecutors assigned to these matters are conducting their work in the best traditions of the Department of Justice. I also want to recognize the efforts of the many FBI agents and other law enforcement personnel who are assigned to these matters. They are working courageously and steadfastly and are serving our nation honorably. I am grateful to them. We all are. The Department of Justice has long recognized that in certain extraordinary cases, it is in the public interest to appoint a special prosecutor to independently manage an investigation and prosecution. Based on recent developments, including the former president's announcement that he is a candidate for president in the next election, and the sitting president's stated intention to be a candidate as well, I have concluded that it is in the public interest to appoint a special counsel. Such an appointment underscores the department's commitment to both independence and accountability in particularly sensitive matters. It also allows prosecutors and agents to continue their work expeditiously and to make decisions indisputably guided only by the facts and the law. The special counsel will conduct parts of the first investigation I just mentioned. The investigation into whether any person or entity unlawfully interfered with the transfer of power following the 2020 presidential election, or with the certification of the Electoral College vote held on or about January 6. This does not include prosecutions that are currently pending in the District of Columbia or future investigations and prosecutions of individuals for offenses committed while they were physically present on the Capitol grounds on January 6. Those investigations and prosecutions will remain under the authority of the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia. The special counsel will also conduct the investigation involving classified documents and other presidential records, as well as the possible obstruction of that investigation. Today, I signed an order appointing Jack Smith to serve as special counsel. The order authorizes him to continue the ongoing investigation into both of the matters that I have just described and to prosecute any federal crimes that may arise from those investigations. Mr. Smith is a veteran career prosecutor. He began his prosecutorial career in 1994 as an assistant district attorney with the New York County DA's office. In 1999, he became an assistant U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of New York, where over the course of 9 years, he prosecuted matters ranging from gang murders of police officers to civil rights violations. From 2008 to 2010, he served with the International Criminal Court, where he supervised war crimes investigations. In 2010, Mr. Smith returned to the Justice Department to serve as chief of the Public Integrity Section, where he led a team of more than 30 prosecutors who handled public corruption and election crimes cases across the United States. In 2015, he agreed to serve as the first assistant U.S. attorney for the Middle District of Tennessee, later becoming the acting United States attorney. Most recently, Mr. Smith served as a chief prosecutor for the special court in The Hague, charged with investigating and adjudicating war crimes in Kosovo. Mr. Smith will begin his work as special counsel immediately and will be returning to the United States from The Hague. Throughout his career, Jack Smith has built a reputation as an impartial and determined prosecutor who leads teams with energy and focus to follow the facts wherever they lead. As special counsel, he will exercise independent prosecutorial judgment to decide whether charges should be brought. Although the special counsel will not be subject to the day-to-day supervision of any official of the department, he must comply with the regulations, procedures, and policies of the department. I will ensure that the special counsel receives the resources to conduct this work quickly and completely. Given the work to date and Mr. Smith's prosecutorial experience, I am confident that this appointment will not slow the completion of these investigations. The men and women who are pursuing these investigations are conducting themselves in accordance with the highest standards of professionalism. I could not be prouder of them. I strongly believe that the normal processes of this department can handle all investigations with integrity. And I also believe that appointing a special counsel at this time is the right thing to do. The extraordinary circumstances presented here demand it. Mr. Smith is the right choice to complete these matters in an even-handed and urgent manner. Thank you all.
Mr. Attorney General, will you pledge to release any written report?
All right, we've been listening to the Attorney General there, Merrick Garland, announcing the appointment of a special counsel who will now handle cases looking into former President Trump and specifically looking at whether charges should be filed against the former president. Let me go back to Hallie Jackson, who's with us in Washington, our senior Washington correspondent. Hallie, what do we know about Jack Smith? You just heard the Attorney General say he has a reputation as an impartial and determined prosecutor, clearly trying to stress that this is someone who's impartial.
And that's key for Merrick Garland to stress here, Kate, is this big question now in front of us has now been answered, right? Who is going to be the special counsel? So you have now this extraordinary moment where, as the Attorney General laid out, you've got Jack Smith being brought back from overseas where he's been on assignment for the last 4 years, coming to the United States to undertake this investigation. He is somebody who I'm interested in his time as chief of the Public Integrity Section, for example, where he handled issues of public corruption, of elections crimes, too. He has a lot of international experience as well. Presumably, the Attorney General believes that that would help give Mr. Smith the imprimatur of impartiality here, which is going to be critical. I am not convinced, Kate, that that is going to insulate the special counsel from the potential for attacks from Donald Trump and his allies. But you did hear the Attorney General specifically cite why he is deciding to take what he called this extraordinary step, and that is because Donald Trump is now a 2024 candidate. It looks as though President Biden is going to run again in 2024. He says he has not made that final decision yet. He's going to consider it over the holidays with his family, but he is leaning, as he has said, in that direction. That is the reason why the Attorney General is taking this step. You heard him describe the work that has been done on these parallel investigations, right? The January 6th investigation, the Mar-a-Lago documents investigation, just to use shorthand. Those investigations are going to continue now under the purview of Mr. Smith. Kate.
And let me go to Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker. Kristen, I know you tried to ask a question of the president about this issue, and he declined to comment or say anything. I assume we won't hear much from the president on this because that's the whole point, right, is keeping some distance.
You're absolutely right. I was just at an event with President Biden. He was talking about the economy. I was among the reporters who tried to get him to respond to this news, and he declined to comment. And a White House official sort of echoing that posture, Kate, who says DOJ makes decisions about its criminal investigations independently, and we are not involved. So I would refer you to DOJ for any questions on this. We're going to get a briefing with the press secretary, and I anticipate we will get very similar answers. The reason for that, because this president has been very clear. He wants the Department of Justice to be independent. That is traditionally what we have seen from presidents throughout history. Now, of course, former President Trump broke with that precedent in various instances, and that was one of the key campaign promises of this not insignificant, Kate. And you just heard Hallie talk about it. The fact that President Biden has said that he intends to run for office again, but he hasn't made that final decision. He's going to huddle with his family over the holidays and try to get their take and really make that final determination. So how does this impact his final decision? We know that obviously the administration, watching very closely, but he has said that what happens with former President Trump, what happens with his predecessor, his timeline for announcing, which of course he just announced, will not impact his own timeline or his final decision. Kate.
All right, Kristen Welker for us at the White House. Let me go to Carol Lamb. She's a former U.S. attorney and NBC News legal analyst for us. Nice to see you. If you're this new special counsel, Jack Smith, what's your first step? These investigations have been going on for months and months, and now he's being put in position of trying to figure out if charges are warranted.
You're absolutely right, and that's why his first step is going to be, especially since he's been overseas for the past few years, he's going to have to get briefed on a very detailed level with what the facts are and what the facts are that have been uncovered so far. That's not a bad position to be in necessarily, because in my view, the investigations have been done very well. They've been very cautious. They've been done extremely carefully, and I think that there's a lot of record there for him to look at. I'm very, very pleased that the new special counsel is somebody who has public integrity experience. In other words, he was the head of the public integrity unit at the Department of Justice, because that's a position where he has had to make decisions about criminal prosecution in the political context, and therefore his judgment is going to be very well informed by a lot of his prior experiences.
And Carol, would you think that this will take time, given everything you just said? I would think we're not looking at hearing about any potential charges for a while now.
Yeah, it is going to take time, because there's just no way that he can make this decision quickly. He not only has to get caught up on all the facts, all the twists and turns, but also all the possible defenses. And then a lot of people within the Department of Justice have to be consulted as to the best route to take here. You know, this is not like a drug case or a murder case where there's a lot of well-worn precedent here. And that's why I think his former experience as somebody who has had to deal with these very, very difficult judgment calls is so important here. I think it's an excellent choice.
Carol Lam, thank you so much. Let me go back to Hallie for a moment. Hallie, you've covered the Trump campaign for a long time, the inner circle of the Trump White House. Have you heard from anyone? Has Mr. Trump said anything so far about this? And if not, what might we expect?
Yeah, nothing yet, Kate, at least not officially. Yes, obviously, I've been on the phone with some folks in that world. And here's what I think I'm comfortable saying, Kate. Listen, and just to make a point on the timeline here, look at Robert Mueller's investigation, right? That took just under 2 years, meaning, you know, we are here in 2022, the end of 2022, as Donald Trump has announced this presidential run. What happens in 2 years from now, if that is a similar timeline, you're running right up against Election Day in 2024, when Donald Trump could very well be the Republican nominee for president, right? I think what you are likely to hear, Kate, is a brushing off of the appointment of this special counsel, because what I have heard for months now is that former President Trump remains aggrieved. He feels aggrieved. He feels as though he just didn't get a fair shake, not just from the media during his 4 years at the White House, but from the institutions of what he has often dubbed the so-called deep state, right? The politicization, as he sees it, of the FBI and the DOJ. That came to a real head after the search warrant was executed at Mar-a-Lago just a couple of months ago, and it was revealed, of course, that the former president had apparently taken these classified documents out of the White House improperly here. You saw not just the former president, but his allies in Congress and beyond decry what they saw as a politicized DOJ. I have a hard time seeing how the tune will suddenly change because of the appointment of this special counsel, Kate.
All right, Hallie Jackson for us in Washington. Also, Kristen Welker, thank you so much. We will obviously have much more on this breaking story this evening on NBC Nightly News and coming up on NBC News Daily for the West Coast and other parts of the country. I'm Kate Snow. Thank you for watching.
And welcome back. We want to start with some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland appointing a special counsel to determine whether criminal charges should be filed against former President Donald Trump. Former federal prosecutor Jack Smith will be tasked with investigating the former president's actions over the classified documents found at Mar-a-Lago, as well as the president's actions surrounding the January 6th riot at the Capitol. Disgraced former Theranos CEO Elizabeth Holmes is scheduled to be sentenced today in Los Angeles. Holmes was convicted in January on 4 counts of fraud for misleading investors about the company's technology and finances. Holmes faces up to 20 years in prison. However, her defense is asking for 18 months of house arrest. And New York Congressman Hakeem Jeffries has formally announced that his bid to replace House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as the House Democratic leader. His announcement comes less than 24 hours after Pelosi announced on the floor of the House that she would not be running for House leadership again. If elected, Jeffries would become the first black person to lead a party in Congress. Twitter employees who are staying on after CEO Elon Musk's ultimatum are having a tough time working from the office today. According to a company email obtained by CNBC, all Twitter buildings are temporarily closed through Monday. That's after a wave of new resignations there. NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins has been following this story for us from the beginning. So, Ben, let's start with these offices, if we can here. Why did Twitter decide to shut these offices down through the weekend?
Well, they're worried about subterfuge. They're worried about people coming in and, maybe basically ruining the website because they have left. And there's a lot of people who have left. They're down to hundreds of employees from the 7,500 they had, to begin the month, almost a month ago. But things have changed, by the way, in the last hour or so. Elon has told people to come to the office today, despite the fact that it's allegedly closed, and show them lines of code at a specific office within the office building. So it's very mercurial. It's back and forth all day long. He's telling people to fly in if they absolutely have to. It is a second-by-second sort of situation here with Twitter.
Yeah, hard to work for in that kind of a space if you're one of the employees here with everything changing so frequently. Ben, if you open Twitter today, it looks pretty much the same way it did yesterday for most people. So what do we know about the scope of the resignations that we've been seeing and the impact they might have on the platform?
Yeah, there are whole departments that are gone now, things like the finance department, things like that. They, filing the bills and doing the tough stuff is going to get harder over the next few weeks. Lots of engineers have quit. Keeping the site going is going to be difficult. That said, it's still up and running. It's still a website right now. It hasn't tried to deploy anything new yet, so that might be part of what it is. But this is a website that is, it's teetering a little bit here, and we'll see if they can make it through it.
All right, Ben Collins with us today. Ben, thank you. Well, over the past few months, security experts say they've tracked a steep rise in criminals ripping off thousands of innocent Americans. They're accused of doctoring ordinary checks that are dropped off at mailboxes on the street and cashing in big on this scam. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has a closer look.
Police say this is what check phishing looks like. A bold thief brazenly stealing envelopes from a mailbox in New York City.
When they get a check, it's a jackpot for them.
A jackpot, investigators say, because the crooks use chemicals like nail polish remover to wash away the writing on the check, replacing it with their own.
It's extremely frustrating.
Maureen McGovern says one fake check in her name almost cost her $7,000.
So this is not your handwriting?
No, it is not.
And this one, $2,700. Even though she'd only written it for $246, someone had erased her handwriting.
She says she dropped the checks off at these mailboxes right outside the post office. But days later, she got a call from her bank. What went through your head?
I really couldn't imagine what was going on.
In addition to thieves grabbing envelopes from mailboxes, experts say they're also stealing keys from mail carriers.
We know that there are organized crime groups working on this issue.
David Maimon, a cybercrime researcher at Georgia State University, leads a team that has been tracking about 3,000 stolen checks per week nationwide. He estimates the money lost in the past 6 months totals between $15 and $33 million.
If your check has been stolen, you should be very active in trying to protect not only your bank account, but your identity as well.
The Postal Service recommends drop off checks inside the post office, or if you use blue collection boxes, do so before the last pickup time of the day. Never leave checks in your home mailbox overnight, and if you're out of town, put a hold on mail delivery.
It feels very intrusive and invasive to my privacy, and it's an awful lot of work to have to unravel everything that had been done to my accounts.
Maureen McGovern says she's also considering something she's resisted until now: online banking.
And Gabe Gutierrez joins us live. Now, Gabe, it's not just people who are being targeted here. What else can you tell us about the broader scheme?
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. It's not just individuals, but that cybercrime expert that we spoke to said that one of the targets here are businesses, because a lot of people may no longer write checks, but businesses still do, and many of them are reporting huge sums of money that are being taken in this scam. So law enforcement agencies across the country are on alert.
All right, and that's something for all of us to be paying attention to. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. Well, up next, how some college students are trying to make sure everyone has access to reproductive health resources, regardless of where they go to school. More NBC News Daily right after this.
we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Back here beside you again. Well, since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, access to reproductive health care for college students has changed in some states.
And that has led some students to take things into their own hands. Here's NBC News investigative reporter Chloe Atkins.
This is one of my Plan B stashes.
21-year-old Nimisha is a college student in Texas.
For the pregnancy test, we have a card.
She runs the pro-abortion rights group Free Aggies at Texas A&M University, providing students with everything from free condoms to pregnancy tests to Plan B, an emergency contraception pill.
Any day I can have between 1 to 10 deliveries.
Wow. The group says it has already filled more than 100 requests this school year.
Pregnancy test.
The donated products from groups like Jane's Due Process and the American Society for Emergency Contraception are stored under Nimisha's bed.
There are a lot of people, and they've expressed to me or to other members that they are worried about their reproductive health and what are they going to do and how are they going to keep themselves healthy and safe in this very restrictive environment.
She's part of a larger student-driven movement nationwide, helping improve access to reproductive health care on campuses post-Roe.
We maintain the upkeep of the Plan B vending machine.
At Boston University, Dylan Tedesco is co-president of the group Students for Reproductive Freedom, which successfully lobbied for a Plan B vending machine on campus.
Having a 24/7 accessible, discrete machine where you don't have to disclose anything you might not be comfortable disclosing is just like an additional resource that we wanted to provide.
The group has the backing of BU's Health Services, which sources the Plan B for the student organization. 25 universities across the country have emergency contraceptive machines.
It is a human right.
But access is different for every student depending on where they go to school.
The Dobbs ruling has just had a chilling effect nationally. There's a patchwork nationally of laws and policies, rules, regulations.
Massachusetts and California will soon require public colleges and universities to give students access to abortion-inducing medication. But back in Texas, the law SB 8 allows private citizens to sue anyone who helps someone get an abortion. And that's sometimes a concern for health professionals on campus.
Having done OBGYN for 30 plus years, and it being an area that is a high area of litigation risk, if that is something that is very bothersome to you, you just can't do this.
Texas A&M University did not return our request for comment on whether Nimisha's work is within their student policies. According to the National Women's Law Center, there are no explicit bans on peer-to-peer distribution of non-prescription emergency contraceptives in Texas. But for Nimisha, the concern over being a target remains.
Are you scared? It's definitely scary to be in such an environment where you don't feel like you would be adequately protected. I've had people come up to me and be like, hey, thank you for what you do. I mean, this product is going to save my life. It's worth it.
As we mentioned, right now, it's really a patchwork of laws and policies around reproductive health care on campuses around the country. We did catch up with the American College Health Association, who told NBC News that they have yet to release updated guidance to advise healthcare professionals at university. But their advice is to seek counsel on campus because they will have the best read on state laws.
Chloe Atkins reporting there. Now we turn to what doctors are calling a game changer in the treatment of type 1 diabetes.
The FDA has approved the first ever drug designed to delay the onset of diabetes. Experts say it could save patients years of taking insulin and monitoring their blood sugar levels. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us now with more. So this could be huge, right?
Yeah, this could be huge. This could be a game changer. You're hearing a lot of different adjectives.
Yeah. Talk to us about how does it work? Who can take it and how do you do it?
So the drug is actually called Tzield is its brand name. Its generic name is teplizumab. So they try to make it as hard as possible. Right? But what it does is it actually treats somebody with pre-diabetes, not necessarily pre-diabetes, but stage 2 diabetes. In other words, they haven't gotten to the point where they need insulin and they have to control their sugars that way. But the hard part is, how do they detect somebody at this stage? Well, the way they do it is by looking at their blood sugars going up and doing certain antibody tests. And so not everybody gets that. And so that's one of the issues that they're going to have to try to figure that out. But you saw the graphic there. What this is in the study, it was an injection injection once a day for 14 days. And what they found is instead of the normal progression of somebody going from stage 2 to stage 3, where they're diabetic, need the insulin, takes usually 2 years. In this case, it took 4 years. And so it doubled the time before they got to stage 3 diabetes. This is not a cure for diabetes.
They did get there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, they eventually had diabetes and they eventually needed insulin, but it delays it.
So do we know anything about potential side effects, about what the cost might be?
So the side effects were basically minor. They had rashes, they had headaches, but they did warn against cytokine syndrome, which is one of those immune issues that can happen, and they also warned about infection risks going up. As far as the cost, right now they're looking at about $193,000 for the whole dosing of that, but they think with insurances and other incentives, they might be able to lower that, hopefully.
All right, Dr. John Torres, we appreciate it. Thanks.
You bet.
There's much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
From Hail to the Chief to Here Comes the Bride.
Tomorrow, President Biden's granddaughter, Naomi, will tie the knot at the White House. This will be just the 19th wedding held at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is joining us now. So, Mike, what do we know about tomorrow's ceremony?
Well, of course, we think of the White House as the seat of power for the most powerful person in the world, the President of the United States. But of course, it's also a home. It's a place that the first family celebrates these kind of milestones. And as you say, it is going to be the 19th wedding at the White House, according to the White House Historical Association. So a rarity indeed, but also the first in this respect. It's the first that's going to be taking place on the South Lawn. Many of the previous weddings have been in the Rose Garden. Also the first to feature the grandchild of a sitting president. In this case, it is Naomi, his eldest grandchild, the child of Hunter Biden and his first wife, Kathleen. We understand that there is going to be first a brief ceremony outside. Yes, it is cold here in Washington at the moment. Everyone's been told to bundle up. Then there will be a luncheon followed by a larger reception tomorrow night. The groom in this case is Peter Neal. The couple met in 2018. It's a relationship that developed over the course of a campaign and COVID, and now is going to be capped by a White House wedding.
And Mike, this is a big weekend, right? It's also the president's birthday on Sunday, and it's a big one. The White House, I guess, hasn't really said what they're going to do, but he's celebrating the big 8-0.
Yes, every day the president sets a new record as the oldest president of the United States ever on record. And this, of course, will be the first president to hit that 80-year milestone. It is taking a backseat, of course, to that other celebration we were talking about. Now, the Biden family tradition has been that the president celebrates his birthday typically when the family gathers together at Thanksgiving. Of course, the timing is so close. Now, you'll remember Biden, when he became a senator, he turned 30. That's the minimum age you need to be in order to be a president. In order to be a senator. Age is expected, of course, to be a factor in the president's re-election decision. We know that the president's going to be gathering with his family, not just at the wedding, not just over the holidays, but of course over the course of the next month and a half. And that will be a factor in his decision about whether to run for re-election. Now, we've heard the president joke in the past, how old would you be if you didn't know how old you were? And that's a quote from Satchel Paige. And he says he feels much younger than what his age is on paper.
Right. Mike Memoli, thanks so much. Have a good weekend.
Well, a 911 call in Missouri captures the moment a 10-year-old girl jumped into action, helping to deliver her own little sister.
I can't believe this story. NBC's Carrie Sanders explains why this baby is a miracle for more reasons than one.
Hi, I think my mom is in labor.
Okay, what's the address?
A 911 call. A mom is in labor. The voice behind the call is a 10-year-old girl. The ending is happy. That's 30-year-old Viola Fair holding her newborn, baby Jayla. But when mom went into labor 3 weeks early, the only one around was her daughter, the young Miss Moore.
She said, call 911, and then I called.
Nervous, but brave. And as you'll hear, Miss Moore was remarkably calm in crisis.
Mama, it's okay, it's okay.
Through her mom's labor pains, child became adult.
I feel her stomach moving.
She provided comfort.
Mama, hey, we need to get you down there.
Then, with the 911 operator's direction,
I think her water broke.
little Miss Moore took control.
She's coming, she's coming. Lay down, lay down, lay down. Mama, lay down. No. Lay down. She's here. She's poking out.
Is the baby all the way out?
Yeah. She's breathing. I think she's crying now.
She kind of rubbed her back a little bit so she can cry. So she was real helpful. I am very thankful.
You'd think after that miracle, mom might name her newborn Miracle. But she can't, because you see, that name's already taken. Little courageous Miss Moore's full name is Miracle Moore.
She followed all of my instructions to a T and did an amazing job.
First responders amazed, giving Miracle an award.
She's really cute. She doesn't cry a lot, and I get to hold her a lot.
Oh my goodness.
They are going to be so tight.
Oh yeah.
Sisters.
Siblings, right? Sisters. Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast.
An insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, November 18th, 2022. Breaking news, Trump under investigation. Attorney General Merrick Garland announcing that he has named a special counsel to decide whether to charge the former president. Moments ago, Trump responded.
Holiday rush, Thanksgiving travel expected to reach record levels. How a historic snowstorm being measured by the foot could impact travelers coast to coast.
Toodaloo Twitter, hundreds of employees opt to leave the company after facing an ultimatum from their new boss. Now Elon Musk is scrambling to persuade some staffers to stay, with the future of the company in the balance.
And sick of it. Doctors on the front lines warn they're more stressed than ever. What that means for your family's health, with the threat of a possible triple-demic intensifying. Hello and welcome everyone on this Friday to NBC News Daily. We begin with news out of Washington, D.C. Attorney General Merrick Garland naming a special counsel to oversee two investigations of former President Donald Trump. One involving the classified documents found at his residence in Mar-a-Lago. The other involving key aspects of the January 6th Capitol riot.
Former federal prosecutor Jack Smith, who is also a war crimes prosecutor at The Hague, will begin immediately. Garland's announcement comes 3 days after the former president, Donald Trump, announced officially that he has launched his 2024 presidential campaign. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley is joining us now from D.C. Julia, how did the Attorney General explain his decision to name this special counsel?
Well, he said, Aaron, that it's the right thing to do, and he's doing it because of extraordinary circumstances. Now, when you look at that, there are a number of extraordinary circumstances that would lead the AG to make this decision. And in part, it's because the former president is no longer just a former president. He's also a candidate in 2024, having just made that announcement 3 days ago. And Garland said that that factored in this decision to appoint Jack Smith. He also buffered himself against possible criticism that this could slow down these investigations. And as we just saw in a statement from Jack Smith himself, he said that he plans to not be any kind of a lag or a pause on these investigations. In fact, Garland is giving him the resources, the investigators who have already been devoted to these cases. It is now that Smith will oversee them. And Smith said that he will also continue the investigations through and oversee prosecutions should these investigations turn into prosecutions. And I think that that is key when you're looking at timing here. If there's a scenario, and Garland didn't mention this as a possible scenario, but if there's a scenario in 2 years where these investigations or prosecutions are continuing, but say Trump is actually the president and Biden's out, or there's a new president, you would want to be able to see someone who could stay in place regardless of who the president is. Of course, whoever is appointed as Attorney General would have the power to keep Smith or not, but this could ensure the independence and the longevity of these investigations and possible prosecutions. Of course, it's hard to find someone who is not going to be criticized by one side or the other, but Jack Smith seems to be someone who's come up through the rungs in the Justice Department and also has international clout because, as you mentioned, Aaron, his time spent prosecuting war crimes in The Hague.
Yeah. Julia, hold on one second while we listen to some of what Attorney General Garland said just a few moments ago.
Based on recent developments, including the former president's announcement that he is a candidate for president in the next election, and the sitting president's stated intention to be a candidate as well, I have concluded that it is in the public interest to appoint a special counsel. Such an appointment underscores the department's commitment to both independence and accountability in particularly sensitive matters.
So, Julia, we heard from the Attorney General there now. Anything yet from the former president, from the Trump team?
Yes, a very quick response from a Trump campaign spokesman saying this is a totally expected political stunt by a feckless, politicized, weaponized Biden Department of Justice. And we're told that a longer statement is coming soon, but that is frankly pretty typical to have a very quick, pointed reaction to news of a special counsel. Remember, Trump didn't like the appointment of Robert Mueller either, and we saw that repeatedly during his time as president.
All right, Julia Ainsley for us in D.C. today. Julia, thank you. Let's turn to the holiday that's upcoming. The Thanksgiving travel scramble now getting underway. It's expected to be a busy one, too. AAA predicting nearly 55 million people will be on the move this holiday.
That's a lot of people. This year is projected to be the third busiest Thanksgiving travel season since AAA started making these predictions 22 years ago. One possible complication, the weather. We're tracking a developing system that could make the crowded Thanksgiving holiday travel rush even a little more frustrating. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is looking at all that for us. Let's begin, though, with NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. So, Steve, anybody who went out to the airports over the summer probably scared by the chaos that happened back then. What do we know about what the airlines and TSA are doing differently this time around?
Yeah, brace yourselves, everybody. Kate, the TSA expects to screen about 2.5 million people on Wednesday, 48,000 flights already scheduled for Friday. Many airports upping staffing levels, opening up parking, but they mainly want to get the messaging out there to passengers a little bit better. Do things early. Book early, get on the road early, get to the airport early, get in that security line early, get to the gate early, and if there's a problem, call your carrier early. Meanwhile, the TSA says don't freak out. They're gearing up to keep security times down. Listen to this.
It's going to be busy. What I would say is that we're going to meet our throughput standards throughout the Thanksgiving holiday period. And for us, that's if you're a standard passenger, you can expect to wait 30 minutes or less on average. And if you're a pre-check passenger, generally 10 minutes, oftentimes 5 minutes or less.
And the word is technology is better than ever before, so try to book things through your app. That includes baggage fees, that includes ticketing, anything you expect. That'll move things along a little bit faster. Back to you.
You know, Steve, I think, too, about the car traffic. I think about what you guys deal with out there in L.A. Millions of people are expected to travel that way. Any best practices the experts want us to know about?
Yeah, about 49 million people expected to be out on the road. There is no good time, but we'll work with what we got, right? So Google Trends says the absolute best time to drive Monday prime time about 8 p.m., while the absolute worst times are Tuesday and Wednesday evenings around 4 to 5 p.m. But gas is still something like $5.50 here in Southern California. So I think I'm just going to live stream myself eating turkey or something like that.
Get a good bike, maybe, right?
Isn't that what people talk about out there, too? Like, you take the 405, that's the way to go this time, and the 110. And all right, Steve, thank you.
The worst.
It is the worst. Let's bring in, but a great city, just to be clear. Bill, let me bring you in. All right, save me here. What should people expect this weekend?
And I was going to say, I've done that Thanksgiving Eve 5 p.m. drive, and that's not fun anywhere in the country. So we've had this incredible lake effect. And by the way, we have reports of 4 feet of snow just south of Buffalo. So that's the area everyone's going to want to avoid driving. The highways are closed right now anyways in most of those regions. But the good thing is this isn't a storm that is in the Great Lakes and then heads to the Northeast. This stays in the Great Lakes this weekend. So if you avoid driving near any of the lakes, you're not going to have any problem on the roads. And look how quiet it is across the country on Saturday. Some rain along the Gulf Coast on I-10. That could be, maybe slow you down a little bit. Houston to Corpus Christi over to Shreveport. But the rest of the nation looks pretty good. Even into Sunday, still dealing with some of that lake effect snow. A little bit of rain in South Florida, but even Sunday looks great for travel. So anyone heading to the airports, today we're doing pretty good. And then even into Saturday, we don't have many airports at all, guys, that we're looking for a lot of problems. So that's good for everyone traveling in the skies.
So far. Bill Cairns, thank you.
The murder mystery involving 4 University of Idaho students is not any closer to being solved. The coroner releasing a report confirming all 4 students were stabbed to death with a large knife. At the same time, police have not found a suspect or the weapon. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz has more from Idaho.
Yeah, this is now day 5 that investigators have been at this house. And I want to tell you a little bit more about this house because a lot of people are wondering how can 2 people, 2 survivors be in that house when this attack happened and possibly not heard anything. And so when you look at the house, you've actually got 3 different levels. The first level here, that's where the front door is. The second level and the third level, each one of these levels has 2 bedrooms, has a bathroom. They're somewhat separated from each other. And so right now, investigators haven't said if the the two roommates that were home that survived were sleeping. They have not released any new information in the case. In fact, they just had a briefing with prosecutors and investigators, and they have nothing new to report. So right now, all we know for certain is what we learned yesterday from the autopsy report, the synopsis that was released, and that said that all 4 of the victims died from stab wounds. They are calling this a homicide. As for what's happening here today, we just saw investigators. Again, this is day 5 that they've been here. We just saw investigators go into the backyard, put down some evidence placers, and then pick up what looked like something in the leaves, put them in an evidence bag, and then come to the front yard, pick something up from right over here. So it appears as though they're going through with a fine-tooth comb. But in terms of sharing information, sharing any leads, sharing any suspects, at this point, we still don't know. Back to you.
All right, Gadi Schwartz, thank you. It is Judgment Day for Elizabeth Holmes. The former Theranos CEO is being sentenced at a California courtroom this afternoon. Holmes was convicted of defrauding investors for her now failed company. She had claimed to have technology that could diagnose a wide range of medical conditions using just a few drops of blood. Theranos was once worth $9 billion before it then collapsed. NBC News correspondent Nayela Charles is following this one for us. Nayela, how much prison time is Holmes facing?
Holmes is facing a maximum of 20 years in prison for 4 counts of criminal fraud for deceiving Theranos' biggest investors. Kate, it's a lot because a lot of people have been watching this because Holmes had such a meteoric rise. At one point, Forbes had even named her the youngest female self-made billionaire ever. As of now, prosecutors are asking for her to serve 15 years in prison, and they're saying that this is because white crimes are serious. Now, her attorneys are asking for no prison time. They've submitted more than 100 letters of support from her family, friends, and supporters who are basically trying to paint her as someone as being humanistic, saying that she didn't mean for all of this to happen. Her husband here now begging for the judge to not let her go to prison, saying that now she's expecting a second child. Kate?
All right, Nayela Charles, thank you.
Oil prices are on pace for their worst week since April, and dating apps are seeing more customers swipe right on paid subscriptions.
Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with CNBC's Money Minute. Hi, Christina.
Hi, let's start with some good news for drivers. Crude oil has dropped below $80 a barrel in U.S. trading, and it's on track for a second straight weekly decline. If oil prices keep dropping, that means motorists could start seeing lower gasoline prices. Amazon started to lay off thousands of workers this week, and the online retailer's chief executive is telling employees the cutbacks will continue into the next year as managers continue to assess just how many jobs need to go. And dating is expensive, but Tinder is reporting an increase in paid users. A relationships expert tells CNBC.com, not me, that paying for a dating app is a signal you're interested in a serious relationship and makes it easier to find someone with the same goal. Who said you can't buy love?
That is a way to look at it, yes. Christina Partsinevelos.
I've married 22 years. I got nothing to say. Christina, thank you.
2.0 no for Twitter, beyond the new employee exodus as Elon Musk puts his vision in place. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're tracking more breaking news this hour. The United States condemning North Korea's latest missile launch. Japan's defense ministry says the suspected intercontinental ballistic missile had the range to be able to potentially strike the United States mainland. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer.
It appears to be one of North Korea's most powerful missiles yet, an intercontinental ballistic missile, or ICBM, that flew 620 miles toward Japan at a high speed and a lofted trajectory, meaning it was fired up instead of out to avoid overflying neighboring countries. Officials say, judging by the flight data they're analyzing, this ICBM could have the range to strike anywhere in the United States, and that's setting off alarm bells here. The U.S., after the launch, did Air Force firing drills with South Korea, also did a joint military drill with Japan. Leaders at the APEC summit in Thailand held an emergency meeting about North Korea, with Vice President Kamala Harris calling the launch a brazen violation of UN resolutions, and she urged North Korea to stop, quote, unlawful and destabilizing acts.
This conduct by North Korea most recently is a brazen violation of multiple UN security resolutions. It destabilizes security in the region and unnecessarily raises tensions.
Now, President Biden also raised North Korea at his G20 meeting with China's President Xi Jinping, because China, along with Russia, has until now blocked any moves to sanction North Korea at the UN Security Council. Just yesterday, North Korea's foreign minister had warned of fierce military responses if the U.S. continues to boost its security presence in the region. She also added that Washington was, quote, taking a gamble it will regret. So the tension is escalating, again raising the threat of a nuclear test by Kim Jong-un. Satellite images and intelligence reports suggest all of the preparations have been made. There are no diplomatic channels that are open right now, and it seems North Korea isn't interested in talking.
Janice Mackey-Frayer reporting there. WNBA player Brittany Griner now serving her prison sentence in a Russian penal colony. She was moved to that facility even as the Biden administration works to secure her release. Here's NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons.
Well, Brittany Griner's legal team say that things are very challenging for her. They say that she's doing as well as can be expected, and I think you can read between the lines with that. She has been sent to what's called a penal colony. Actually, really, it's a Russian prison. It's called IK2. It's just over 200 miles away from Moscow. There are a limited number of prisons that she could have been sent to, women's prisons. About 5% of the Russian prison population are women, and they are, by all accounts, extremely difficult places to be. To be honest, to state the obvious, you do not want to be sent to a Russian prison. Now, in terms of whether she can be got back home, which is what the Biden administration has been efforting for some months now, including suggesting that it would be prepared to contemplate some kind of a prisoner swap. Some interesting comments from the Deputy Foreign Minister of Russia, who now seems to be suggesting, after Russia was quiet about this for quite a while, now seems to be suggesting that a prisoner swap might be a possibility. I think the Russians would be very keen to get a Russian prisoner who's in the US back, a man called Viktor Bout, who's going to be in prison in the US for many years, unless there is a swap. I would say that now that the legal process in Russia is over, the potential for negotiations seem more likely, and perhaps that's why the Russian Deputy Foreign Minister is speaking out now to the Russian Interfax news agency in the way that he has. Of course, Brittany Griner's family will be very much hoping that in the months ahead something shifts and that she is able to come home.
Pushing to continue the plan for student loan forgiveness inside the Biden administration's new plea to the Supreme Court. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In California, one medical student is trading his scalpel for scissors.
This is part of his fight to bring access to health care to some of LA's most underserved communities. Here's NBC's Steve Patterson.
Yeah, I want to introduce you to a guy named Jamil Lacey. He is a student at the Charles Drew UCLA Medical Center, and as he works toward becoming a doctor, he says he also wants to make a difference, bringing health care to his community, even if that means a barbershop in downtown Los Angeles. Take a look.
It's 2 o'clock on Friday, and St. Julian's Barbershop in Compton, California is open for business. You can get a buzz.
Hey, man, I look like Tracy McGrady again.
A shape-up, and even a checkup.
Your heart rate went a little faster.
Healthcare at the barbershop is all part of a program called Trust, Research, Access, and Prevention, or TRAP Medicine.
We're gonna get you vaccinated.
The program began with Charles Drew and UCLA medical student Jamil Lacey. He had a big idea and an even bigger goal to make a difference and help save lives.
Barbershops really can be leveraged to address some of the disparities that we see in our communities.
He began TRAP 6 years ago, building a network of 5 barbershops across South Los Angeles that offer free health services.
How does TRAP partner with barbershops to provide, safe space for people to get health care?
So we train barbers. We also bring services into the shop. We do HIV testing. We have conversations around mental health. We also have the capacity to be able to link people to resources in the communities.
For Lacey, the issue is deeply personal.
I used to be one of those people who had, health insurance and hadn't seen a primary care physician because I was afraid of what I would be told. Oftentimes what we hear in the barbershop is like people are just fearful of what they might find out.
Jamil is not alone. A recent Harris poll funded by Johnson & Johnson showed that nearly half of adults in urban areas delayed health care in the last year. And while the leading barrier was COVID-19, 20% of Black adults said they tried to receive care but were unable to. 21% said they didn't have adequate transportation to get to appointments, others noting they were too nervous or didn't even know where to start when it came to finding a provider. To help address those problems, Jamil took inspiration from his own childhood barber who offered health education alongside his haircuts.
What is it about barbers, you think, that makes people feel so comfortable?
Well, your barber's like your cousin, right? So if you trust somebody with your hairline, you can tell them a little bit about what might be going on in your life, you know what I'm saying?
And barbers like Steve Ellis in South LA see the impact too. Many customers come in for a haircut and leave with medical care and advice.
You've got 10 people here who get tested, then they go back and tell 10. It just spreads. It just spreads.
So we're in Compton.
Here we are.
Lacey is counting on accessibility. I joined him to see how the program works firsthand.
Any and everybody can just do this.
Anybody.
It's just like a regular checkup you'd receive at a doctor's office, including blood pressure checks, glucose and cholesterol level screenings. I was even offered take-home COVID-19 tests. Then there's the main draw. Patients who participate in the medical screening get a free haircut.
Why do you think people feel more comfortable in a barbershop than they would in a hospital or a clinic?
It's just a comfort zone for us. It's like the man cave,
Lacey estimates TRAP has helped serve over 10,000 people at barbershops and pop-up medical tents across Los Angeles. He hopes to graduate by 2025 and take his program nationwide, ultimately pursuing a career in community psychiatry to keep helping people everywhere.
The vision for healthcare is that it should be accessible to everybody whenever they need it. That is where we should be headed. And I think the only way to do that is through organizing and by showing people that it can be done.
Good.
And it was a really fun day at the barbershop. I learned a lot about myself. I got a blood pressure check. It turns out I'm like 120/67, which is really good. Also learned I got a few gray hairs coming in, but the barbershop, of course, took care of that. Meanwhile, Jamil says he wants to continue his work, and as you heard in the piece, wants to establish his own barbershop where he can have health care right there, all part of a plan to continue bringing health care to his community, meeting them where they are. Back to you.
It's a special place for sure. Steve Patterson for us today. Deja vu for the U.S. rail industry. What new strike concerns might mean for your holiday gifts. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now, and we're following breaking news on NBC News Daily.
U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland has appointed a special counsel for Trump investigations. He will determine whether criminal charges should be filed against the former president. Former federal prosecutor Jack Smith is taking over the investigation of the classified documents found at Mar-a-Lago, as well as the president's actions, the former president's actions surrounding the Capitol riot.
The Mississippi man who stole a plane and threatened to crash it into a Walmart has died while awaiting trial. Officials say Corey Wayne Patterson was found unresponsive this week at a federal prison in Miami. Patterson, a former airport worker, was arrested back in September and was awaiting trial on charges for grand larceny and making terrorist threats.
Los Angeles County recommending that people wear masks again in all indoor public settings. Now, this comes as the COVID infection rate there has increased sharply in that county since the start of November. The new guidance is not a mandate, but health officials stress that masking is one of the best ways to protect yourself against the virus ahead of a possible winter surge.
A new wave of resignations at Twitter is prompting even more questions about the platform's future. More employees left after CEO Elon Musk's ultimatum saying his staff needed to pledge loyalty to his vision or leave. But those who are still there can't actually go into the office today. According to a company email obtained by CNBC, all Twitter buildings are temporarily closed through Monday. NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins has been closely following all of this, and I'm hoping you can explain some of what we're seeing here. What is going on, and why are the doors closed?
Yeah, I wish I had real clear answers for you, but we have a lot of suggestions from a lot of different people. By the way, the doors are allegedly going to reopen in a couple hours when when Elon says he's going to look at a code review for the remaining coders, and if you don't live nearby, it would be best if you flew in to San Francisco by 5 p.m. today.
Wait, did that just happen? Because earlier we thought it was closed till Monday, right?
That's what we all thought, but he sent an email earlier to staff saying that. And by the way, this is a very pared down engineering staff. This is a very pared down company at this point. So these are people who signed on to this hardcore vision, and yet he's still trying to sort of needle them as much as he possibly can.
And so we've seen all these, obviously the people who were laid off, and then all the resignations that we think have been happening. What's your understanding of the scope of the resignations and the impact all this is going to have on the tweets that we
actual Twitter.
the Twitter.
Yeah, a good example of this is, I'm sure you guys remember last week the chief information security officer left, right? Mm-hmm. That person's replacement just left as well. So we are in this phase of, it's unclear who runs what at the company. There's no comms department. There's nobody for us to call. Elon is sort of making decisions on the fly on Twitter. I don't know what this company's gonna look like in a couple days. Nobody does. But the best guess is, based on what we've seen so far, is there's just going to be less people working there than there was in the days before.
It doesn't make sense. I'm not a business person, but it doesn't make sense that would be a good business model.
It does not make sense that would be a good business model.
Which is why we're all scratching our heads.
Yep.
Right? But people are still on Twitter. People are still using it, right?
That's the thing. So here's
the platform's still functioning.
The platform's functioning. It's working as of right now. They have no income stream because all the advertisers have left, and they are not even accepting the $8 for the fake check marks anymore. So it's working for now. I don't know how long it can stand up.
Yeah.
All right, Ben Collins following it all for us. Thank you.
Well, for the second time in 2 months, rail workers are on the verge of a nationwide strike, and that could have serious implications for the economy. The major sticking point now is paid sick leave. Employees are asking for 7 days a year. Negotiations have broken down. We'll find out on Monday whether enough workers from the 2 largest rail labor unions vote to walk off the job in December. CNBC senior editor Lorianne LaRocca has been reporting on these developments and joins us now. So, Lorianne, back in September, the White House was really boasting about helping to avert a strike. What happened?
Well, they dropped the word tentative, and they never should have. When it comes to unions, you have to make sure that the men and women of the unions vote. And while, you had the leaders of those unions, the 2 largest, the SMART union and the BLET, which announced their vote on Monday, the members and the other members of these other unions had to vote. And so far, 3 unions have voted no, and there is indeed a strike date of December 5th.
So obviously the holidays are coming up, right? Do we have an understanding of how devastating a strike could be on the economy?
Yes. I mean, when you're looking at it, the American Association of Railroads has said $2 billion a day is the economic hit. When you're looking at other facets, UPS is actually the largest customer of the railroad. And so, you have a lot of just-in-time holiday packages that, of course, that are going to be on there. I have spoken with UPS, who said that they are going to flex their logistics model to make sure that those packages do get in. And then also, get this, the chemicals that go on the railroads, the chlorine that goes to make the semiconductor chips to purify our water, $2.8 billion a day of chemicals go on those rails, according to the American Chemistry Council. And so there really is a lot going here. But what I am told is that for every 3 days that you have a ramp down, because, they have to prep and scare down the rails prior to a strike, it takes about 1 day to turn things around. So it's going to be a wait and see. But as of right now, December 5th is a locked in strike date, unless, of course, Congress steps in.
All right, and we'll see if that happens. Lorianne LaRocca for us today. Lorianne, thank you.
More breaking news out of D.C. at this hour. The Biden administration has officially asked the Supreme Court to reinstate the president's student loan forgiveness plan.
Now, this program, which allows eligible borrowers to cancel up to $20,000 of debt, has been blocked since the appeals court issued that temporary hold last month. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba for more on this now. Monica, what is the Biden administration arguing now?
Well, essentially, the president and the education secretary, Miguel Cardona, have now responded during this lengthy legal back and forth to say that this program should be reinstated and it should continue and go forward, specifically because millions of Americans, they argue, are in economic limbo as a result of this. They don't know whether they're going to essentially have to pay these student loans going forward, whether this will have to be something that they have to plan for financially at the end of this year and over the holidays, or whether they are going to be able to enjoy debt forgiveness of, in some cases, $10,000 and up to $20,000 for Pell Grant recipients. So this has really gone from different court levels. Of course, it went all the way up to the Supreme Court. And we have seen a federal judge that did strike it down, then reinstated it. The appeals court disagreed. So we've seen a lot of different iterations of this. And the Biden administration is saying to the 6 states that have brought these oppositions, you need to now explain why. So the Supreme Court, essentially, that is the next step. And they have until Wednesday, November 23rd by the afternoon to do that. So this has really taken a lot of twists and turns. This is something that candidate Joe Biden campaigned on. He promised he would do, but it really now has been tied up in the courts. And again, we have to wait and see what the next response will be. But this does affect something like 40 million Americans in this country who are waiting to see and won't know and won't have an answer, Aaron and Kate, it seems, until a couple of weeks from now.
All right, NBC's Monica Alba for us today. Monica, thank you.
The future leaders of Congress may already be emerging less than 24 hours after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announced that she will not run for leadership again. Her replacement may have been found. I want to bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles now. Ryan, let's start with the Democrats, right? No Pelosi, no Maryland Congressman Steny Hoyer, who was the #2 leadership position for many, many years. He, too, said he's not going to go for a leadership role. So tell us more about lawmakers who are expected to throw their hats in for the various leadership positions.
Yeah, this is a seismic shift, Kate. We shouldn't understate it. You have these 3 leaders, and Pelosi, Hoyer, and Clyburn, who have been running the Democratic caucus for literally decades, and they have now, in the blink of an eye, handed over those responsibilities to a new generation of leaders. And it appears that Democrats have coalesced around 3 people to take that charge. Among them, Hakeem Jeffries, a congressman from New York City. He'd be the first African-American leader of any party in both the House and the Senate. Catherine Clark, she's slated to become the next Democratic whip. She's from Massachusetts. And then Pete Aguilar, who is set to become the conference chair. He from California in his mid-40s. And then Jim Clyburn is still going to stay in somewhat of a leadership role. It'll be more of an emeritus position. But those 3 that we first mentioned are going to be the ones in charge. Now, they still need to get through a leadership election process. That'll happen after Thanksgiving. But they seem to have the support of the most important players in all of this, including the outgoing leadership, and that includes Nancy Pelosi. And we're not hearing a lot of scuttle about potential challengers. So Democrats are doing their very best to keep everybody in line and stay singing from the same hymnal as they move into the next Congress, Kate.
And let's turn to Republicans, Ryan. So the nation's going to be have a divided government once again, right? The House will be controlled by Republicans. What do we know about their plans, their leadership, and their plans for what to do when they take control?
Well, they're not talking about passing much legislation, Kate, and there's a reason for that. They're not going to have a Republican Senate in order to work with, and they certainly aren't interested in working with the Democratic President Joe Biden. So they're going to use one of the other tools of Congress, and that is oversight. They plan on investigating everything from COVID origins to the Afghanistan withdrawal to, of course, Hunter Biden, the president's son. And they've made it clear that they also want to investigate Joe Biden himself. So that's what we can expect from the Republicans in the new year. Not much legislating, but a whole lot of investigating.
All right, NBC's Ryan Nobles there. Thank you.
Coming up, why so many physicians are feeling stressed and burned out and leaving their profession. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
So we're gearing up for the holidays, a lot of us celebrating with family and friends. But for those who might have lost someone or have someone missing around the table, it can be a tough time of year.
In today's mental health check, we are looking at how to manage feelings of grief during the holiday season. Joining us now is American Foundation for Suicide Prevention Healing and Loss volunteer, Laura Hughes. Laura, we appreciate you being here today.
Thank you for having me.
So this is a topic that we've been talking a little bit about. As we're getting around the holidays, it can be really hard to deal with grief if you've lost someone, particularly in the case of having lost someone to suicide. Can you talk a little bit about your story and your message for people who might have a similar situation to yours?
Sure. I lost my sister Allison in 2010, almost 13 years ago. It was really hard. It was devastating, and it was not something, I ever thought would happen to me or to my family. It happened to other people. And, I was definitely faced with knowing that I needed support, knowing that I was going to need to find a way to move forward, and how was that going to happen, and what did that look like? I eventually attended an International Survivor of Suicide Loss Day. My other sister had to pretty much drag me there. I felt it was going to be a place where there was a lot of sadness, and that's what my life was all about at that time.
What was it instead?
It was instead a welcoming, wonderful place where you were able to connect with other loss survivors. They shared their stories. You saw them in their journey. Some people were far out. Some people were new, just like I was. But such an acceptance of wow, they've been through this. Look at them. And, maybe I, too, will find that place someday.
That day is happening again tomorrow, by the way, on Saturday. Listen, I also have a personal loss. Actually, the same year that you lost your sister, my husband's father died by suicide. I've written about it a lot, talked about it a lot, but it doesn't make it any easier, right? It still hurts for me to even say that out loud. So I kind of know, in some ways, what you went through. I wonder what helped the most for people out there who haven't lost someone, but they might know someone right now who's going through grief. What do you recommend?
I think you have to have patience. I think that you definitely have to honor your feelings. It's difficult. You can even find sometimes that people around you might not even want to bring up the name of your loved one because they might be causing you pain. But instead, it's a moment, I think, to mention your loved one, honor your feelings, and recognize that you still can cry and remember and laugh. And it's so important to realize that they're not, they may not be in your life anymore, but they were such a big part of your life, It's very complicated. The grief is very complicated. There's a lot surrounding it. And so you just have to take it one step at a time and spend time with people that understand you.
Yeah. And I just want to mention there are like 300 events happening all over the country and world tomorrow. If you're interested in that, you can look that up under the American Foundation for Suicide.
Yep, AFSP.org.
Laura Hughes, we appreciate you being here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Okay.
And we want to let folks know, if you or someone you know is considering suicide, you can call the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988.
You've probably heard warnings of a triple-demic. We've talked about it a lot this winter. The risk of flu, COVID, and RSV viruses bringing a deluge of patients into the hospital. Yeah,
it's just one more worry for doctors, too, who are already feeling pretty burned out and stressed these days. Here's NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal.
The way I identify burnout in myself is the things that usually bring me joy kind of don't anymore.
Dr. Hani Chabo has been a primary care doctor for 6 years.
I absolutely love my job and I love being a doctor. But some days I know that when I'm burned out, I kind of lose that connection a little bit.
A majority of doctors around the world are experiencing stress and burnout, according to a survey from the Commonwealth Fund of more than 9,500 primary care physicians.
There was a time where I would come back every day and talk to my partner, and the first thing I would think about is, am I in the right career? For me, that was a very confusing time because I had spent, 12 years to reach where I am today.
In the U.S., 58% of primary care physicians reported their job was stressful, 54% reported emotional distress, and 44% were burned out. And those doctors say the quality of care became worse during the pandemic.
We know that, at least in the United States, primary care is a very difficult profession to pursue. It's undercompensated, overworked, underrespected. We need to pay primary care physicians adequately compared to specialty colleagues. We need to relieve them of the unrelenting workloads that they so often have, the hamster wheel of new patients every 15 minutes.
By 2034, the United States could have a shortage of up to 48,000 primary care physicians. And more than 1 in 4 who are leaving blame burnout. But most primary care physicians with emotional distress do not seek help. Dr. Chabo, he believes therapy made a huge difference.
I did seek therapy at that time, which was very helpful to me. I would say that was also one of the biggest things that saved me during that time.
He's the medical director of well-being at the Ridgecrest Regional Hospital in California. He's working on different projects aimed at improving culture, workflow, and team dynamics.
We tend to want to deal with it ourselves. We make the worst patients.
A good first step, acknowledging the problem.
We do normalize burnout a lot in healthcare. And I think one of the most helpful things is to talk about being burned out, share, be vulnerable. So if you have the energy and the motivation to be more involved in improving your environment so that burnout is less of a...
There's much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
As we look out over the latest city-turned crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, the feds have told New Jersey to tone it down after the state's Department of Transportation put up some especially sassy signs on the side of the highway. NBC News correspondent and New Jersey native Gary Grumbach is joining us now. Sassy in New Jersey isn't necessarily unusual, Gary, but talk to us about some of the messages that we saw on these signs and why the feds are telling them to take it down.
Yeah, the feds are saying forget about it, really. New Jersey is known for its snark and strong opinions on pork roll, pizza, and jug handles, and whether it's from the state's official Twitter account or from its firebrand politicians. But now the Federal Highway Administration is telling the New Jersey Department of Transportation to pump the brakes on some sassy digital road signs that lined the Garden State Parkway and the New Jersey Turnpike. Officials tell NBC News they were contacted this week to stop running messages that included hocus pocus, drive with focus, get your head out of your apps, drive safely, and we'll be blunt, don't drive high. Apparently, federal officials are concerned that these messages are more distracting than they are helpful. But the idea behind all of this, of course, is to get people to slow down and get off their phones while driving, because according to New Jersey State Police, fatal crashes are actually up this year compared to what they were last year. As of today, there have been 622 fatalities during traffic accidents on Jersey roads compared to 610 in all of last year. But these signs are not just native to the Garden State. Delaware and Pennsylvania began deploying similar signs back in 2017. There's no word yet on if they're being asked to change their roadside messages as well. Guys?
Yeah, I saw some in Virginia, too, when I lived down there. So they can be very effective, and good for you for being able to articulate very well on that one sign. Gary Grumbach for us today. Gary, thank you.
Well, there's more bad news for Ticketmaster, as if millions of angry Taylor Swift fans were not enough.
Yeah, according to the New York Times, the Justice Department has now opened an investigation into Ticketmaster's parent company, Live Nation Entertainment. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda is joining us now. She's been looking into this. So, Emily, what is the DOJ investigation focusing on?
So, as you guys mentioned, I should note that NBC News hasn't independently confirmed this. But what's really interesting is that this probe actually predates this week's meltdown on Ticketmaster. The DOJ, according to the New York Times, is really looking into Ticketmaster's parent company, Live Nation Entertainment, and whether or not it has abused its power over the music industry and whether it maintains a monopoly. This all comes as the live entertainment, as we've seen, has roared back to life. Concert tickets up some 37% compared to even pre-pandemic showings.
And we mentioned Taylor Swift. I still haven't gotten any tickets, just saying. Same. She weighed in today, though, finally. Yeah. She hadn't said anything about this whole Ticketmaster debacle.
Yeah, a lot of people have been waiting for this moment. She's clearly very upset. She even says she's pissed. She says that this outside entity, presumably, which is Ticketmaster, she asked them and told them, can you guys handle this demand? Asking them numerous times. They were assured. In a statement on Instagram, she wrote, "It's excruciating for me to watch mistakes happen with no recourse. It really pisses me off that a lot of them feel like they went through several bear attacks to get them," talking about the fans there. So I think the question on everyone's mind at this point is, will empty-handed Swifties still have an opportunity to get tickets? And I think the answer is perhaps. Taylor Swift says she's working to establish more opportunities to get in the same room as her fans. There's still no word on how many, if any, tickets remain, so a lot to wait and see.
She'd have to schedule more concerts, right?
I mean, it seems that way, but again, we
Presumably.
don't know exactly how many tickets are left again, if any, so wait and see.
Emily Ikeda, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Well, we are living in a Bill Nye renaissance.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe, but it's been nearly 30 years since his show, Bill Nye the Science Guy, premiered on TV.
And since then, he has been very busy with shows on Netflix and Peacock, a lot of other stuff, too. I sat down with Bill Nye over martinis for a new episode of my show, The Drink with Kate Snow. Take a look. When you were back doing Bill Nye the Science Guy, did you hope that you could bottle it and keep having influence on people in a positive way?
The objective of the Science Guy show, change the world.
Change the world. It was such a fun episode to shoot. You can watch our whole conversation. The Drink is always about how you got to where you are.
Yeah.
So it was all about, like, what was his journey to becoming Bill Nye the Science Guy? And you can watch all that on NBCnews.com/The Drink.
And to have such an impact, I mean, it's not just people know his name, they know science
and
now.
we talked about how all over the world, like, he was traveling recently and people were coming up from, like, Zimbabwe, like, Bill Nye, you know, they all know him.
Good stuff.
Crazy. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming 24/7 on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. Happy Friday. I'm Chuck Todd. We begin with the breaking news out of the Justice Department. In the wake of former President Trump formally announcing his 2024 candidacy on Tuesday, 72 hours later, Attorney General Merrick Garland announced the appointment of a special counsel to take over 2 criminal investigations he was overseeing that are tied to the former president. Those investigations include the criminal investigation into classified documents found at the former president's Florida residence at Mar-a-Lago, as well as what Garland called key aspects of the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Garland said that the special counsel would not be looking at anyone who was present at the Capitol during the riot, which of course Trump was not. This was about the lead up to the insurrection. Here's who will be leading these politically fraught investigations. His name's Jack Smith. He's a former federal prosecutor who now serves as a prosecutor at The Hague. But he'll begin in his new role as special counsel immediately, as soon as he gets home from The Hague. As I noted, Garland's announcement comes less than 72 hours, actually, after former President Trump announced his 3rd run for the White House, which Garland specifically cited as a key factor in his decision.
It is in the public interest to appoint a special prosecutor to independently manage an investigation and prosecution. Based on recent developments, including the former president's announcement that he is a candidate for president in the next election, and the sitting president's stated intention to be a candidate as well, I have concluded that it is in the public interest to appoint a special counsel.
In a statement released shortly after the special counsel's appointment, a spokesperson for former President Trump said, "This is totally expected political stunt by a feckless, politicized, weaponized Biden Department of Justice." So, not much of a statement there. This legal development for the former president comes as he faces a number of political headwinds, including a disappointing midterms last week and a lackluster presidential announcement this week. And it also comes as some Republicans are considering challenging Trump for the Republican Party's nomination. And that includes Trump's former Vice President Mike Pence, who I interviewed yesterday at the Reagan Library in Simi Valley, California, for the Sunday episode of Meet the Press. In our interview, I asked him to weigh in on this very issue of whether the former president committed a crime. Here was his answer.
Do you think the president committed a criminal act in fomenting the insurrection? Do you think a crime was committed?
Well, I don't know if it is criminal to listen to bad advice from lawyers. The truth is, what the president was repeating is what he was hearing from that gaggle of attorneys around him. And, you know, presidents, just as like all of us that have served in public life, you have to rely on your team. You have to rely on the credibility of the people around you. And so, you know, as time goes on, I hope we can move beyond this, beyond that prospect. And this is really a time when our country ought to be healing. And frankly, the Justice Department's actions have been exposed from during our administration, where FBI agents were advancing political agendas, falsifying records, using what came to be found out to be opposition research paid for by the Clinton campaign and the Democratic Party, the so-called dossier. And then this past summer, when we see the Justice Department execute a search warrant against the personal residence of a former president of the United States, I think the American people, I think the American people join me in hoping that we can move past this contention.
But is he above the law? I mean, if he violated the law, should he be held to the same standard that I would be held to?
Chuck, no one's above the law. But I would hope the Justice Department would give careful consideration before they take any additional steps in this matter.
There's a lot more on that answer in our back and forth on that. You'll see more of that on Sunday. But let's break down this. In fact, he was very direct against the Attorney General, thinking that there were ways to avoid a search warrant being executed there. We'll get more into that later. But to break all this down right now, I'm going to bring in Julia Ainsley. She covers the Department of Justice for us. Vaughn Hilliard has the latest reaction from Trump world. I'm also joined by former U.S. Attorney and an NBC News legal analyst, Carol Lamb. Julia, let's start with Jack Smith. Who is he?
Well, he's someone whose name might not be at the tip of the tongue of many people who would have been looking to try to find either a strong Republican or a strong Democrat, because not many people even know who he is. And so in that way, he kind of has a little bit of independence, just that he's not a name that a lot of people know. But he's someone who began his career in New York in the district attorney's office. He did move up through the Justice Department ranks. He was in the Eastern District of New York. He ended up in Tennessee, both appointed by Democratic presidents, Clinton and then Obama.
We don't have any record of him ever being appointed by a Republican to any.
No, he was acting U.S. Attorney in Tennessee in early 2017, so that would have been under Trump, but he did not stay on in that position. He was never formally appointed. So that's a good point. But most recently, he was appointed by the European Union to oversee war crime trials in The Hague, specifically related to Kosovo. So he has an international reputation, but I do think that's a good point, and that might be something that we see Republicans point out.
So clarify this. If this special counsel recommends charges, it's his call? It's no longer Merrick Garland's call?
Well, it's interesting. What Merrick Garland said today was that he has prosecutorial power. So I started thinking, is that different than Robert Mueller? But it will still be Merrick Garland at the helm. The Attorney General has the ultimate decision-making power throughout any U.S. Attorney's office to step in and decide to step into a case. But this will be his recommendation to Merrick Garland. And should he decide that the investigation turns into a prosecution and Merrick Garland disagrees, Merrick Garland would then have to explain that to Congress. If it does proceed into a prosecution, Jack Smith would oversee those prosecutions. It's a lot of power. I still do, though, have a question about whether or not he would do a full report like what we saw in the Mueller investigation that was so critical.
And these are two separate investigations. They don't overlap at all, do they?
They don't overlap, but you know what they have in common? They have Donald Trump in common. And there have been so many investigations we've talked about over the years where we've thought, but could Trump actually sidestep this? For example, Robert Mueller's investigation. We learned a lot about Russia's interference in the 2016 election, but Trump was not prosecuted as a result. But in these specific circumstances, it is the former president, now new candidate, who took those records to Mar-a-Lago, and it is the former president who's being investigated, resulting in January 6th. Merrick Garland was specific to say it has nothing to do with the people who went to the Capitol. Right. It is people who tried to stop the certification of the election, which in this case could be former President Trump.
Since the former president was telegraphing his likely announcement, and we know for a long time there were some that had recommended a special counsel from the beginning, and Merrick Garland had dismissed that for quite some time. Considering the speed with which he found somebody to take this, one assumes he's been thinking about this for weeks.
Yeah, perhaps that he was waiting to see this announcement and that would be the triggering point, that he didn't see it as necessary for a current sitting administration to be investigating a former president. You might not need a special counsel for that, but for someone investigating a new candidate, he might see that being the time. And we're seeing that reaction from the Trump world now, that they are very fired up about this, saying, look, it must be the timing. But Garland was very transparent. Of course it's the timing of that announcement.
And the only thing that made sense for Trump's announcement, this is a terrible idea politically for him. It doesn't even make any sense financially from a campaign finance. He's actually making it harder for him to use money, his super PAC money. This only motivation was to try to disrupt Garland's investigation, it seems like.
Yeah, you mean to make that announcement when he did so early. Yeah, I mean, that could very much be part of the case, that if you're trying to do the math and figure out when you might be indicted and when you should announce, I guess those are the considerations you take into account. But yeah, we can see, too, that it's hard for them to split this narrative that they would be upset about a special counsel being appointed when they control the Justice Department, but they're also upset about a special counsel being appointed when their opponent does.
Right. With Trump world, the simplest explanation is always the answer. Let me go to Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, I know we got a statement from them, but in some ways, this is exactly what they expected, right? This is what Trump, I guess, wanted, or at least wanted to force the Justice Department's hand by announcing quickly.
Right, and actually he just talked with Fox News just a bit ago. They posted an article online in which, to what you and Julie were just talking about, he explicitly said, quote, "I announce and they appoint a special prosecutor," essentially making the case that one caused the other. This is a moment, though, where he is going to yet again work to make himself a political martyr here. We heard him the other night at his announcement speech there at Mar-a-Lago refer to himself as a victim, the focus point of investigations, and let's be clear here. He is going to try to use this for political purposes. As one of the other quotes that he delivered to Fox News was, quote, "The Republican Party has to stand up and fight." This is a way in which he has been able to consolidate power quite effectively in the past. Of course, back in August, when the search warrant was executed at Mar-a-Lago, you heard the likes of Rick Scott and Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, as well as House members from Jim Jordan to Marjorie Taylor Greene come out in strong defense, even per your conversation there with the former vice president. Even Mike Pence issued a statement at the time, and just here today, Mike Pence is now calling into question the Department of Justice's decision to go through with that search warrant execution. This is Donald Trump, who is trying to use these investigations as a means to justify his political relevance, and for a great share of this Republican Party electorate, it's worked in the past, and the hope for Donald Trump is that it works again, because it could lead to another Republican nomination for president.
Yeah, look, the whole, like I said, the only thing that made sense about his announcement was trying to force the Justice Department's hand legally. Because Vaughn, is there any plans to travel? Is there any rally on the books? Does he have more than 3 endorsements from members of Congress? It's the strangest rollout of an presidential announcement I've ever seen, which is why it feels as if the only motivation was this legal issue.
He has nothing on the books at this point. I pressed multiple advisors to Donald Trump when I was down in West Palm Beach here this week about whether they would be even traveling to Georgia ahead of the December 6th runoff. And the answer was, we've got nothing quite yet on the books. And there's questions about whether he'd be willing to put his own political capital on the line yet again for Herschel Walker. If you walk into Georgia here in the final 3 weeks and throw up a loss, it calls into question for the Republican electorate, one that may even be sympathetic to your role in these investigations and maybe even feels like you are a political target. But as soon as you are losing elections consistently, that is when you're talking about the power at play here, as individuals in the Republican Party are trying to choose who their nominee is going to be. They can believe you're a political martyr and the subject of unfair investigations. But if you're losing elections, that could make you more volatile to an uprising within your own party.
Well, look, the important thing you noted was this has worked for him in the past. Let's see if this works for him after the beating him and his candidates took in the midterms. And I think that's an open question. Let me bring in Carol Lamb here. So, Carol, in the timing of the special counsel, there were people that thought he should have named a special counsel almost from the get-go, just because of how fraught. You knew Trump was a possible candidate anyway. But it's pretty clear that he wanted to wait till he felt like he had to, till he was an announced candidate. Would you have done it any differently?
I don't think I would have done it any differently, Chuck, because I think that Merrick Garland knows that the way the special counsel statute is written now, it's not like the old independent counsel statute. Merrick Garland knows that at the end of the day, he still retains ultimate decision-making authority over whether charges are brought against the former president. And so to jump through the hoops of doing a special counsel, which involves a whole different set of parameters, it changes everybody's positions on the prosecutorial team. He didn't think it was necessarily important to do that while the former president was just the former president. But you are absolutely right. By announcing himself to be a candidate for the presidency, he forced Merrick Garland's hand. There's no way that Merrick Garland could continue in this investigation as an appointee of President Biden and still maintain any appearance of not having a conflict of interest. So he forced his hand. Merrick Garland, remember, has never officially said that Donald Trump is actually a target of the investigations, but this makes it very, very clear that he is.
So, Carol, I'm sure you've had to take over a case in the middle of a case in the past. What kind of, how much, it's inevitable there's a delay. How much of a delay?
There is a delay in one sense, in that the person now, Jack Smith, has to get caught up on all of the facts, but there's still a lot of work to do. An investigation is never really completed. Things keep happening even as you're investigating. So Jack Smith, with his experience, he knows how to get caught up on facts very, very quickly. He knows how to ask all the right questions. And let me emphasize that his prior experience as the chief of public integrity at the Department of Justice is so important, because they are the unit that investigates politicians who are being accused of doing corrupt things. And that means he has the experience to understand what it means to do a criminal investigation in a very political atmosphere. So a lot of human judgment has to occur here. It's not going to take him that long to get caught up, and the investigation still has a ways to go.
To me, the most difficult part of getting somebody to do this, if you're Merrick Garland, is look at what Trump did to Robert Mueller, and look at the public attacks that he was able to surface against Robert Mueller. How do you prepare Jack Smith for this?
Well, look at Jack Smith's history. Look at the kinds of things that he's done. You don't go and live overseas to prosecute international cases in the international criminal courts because you're afraid of high-profile or difficult cases. There are people who serve the public in this manner, and we should be very grateful to them for being willing to do it.
Carol Lamb, former U.S. Attorney, Julia Ainsley, Justice correspondent, and Vaughn Hilliard covering the Trump world for us. Thank you all for getting us started. We should note the White House is currently holding its daily briefing right now, and Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said moments ago that the White House was not given a heads up by the Justice Department that it was appointing a special counsel, that they learned the way we learned. Up next, at a time when Donald Trump's political power is arguably at its weakest ever, why are Republicans still acting like he's as strong as ever? Plus, House Democrats usher in a new era with a major shakeup in leadership. I'm going to talk to Congressman Jim Clyburn, the only member of Pelosi's top leadership team who wants to stay in the leadership team. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis.
a daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. As we've said, the DOJ's announcement today that it's naming a special counsel comes after former President Trump announced his run for president earlier this week, the fallout of which was probably not what Trump had hoped for. Not much buzz, no big name endorsements, no fat campaign checks. What we have seen are multiple stories of prominent Republican donors who fueled his last two presidential runs, passing on him. And yet Republicans, even some presidential hopefuls, who are going to have to defeat him in a primary, still seem afraid of distancing themselves too much from the former president. House Republicans, whose narrow majority can arguably be blamed, at least in part, on voters' clear dislike of Trump, are going full steam ahead with some of Trump's priorities. Republicans in the House Judiciary Committee today telegraphed potential investigations into the border and the Justice Department's handling of the Mar-a-Lago probe. And that comes after yesterday, the two Republican congressmen who are in line to chair the House Oversight and House Judiciary Committees held a press conference to announce an investigation into Hunter Biden, an action ripped straight from Mr. Trump's 2020 campaign playbook. And despite their narrow majority in the House, and despite being rejected by voters in toss-up districts, Republicans seem to be proceeding as if they flipped 50 seats last week. Earlier this week, Republican leader and Speaker hopeful Kevin McCarthy said as much.
The one thing I know in Washington, they don't hand the gavels out in small, medium, and large size. It's one size gavel with the ability to subpoena and hold this government accountable, secure this border, fight to make us energy independent, give parents a say in their kids' education, and actually look what the DOJ is doing, what the DHS is doing, and others. And that's exactly what we're going to do.
Well, joining me now is someone who used to be a member of the House Republican Conference. It's former Florida Congressman Francis Rooney. Congressman, it is good to see you. You know, I'm hearing Kevin McCarthy and Jim Jordan and James Comer talk about what they want to do, and I'm thinking, are House Republicans in 2022 about to go down the same road as House Republicans of 2010? And all that did was help Barack Obama win re-election in 2012. And with a focus, you know, sort of not in that direction that might have helped them actually win all of the corners of power in 2012. What do you see in these first few days?
Well, it's not super encouraging. For the asymmetry that you described is not super encouraging, that while Trump buried us with these elections, so many people are still currying favor and hiding under Trump's penumbra. And I don't see the value in that. And to keep hearkening back on the past, you know, I think Hunter Biden probably has done some bad things from what I've read. But the American people want solutions to inflation, to our loss of stature in the world when the people won't even call the president back like MBS. I think they want stability. They want oil prices to go down, but they have to go down through the free market, not through ridiculous outreaches like the Biden administration has perpetrated, Saudi Arabia and Venezuela. But the American people want solutions, not treading back on the past.
I'm just curious, because right now, look, I get the pressure Kevin McCarthy's under. He's trying to get to 218, and it's his right flank that is essentially holding their votes as leverage over him. But the majority was made by Republicans who distanced themselves from Trump, who won on issues like crime, education, inflation, energy, places like New York, Oregon, California, very blue areas. In fact, you can make an argument that the majority was made in districts that Biden carried. When do you expect those members to put the same pressure on McCarthy that the right flank is doing?
Well, they should, because what you're saying is absolutely correct. The world has moved beyond Trump, but there are a certain number of very conservative Republicans who don't seem to have that figured out yet.
Well, let me ask you this, because you were a member of Congress and you saw the Trump effect. The people that show up at your town hall meetings are closer to the base than necessarily the people that provide the 50% plus one to win a general election. My point is, I wonder how many members of Congress are only hearing from the constituents that show up to the meetings, and those that show up are usually the Trump supporters.
Well, my district was a little different because it's R plus God knows what, 16 or something, and some very conservative people who were not happy with me being the first Republican to break from Trump, something which I'm quite proud of right now.
Well, so you understand what some of these folks, I mean, that, you know, you are willing to put your political career on the line to do that. You know many of your former colleagues will not.
Well, see, now that highlights a problem with the entire operation of Congress. For most of these people, it's the best job they'll ever get.
Yeah. Oh, looks like you froze there for a second. Yep. Sorry, your last comment froze there for a second.
Well, I
you were saying the best job
the
they ever got. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, it's the best job they'll ever get, and they cling like a barnacle to a piling to hold on to it instead of trying to serve the people and do the best for our country. The forefathers never would have assumed we would need term limits because no one wanted to serve that long anyway.
And is that what you think is the only solution at this point?
I think it could be one of the solutions.
Mm-hmm.
I think return of the fairness doctrine, if you could figure out how to do it in the digital era, would be a good thing. And I think getting rid of these gerrymandered districts, both sides, would be good. So that the contest is in the general, not the primary.
I want to talk a little bit quickly on 2024. I spoke with the vice president, former vice president, for quite some time yesterday at the Reagan Library. And his basic pitch is going to be, if you like what we did in the Trump-Pence administration, but you're looking for new leadership, why don't you give me a shot? Is that something that can win a Republican primary in your view?
I think it could be, but it might not be him. Could be him. But I've heard the same thing about Governor Youngkin and about Governor DeSantis, that you can get the same good Republican policies without the baggage of Trump. And I think people want that.
And how do you talk them into getting into this race if it means being subject to Donald Trump attacks?
I think those guys are pretty tough guys, okay? Ron has proven his mettle many times in Florida, and Governor Youngkin was chairman of Carlisle. That's a pretty big job. He's probably plenty used to controversy and difficult situations.
Is there anything Donald Trump could do to win you back? I'm just curious. Or is he, to you, in your mind, forever severed his ability to lead?
No, I wouldn't be for him. I think, first of all, I think any decent Republican would have done most of the things he did. Mm-hmm. I don't particularly consider the Abraham Accords a great foreign policy victory, overturning 70 years of stable two-state policy. I think it was reckless. Mm-hmm. The economic stuff he did, any Republican would have done. So I think we just need a new Republican.
Congressman Francis Rooney, former Republican congressman from Florida. Good to see you. Thanks for coming on and sharing your perspective with us.
Thank you, Chuck.
All right. Up next, my one-on-one interview with current Majority Whip, Democratic Congressman Jim Clyburn, on the future of his party and why he wants to seek another term in House leadership. He joins me live after this.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training was it? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome back. As we mentioned earlier, the investigation into former President Trump's role in the events leading up to the January 6th attack is part of what the newly appointed special counsel for Trump investigations will be looking into. In my interview with the former Vice President, Mike Pence, I asked him about January 6th and the part Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, played that day. Mr. Pence had some strong words about how Meadows, a founding member of the House Freedom Caucus, handled who had access to the president. Take a listen. You praised John Kelly for how he managed that Oval Office and managed who came in out of it. How much of what happened on January 6th is on the hands of Mark Meadows?
The president's got to rely on his senior team. The term gatekeeper sounds offensive to the American mind. You think of open government and access, but what General John Kelly did when he became White House Chief of Staff, and what frankly all the best White House Chiefs of Staff have done throughout history, is make sure that the only people that get into the Oval Office are people that have the credibility to be there. And make sure that the president understands what they're coming to talk about, so he's in a position to be able to make the decisions that only a president can make. And General Kelly created that order, and sadly, when he left, Mick Mulvaney, I think, did his level best as an interim chief of staff to bring that about. But I was disappointed in Mark Meadows' performance as chief of staff, particularly at the end. But from very early on, when it was clear that he had talked the president out of White House coronavirus press briefings, and in a very real sense, I think his tenure as chief of staff did not serve the president well.
It sounds like it's not just on January 6th. Are you saying that a lot of the COVID misinformation that sometimes came out of President Trump's mouth was due to Mark Meadows' lack of gatekeeping?
Well, let's talk about COVID. I have some great chapters.
No, I do want to talk about that,
so
and I plan on it, but I want to ask you about Meadows specifically. Was he a bad gatekeeper then, too?
Well, no, I've always believed that in a public health emergency, more is more when it comes to information.
Joining me now for our panel, Jake Sermon, co-founder of Punchbowl News, Eugene Robinson, Washington Post columnist, and Danielle Pletka, senior fellow of the American Enterprise Institute. All three are NBC News political contributors. Jake, you've covered Mark Meadows basically from the beginning of his, backbench congressman trying to be influential with the Freedom Caucus, stumbling into being chief of staff. For Mike Pence, that's a strong critique.
Yeah, when Mark Meadows was named to be chief of staff to President Trump, I can't tell you how many Republicans in Congress said this would be a train wreck. And this was before COVID, probably the most delicate emergency.
Well, it was about 2 weeks before COVID, if I remember.
But the rumbling started earlier than that. During a public health emergency, as the former vice president said, you need to be clear, you need to be concise. Good information is key. Mark Meadows trafficked in conspiracy theories for as long as I've known him, and I've known him since he's been in Congress, or from his beginning of his political career. He was disorganized. He shifted from ask to ask on Capitol Hill. This was somebody who was, by the way, I'll just take issue with one thing that Pence said. He said he didn't serve the president well. That might be true from Pence's point of view, but Trump, he did exactly what Trump wanted.
Thank you. And that's the point I was going to make. Yes. This happens all the time with Trump, Danny, where
Everybody wants to protect Trump. Oh, poor Trump, he was given bad advice, or there was bad lawyers. Or, isn't Trump the one to pick the bad lawyers? Isn't Trump the one that picks Mark Meadows?
I'm gonna say something. I'm not quite as calm as Mike Pence, but I learned when I came to Washington that people who have bad staff are not great people. They have them.
They attract each other, is what you're saying?
You hear it on the Hill all the time. Oh, so-and-so, Senator so-and-so, he's just a good man. But that staffer of his, that's a jackass. And they're like, no, he's his jackass. and that's the Trump story, from soup to nuts.
I will say on Capitol Hill, I'm sorry, Gene, but I just want to get this one point in. We always have this discussion, is it the staffer? And then my colleague John Bresnahan always says to me, at some point, the staffer was hired by a member of Congress, and nothing that he or she does is divorced from the person.
The staffer is doing what the principal wants. I mean, that's basically that's why they keep the staffer in place. And I mean, the other thing Meadows did we've learned from the January 6th committee and from what we've heard is kind of tell everybody what they wanted to hear and give them the impression that he was on their side. And that's, no. I mean, not for a chief of staff at the White House. No, you can't do that.
But there's another important point here. Being a member of Congress is terrible preparation to do any kind of governance. It just is. You have staff. You're engaged in tweeting, you're engaged in showmanship, you're not even engaged anymore in passing bills. We talk about this all the time. Right. And then you go and get a real job, like chief of staff to the president of the... It is work. You are keeping the trains running on time. And he didn't have any idea what he was doing.
And Meadows' biggest flaw as a human being is that he is constantly seeking people's approval. Exactly. And I found that all the time, even with Democrats. He would always say, I'm on his side.
Well, it feels like he had some chip. And look, we all have a chip that drives us.
I have a giant one.
Right. Yeah. I do too. I have multiple chips, so I'm not going to. We all have them. But it seems like he was always concerned he didn't belong, and he wanted to prove that he did. But so then any approval, he sort of almost ran towards.
And it was especially acute during the Trump era, where the entire Republican Party's existence was based on pleasing him.
All right, the special counsel. This feels like Garland was damned if he did, damned if he didn't.
Yeah, I think, I would be surprised if Garland hadn't decided this well in advance, that this is what he was going to do if it looked like Trump's going to run, Biden says he's going to run.
Do you think at all he should have just done this from the get-go? I mean, I was wondering why he didn't do it from the get-go. Well, just got it out of his hands, but I understand, prosecutors don't like to do that.
No, they don't like to do that. And you're Attorney General. You want to be in control. You want, it's your show and your shop, and you want to take responsibility and you want to do it. But in retrospect, maybe you should have.
Danny, I guess the question is, can Trump weaponize this to his benefit? And what I'm curious about is there fatigue in the party? We know there's fatigue in the party to him. Is there fatigue in his base to this, right? And I think we don't know yet.
I think we have no idea. Look, we see the polls that have come out since the election where he has done significantly worse than he did prior to the election. I think also people do get sick and tired of someone who complains constantly about the people who are out to get him. At the end of the day, if you're voting for somebody, yes, I understand, people might believe the conspiracies. They might believe he actually is persecuted. In some instances, he genuinely was persecuted. But if that's all you're about, if every day all you do is whine to the American people about how evil Joe Biden is out to get you, you're going to lose out to the younger, hotter candidates.
Yeah.
I will say, but
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
No, I'm not. Look,
sorry, but
you think this could boomerang to his benefit?
Well, I think it pumps up a shrinking base or a shrunken base.
Well, that's it. Pumps up a shrinking base.
Exactly. But for the base, I think it definitely pumps them up. I think it cements their
I can't wait for his first rally
they have with Trump.
I'm curious if he can fill an amphitheater these days.
But I will say my former boss at Politico, John Harris, who you all know, wrote a really good column this morning basically saying it doesn't look like Trump's having fun anymore. Like, when he first ran, there was despite all the disgusting things and false things that he said, there was certainly an element of, man, this guy is having fun in what he's doing.
He was a happy warrior.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you compare him to Ron DeSantis right now, if you're a Republican voter, I don't know. My crystal ball's always wrong. So DeSantis looks like he's having much more fun than Donald Trump, whose campaign rallies are just full of not lighthearted grievances, heavy-hearted grievances.
Look,
he's exhausting.
If it's true that Trump can no longer fill an amphitheater, then no fun. You know, we can start writing the obit. But if he can, watch him in front of a full house.
No, I do
he
think
will have fun.
Look, the Republican elites, the conservative media have tried to dump Trump before, only for the voters to say, and Rupert Murdoch to say, okay. You know, right, Danny?
But they haven't had a choice. And they really haven't. I mean, Trump really successfully diminished everyone around him. We still can say, what did he call Marco Rubio? What did he call him?
Little Marco.
Right?
Little Marco.
We could, you know, what did he call Jeb Bush?
Right. Exactly. You're right. We know all the nicknames. Right.
But you know, the sad, Rhonda sanctimonious, it just smacks of sort of being kind of lazy and old, and that really weird racist Glenn Youngkin attack. So,
We got a nose counter here from Capitol Hill. Kevin McCarthy, the path to 218. Is Nancy Pelosi's absence actually make it even more difficult?
Well, two different thoughts here. For him to get to 218 on the speaker vote, he has about let's say the majority's at 221, which is where it seems like it'll be, 221 or 222. So that gives him a 3-vote majority to get the
Okay, so there's Gates, Biggs,
and Bob Good, and Ken Buck, and
you just got more than
Matt Rosendale from Montana. All of these folks have expressed some level of discomfort. A few different thoughts here. Number one, you're starting to see the Trump-aligned conservatives, people who don't like Kevin McCarthy, come out for McCarthy, saying, like, what is your plan here? What are you doing otherwise? And, you know, show me why he shouldn't be speaker. He's the only one who's close to 218. We'll see if that's important. If there's no other alternative and the House can't gavel into session, because, by the way, there are other people, not conservatives, who say Kevin's the only person I will vote for. Moderates who say that. Right. So there's push and pull here. I think and that should be kept in mind. If he is speaker, which I don't know if he will be, but let's just play the game that he is speaker, it will be more difficult for him to pass bills without Nancy Pelosi in the House on the things that need to get done to govern. Because Nancy Pelosi, love her or hate her, is the most effective legislative politician of our lifetime.
And she would corral her
for Joe Biden, not for Kevin McCarthy.
Right. Her cranky progressives. She'll figure out how to get them.
That's right.
Kevin McCarthy may not have that kind of power.
He will not.
Right. Jake, thank you. Danny and Jake, good to see you both. After the break, the future of the Democratic Party with Majority Whip Jim Clyburn and why he just launched his bid to remain in House leadership. Our interview is next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods. What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it. This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Leslie?
Welcome back. New York Congressman Hakeem Jeffries announced his bid officially earlier today to replace Speaker Nancy Pelosi as the leader of the Democratic caucus. If successful, Jeffries would be the first black party leader in congressional history. And as we celebrate 75 years of Meet the Press, we are diving into our archives and remembering some barrier-breaking moments throughout our history, including Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, who in 1968 became the first African-American woman to be elected to Congress. And in 1972, Congresswoman Chisholm appeared on Meet the Press as she was exploring a history-making White House bid. Take a listen.
I think you have to recognize, first of all, gentlemen, you have to really recognize that I'm doing something in this country that's never really been done before. It's a question of inculcation, reorientation, and education. Never before in this country, ever since the inception of the Republic, have you had a woman seriously running for the presidency. I'm not talking about someone nominating someone at the convention as a mere gesture of symbolism and tokenism. I'm talking about someone that has been going out in the highways and byways for the past 7.5 months and saying to the American people that if indeed this is a multifaceted society, that Mrs. Chisholm also can be considered a person that can run for the presidency of this country. I was breaking a tradition in which only white males have only been the gentlemen in this country that have guided the ship of state. So you don't expect people, black, white, men, or women, to suddenly overcome a tradition that has been steeped ever since the inception of this republic. So I understand that. I've broken the ice.
Shirley Chisholm there from Meet the Press 1972. I'm joined now by House Democratic Whip Jim Clyburn, who's right now the #3 leader in the Democratic caucus, and he's thrown his support behind the next generation of leaders and has also announced his bid for Assistant Democratic Leader today. Congressman Clyburn, it is good to see you.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, I want to start with just your reaction to the ascension, or the likely ascension, nothing is official yet, of Hakeem Jeffries, and what that means to you.
It means a whole lot to me. I, as you know, was born and raised here in South Carolina. I've been working all of my life, starting out way back as a teenager, trying to make sure that I do the kinds of things that need to be done to build a foundation upon young African Americans can stand. And I see Hakeem Jeffries as someone ready to stand upon that foundation and to move all of our efforts to higher heights. And that's why I'm supporting him. I'm supporting this team of leaders.
Yeah.
We have a white woman running for whip, a job that I enjoyed and I think she is fantastic for, and a Latina running for chair of our caucus. They will be the triumvirate that hopefully will take us back to the majority in 2024. And I'm supporting them.
Well, you're not retiring anytime soon. I know that. Tell me why you want to
continue to stay in leadership in the capacity that you plan to run on?
Well, you know, I grew up in the parsonage. My father was a fundamentalist minister, and I am guided in life by Scripture. And of course, the young is called to do the work because they have the strength to do it. The old, because of the knowledge and experience and all of that. And I've talked with these leaders, and we want to have a smooth, evolutionary transition to the future. We don't want anything to be so abrupt so as not to bring along all the forces that need to be. And I have been a bridge builder all of my life, and all of this is building a bridge to the future.
By running, Joe Neguse had this position. He was going to run for it. Is it somebody that you'd like to see him to run for another position? Or is this more about helping out the top three?
Well, I think a lot of this is supposition. Joe Neguse is one of the people that I have mentored. I have worked very closely with him. I spent a lot of time with Joe Neguse on yesterday and the day before. And we have worked on a process that we think will allow us to be successful and to bring all the elements together and to keep all the elements involved in the process. And I'm doing all I can to this assistant Joe Neguse, Joyce Beatty, and others who are pursuing a future in our party. And I'm here to do what I can to help them.
I'm going to get your take on Kevin McCarthy and Steve Scalise. If they are speaker and leader and trying to corral, you've being whip, I assume every once in a while you worked with Scalise and his team. Are they going to be able to govern? Is this going to be a Congress that's going to be able to get the basics done?
Well, I don't know whether they will. I know that they can. All it takes is to be willing to respect everybody's input. The fact of the matter is, we had at one point 221 when I was whipping, so the same number that seemed to be projected for them. We've also had 222, but there's a big difference in having 232 and 222. If you got 222, you had better pay attention to everybody's needs, everybody's aspirations, and try to move the country along. We cannot have all this acrimony, all of these investigations, all of this name calling. We should be about what is of interest to the American people. What do we do to keep this great country on its pursuit of a more perfect union? And you cannot do that if you give in to the edges. Bring this country together. And we can do it. Whether or not they will, I don't know.
And like I said, you know this Republican leadership team as well as you can, being in the position you've been in. How would you advise President Biden to figure out, look, you got to do some things together. They ran on something, they ran on energy. Let's look at the issues they ran on to win their majority: energy, crime, and the economy. What would you advise President Biden to work with House Republicans on?
Well, he's been working with House Republicans. We didn't get any of their votes for our Rescue Act because they were still in the campaign mode. Remember, the Rescue Act passed 6 weeks into administration and just about 2 months after the insurrection. But we did get bipartisan support for the infrastructure bill. We got bipartisan support for the CHIPS and Science Act. And we should have had bipartisan support for the Inflation Reduction Act. And, of course, we got bipartisan support for the PAC Act to take care of our veterans. So out of the 5 major bills we passed, we had bipartisan support for 3 of them. So Joe Biden has been doing exactly what he needs to do. He has expressed an interest in reaching across party lines on every piece of legislation. And I think that that's what paid off at the polls. People love Joe Biden's his approach as well as his agenda. And I think he'll keep doing the same thing, keep the lines of communication open, but don't engage in the name calling and allowing the presidency to devolve to the point that it was in the previous administration.
Congressman Jim Clyburn, Democrat from South Carolina, on current number 3 in Democratic leadership. Really appreciate you coming on, sharing your perspective. Have a
Thank you very much for having me.
Good Thanksgiving break. Still to come, what is going on inside Twitter? Will it survive the Thanksgiving holiday? Major turmoil and a mass exodus at the social media giant after Elon Musk's takeover. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Welcome back. Twitter's tumultuous month has gotten even messier in the last 24 hours, with the company closing all of its offices until Monday amid another wave of employee resignations. The departures came after owner Elon Musk gave an ultimatum to employees to commit to hardcore work in an environment or resign. Well, that has fueled speculation, including on Twitter itself, that the social media company could be on the brink of collapse. I'm joined now by NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins. And Ben, it seems like every 30 minutes, Elon Musk throws something at Twitter that's still operating, still functional. Maybe it's a driverless car that we're waiting for it to see what happens when it runs out of gas. But what's happening here, and is this really about to truly collapse?
Yeah, so another 1,200 or so employees left. This was a company that had 7,500 employees last month, and now it's down to somewhere around 1,000. We don't know if it's more or less than that.
Because he had laid off half the staff, right? Go through the math for us a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then today, even though these offices are supposed to be closed, he said, everybody come to the 10th floor today at one of these offices. And if you're not in town, you should think about taking a flight here by 2 p.m. He sent that email at 8:30 a.m. So this guy doesn't really want these people working here anymore. It's pretty clear, but he's pretty clear about that point. What he wants the site to do is kind of unclear. He keeps talking about a hardcore work environment in Twitter 2.0, but he doesn't really have a plan. He's reneged on his first major initiative after it crashed and burned, which was these verified check marks. I don't know where this is going, but I think the generous word would be mercurial for Elon, or I don't know where he is.
Where's Jack Dorsey in all this? I mean, his fingerprints are more on this than maybe he wants to admit.
Yeah, he's creating a separate service called Blue Sky, which could effectively replace Twitter and a bunch of other things. And he endorsed the concept of Elon doing this stuff and bringing the light of consciousness and all this other stuff that he was saying into the world. But he's nowhere to be found right now. You know, Elon is doing something by himself here with the help of a bunch of VC friends in Silicon Valley. The average user is not really in his mind right now.
I think about Sam Bankman-Fried, and I think about Elon Musk and Jack Dorsey. Man, who are these guys? And is this an emperor has no clothes moment?
Yeah, I think it is for a lot of these tech people who think they can run anything. Maybe they did one thing right, they think they can run anything. In this case, it's just not working out at Twitter as it was supposed to. And, you know, Sam Bankman-Fried was selling imaginary money, so it's hard to, like, that's a whole different situation, but it's still an emperor wears no clothes situation.
Is there any emergency exit ramp for Elon, selling it to Google, selling it, Twitter to parts to Amazon?
He could do it. I think it would be smart to do it, but I think the ego is in the way of the money-making operation here.
Ben Collins, sadly I'm out of time, but I'm not out of questions. Appreciate the few minutes you gave me there. And thank you all for being with us this hour. We'll be back Monday with more Meet the Press Now. And as we've mentioned, you can catch my entire interview with the former Vice President Mike Pence on Meet the Press this Sunday on your local NBC News station. Don't miss it. Trust me, he has not said things to anybody else that he has said to us that you'll see Sunday. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air tonight with that breaking news from the Attorney General naming a special counsel to oversee two big investigations into former President Trump, saying it's partly because of Mr. Trump's announcement earlier this week that he will run for office come 2024. We'll talk about who this special counsel is, what he's got on his plate, and Mr. Trump's reaction. Spoiler, he's over it. Plus, a possibly historic snowstorm in the New York area now turning deadly. We'll take you live to Buffalo, where they could see up to 5 feet of snow. And Taylor Swift finally breaking her silence, saying she's not the problem, Ticketmaster is. With reports tonight, the Justice Department is looking into Ticketmaster's parent company. We'll explain. Then, in tonight's original, we know how hard it's been for kids and families dealing with RSV, the flu, COVID. Now doctors are feeling the burnout, too. We'll tell you what they're saying about being on the front lines of these health crises. And leave your beer mugs at home, folks, because there will be no pints at the World Cup stadiums this year. The latest controversy around one of the world's biggest sports events and why it's raising questions that go well beyond beer in Qatar. Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight you've got a new special counsel appointed who will now handle these parallel investigations into former president and now presidential candidate Donald Trump for his handling of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago and his actions up to and around January 6th. Who is this special counsel? You are looking at him, this guy at the center of the political universe tonight, Jack Smith. You see his resume. He's got a lot of experience as a prosecutor. He most recently has been overseas to investigate war crimes in Kosovo. He led the DOJ's public integrity section, too. That's interesting because that's like the public corruption investigation section of the DOJ. And in his statement today, the Attorney General said that because his boss, President Biden, is thinking about running for re-election and because Mr. Trump has already decided to run, that this special counsel is the best option for what he called extraordinary circumstances.
It is in the public interest to appoint a special prosecutor to independently manage an investigation and prosecution. Such an appointment underscores the department's commitment to both independence and accountability in particularly sensitive matters.
So what does Donald Trump think about all this? You will not be shocked to hear that he is not super psyched, right? He thinks it's unfair. He thinks it's political. He's telling Fox News he's not going to go through this anymore and saying he hopes Republicans have the courage to fight it. But they kind of can't fight a special counsel. We'll get more on that in just a second with Vaughn Hilliard. But I want to start with Ryan Riley, who's covering all things DOJ for us. And Ryan, we know the backdrop to this, right? Which is, and the bottom line here is, Merrick Garland is looking to put some space, put a little distance between himself and these investigations into a former president, because the DOJ wants to make sure that this is perceived and is a non-political investigation, right? They don't think this is a partisan investigation. They want to make clear that that's the case. Obviously, Trump world doesn't agree with that, but that's why this move happened in the first place.
That's right, and it happened in very quick succession. You know, it was only a few days ago that Donald Trump announced his run for president in 2024, and already we have this special counsel appointed. But I think it speaks to Merrick Garland's desire to really create this sort of carve-out to make sure that this isn't seen as political. Because, of course, you know, it's very easy for Donald Trump to be able to say, look, Merrick Garland, he was appointed by President Biden. Joe Biden's my potential 2024 opponent, and look what's happening. They're going after me. So now there's sort of, you know, this independent person. But it is remarkable because you have now President Trump coming under his second special counsel investigation after being impeached twice. So that's 2 impeachments. That's 2 special counsel investigations that we're going to see as a result of this. We don't know if this is going to come about in the same way that the Mueller investigation did, because, you know, the Mueller investigation had a really broad mandate, and this is looking somewhat of a more narrow scope in terms of the Mar-a-Lago issue in particular, but it does have a relatively open scope in terms of the interference with the peaceful transfer of power, and that gives them a sort of a lot of leeway to go into some of the, you know, fake electors, for example, that they could potentially look into as a part of this ongoing special counsel investigation.
Let's talk timeline here, too, because that matters. We know that these special counsel investigations are not super quick. This is the 3rd special counsel in the last, I think, 5 or 6 years related to something that Donald Trump did. You had Robert Mueller, you had John Durham, both on issues related to Russia. Mueller's investigation took just about 2 years. Durham's nearly 3. If that timeline holds here, we're looking like right up to the 2024 election, basically. I mean, this could become a political hot potato, potentially.
For sure. And I mean, you know, it takes a while just to get up to speed, because remember, this is someone who's been based in The Hague. He hasn't been deeply involved in this investigation to date. He's going to have to come in and get caught up to speed on all these ongoing investigations that are unfolding. And there's also a lot of interesting interaction between the investigation into the hundreds of people who stormed the U.S. Capitol, and then separately with this, you know, effort to stop the peaceful transfer of power. There's some overlap there, and there's going to have to be some deconfliction, I think, between the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia, which is prosecuting most of these January 6 cases, and this special counsel's office. He's going to have to get, you know, staff. He's going to have to put staff into this effort. So it's going to take a while, despite, you know, this idea that it's not going to cause any delays. I think that's looking at sort of the glass half full. I think there could be delays in this investigation. Certainly could go on for longer as a result of this appointment.
Ryan Riley, live for us on that front. Ryan, thank you so much. Let me go to Vaughn Hilliard now. And Vaughn, what's interesting here, you know, Jack Smith is coming in to this incredibly high-profile appointment. A lot of the legwork, as far as we know, as far as the investigation, has been done, right? Like, this isn't starting from scratch. There have been dozens of agents and investigators and prosecutors that have been working on these 2 parallel investigations. We know that Donald Trump hasn't liked any of it. Okay, so it is not at all shocking, I think, to hear him now, tonight, come out and say he feels, again, victimized by what he sees as a weaponized DOJ. He feels aggrieved. He has for years. To him, this is just further evidence of that.
Right, and it works into his argument that he is a political martyr of sorts. Just during his own speech the other night at Mar-a-Lago, announcing his 2024 run for the White House, he explicitly called himself a victim. This is a moment in which Donald Trump is going to use to further really justify not only him running again, but the entire idea and the concept in which, to note, a major share of the Republican Party has bought into, that the federal government needs a cleansing, and that he is the man that was given 4 years to do it, but needs him back yet again. That is where you looked at his remarks that he gave to Fox News just earlier. He said, quote, "The Republican Party has to stand up and fight." And for all of the, you know, attention around Donald Trump after these midterm elections, and Republicans even openly questioning whether he is the best 2024 nominee for the party, one thing that they have consistently rallied around is in defense of him when it comes to each of the impeachment investigations, the Mueller probe, the Mar-a-Lago search warrant execution. And Donald Trump understands that not only with elected Republican officials, but also with voters, there has been a consistent defense made in defense of him. And that is where he is hoping for this time around. It could even rally him and really make him a martyr as he looks towards another presidential run.
Look at the reaction from those who are close to former President Trump, because we're already seeing other Republicans who are coming out, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, saying impeach Merrick Garland, which, by the way, she wanted to do that even before this latest special counsel development. You've seen Senator Ted Cruz describe this as Trump derangement system, but this time with a badge and a gun, referring, of course, to the law enforcement powers of the Department of Justice. The hope that Donald Trump has is that Republicans will be able to do something to slow down this special counsel investigation. They can't, right? I mean, this is an executive branch thing as it relates to the DOJ and the special counsel. Congress could do things like, for example, in the House Republican majority, investigate the DOJ, try to impeach Merrick Garland, but in some ways, their powers are limited as it relates to Congress versus the Department of Justice itself.
Right. Steve Bannon has even suggested that the Appropriations Committee, when Republicans take over the House, should cut off funding to the FBI. There has been talk among numerous number of Republican elected officials on Capitol Hill that there should be the defunding of the Department of Justice, that it should be dismantled here. And that is where, on one hand, you are talking about the actual functioning of the Department of Justice, and on the other hand, you're talking about the American electorate's faith in their democracy and faith in their investigative institutions here. And you and I have had enough conversations with particularly Republican voters around the country who have questioned the legitimacy of the investigative agencies at the federal government in Washington, D.C. And that is where, when you hear the use of the word Gestapo to describe the FBI and its search of Mar-a-Lago, or you hear from the likes of even Senator Marco Rubio suggesting that what has been seen over the last 2 years in terms of the Department of Justice's investigation into Donald Trump are not seen outside of third world countries, you are continuing to watch a Republican Party cripple the American public's faith in these very institutions, which are looking at potential indictments and criminal charges against the former president of the United States, who is now the de facto leader of the Republican Party and potentially their 2024 nominee. So this is more than just, you and me here talking about hypotheticals here. Right. There are legitimate questions that led thousands of folks to storm the Capitol in early 2021, and these very same individuals are watching these investigations closely and the actions of the Department of Justice going forward.
Vaughn Hilliard, thank you for that reporting. Appreciate it. So lots of news in the world of politics. Let's talk about what's happening in the weather world, because plenty of news there, too. With paralyzing snow moving through parts of western and northern New York, now turning deadly. Officials in Erie County say 2 people have died after having a problem with their hearts while they were shoveling this really heavy snow. I mean, look at how bad it's gotten in Buffalo, right? The Buffalo Bills tweeted out pictures of this completely snowed out stadium. They had to move this Sunday's game to Detroit because of the storm. Here you see what one person woke up to this morning when they opened, well, that's not it, but you're about to see, I think, what people saw when they opened their garage after a night of snow. That's also a road in Hamburg, New York. People are stuck in feet of snow. The road's obviously a whiteout. Listen to what some folks had to say.
We all try to help each other, but just be safe out there. That's all I can say, man. Be safe.
Some places are up to my hips. Some places are even higher than that.
The freeway's closed, so fortunately I'm stuck in Buffalo. It doesn't seem like I'm going anywhere.
It's not just New York, right? There is a bitter cold air mass moving through the West, the Rockies, the Midwest, too. Not awesome, given the fact that you know what's happening just a few days from now. Tons of people getting ready to hit the road or get on a plane for Thanksgiving, one of the biggest travel weeks of the year. Let's get to Jesse Kirsch, who is posted up in Buffalo. Let's be real, Jesse. It is winter. It is cold. It is especially cold in Buffalo. They're used to snow. However, this is a little bit unusual. You've got the National Weather Service putting out serious warnings about this storm. They're saying it's going to be crippling, potentially. Talk us through what you're seeing, as I know it started already where you are.
Yeah, and I can tell you, Hallie, we're in Lackawanna right now, which is just south of Buffalo. I can tell you it already has much of this region at a standstill. For us to navigate our way here was quite a feat. We had to be in communication with various officials. We were trying to figure out who we could get to, and frankly, some of the people we were trying to meet up with, including a police chief in another suburb, Hamburg. You mentioned it earlier. We were basically told, you're not going to get here, so let's just do this over video call. And this, by the way, is really just the lull. We have seen at various points visibility far depleted compared to what you're seeing. I mean, we can see right now, Hallie, well down the street. There have been times throughout the day that would not be possible, and it comes and goes pretty quickly, which is part of what we see with this lake effect snow. It can be really localized in where it hits. And so in downtown Buffalo, for example, we saw just 9 inches or so where we were standing earlier this morning, but we already are hearing of more than 4 feet, about 4.5 feet reported in Orchard Park, New York, which is where the Buffalo Bills would have been playing the Cleveland Browns this weekend. So it's a good thing they moved that game to Detroit.
Yeah, no kidding there. We know, the history-making potential is this could be one of Buffalo's 10 biggest snowstorms on record. And we've heard the warnings from people, stay home. This thing hasn't even peaked yet. There's more to come here.
Yeah, at this point, we are probably about a third of the way through this, I think. We are looking at snow that's going to continue. It's expected to continue in this region into Sunday. So we're talking about multiple days of snowfall. And that's why, again, when you look at what's going on here, this might look like the aftermath or the calm down of a snowstorm. This is really just an interlude, a pause, an intermission, if you will. And we met some people earlier who were shoveling out a driveway as it continued to snow harder than this even. And I said to them, why are you doing this now? You're just going to have to do it again tomorrow. And it's like, let's get some of it done now because otherwise it's twice as much work tomorrow. So this is just a continuous thing.
Stay warm, Jesse Kirsch. Thank you very much for that reporting. Appreciate it. Bill Cairns is going to join us now with the outlook. So what is the expectation over the next few days, especially, Bill, as we see this thing move into other areas beyond just New York?
Yeah, this storm, it's funny when we talk about this, Hallie, as like a storm, because really all it is cold air over the lakes. This isn't going to be like a storm that goes from the Midwest to the Great Lakes to the Northeast. This is only in the Great Lakes. That's it. Everywhere else is cold, but as far as this heavy snow goes, it's only within about 10 miles of the lakes. And by the way, that Orchard Park 54 inches, and Hallie, I know that you're super hard to impress when it comes to winter weather. I can already tell you.
I'm sorry,
you're going to be a tough cookie. All right, so here's your stat of the day. You ready? In 1966, the most snow ever in New York State in 24 hours was 50 inches. We may have potentially, if we verify this, this could be the highest ever 24-inch snowfall total in New York State history.
Well, so that's historic. That's what makes a difference, right?
See?
That's what elevates it from just like any other cold weather story to like, this is history making. Also, this is dangerous, Bill. Like, it's really dangerous.
Yeah, well, that's why we're getting to the nighttime now. So they were doing a lot of rescues during the day. They were able to shovel people out that were getting stuck. But we just showed you where Jesse was located where this red dot is. All of the heavy snow is south of there. They were trying to get down here to Hamburg, and it's impossible. That's where we had the numerous reports of 3, 4, 5 feet of snow, and it's still snowing very hard there. And now that it's dark and cars are stuck, plows can't get to the roads. Now it's when it gets dangerous if people are in their vehicles overnight. It gets cold. They start to, their tailpipes get blocked. You worry about the carbon dioxide poisoning, and they also worry about, they're running out of gas and running out of heat from their vehicles. So that's the sort of thing that's going on. And this is the additional snowfall that we're expecting in the next 2 days. So even downtown Buffalo could get another foot, foot and a half. Areas that already have that 4 to 5 feet could get another 19, 20 inches of snow. So we're not done. And I know you were saying about other areas. In Michigan, we're going to get a little bit of light snow, and also in New York State, away from the lakes, a little bit of light snow. But Hallie, if you're not traveling this weekend right next to the lakes, you'll be fine. Most of the rest of the country is going to be all right.
But it's going to be really cold for some other parts of the country, right? I mean, that's the thing, the Arctic cold that's moving in.
Yeah, it's cold, but it's dry. So as long as you have your winter gear out and your hats and your gloves and your winter coat ready to go, it should be just fine. Even into Sunday, we're 50s in the middle of the country, 40 in New York, and Atlanta's 48. So yes, it's colder than it should be this time of year. But I think, Hallie, when we look at these pictures of Buffalo and all that snow, I think we can deal with sunny and chilly.
I'm okay with sunny and chilly. I'm also okay with having parents who live in Tampa, because that's where I'm headed for Thanksgiving. So a plus for me. Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
Safe travels.
Thank you. So listen, can we talk about the chaos that was this Taylor Swift ticket presale this weekend? Turns out it is now being investigated by the Justice Department, according to the New York Times, which reports that in recent months, the DOJ has been looking into whether the parent company of Ticketmaster, Live Nation, has been abusing its huge power over the concert business. NBC News has reached out to reps for Live Nation for comment. We have not yet heard back. It comes as we are, though, hearing finally from Taylor Swift herself, who sounds like she's just as ticked off at Ticketmaster as her fans are. She's posting on Instagram, "I'm not going to make excuses for anyone because we asked them multiple times if they could handle this kind of demand, and we were assured they could." And then saying about the fans who actually got tickets, "It really pisses me off," she said, "that a lot of them feel like they went through several bear attacks to get them." The chairman of Live Nation has apologized, but fans are really upset. They're talking about what, if anything, can be done about this whole thing. Emily Ikeda is joining us now. And Emily, this has been like a saga that turned into drama that's now becoming like legitimately a potential federal investigation. The DOJ is going on the record now with the New York Times saying they've been investigating Ticketmaster's business practices. They're looking at the big problem in the middle of all this, the merger between Ticketmaster and Live Nation. They now kind of have a monopoly on the live music industry, right? Break down what the DOJ is going to be looking at.
Yeah, and that's part of the examination. I think it's important to note, as you have brought up, this probe actually predates, apparently, this week's Ticketmaster fiasco, the meltdown of the website. And that really speaks to the ongoing nature of the debate and the concern around this company, especially at a time that live events are really roaring back to life. So the DOJ is apparently investigating, according to the New York Times. They're looking at whether Live Nation Entertainment, Ticketmaster's parent company, has abused its power over the music industry, and whether it's they're also taking a broader look at whether it maintains a monopoly, as some lawmakers have suggested. We have not heard back, as you mentioned, from Live Nation. We have reached out for comment on that, Hallie.
I think there's a question of, like, what is Taylor Swift going to say, right? She didn't hold back. I mean, I think, can we real talk here? Felt like she basically threw Ticketmaster under the bus, right? Because she said, hey, we were assured that they could handle the demand. She also said it's excruciating, she writes, it's excruciating to watch mistakes happen with no recourse, and that there were many reasons of why this whole thing went down, and they're looking into how it can be improved moving forward. She has tremendous sway in the music industry. We have seen her use her status as a global pop phenomenon to have an impact on, like, Apple Music, for example, on these huge companies. What impact could her voice have here on this situation?
Well, she's undoubtedly a force, but I think it's hard to say what kind of next steps we'll see. Actually, we're seeing some mixed reaction from her fans. Some people hoping that she would have provided a little bit more detail in explaining what went wrong and what her next steps look like. But I think the question on everyone's minds is, you know, will more fans have the opportunity to purchase tickets? And the answer at this point is kind of along the lines of perhaps. Taylor Swift has said that she's going to work to provide more opportunities for fans. Whether that means she's going to expand her tour again remains to be seen, but I think that's what a lot of fans are hoping for. In the meantime, fans are going to have to rely on the secondary market, which buyers beware.
Which is bananas,
yes,
Emily.
Because resale tickets are exceeding $10,000. So that's not even an option for most Americans.
No, for like the vast majority of Americans. It does, you know, you do think about from a big picture here, and that's what we really wanted to get into with this discussion, because this isn't just about Taylor Swift anymore, right? This has cracked open, it seems, for a lot of people what the big issue is, which is, do artists have other choices, right? Like, what other choices do big artists have right now, given the way that the music industry and the live music selling industry, right, ticket industry, has been structured?
Yeah, that's certainly the question on everyone's minds, and I think some people are looking to Capitol Hill to make changes. Others are hoping that if there's anyone to be able to actually impress upon change in terms of the ticket buying experience, they say, you know, it will be Taylor Swift. One entertainment writer tells me she's the Obi-Wan Kenobi of the music industry, Hallie.
That's really funny. Emily, I gotta thank you so much. All right, gang, so listen, I'm checking my phone, I'm looking, and like, oh, yep, it looks like Twitter is still in existence. It is still working for now. Question is, how long is that going to last, right? Because experts in the tech world are not sure, because not even 24 hours after Elon Musk said he'd shut the doors at Twitter headquarters for the weekend, he is now today begging anyone who knows how to code to come in an email that also asks workers to book a flight to San Francisco. Again, nobody expected to go into the office because they were told the office would be closed. Their badges wouldn't work right now. Why would that be the case? Musk's team is trying to figure out who is actually an employee, because according to the New York Times, 1,200 workers decided they're not actually extremely hardcore, at least not the way that Elon Musk wants them to be, calling Musk's bluff to take a 3-month buyout that he offered. The company's Slack apparently filled with hundreds of those, like, salute emojis, which is the way of saying, like, thank you for your service. I mean, think about that, right? You have all these people at Twitter quitting. Who is going to run this social media platform? Musk is not talking about the hirings and the firings, but he is letting people know he is reinstating comedian Kathy Griffin and commentator Jordan Peterson. No decision on former President Trump. However, our Twitter expert, Ben Collins, is here. So, Ben, Elon Musk, let me just, like, big picture it. Apparently, he was calling an emergency meeting right as we were coming on the air, right? He's trying to get people back in to literally help his app function. But he's not talking about that. He's talking about Kathy Griffin. It speaks to, like, where his head is here, even though under the hood, you've got people who are now speaking publicly, people who left the company, about the real concern on safety and security on this app.
Yeah, he's still sort of fighting the culture war that he wants to fight, even though the website is not really secure enough to pull that off right now. It's possible it might go down. That is a thing that engineers are warning about. It's possible it might stay up. Who knows? But, you know, as it stands, this is a website that has 6,000 fewer employees, probably, at least, than it did a month ago, and it had 7,500 a month ago. It is a completely different website and completely different idea for the future. And the other thing is we don't even really know what the future is of Twitter. He talks about Twitter 2.0 and getting hardcore and all this stuff, but it's unclear to what end. Nobody really knows what Twitter 2.0 is or what constitutes that thing, and why you would want to get super hardcore to work on it.
Is Twitter morale just like down in the dumps at this point? What do we know?
I mean, Hallie, I don't know if I know anybody who works there anymore. Like I know so many people who worked there a couple weeks ago, and everybody's pretty much gone.
Worked there past tense, right?
Yeah,
and everybody's gone now at this point.
But yeah, it's a ghost town, and people who were there for 9, 10 years, people who have been around that website for such a long time, are gone. This was a lot of their adult working life, building this platform and building like a digital public square. And they are worried about what's going to happen if this thing goes down in the next couple days.
And it is entirely possible that happens, right? I mean, there's that plus the legal issues that some of these employees face, some of whom, several hundred of them, were here on visas, for example, to do this kind of work that was very particular to Twitter and to the engineering of this site. The vibe is just really, it's like, I think about that song, like, as we, the last day of graduation day song, you know what I mean? Like, it's like everybody's leaving, everybody's saying bye, and then what happens to the ship? Does it just sink? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, look, I doubt this is going to end as a website. It was a $44 billion purchase, and to just, to buy a Lamborghini and to instantly crash it off the cliff, kind of a weird move. But who knows at this point? No one really knows where he's going with this thing. He doesn't really have a way to get cash flow. Advertisers are not jazzed to be on this platform. His idea of getting $8 out of individual users is at least on hold, but it really didn't have the numbers that he thought it would have when they soft launched that thing. If it goes down, I think it'll come back up. But I don't know to what end. I don't know what the point is of the site when they only have a few people, really, to keep it managed.
Okay. Ben Collins following the Twitter saga for us, again, a platform that is hugely influential. World leaders, cultural thought leaders, et cetera. We'll see how it goes. Thanks. Let me bring you some breaking news here. We were just actually texting about that a second ago because in the last couple of minutes, you had a federal judge sentencing Elizabeth Holmes of Theranos to more than a decade in prison. Remember, of course, Holmes was convicted about some business dealings related to this failed blood testing startup, found guilty of cheating investors out of hundreds of millions of dollars with false claims about Theranos' technology and business dealings. Those false claims helped Theranos raise something like $945 million from investors. Nearly $1 billion was raised off stuff that was ultimately found to not be true. It's because there was this promise of a medical revolution in blood testing that catapulted the company to $10 billion in value, but the tech was never there. It just never worked the way that Holmes and others promised that it would. Now, Alec Charles is joining us now. So let me get into the nitty-gritty of this sentencing. I believe, and I'm just checking my notes here, prosecutors had asked for 15 years in prison. The defense had said no prison time, just home confinement. The judge ended up saying 11 and a half years behind bars, right? I mean, this is a significant sentence, and it largely tracks with what we've seen for defendants convicted of similar crimes, which is like roughly 16 years, according to some reports.
Right, Hallie. This is very significant because it is rare for people like Elizabeth Holmes to be charged for fraud, let alone convicted of it. So at this point, the judge now saying she'll be serving 11 and a half years in prison. Her defense tried so hard for this not to be the case. They've been arguing that she should serve no prison time because they say her intentions were good. This week, they submitted more than 100 letters from her family, her friends, and supporters saying that she did not mean for this to happen. And that included a letter from her husband who described her as being selfless and loving and described her as a loving partner and also a great mother. There was also a letter from Senator Cory Booker who says that he is hopeful that she will continue to make the world a better place. So those are the letters that were submitted from her defense in support of her not getting any prison time here and getting a lenient sentence, Hallie, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Prosecutors, of course, on the other end of that spectrum, although there was a max here of 20 years, they recommended 15 years, saying not only was she the face of Theranos, but she was also the mastermind of deception and lies. They say that this is one of the worst crimes when it comes to white-collar crime in the history of Silicon Valley. So this is also sending a strong message to Silicon Valley as well, because those entrepreneurs are known to work in different situations in which they basically fake it until they make it. But in this case, Theranos did not make it. Elizabeth Holmes' technology never was found to work in the way she said it would. She, of course, got famous off of the idea that with just one drop of blood, that she could give hundreds of blood tests, changing the way we see healthcare, right? Instead of having a painful process in which you have a vial of blood, instead getting it in a painless situation in which you just have one drop, like a prick. So it's huge. This is a huge message that's being sent, Hallie.
What I think is also important to remember here context-wise is what a huge star she was, a darling of the tech and medical industries. She was on the cover of magazines. People, I mean, she became a celebrity because of this. She pulled in incredibly high-profile people who were investing in her company, you know, former cabinet officials in various administrations, right? Like she, you know, we were showing some pictures of her. She was known for like wearing the black turtleneck like Steve Jobs everywhere. She had kind of a look. She very, very high profile, and no one even now is not, like the judge in his sentencing statement said, you know, this is sad because Ms. Holmes is brilliant, he said, but he said this is troubling on so many levels. What went wrong? I mean, that's the thing about it here. She has said, as you have noted, that she says she regrets her failings with every cell of her body, you know, and yet here she is, convicted and heading to prison behind bars for maybe a decade. But I mean, a decade plus, by the way. Like, that's not saying who knows what happens with parole.
Yeah, Hallie, she had a meteoric rise, right? She's now 38 years old, but she started this company when she was 19. In 2014, Forbes named her the youngest female self-made billionaire ever. So this is huge. You mentioned the fact that she raised more than $900 million in funding from important people. You had former Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos. She invested $100 million in this company. And there's also former Secretary of States who invested a lot of money in this as well. And it's important to note here that a lot has changed since she started this company. She came into the courtroom today visibly very pregnant. She has a one-year-old son at home, and based on the information we have, the judge says she has to start that prison sentence April 25th.
She's got a baby on the way,
27th. She has a baby on the way. So based on just what we saw today in the courtroom, it appears she's very pregnant, and most likely she'll have that baby prior to serving her sentence. But now she has to deal with the reality that she's going to be missing out a lot of important moments and years of her children's lives. Hallie?
Vala, Charles, thank you very much for that. Appreciate you bringing us that breaking news here on NBC News Now. We got some more news to get to as it relates to what's happening in courtrooms. This one here in Washington, with the government using the words of the Oath Keepers leader against him in closing arguments today in a month-long, high-profile, seditious conspiracy trial. It's going to go to a jury very soon. Okay, and then it's going to be up to these jurors to decide the fates of Stewart Rhodes and 4 other people. You see them here. The group accused of heavily arming itself leading up to the 6th and organizing the march on the Capitol. Why does this matter, right? What makes this different than other January 6 stories we talk about? Seditious conspiracy, that's the charge here. This is very serious. It is the most serious charge yet that we have seen for any of the people at the Capitol the day of January 6th. And it has an intense sentence, up to 20 years in prison if convicted. Our NBC News legal analyst, Glenn Kirshner, is joining us now. And Glenn, in making sort of the final plea to the jury here, the prosecutor leading this case literally quoted Stewart Rhodes, one of the defendants, as evidence. He said on November 5th of 2020, "We are not getting through this without a civil war. Prepare your mind, body, and spirit." That is the message that she wanted to leave jurors with as they get ready to walk into deliberations.
Yeah, so the prosecutor, Assistant United States Attorney Catherine Rakosi, gave what I consider to be a powerful and precise closing argument. I think one of the challenges for the prosecution is how do you get your arms around the mountain of incriminating evidence and assimilate it for the jury? Because, Hallie, I mean, they had videos of what the defendants did in the Capitol that day. They had audio recordings in which they confessed their conduct and celebrated the fact that they had stopped, at least temporarily, delayed the certification of Joe Biden's win. There was eyewitness testimony. And of course, as you just referenced, There were endless text messages, Facebook posts, and signal chats by these defendants talking about the planning, the preparation, and then the execution of what they did on January 6th. And when Kate Rakoczy argued to the jury today that there was a stack of 14 Oath Keepers, only 5 are on trial, others will be on trial in the future. And those 14 walked into the Capitol. They split precisely in half. 7 turned south to go to the House chambers, 7 turned north to go to the Senate chambers, and they tried to stop the certification. It was really a compelling closing argument.
Real quick, Glenn, what's the defense's strategy then? What are they hoping the jurors kind of walk away with?
You know, they're hitting on the one vulnerability. I wouldn't call it a weakness, but a vulnerability in the prosecution's case. There's not a lot of testimony or evidence about an express agreement to commit a particular crime, and a conspiracy involves an agreement between 2 or more people to commit a crime. Yeah. But there's plenty of evidence of an implied agreement, and that is sufficient to convict somebody of a conspiracy, including a seditious conspiracy.
Glenn Kirshner, thank you very much. Coming up here on the show, 5 days after the killings of 4 students in Idaho, it is still a mystery who did it, where they are, police still looking for answers. New today, the university president's message to students. Plus, there's a new drug that could delay type 1 diabetes for folks. What we're learning about it right now, coming up.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods. What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it. This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The University of Idaho trying to bring comfort and trying to push for justice after 4 of its students were killed in their home in that mysterious unsolved quadruple homicide over the weekend in the city of Moscow. The school's president sending a memo to students and employees today, and he too says he is frustrated. He is worried that nobody's been arrested for these attacks. Community is still hurting, man. I mean, you have to imagine it, right? This horrific crime that happened in their neighborhood. You had dozens of students getting together overnight at Boise State University, which is just a couple hours away, to hold a candlelight vigil in memory of the victims: Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonsalves, Zana Kernodle, Madison Mogan. Gotti Schwartz is in Idaho with the latest.
Yeah, this is now day 5 that investigators have been at this house. And I want to tell you a little bit more about this house because a lot of people are wondering, how can 2 people, 2 survivors be in that house when this attack happened and possibly not heard anything? And so when you look at the house, you've actually got 3 different levels. The first level here, that's where the front door is. The second level and the third level, each one of these levels has 2 bedrooms, has a bathroom. They're somewhat separated from each other. And so right now, investigators haven't said if the the two roommates that were home that survived were sleeping. They have not released any new information in the case. In fact, they just had a briefing with prosecutors and investigators, and they have nothing new to report. So right now, all we know for certain is what we learned yesterday from the autopsy report, the synopsis that was released, and that said that all 4 of the victims died from stab wounds. They are calling this a homicide. As for what's happening here today, we just saw investigators. Again, this is day 5 that they've been here. We just saw investigators go into the backyard, put down some evidence placers, and then pick up what looked like something in the leaves, put them in an evidence bag, and then come to the front yard, pick something up from right over here. So it appears as though they're going through with a fine-tooth comb. But in terms of sharing information, sharing any leads, sharing any suspects, at this point, we still don't know. Back to you.
Argani Schwartz reporting there. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Biden administration is officially asking the Supreme Court to press unpause or press play, if you will, on their student loan forgiveness plan. A lower federal appeals court had temporarily blocked the White House plan earlier this week. This is a program, remember, that would cancel up to $20,000 in student debt for millions of Americans, right now still in limbo. Number 2, an American Bar Association panel voted to drop the requirement that law school applicants take the LSAT or another standardized admission test. You know, if you've been following this, there's been a ton of debate over this test and tests like these and how they affect diversity in the admissions process. Individual schools can still decide to require a test, but the Bar Association is saying, hey, you don't have to do this. If it gets through the next step of approval, it'll go into effect for the fall 2025 semester. Number 3, New York Representative Hakeem Jeffries will officially run to try to replace Nancy Pelosi as the House Democratic leader. That, of course, is after House Speaker Pelosi said she would step down from leadership after 2 decades involved in the highest levels of the Democratic Party on the House side. If Jeffries is elected, he'll be the first black leader of a congressional caucus and the highest-ranking black lawmaker on Capitol Hill. You know, Pelosi today endorsed Jeffries and the folks running for the numbers 2 and 3 spots. She said they're ready and willing to assume this awesome responsibility. Number 4, the FDA approving the first drug that could delay folks from getting type 1 diabetes. You have to be 8 years old or older, and you have to have early signs of type 1. Nearly 2 million people in this country have that kind of diabetes. They're calling this approval, the American Diabetes Association, an historic moment. Number 5, home sales this past month down for the 9th month in a row, dropping some 6% in October compared to September. And compared to last year, down something like 30%. It comes as mortgage rates and inflation are high. So what does it mean? It seems like potential buyers are a little nervous. Coming up, the Qatari government is making a last-minute reversal ahead of the World Cup. Why the matches are going to look and taste a little bit different, we'll explain. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. a daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
So the forecast looking pretty dry for the 2020 FIFA World Cup opener this weekend in Qatar. And it's not just because they're playing in the desert. It's because there will not be any beer at the stadiums. In a last-minute 180, the Qatari government is not going to let most fans drink at or around those venues. You know, alcohol is not illegal in Qatar, but consumption for tourists, like for tourists to be able to drink it, it's very regulated. The only fans inside the stadiums who can drink are FIFA officials and the rich people who run all the luxury boxes. FIFA's not saying what's up with this, only that they appreciate Budweiser's understanding. A huge sponsor, Budweiser, by the way. They said, don't worry, there will also be non-alcoholic Bud Zero. Bud paid FIFA something like $75 million to be an exclusive sponsor of the tournament and summed it up as circumstances beyond our control. Grant Wall joins us now from Doha, the founder of GrantWall.com. So, Grant, there's some really important context here. This is not just about can people drink at the World Cup or not, right? Because some might argue like beer is secondary to the game itself here. This is about whether the host country can pressure FIFA and like whether FIFA is bowing to the host country on big issues. You look at 2014 and FIFA actually had flipped it. They pressured Brazil at the time to overturn a law that banned the sale of alcohol in stadiums. Now there's real concern that if FIFA is bowing to the pressure from Qatar on this, what else are they bound to the pressure on? Human rights, protests, press freedoms, et cetera.
Yeah, that's the total question out of all of this, Hallie, because this is a country where they've had 12 years to prepare for this tournament. And 2 days before the tournament, the Qatari rulers decide to pull the plug on something like this that FIFA did not want them to do, and FIFA sounds powerless about it. And so, very much so, this is the question about, we've had all sorts of questions about how gay fans are going to be treated here in a country where being gay is illegal, and have gotten assurances from FIFA that that's not going to be a problem. But we haven't really gotten enough assurances from the Qatari government that security forces here won't interfere with that. And I do wonder if we're going to see incidents get escalated by misunderstandings and overbearing security in this country that's going to really turn fans off who've come here.
It's such a good point. And you look at other incidents that have happened. There was, I think, a Danish broadcaster that was sort of doing this live shot, and it seemed like Qatari security forces were having an issue with that. You posted your own, rather, no offense, bland photo of a picture at the tournament. This is just a logo, Grant. It wasn't like anything bananas. And you got a little pushback, too.
Yeah, it was a small thing, but I thought it was revealing because I was literally in the accreditation line with all the other international journalists, and I picked up my phone and took a picture of the innocuous kind of weird slogan, and a security guard walked over and said, no pictures. And I was like, well, there's no sign saying I can't take pictures here. It's not like a custom zone or anything. And then he looked at me and said, kindly delete it, sir. And you know, it's not a big deal, the picture itself, but I've never had someone in that situation, a security guard, tell me I had to delete a picture from my phone. And so, again, this is a situation where our security guards on the ground going to sort of go rogue and do things that are not being asked by, say, FIFA, just because they're wired to do that here in Qatar.
Grant Wall, thank you. I could talk to you for 25 more minutes about this. I'm sure we'll see you back again on Monday, because I want to get into sort of the issues with migrant abuse, the issues around, fans and their response to this. We'll talk more about it, I think, next week. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, first it was COVID, then RSV and the flu. Hospitals now overrun, and now a lot of doctors are saying they are run down, man. They are done. We're taking a closer look at what this means for the public health sphere more broadly. Coming up in tonight's Original.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, crews in central Pennsylvania used about 12,000 gallons of water, look at this, to put out a Tesla that caught fire on the side of the highway. According to the volunteer fire company, the lithium-ion battery in the car reignited the fire a couple of times, right? They thought they had it out, then it came back, et cetera, et cetera. It took like 2 hours to get it to the point where it was safe. From our West Coast Bureau, British singer Adele has her postponed Las Vegas residency beginning tonight. Remember, it was supposed to start back in January? She ended up canceling it because of the pandemic. She basically said the show wasn't ready. Since then, she's expanded the run from 24 shows to 32. Listen, a lot of talk about Taylor Swift, a lot of interest in Adele, let's be real. Out of our Southeast Bureau, the Texas guy who caught the baseball from Yankees slugger Aaron Judge's record 60-second home run plans to auction it off this month. He's already turned down an offer for $3 million, so he thinks he's going to get a lot more than that once people start bidding. What do you think? Can he get 6, 7? I don't know. What would you pay for that baseball? That's tonight's original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. Nearly 80% of kids' hospital beds across the country are full. And in 4 states, it's more than 95%, Maine, Kentucky, Utah, Arizona. That's because RSV, this kid's respiratory virus, is sending so many sick kids to the hospital. And with flu season starting to surge, on top of the pandemic, you've got hospitals nearly at capacity. And you know what? Doctors, they are feeling maxed out too. A new survey shows just how stressed primary care doctors really are. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal has the story.
The way I identify burnout in myself is the things that usually bring me joy kind of don't anymore.
Dr. Hani Chabo has been a primary care doctor for 6 years.
I absolutely love my job and I love being a doctor. But some days I know that when I'm burned out, I kind of lose that connection a little bit.
A majority of doctors around the world are experiencing stress and burnout, according to a survey from the Commonwealth Fund of more than 9,500 primary care physicians.
There was a time where I would come back every day and talk to my partner, and the first thing I would think about is, am I in the right career? For me, that was a very confusing time because I had spent, 12 years to reach where I am today.
In the U.S., 58% of primary care physicians reported their job was stressful, 54% reported emotional distress, and 44% were burned out. And those doctors say the quality of care became worse during the pandemic.
We know that, at least in the United States, primary care is a very difficult profession to pursue. It's undercompensated, overworked, underrespected. We need to pay primary care physicians adequately compared to specialty colleagues. We need to relieve them of the unrelenting workloads that they so often have, the hamster wheel of new patients every 15 minutes.
By 2034, the United States could have a shortage of up to 48,000